agree with that, dude. This is just a faction of a lie. That's it. Why focus on the lie, right? Why not focus on the truth?
You know, people have said that when you trip on psychedelics, that sometimes you encounter entities, and the entities they witness you being captivated by the beauty of everything, and then they're trying to get your attention, and they're like, hey, like don't be so captivated over here. I'm over here, but you're so captivated by the experience that like you miss out on the greater picture, which is the being in front of you, right? But you're like, oh, like look at this. So they're like trying to get your attention. Well, flat Earth is sort of like people get captivated by flat Earth because it's really truly amazing, and the fact that we've been lied to, and then once you start, it's like dope, you know, finding being a truther and just keep finding out all the lies and the conspiracies, and you go down the rabbit hole and you find out about the Illuminati pyramid and all the different hierarchies going up to up the chain. But flat Earth, bro, it will get you. People are captivated by it, you know. But there's more to life. There's more mysteries to be uncovered and figured out. But you know, some people this is their purpose. Flat Earth is their purpose, and that's fine. You know, I don't know why EXO seems to be so passionately against. It's the niche community, and if people want to focus their time, their lives on flat Earth and dedicate their lives to flat Earth, then so be it. I'm a more of like a free market type of guy. Anyways, if that's what they want to do, let them do it. But I think it is a deception to an extent. But anyways, that's my 2 cents.
Or a deception or a distraction? Or a deceptive distraction.
Both,
There we go.
both, because there's a lot of flat Earth models that are just as bad as the heliocentric model, and people believe it. So you know, it's just as bad.
Dude, I actually like the idea that like what we see, like we think this is real, but I don't know. So I heard a Bible teacher one time. He was talking about when the apostles were all in the room and like the doors were closed, right? And then Christ appeared in the midst of them, right? And he was asking, like, he made a good point because he was saying, like, did he face like through the walls because like a ghost or something like that, right? Or was he there because he's actually more real than the walls? You know what I mean? Like he didn't phase through the walls. He just literally could walk through them because he's outside of them, kind of shit. Like it's interesting. I don't know. It was interesting to think about, you know. Because like
Who's
we
speaking, bro? I'm sorry, I'm in my
see
car.
this as real because this is what we experience, right?
Who's speaking?
Josh, Uber,
Josh.
whatever
Uber
you want to
flat.
call me.
Oh, okay, Uber flat. All right.
But like, yeah, dude. I don't know. The Ken Wheeler stuff kind of triggered some interesting thoughts way back in the day when I first saw that when he was using like a ferrocell, right? When he was first doing that, and then he started making the ferrosphere where he put it inside of a glass ball, and then he put a magnet up to it. I don't know, with the whole things about like the way that the North is supposed to be, right? Or the some theories out there about there being a big ass hole up there. It just makes me think like, what if we're on like a big magnet? Because when I hear them talk about like a ring magnet, right? So like when I hear them talk about like like things stopping from getting even close to the firmament kind of stuff, right? That kind of makes sense if it's being contained by that. If we and that possibly why when they do put something up, like with a balloon attached to it. I wonder if they are just riding like magnetic waves in the sky. Shit, you know? I don't know. Stupid stuff to think about. Been thinking about it for a minute because I don't know. For me, it kind of answers a lot of questions about stuff of like why we can get energy from the ground, especially with like copper and stuff, right? I mean, you wrap copper around a magnet and you have power. Like you have, well, some sort of power. You have limited power, but like you can have energy coming from that. So the fact that we can stick copper in the ground and still get energy from it, and more energy in certain places than other places. I don't know. Just some fun stuff to think about. But if that's the case, then like when you listen to Ken Wheeler, he talks about like the inertial plane and stuff, right? And that's where things are like most compact, actually, right? Where there would be the most of what they would want to call gravity, right? But instead, if you check out Coulomb with his law, which is exactly the same as Newton's equation for gravity, even though Newton didn't have the gravitational constant, but Coulomb had Coulomb's constant when he made his equation. So like Coulomb put together a full equation, Newton put together like less than 3/4 of an equation, more like half of an equation that wasn't even put down as an equation. It was written more like a word problem in his book. And that's what they go off of is I think they hijacked Coulomb's equation and then attributed it to gravity, right? And if we are on like a big magnet, that would be where it's like the strongest would be at that inertial plane. But yeah, just and if something was more real than that, then it would have a field day in this realm, right? You could literally do anything you wanted to. You'd be more than a superhero, which is what scripture describes almost. Well, actually, it does with what happens in the end times. So, but yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to like go on a freaking.
Yeah, I haven't watched much of Ken Wheel. I've watched a little bit, but I'm just not really into. I mean, yeah, I'm kind of interested, but it's not something I'm drawn to. What is he?
You're not attracted to his work.
Snacks got it straight away. That's why I love you, Snacks. Did he? Is he a theist, or does he talk about that sort of stuff, or is he Christian or whatever?
You know what?
Not that it matters or anything. I just wondered that.
Well, no, like I don't think I've ever really heard him like talk bad about Christianity or anything. I know he doesn't like the whole like crystal cruncher thing, you know, like he doesn't like that kind of stuff. He kind of makes fun of that. But like I don't know, dude. I've never really
You'd have to
heard
ask
him talk
Dyslo.
much about religion.
I think Dyslo has mentioned him being a Christian, but I don't know. But yeah, Ken Wheeler, I'm not a big fan of him either, man. His presentations are just boring.
Yeah, no, his stuff back in the day I thought was better when he was actually like doing a lot of experiments with things. That's what I liked watching when I first got into watching him. It was when he was messing around a lot with magnets and stuff. Kind of before he was doing so much with the cameras. Like have you ever seen his stuff with the spherosphere and the ferrocell?
I think so.
That
it floats
that's
around a circle. You're talking about?
Yeah, well, yeah, when you put a magnet up to it and you can see like the. Okay, so the whole concept behind what he was doing. Remember when you were in school and you would do that thing where you'd put the magnet under a piece of paper and then put the metal shavings over the paper and see the pattern that the magnets were making, right?
Yeah.
He basically took that and just ran with that and made it to where he started off with a little disc that had like two pieces of glass with some fluid and some really, really fine metal like pieces, shavings, whatever you want to call it, right? Like what is it, ferrous fluid or whatever it's called? Like and he put that in between two lenses and then added some lights around it as well so you can see it like lit up, and then started putting it over like magnets and things, and you could see kind of the same thing that you would in school with the paper, but you wouldn't have it mess with all the shavings and stuff. You could see the pattern, and it was really cool. And what drew my attention at first was the fact that when he showed it, have you ever seen like the ley line like layouts of what that's supposed to look like, of where that's been supposedly calculated, right? How it's like a grid that like lays out. When you look at his image, I took screenshots of it way back then. It looks like ley lines, and the fact that those are the like most magnetic points supposedly when they intersect. That's exactly what you're looking at when you do that with a magnet with this ferrocell, right? Well, so then he got an even better idea, and he put that liquid inside of a glass bulb, right? And then put a light around it so that it would light up, and then started putting magnets on it. And like, dude, like the shapes of the magnetic field that you see that it makes is awesome. And it was dope because he was able to like capture it on camera while he was doing it. Like he was just sitting there messing with it. And then I think you can buy those from him actually. I think that's part of how he makes his money is he like started marketing those. And I think you can buy them from him. I'm not sure. But yeah, that's what interested me at first. Now I don't watch him so much because you're right. Like is kind of hard to watch. He talks like he really, really. I mean, he is really smart, but he talks like he wants you to know he's really smart, and that's kind of turns people away. That and it's kind of hard to listen to.
It kind of seems like simplex narcissism, or I don't know, just joking. But a lot of that language is like old borrowed language.
I always like that. The idea. I know it's linked to financial. That's where the saying comes from. But it's something like the tide that raises all ships. I always like the idea that someone who's intelligent when they talk to a group that it raises everyone up. Rather than you sort of go, ooh. Just look at me.
Have you ever heard the saying that if you're the smartest person in the room, you should probably find a new room?
Yeah, that's good too. I don't know.
Because that means that you've actually surrounded yourself with, like, you want to surround yourself, like, with people that are going to challenge you, right? Like, I don't know have you ever heard that where, like, the five closest people around you or the six closest people around you will influence you more than, like, they influence, like, what, like 90 something percent of your life or something like that of how you turn out?
Yeah, this is why Alan Watts he fell out with his wife because she wanted the kids to go to a public school or don't get me started on that because it gets a bit confusing because we call them different things. Private school in this country is called public school, but anyway, let's not do that. But the point is that, or his point was that other people inevitably tell you who you are, and so he wanted them sort of homeschooled, sort of thing. And it was a big
Yeah,
source.
like
Yeah,
you remember your parents growing up afraid that you're hanging out with the wrong crowd? Like that shit was real. Like,
yeah, I was the wrong crowd. I was the person your parents warned you about.
yeah, you
I
know
was the
what?
head of the wrong crowd.
He's a real wild one, this guy, this Andy.
But you know, that was back
Like
in
a
the day
wild fund.
when I got kicked out of school and I did all the things you're not supposed to do. So
I don't know. I've known so like I haven't known you for very long, dude. I haven't been around here for very long, but I've known Snack for fuck a long time now.
You said hi, man.
So like we've chatted for a while, and so like he knows how dark I can get with stuff. So let's just say that like sometimes I tell people like let's just be glad I'm one of the good guys, you know? Like because there was a time where yeah, you learn things, you know? Like you become a different person. Like honestly, like when you actually really connect with your creator, it really makes a difference, you know?
what do you think they were talking about with the Buddha? When he sort of surpassed the creator, he stepped off the wheel of birth and death. Kind of interesting, isn't it? Don't you think? It's a bit weird.
Yeah, I don't think that's possible though.
It doesn't seem it, does it? It seems like you're like, what? That doesn't make any sense.
Like that's not like that doesn't make any logical sense at all. Like that's
They fasted for 30 days and said that.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, dude. It's not your mic's not great, but we can hear you.
Oh, okay, awesome. Yeah, I kind of wanted to cover Project Bluebeam. Does anyone want to talk about that?
Yeah, sure, go for it.
Man, man, ever since seeing those supposed alien bodies from Mexico, man, like I wouldn't be surprised in the next couple of years that if there's gonna be some sort of evidence or quote unquote evidence that'll debunk religion, since that's part of the Project Bluebeam plan, right? There's gonna be something that would debunk religion in the future.
oh
What do you
yeah,
guys think
dude.
about that?
That's is probably a good chance that they're gonna get their whole one world government when they bring in their fake alien invasion. Because I thought that for like freaking what like 20 years now. That I who was it? There was a president that even said it. That I think it was
It was
what
Ronald
president was
Reagan.
it? Yeah, right. Where he says that like an outside force against us will unite us or some shit like that, right? Like
Yeah, that's what he said.
yeah. Um,
Outside force, yeah.
dude, like that's exactly what they've been planning on doing, and that's how they're gonna get their one world everything. And also, um, I think that that's gonna expand even further than that, dude, because it's probably gonna come to some kind of like they're gonna play it out like a Twilight episode, dude. I swear to God. Like start watching like old like space stuff, you know, like, and you'll probably get an idea of where they're going with this because that's when they hatched this plan was back then when that stuff was coming out, you know, and they're just kind of following through with it now with both like modern tech and stuff, right? With the Project Bluebeam, that's crazy. Have you seen that stuff with the like China and what they can do with holograms and stuff now? That's insane.
Yeah, I've seen that, dude. And I would be surprised if Project Bluebeam was twice as more advanced. Especially if they were probably going to use like real aircrafts, like highly advanced technology during this event. This would be very convincing to like the average person. And it just blows my mind that I'm able to live to see this day. That man, a Project Bluebeam scenario has never been like more possible than ever.
Yeah, dude, I was talking to a Bible teacher once and telling him like who I'd want to talk to, right? When I die. And I'd be like, dude, I want to talk to like Moses. I want to talk to um like Daniel. Like, yo, what was it like chilling with the lions, bro? Like, um and he told me, he goes, no, you're looking at it the wrong way. And I was like, what do you mean? He goes, he's like, I'm pretty sure that we're in the times now that they were all writing about. Like all the visions they saw that they had to try to figure out, all the puzzles that they were given.
Yeah, it could have been modern
He's
day.
like, yo, I'm pretty sure that they're about now. He goes, everybody's going to want to talk to you. Not me, but like us. You know what I mean? Like, of like, what was it like actually being there when the shit was hitting the fan kind of stuff, you know?
Yeah. But man,
I thought that was like a good.
it's just nuts that that we're finally gonna see this again. Maybe in our lifetime, with how fast things are picking up, especially since COVID. Sorry if I can't say that, but yeah, ever since that happened, things have been picking up really quickly.
Yeah. Yo, what's the wildest holograph example you've seen so far? The craziest one I've seen, dude, was inside of a stadium where it had this leopard, this or a freaking panther or something like that. Like this gigantic panther like jumping around the stadium, dude, like it was a cat inside of like a little enclosure.
Okay, do you have a video for that? I would love to see it.
I would have to look that up, but yeah, no, I'll shoot that too. Um dude, what the fuck is what's your name? Uh
It's Arnisador. That's my name.
alright. Here, let me do this. Do. Dude, I gotta figure out how to use fucking Discord all over again and shit. There we go. Alright, bro. I just sent you a friend request so that when I find it, I can send it to you. Otherwise,
All right,
you'll just get lost.
all right, I accepted. There you go.
So yeah, no. So yeah, what's the craziest one you've seen so far?
The craziest one I've seen so far, it's not recent. It was a couple years ago, but I've seen a video. I forgot what the setting was, but basically it was a bunch of whales coming out of the ground, and that shit looked so realistic. It was insane how much detail they put in that hologram. And they had a couple of other animals too. Again, I don't remember the setting of it. It's been years since I've seen the video. But I just looked at Project Bluebeam on YouTube, and that video came up.
There was another one that was that was that I saw too. Damn. Hey, you know what? Let me look for that real quick. Okay, so that didn't take long to find at all. There you go. And I'm gonna throw it in the chat for everybody to.
Thank you so much. I'll check this out.
So it's the it's for the Panthers, the football team. Apparently, they've done it a couple times. It's not just like a one-off event. And this thing looks fucking insane, dude.
Hey, I was wondering, do you guys also know about the Age of Aquarius and Maitreya? Because I think it correlates with the whole Project Bluebeam and the whole UFO thing.
Yeah, you ever watch Riddles in Stone?
Sorry, what?
You ever see that series Riddles in Stone?
No, what is it?
It's like a whole series about like all the kind of Masonic history of the United States. And
There's also Secrets in Plain Sight. It's really the same stuff too.
yeah. It's like that's it's like a series, and like one of them, the guy talks about how like the UN has like this thing for like the Maitreya and the UN, and like there was like this guy Rourke or something that was like a big mystical figure to like Blavatsky and like all these guys. And then what's crazy, you start realizing like JPL, those guys, that guy was all into the magic and hanging out with Aleister Crowley and shit. And then like
Yes, I'm aware of
realize
that.
like NASA was all like in bed with like, or like it's just wild. Yeah, it's a whole rabbit hole.
Not only that, Aleister Crowley, Jack Parsons would like they would share wives too. Like they were really weird.
Yeah, they think like didn't they think like Crowley like killed Jack Parsons because JPL was the people who made all the rockets. If people don't know, and then that's who they were in bed with. And like I don't know, the guy from JPL he died in like an explosion, right? Or Jack Parsons died in an explosion or something.
He apparently he died in an explosion, but that was after he did the Babylon working ritual.
They worked at Area 51,
Yes, yes, that too.
and they were doing seances and trying to open up portals at Area 51.
Yep.
And it's interesting that JPL Labs they replaced the ephemerides. Like there was a whole generation of data of ephemeride data that JPL Labs replaced with their own observation.
Sorry, what did you say? You kind of cut out there.
Ephemerides.
What's that?
Ephemerides are it's like collection of data regarding the positions of the luminaries. So like it's like data synchronized with the luminaries, like the sun, the moon, the phases of the moon, the wandering stars. There's charts aligning their orbits to each other. They're called ephemerides.
Do you have a video on this? I would like to look into that more. Like, this is the first time I heard that.
I can't supply one right now, but if you just look up ephemerides or ephemerises on Google or YouTube, there's a lot of astrology behind it too, but it's not just all astrology. Like there's legitimate like things related to orbital mechanics. So like there's certain predictions. Like that's how you know about lunar eclipses and certain alignments in the future is because of ephemeride data.
Can you spell it out for me so I can type that in?
It's just how it sounds.
Ephemerized. Okay.
So you got ephemeris. Ephemeride is the plural of ephemeris. Ephemeris is EPHEMERIS.
Okay, got it. Thank you so much. Ephemeris. Got it.
It says, just looked it up, it says it is a book with tables that gives the trajectory of naturally occurring astronomical objects as well as artificial satellites in the sky. The position over time. But JPL Labs, if you look at Greenwich time and you look at the time is based off of some JPL Labs foundation. They did some work regarding time. I don't know all the details, but from what I remember reading about them.
Got it. I'm gonna look into ephemeris later. Thank you for sharing that. Ephemeris. Okay, there we go.
But yeah, Esau, keep going, bro. You were getting into the gravy regarding JPL Labs, Jack Parsons, Alistair Crowley, Albert Pike, Manly P. Hall, Morals and Dogma. These guys. Go ahead.
I actually own a couple of Manly P. Hall's books, and man, I'm really loving them so far. Especially the Secret Teachings of All Ages. It's very insightful.
I mean, I wouldn't exalt the guy by any means, but if you read through his writings, you'll get a better understanding of the occult and the enemy.
Yeah, the Secret Teachings of All Ages, like that book specifically, that one is about, well, it's like an encyclopedia of the occult. It's a great resource for understanding the enemy and the beliefs of the Freemasons.
All right, well, welcome to the end of the world.
Hey, what's up, Pillbox?
What up, player? What's going on with you?
Good, man. Hey, Pillbox, what do you think about the whole alien being revealed in Mexico?
I I don't know about that. Yeah, I missed that show. Is that a show on every weekend or what?
Yes, man. However, the production value was pretty low in that show. Kind of like the NASA show.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I miss a lot of things, man. I'm not going to be able to get the update on that, but yeah, good old Chuck Missler, hand it to him 25 years ago, telling everybody that there's no aliens from outer space. They're all interdimensional beings. And the guy obviously didn't even understand the deceptions of the outer space religion. So God bless Chuck Missler for letting us know. What can you say?
Project Bluebeam is imminent, man. Kind of excited for it.
Yeah, I don't know. I think is that going to be before or after the Mark of the Beast? The body activity data system's coming out maybe in the next couple of years. They're testing them out in China now. Could be the next 3-4 years. I don't know, but I'm not worried this winter. I'm going to sleep well. No.
Enjoy your sleep, Pillbox. You need it.
I know. Finally, first time in my life, I'll be able to sleep. Oh man! Welcome to the. That really is level, man, and that's once you realize that, and that's why I like Geo. Geo mixes things up a lot and says things that are not very conventional, and you'll notice there are people that are, how do you say, rebels. They don't like to conform, and people are realizing more and more that the flat earth is also a deception. It's also tells the same lies. If we can ever just get a chance to talk about it long enough, we can explain all these things, but people are pissed off because that's what the truth movement is. The truth movement is still part of Satan's deception. Do you think Satan spends his time at Wall Street or with the atheists? Oh, good luck with that.
Yeah, you're referring to Waterworld, right, Pillbox?
No. Waterworld is a term I'll use to get people to think differently. That's just one little tiny tool on the workbench, and it's something that it's like a card. It's like a business card. Okay, bro, you're trying to get away from me. It's like if I'm making somebody mad, they don't want to talk to me, and they're gonna leave, and I want to help them. I might let them leave with that. You know what I mean? But that's like a last ditch thing because the truth pisses people off and they like labels. People, what is it? What do you mean? What are you saying? I don't get it. When you tell something very different to people that are under the premises of the normal way of thinking of things and you're trying to get them to think very differently, you might have to just tell them, stop thinking about Earth, think about Waterworld with Earth coming out of it. But that's not something I ever have to say because I don't even go there. That's for the person that needs that lifeline. That's not even, I don't even know in the last time I've even talked about something like that other than here to let people know what it means, bro. But the truth is the word of God. And those titles and things like that are very remedial. They are very low level. There's a completely different way of doing things that I think that we understand through morality, through the divine nature that God gave us, that the information, the wisdom he's already given us is where the love is. And I think love is what's lacking from this world because they don't want the truth. If everybody loved, they would just face the truth. And that's my crazy opinion, bro. Thanks.
Nice to hear your opinions as usual, Pillbox. I was glad to see you're still around.
Well, listen, I've had some upgrades, man. You might want to get with the new hotness, like Chocolate says. You can call me by my last name now, but I can't use the band name anymore because when parents, watch me, they go, why is this kid named Pillbox? You know what I mean? Like I gotta let that worldly name go. You know what I mean? So you can just use my last name now. It's on my profile.
Mermaster? Is that what you're talking about?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
I guess they decided to make the internet out of a corn cob today or something. But yeah, that's my real last name. That's the name I was born with. And yeah, thanks. So How about that truth? How about that truth, bro? You want that truth? It's free. It's a hot commodity. Don't cost you a dime.
Yeah, let's talk about the truth.
Man, it's gonna make I mean, anything you need in life, bro. It's gonna make. Like, you need a wife.
No.
Oh, what do you need?
I need
gosh.
truth.
Oh my gosh. Well, a man who finds a wife is blessed. I'm telling you, you get a woman in your life, all of a sudden your priorities straighten up. You know, your etiquette gets better. You hold yourself higher. You become more responsible. You know, and that's a wonderful thing when a man gets a wife, and then the man starts learning things through the wisdom of the woman, and he becomes complete. And I think ultimately you have to have a relationship. It's a three-party system, you, your wife, and God, to be in any truth, to literally be able to accept the truth. You have to kind of do that. There's always going to be an exception to the rule, bro. But when you settle down, that's when God's going to give you that truth, because you're settling down with him. Does that make sense?
In like the biblical sense, yeah, I guess it does make sense.
Ooh, I like that. Ooh, good save. Dang good save there. I like that. Very well done. Touche.
Yeah, but my personal desires, nah. But hey, fuck my. Oh, sorry, if I can't say that word, but word.
Whoa,
I guess screw my desires.
What do you mean your personal desires? Yeah, what do you mean by that? What do you mean your personal desires? Do you want your personal desires to be handled as? You want worldly desires?
Yeah.
Okay, what's your okay. Well, let's go down to what's your disposition now? Where are you in life? What can I help you with? Is there something that what did you need? What part of the truth do you want? Because maybe I just go to the Bible, bro, and I'll have to look it up if I don't already study it. So I have no idea what your issue is. What do you need?
We need to take this somewhere else, and that's the case.
Okay, well, listen, we don't make it about you. Then I'm just, I'd like a conversation to happen, but I got to be on my P's and Q's because, obviously, you know how I've always been. I'm not really compatible with people, and I get kicked out of everywhere because I'm a terrible person. Apparently, that's okay. But the truth is they lied about everything. And when you realize the Democrats are wrong, if you become a Republican, you're actually still helping the Democrats. Does that make sense?
Yes, that's very based in red pill.
Okay, then we got a foundation. A good thing it's a base. Duh. So that's what people do, right? They go, oh, I don't want the red team. I want blue team. And they feel great. This has been a great life change. I got new jerseys. I got everything. I got a new wife, blah, blah, blah. And it's still a deception. It's a romanticized new cover. It's a new artwork. It's the new hotness. It's the new band name. It's the new album. It's a deception. That's how Satan works.
I agree.
Well, you have the floor, man. You should probably do some more talking. I can let people rest their hearts for a little while. I'll be quiet and you tell us what's going on.
Well, personally, I kind of want to talk about Project Bluebeam. I want to talk about the things that is going on out here, like, the 411 missing cases, if you guys heard about that. And again, with the whole aliens deception.
Okay, yeah, 40 years of 411 cases I've seen, yeah.
As in red or experience, like as a park ranger or something like that.
Oh my gosh, yeah. I mean, forensic files back in the 90s, where to begin, bro? I mean, my goodness. I mean, yeah. I mean, where to even start there? Millions of missing people just in the last, several decades. Where are people going? I have no idea, bro. Yeah, have at it. Satan is very thorough. Yeah. So many different places, so many different cults, so many different weird people that do disgusting things. We can't even talk about that level, bro. I try to keep it basic, simple. I like kitty cats and frogs, bro. That's it.
What do you think about biblical translation as in teleportation, not languages?
Yeah, you're gonna have to pull up a chapter and verse. Yeah, there is some teleportation. I don't really need to go into that level right now. That's a little bit advanced. But that's not what probably. I don't think we're on the same page there. No, the translations transportation. Oh my goodness, the similarities. Oh my goodness, it's okay. It's not that serious. No, the words mean what they say plainly first, though. Yes, they can have 7 different meanings, and it's good to understand several meanings. Like the first sentence of the Bible, you could literally write novels about the first paragraph of the Bible. You could make 100 novels out of it. You know what I mean? So things get very deep, right? Would you say things can get very deep? And that's funny because the first sentence of the Bible, first passage says, and darkness was on the face of the deep. And then it says face again, says panim twice. Very interesting. You know, that's a big, deep secret that a lot of people don't know about, bro, but that's a Bible thing. So there's some teleportation there, kind of. You know what I mean? That's God's level. That's God level stuff. So I'm scared of God level stuff. You know, I respect God so much. I'm not even going to look at it. I'm not even going to be able to dive into that. You know what I mean? Because of the fear of the Lord.
Isn't panim water?
No, that would be Mayim. Mayim is water, right? Shamayim, heaven. Panim, face. Elohim, God, but that the word God doesn't suffice. Obviously, we know that. That's something many people will agree with, right? But if you decipher the word of God, here's what's crazy. If you decipher the name, title, God, the proper title, Elohim, it means, ready for it, bro? It means powerful shepherd carpenter of water. That's crazy, bro. Powerful shepherd, carpenter of water. So just one word, bro, can be literally pages and pages of information, you know, biblically. It's so powerful. I'll never even understand a fraction of it. And just the tiny fraction that I know has given me miracles beyond miracles that I can even begin to explain. Arnesador. So that's just what it is, right? So every different person has to have their walk with God, and that's why no matter what I say, it doesn't matter, right? You got to go do your own thing with God, and you know that's how this works, bro. Amen. Baruch
So
Hashem.
I wonder if you know what the first principles of the oracles of God are. Could you name them?
No, do you know the 4 constituent parts of
Bro,
creation?
it's
Can you
been
name
3 years.
those?
It's been like 3 or 4 years. You got
I
to have
know,
the
It's about to
elementary
go
I
down
know,
right
stuff.
and
now.
Can I finish?
I know, but
Can I
I know,
finish?
but you're
Can
stuck
I
in
finish?
Satanism and you have nothing to offer. I
We
know
got a
you're stuck in the
moderator in
mud
the
and
room.
you're
We got a
practicing Satanism.
moderator in the room.
You got to.
But do we have a moderator, please? So yeah. So my whole point is, if you don't know at a time when you ought to be a teacher of the word, you need someone to teach you again what be the elementary or the first principles of the oracles of God. You don't even know what they are, XO, and I told you this like 3 or 4 years ago, and you still don't got it, man. So at a
He
time when you
left.
ought to be at a time when you ought to be a teacher, you need someone to teach you again, man. So have a good
He
day.
left.
Yeah, I'm sure he did leave, man. When someone leaves like that, when they come in and they claim to know all about the Word of God and they're here to help you in all of these things, it's quite clear if the text itself says, at a time when you ought to be teachers, you need someone to teach you again what be the first principles, the first things, the whole foundation. And if you don't have that, you're not a teacher, man. So quit trying to play teacher, quit calling me satanic, and quit calling people satanic when they just show you for what you are, XO. I'm sure you're listening, man. So if you ever want to have a debate, I would love to have a moderated debate. I don't want to come in and just have you scream and cuss and fuss and then just run away. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
That was just about as anticlimactic as it could have possibly been.
Yeah, it always is, man, because, I mean, I have no opponent. Once I come in, my opponent runs. My opponent is not aware of the basic doctrines of what he's speaking of what text he's quoting from. He doesn't even know the basic things. How can he teach you any of the other things, any of the meat, when he doesn't even have the milk, as the text clearly states? So, yeah, it's not very climactic if you know there's no opponent, if he just runs when I show up. Thank you. Mic check.
You're good.
Yeah, so if you wanted to know where to start, and excuse me, I'm driving in a big truck here. If you wanted to know where to start, you start with the basic first things. That's what you start with, XO. So, just for your information, if you're going to be teaching people about this text, start with what it tells you to start with. Don't ask a man what he needs, because clearly you have no idea. Uh, the text states what you need to start with. So I would advise that. And, just please come down off the high horse, quit insulting people, quit making false accusations, defend your faith, man, if you even know what your faith is. Sorry, guys. I didn't mean to ruin the conversation. Um, I think it's pretty sad, though, man. That's got to be bad, right? You're coming in, you're trying to teach something, and you don't even know the basics. I mean, I've been there, so I know how it is.
I mean, you ran like possessed people do. That's what's scary about it.
It's just funny to me, man. I mean, he comes in and he does that stuff all the time, and he goes directly against the text and the insults and the false accusations and the not being aware of basic doctrine and where to start with a new believer or an unbeliever. I mean, you don't know where to start, and you're asking the person advice like, where should we start? And what do you want? Do you want a woman? Do you want a wife? I mean, these are the questions he was asking the man. Does he even read the text, bro? XO, if you're out there, man, this is like the fourth, fifth year. Please have a moderated debate or just a discussion, man. No screaming, no false accusations. Let's just have a discussion, man. You might agree with a lot of things I say, man, because you're not really aware of where I stand in many issues, as has become very clear as to your false accusations. But yeah, guys, sorry about that. Hey, did you hear about the F-35 missing?
I don't know. I did not.
South Carolina, right? I think the pilot's okay, but the F-35 is missing. I don't know where it went down or what happened. I just heard about it yesterday evening. So, and how do you lose an F-35, man? Is that
Right.
like $100 million, right? Or more, I believe. So yeah, it's kind of crazy. I'm going in the store, guys. I'll be back, man.
Wow, you guys are wilding in here.
Yeah, it's kind of slow, man. I don't know if I ruined the conversation. Did you hear about the F-35 went missing in South Carolina?
I did not.
Uh, from what I hear from one of my boys that was in the 509, he said I guess the pilot's okay, but they can't find the jet. So that's kind of strange. I don't know if it went into the ocean or what happened. I don't know if the plane lost. I don't know. I have no idea what happened, but I just know we have a F-35 that's lost, and the pilot, she seems to be okay. I'll have to look into it, man. I've been at work all day.
So is this like I did hear something. I don't know where I saw this, but about it's like a really expensive plane.
Oh yeah, man, you're talking over $100 million.
Yeah, so I did
Yes,
see something about that. Like the government asking for help to find a over $100 million jet.
yeah, just look into the F-35, man. That's it's pretty important.
That's crazy how that didn't make sense to me. It just disappeared. Oh, I see here it says debris found. Yeah, debris found in South Carolina. Wow, so it says that the pilot jumped out and parachuted to safety.
Yeah, I think she'd have to be ejected out. I don't think she jumped out, but she'd have to be ejected out of that jet. It's kind of wild to watch one of those guys eject when they're low in altitude, man. It's pretty crazy, like right at the ground. Um, yeah, that's a scary situation. I don't know if you know anyone that skydives, but yeah.
I like Kai's actually gone skydiving. Funny enough, I know a few people that skydive. I know a few people that have done it in the military, but I've never seen anyone ejected from anything. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah, your top hat just pops open and you pop out. You get kicked out of there, so it's not like you just go out on your own will. Just you get ejected, and you can cause the ejection. You can make that happen, but it's still pretty dangerous when you're close to the ground.
Yeah, so it was an autopilot and ejected the pilot. I'm driving. I can't. But yeah, it says they're not releasing information about how it went missing. Like, how do you not have like tracking on a freaking $100 million jet, dude? How do you not know where it is? That doesn't even make sense.
Just like years ago, man, when everyone was on the OJ case, right? And all these old timers that was in Nam, they were like, "Yo, didn't they say they have satellites that can read your name tag and your license plate? They don't know if the guy did this or not." So, yeah, to lose something like that is it's kind of crazy. They don't have as much power as people give them. Yeah, that's pretty strange.
I agree. I also know that they would just lie. So, I don't even know what to think anymore. You would think, like, dude, if you take my car and I don't even have a new car, I can track it, bro. Like, I can contact the manufacturer. They can tell me where the car is. You know, if anyone owes money on their car and it's even relatively new, like, they know where it's at, bro. They have GPS tracking on it. So it's just wild to me to think that the jet wouldn't have that. I mean, maybe it's something I don't know. Maybe it doesn't because of security, like, so that other people can't track it or something. I don't know.
Yeah, it's a pretty important piece of equipment. Maybe they don't want anyone else, getting to it and grabbing hold of it. So that may be the case. Hey.
Yeah, Crazy North. I guess you heard about the Libya situation, right? Crazy
Uh,
flood.
oh no, man, I didn't hear about that. Tell me what's going on.
So I guess there was like a crazy flood in Libya that happened at like 4 in the morning, and they're estimating that 20,000 people may have died.
That's
So I
pretty
guess
bad, man.
yeah, man, like two. I guess it happened a couple days ago. But dude, it's crazy because I didn't know about it until last night, and every time I bring it up, no one's heard about it. How does something like that happen and no one know about it? It's pretty crazy, but um, yeah, like I guess there were two dams that were kind of not maintained very well, and they both broke after like crazy rainfall, and it just like violently swept through the streets like this crazy amount of water. It just took everything out down this giant slope, and yeah, 10 to 20,000 people or something like that.
And they just have a few thousand people die from an earthquake near there.
I don't know. So here it says 4,000 confirmed dead, over 9,000 missing. I heard some report yesterday. Like, it's so funny because I don't believe anything on the news, but some report, because the way I see news reports are like clips on like Instagram or something, but it said, yeah, they're estimating now that it could be up to 20,000. I think they also may exaggerate for fear, but there are videos of it, and it's crazy, dude. It's actually pretty scary to see the videos of the flood when it broke. It's really crazy, man. Just makes you think.
Yeah, it makes me think about all the things we're seeing, man. All these different earthquakes, and we've seen tsunamis not long ago, and the sea is being tossed to and fro, and I mean, yeah, man, it's getting pretty dangerous no matter where you are.
Yeah, like I wonder. So at times I wonder, with all the weather events that happen in Revelation, like, are they like, does it have something to do with man causing them, right? Like, I know Yah allows it, but Yah like allows evil people, if you will, or people doing evil to like carry out his plans. So it's like, I wonder if all of that in the end is actually, Yah kind of like pulling the rein, or like basically allowing them to accomplish all this weather modification they've been trying to do for so long. I mean, they've been modifying the weather, but to like truly control like crazy, disastrous, natural disasters, like devastating natural disasters, is next level. I don't know. What do you think about that? Do you think it's like gonna? I guess maybe you wouldn't know. Who would know? I don't know. But do you think that like Yah is gonna cause them to happen, or more so allow them to happen because people are causing them to happen?
Well, here's one thing to think about that a lot of truthers, I mean, they never read this and they never think about it. I mean, in Revelation it says he's coming to destroy those who destroy the earth. And a lot of us have said for years, there's no way we can destroy the earth. There's no way we can do these things, But in localized areas, of course, they are destroying it and polluting it and doing and causing all these weather changes and things. So man does have his part. And also, when you see things like the trumpets and the vials and the judgment that's from him, you'll see actual messengers of Yah or angels, performing these things, like the one who pours his bowl on the sun, or when you see the angel standing in the sun or on the sun. Most of them will say in. But yeah, a lot of those judgments that you see in Revelation are from him, but it's because these guys are destroying the earth, and you can take that in many different ways. Literally, like they're destroying and polluting the earth, and you can even take it further, as in destroying his ways, even with their ideology. So yeah, it's going to go both ways in Revelation with that.
Yeah, it's a trip. Yeah, actually, that verse is a trip, and it is something that even I've never really maybe fully thought about like that. Like he's intervening against the people that are destroying the earth. Because like I always thought, like like crazy earthquakes, wars, rumors of wars, or wars and rumors of wars are people. And I know that the government can trigger earthquakes, and have openly admitted to being able to do so since the 90s. So yeah, it just makes you think like maybe that's what it is.
Yeah, and when you study that and you hear about the wars and the rumors of wars, that's part of the birth pains. That's not part of the judgment. That's not part of the wrath. The wrath is with the trumpets and vials. And it's just like I've said this before. When people are in Revelation and they're reading the seals in chapter 6, and they see the white horse going, he who sits on it goes forth to conquer, and then they see the war, famine, pestilence, and earthquake. But when you go back to what Messiah said in the Gospel, Matthew 24, or Mark 13 or Luke 21, he's speaking about birth pains, and he says, when you hear of wars and rumors of wars, there will be wars, rumors of wars, famine, pestilence, earthquakes, but these are the birth pains. But when you shall see the abomination of desolation stand in the holy place, then it's a time of really, it's really going to get bad. But yeah, a lot of people, I don't think they put that together with the seals being war, famine, pestilence, earthquakes. And then at the very end of the seals, of course, he tells you, and now the men of the earth even look and they say, oh man, the wrath of God has come. It's right here upon us. Hide us, let the rocks fall on us and hide us from his wrath. So, and the next thing that happens is your trumpets and vials, which is the judgment being poured out. The trumpet being the announcement of the judgment, and the vial being the completion pouring out of it. So there's a lot to consider there, but man has his part in destroying, and whether it be the physical earth and polluting it, or modifying the weather, or genetically modifying your food, or or all of these things. There's just so many angles, man. But yeah, both play a part, definitely.
Yeah, that's a trick to think about, man. Like, it's like almost like, um, people just get so wicked at one point that it's like enough is enough. Like basically almost like intervention prior to us destroying ourselves.
Yeah, just like the flood. So just like the world before
Exactly.
perished, yeah, just like that world before perished. I mean, we're not. This Earth is not going to be completely done away with when we get a brand new one. It'll still be the same Earth. It even speaks about cleaning the Earth, taking the bones, putting them in a place. So yeah, just like that world perished because I mean they were all full of wickedness. They were all corrupt. So the same way it's coming, man. Just by fire.
Yeah, man, crazy to think about. Well, have you heard about this? I was telling this earlier, but so obviously we know no man know the final day nor hour, but we also know that like powerful people, they trigger certain events um on certain dates, right? And so whenever we found out that 9/11 was not what we were told, we looked back and we found all this predictive programming of 9/11 in movies and stuff for like years, right? That we never would have noticed. So now people like look for it, and there's all these movies that talk about September 23rd. It's like a Big Bang Theory that show an asteroid hits on September 23rd. Ghostbusters, the gates of evil open up on September 23rd. There's like 10 apocalyptic movies where the apocalyptic event happens on September 23rd, which is pretty crazy. I mean, this is the end. The rapture happens on September 23rd, which is I'm not reading obviously, but yeah, pretty it's like predictably programmed. There's a lot of them. But, it's like,
Yeah, you're breaking up a little bit, but
yeah,
I kind of got the point what you were saying. The 9/11 showed up, and then the 23rd show up of September, and them speaking about like an asteroid or something hitting the Earth. But a lot of these things that we see are kind of like men trying to mimic. I think what the judgment will actually be, and when they try to mimic it or try to make it happen ahead of its time, they're just trying to thwart the Creator. They're just trying to throw it in his face and kind of get people misled about these things and say, well, see, this is not really what it meant. This is really what it was speaking of. And I think a lot of that is what's going on with all these things we see. But if you're going to say that, if they're going to say that something is supposed to hit the earth and all of these type of things, once we go back into the text, which is reliable and has been for thousands of years, once we go back into that and we look and we find out certain events must happen leading up to something falling from the sky and actually into the earth or things of that nature, it becomes very evident that things must take place in a certain order, and if they do not, then the text is clearly wrong. And so that's one of the reasons I think they're going to try to make things seem like they're happening either out of order or it's try to make it symbolic or any other type of situation like that where they can thwart God's plan.
yeah. Sorry, I forgot when I come in the store, my service goes out. But yeah, like I I don't know what it is, right? But it just seems that date is programmed, and it obviously will be them doing something. It won't be the actual judgment because I mean, it says no one knows that, but so like one of them is I forgot the movie. It's about like finding a friend for the end, and like asteroid hits September 23rd. Julie and Julia, a meteor hits September 23rd. Big Bang Theory, asteroid hits September 23rd. Then it's Ghostbusters. This is the end. The Rapture happens September 23rd. There's like one where the alien invasion happens on September 23rd. It's just a lot of movies. It's just a lot of movies, and then the catalyst event happens on that date. And so, I mean, we know they do have the power to like make crazy events happen, right? Whether they're trying to imitate the actual judgment or basically give a faux apocalypse appearance, stuff like that. Yeah, that makes sense that they would do that. But it just is interesting, bro, because when you look back at 9/11, dude, it is everywhere. 9/11 was predictably programmed everywhere, dude. Everywhere. I mean, there's literally a book called 9/11 with towers on the front of it from like the 70s with the twin towers on the front of it called 9/11. Like, it's everywhere, but we didn't know to look for it. So, yeah, I don't know. I'm not big on dates and stuff. I just think it's worth, like, noting. I'm not even saying that it would be this year or anything like that, but and almost every time someone says a date, nothing happens, you know? It is just kind of maybe worth noting.
Yeah, I mean the powers that be, and even the higher powers that be, important things happen. You know, it's very possible that very important things, according to his plan, happened on these dates. And you know, things that a lot of people are not even aware of that happen on the dates that you're speaking of. And so, if that's the case, then of course, you know, the enemy would use those dates to, you know, run the course of his plan. So yeah, just a counterfeit, man. And but they're still going to do some atrocities are still going to happen. Some people are still going to die, and yes, things are really going to happen. It's not all CGI, so people do die, and
Yeah, like I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what event they try to maybe pull off, but now, see, this is what's also crazy to think about. Is now our generation is so desensitized to like major events that events that we forget about in like 3 days would be talked about for like a year back in the day. So like now they happen all the time. Like that flood in Libya, people don't even know about it, bro. It would have been talked about nonstop. Oh, an F-35 disappeared. Like, I didn't even know about it. Like, the amount of stuff that happens now is kind of crazy. And so I'm trying to think. I don't know if that's a pro or a con for them, because like they really need people to be scared and feed into something to really control them. And it seems like people are so desensitized now that I don't know how they would do that. So there maybe isn't a ton of benefit in even speculating as to what they would do, but I do think that we're supposed to like prudent and try and apply wisdom and be prepared and stuff like that, and expose the dark, you know. And so, yeah, I got a list, and fake meteors are pretty low on that list, honestly. Like fake alien invasion or zombies or orchestrated pandemic 2.0. Maybe combined with something similar to zombies, as crazy as that sounds, or economic upheaval that's orchestrated, or something. They need something to shift us, to make a major shift towards like a one world economy, you know?
it's pretty much done, man. I think most people, for the most part, are how you say drinking the Kool-Aid. Most people have sunken into depravity in the world, and it really doesn't matter where you go. So, and if that's the case, man, it's not hard to take a useless mind and lead them away from things that are right, and for them to be a part of that and have no problem with it at all. So, yeah, it's about to get very, very weird, man. I'm saying, especially like in this wintertime, things are going to get pretty bad, in my opinion, come winter.
Yeah, so like, what do you think may happen? I mean, I know that's like a crazy question, but like, if you had to speculate a couple things to be on the lookout for.
Well, definitely war. War will be one of the things I'd be looking for. You don't want your war, and you don't want to be trying to escape nowhere in the wintertime. You know, we've brought that up many times. Pray that your flight not be in wintertime. I'm not saying this winter is like, oh, this winter and then the coming of the Messiah. I just have a feeling, man, that we're about to see a lot of war, and I'm not trying to get people to fear it at all. That's not my agenda. I don't fear the war. I don't fear 100,000 men. There's nothing I fear, right? So it's not a fearful thing. It's just it's sad, man. To me, it's sad because there's a lot of people going to lose their lives, in my opinion. Yeah, for nothing. So I think that's what we're heading toward, and we see all these other countries and what's going on. I don't know if everyone's aware. I know all these other countries work together, but they work together to keep their people in line, and they don't care about those people dying. So and that's evident over the years. So that's what I'm expecting, man. Is war, famine, of course, disease. Those things that we talk about with the birth pains or leading up to the Great Tribulation or the wrath or whatever people want to call it. We're going to see a lot of that. And I think it's evident with farmers when you look at the food and you see the farmers will let the crops just die so they can get paid by the government. I mean, I see it all the time, bro. And I've been seeing it for years, and I've heard you speak of it. I've heard other people speak of it. So I know all these people are aware of it. There's just so many things to talk about and to say that's happening right now, and it's just going to be on a larger scale come wintertime, especially when you get into natural disasters and flooding and the rain and harvest time and all of these different things. It all works together, and there's just so many angles to cover. You could talk about it forever, man.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's just a crazy time, man. Like yeah, I guess at this point, I guess kind of the sign we get is like just be prepared from all angles, basically, because so like food, water, protection, ammo, or whatever. Yeah. What else can you do, man?
War brings famine, and famine brings pestilence. Those things work hand in hand. So yeah. And we've seen that also everywhere, right? Simpsons, just everywhere. War, famine, and pestilence coming. So we see the economy, the money system's about to change. Everyone's been speaking about it. And just like I said, everyone in the world is ready to get on board, man. We're coming to a point, if we're not already in the point or like quickly approaching the door, that no man will put up with sound teaching. No man. We're at that point, man. We're almost there. And once that happens, it's kind of like everyone has chose sides and it's game on.
Yeah, it's just hard for me to. Yeah, it's hard for me to really know like the timing of things because it just gets so bad that like I feel like in the 50s people would have felt the same way, bro. They're like all of a sudden people are running around half naked and just dropping their kids off in public education, which are just teaching them crazy stuff now. And it's so much worse now than it was in the 50s. And I guess what I'm saying is it does get so bad. It is bad right now, but it's like, does it take a while to get, can we conceive of how bad it is? Or really how far along we are?
Yeah,
I
bro. I
think
mean,
that we are for
America.
sure to be ready for it either way.
Yeah, I mean, America's like Sodom and Gomorrah right now, man. I mean, is it not? I mean,
No, it is, yeah.
so just think about those things, and when enough is enough, it's like everyone has that saying, "It is what it is." I don't really like that saying, cause it is what it is till it ain't no more, until there's a stop put to it, right? And so that's how it really is. And I think we're seeing judgment not only in earthquakes and floods and all of these things. There's judgment that happens now, and there's also judgment day, and there's him pouring out his wrath in judgment. So judgment, it's not like judgment is over and it just comes at a certain time. um there's so many things you could say about it, man, but yeah, it's not going to last too much longer, man.
Yeah, I can't disagree. I mean, for sure, in the grand scheme of things, over the thousands of years, we're in the end. Again, that's abundantly clear, and I mean, I feel like that was shown to me point blank, uh, almost 5 years ago now, that we were like in the season of the end, and it is abundantly clear. Well, what exactly that means, I don't know. I don't know if that means this year, 5 years, 10 years. I don't know. I guess no one really knows, but I will say this: it's been so bad for so long. It's gotten so much worse, and it's getting so bad so quickly now that there's no excuse at all, right? Like, for someone to not know, they have to just be like delusioned, right? Like delusional. Like, for you not to know at this point, you have no excuse. You can't be like, "Oh, it just sprung up on me." No, it didn't. No, it didn't. Like, look at what's going on right now. It didn't just spring up on you, bro. Like, if it happens tomorrow, it didn't just spring up on you. It being whatever the crazy events start happening and cascading or whatever, right? We still have plenty of forewarning if it happened tomorrow. So, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, think about this, man. This like this makes my blood boil. There's certain things that just I don't see how people can be the way they are, right? And I have my own faults. I'm not saying I'm perfect. I have my own faults. But when you hear grown men who are married, right, to a woman, and they make jokes with other guys about performing certain acts upon other guys, and they make jokes as if they would do it, right? Things of that nature. And then they think those things are funny, right? I mean, I wish like they had a son or something that would walk up to him and be like, "What is your problem?" You know what I mean? It's kind of like I would love to hear out of the mouths of babes tell some of these grown men how they should really act and carry themselves in these times. I mean, it's sad to me, man. We don't have real men. There's there's not any real men to actually go out and spread the gospel to anymore, hardly, because like I said, we're almost at that time, man. If we're not already there where people are not putting up with sound doctrine, just think about how many people you spoke to about creation and about the scripture and about those things, and how many new people who did not entertain it in the past have started entertaining it. Now, a lot of people will say, well, I never entertained it, but a lot of those people were raised reading that text, right? And so they have some roots in it. And those people aren't people who had never heard of it, and now they're all of a sudden turning to the truth. So just how many people could you count on your hands that, are coming to the truth out of pure wickedness with no roots in the truth whatsoever? And see how many people you can name. And see how many people you talk to about the truth if they've never had any root in it whatsoever. That's what I'm interested in. I'm not really, when people already have roots established in their young childhood, and then they get to a teenager and they rebel, and they go out, and maybe their parents didn't have all the truth, maybe they didn't teach them the right doctrines or whatever. Yeah, that may be the case, but still the responsibility is upon the person, the individual, and so yeah, it's yeah, man, a lot of people don't know that, bro.
You guys, like, just quickly, if when we talk about the world's going to hell in a handbasket, it's worse now than it was, and all of that.
That was
Century,
basically,
and I'll miss some out. But in World War II, you've got the execution of the Jews, however many of those, 3 million, 2 million, 6 million, pick a number. You've got Stalin, who murdered tens of millions of his own people. You've got Mao Zedong, who murdered tens of millions of his own people. You've got Pol Pot, who murdered millions of his own people. You've got Idi Amin, who murdered, I don't know how many Christians, but a lot, a big number. Now, we're almost a quarter of the way through this century, and I can't think of too many events that even come vaguely close to the outrageous slaughter of innocent people that was happening back then. Sure, we've got issues with, some people would argue with morality going down the toilet with, I won't even mention it, but things that we probably would all agree on. But to say, it's just getting worse and worse and worse, it really depends what lens you look at it through, I reckon.
Yeah, it really does. And, we could bring up abortion, we could bring up missing children, missing people, and, how many there actually are. And we could compare numbers to many wars, no matter who the person was that started the war and slaughtered a bunch of people. We could talk about those things, but basically what we were discussing was the state of the people, right? We're not even talking leaders. We all know are corrupt, bro. Everybody knows. And just like I said earlier, the leaders are all working together in some sense to keep their own people in line, but they do not care about killing them.
If the world goes up on the 23rd, I'll be right here chilling with y'all.
So when they don't care about their own people,
Those
things are evident. Those things are evident, but we're speaking about the condition of the people themselves. The people are so, they act in such a depraved way, man, that there's no reasoning. There's no honesty. Everyone is out from themselves, and there's so many things like that going on. And just like I said, we could speak about the abortion. If you want to speak about numbers of deaths, we could speak about that. But yeah, man, it's a lot to speak of. It's the condition of the people, man, is worse now. Sure, you've had people slaughtered, but yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry, man.
Like overall depravity and degeneracy, like the normalization of degeneracy and depravity is at an all-time high, bro. Like when those people were murdered, bro, like the vast majority of people, they got a wife, they made children, and they stayed with their wife their whole life. Now, over half of marriages are end up in divorce. 80% of them are spearheaded by the woman. The woman runs the man in the vast majority of marriages. Children grow up with multiple parents or without a parent or without either parent all the time now. And just like he said, it's to the point now where people grow up and they're grown men and they think it's just like it's just completely normal to make like sexually degenerate jokes about like even other men. And it's just the overall moral culture has completely deteriorated. Right, so it's like the spiritual state of people now, not as much as the immensity of certain atrocities or the numbers of deaths or anything. It's just those people that were killed back then, they had way more morality than people do now. It's like, it's insane. It's to the point now where we have adults tricking children into permanently altering their bodies, right? Like,
Yeah.
as a child. Like, that's such a low state of depravity that it's like, it's hard to even fathom it. And that would not, you would be put to death a century ago. So, like, in that sense, it is for sure getting worse, right?
I would agree. I think we would all, Witzer, we would all agree on everything you're pointing out, mate. I'm totally.
Bro, if
I'm
you
on the
put
same
2
page.
Oreo cookies in front of a kid and
I'm just going to say quickly, but we view it, I think we view it all through a very, 21st century Western society lens. If you go back in historically, a long way back in historically, where, as you would know, there are times where people were just openly having orgies and, sex with animals in the market square because it was some fertility ritual. And yes, in light of the world that we know and we're aware of, in recent history, I agree. We're at a what I'd call an all-time low. But I don't know, in the course of the last 1,500, 2,000 years, I reckon there would have been periods that were as morally depraved as we are now. I don't know. I mean, I might be wrong, but I just think we view it in a little bit of a fishbowl situation where it's just maybe the last 100, 200 years that we can readily access information about.
Yeah, one last thing, and I'll shut up for a while.
you were done.
Yeah, he was done. I'm just going to say one.
I was
one
waiting to
thing
get
again.
in. I don't know if anyone heard.
I'm sorry.
Okay,
I'm
go
sorry.
ahead again. Yeah,
I'm
no, it's
sorry,
fine.
man.
Go ahead again.
Yeah, if anyone can recall, just like 10 seconds, if anyone can recall, Messiah said even the wicked give good gifts to their children, but that's not the case today, is it? I'm sorry, Jeremy. Go ahead. Yeah, so think about that, guys. Even the wicked used to give good gifts to their children. Now they're giving them drugs to, bro. I'm not even gonna say.
Castrate them. Like, it's so disgusting, dude. Like, I don't know what. I don't know exactly what Jeremy was gonna say. I was trying to put it together. I don't know why I didn't jump back in, but Jeremy, you gotta understand that you're like so extremely delayed that you gotta give us a break, man. It's kind of not fair to get mad at us. But something about if you put 2 Oreos in front of a kid, I guess there's a few ways you could go with that. Like,
Jeremy
kids
did.
can't even decide something about cookies. Oh,
Cookies. Talk about them cookies.
all I know, man, is yes, depravity has existed forever. Like, and honestly, a lot of these practices are cycled from back in the day. This is the difference. They were minority practices back then. So, like, even in Greece, where they were practicing all these orgies and, transgenderism is nothing new either. Like, just look at Jezebel. And they were doing crazy, depraving things. There were pedophiles in Greece and stuff that had, like, little boys, but they were, like, the minority, like, quote-unquote noble class usually. And even Greece, I mean, it was just an area. Where now, it's, like, almost across the board, other than, like, and it's sad to say, it's, like, certain Islamic territories. Like, Muslims are almost the only culture now that's really pushing back against transgenderism or homosexuality, certainly sexualizing children at a young age. And there's some pushback here and there with that one, but I think the point is that it's not that the practice is new or it's necessarily a new level of degeneracy, because you're never going to top the degeneracy that's already taken place. There's nothing new under the sun. So when it comes to castrating men or transitioning, quote unquote, whatever that means, children, or abusing children, or sacrificing children to Moloch, you name it, the worst thing you can imagine has been done already, right? But the point is that now it's getting to the point, seemingly the worst it's ever been post-flood, like percentage-wise. Like the amount, now entire nations are adopting these ideologies. Entire nations, dude, where there's just like 10, 15%. Like 20 years ago, the Christians would have said marriage between a man and a woman. Now, you go to a church, rainbow flag, marriages, whatever. It's a construct. Everyone can be happy. Everyone sins. Like, I'm just saying, like, in just 10 to 15, maybe 20 years, that has changed. Next, it will be transgenderism is becoming super normalized. Next, it will be telling your children to make up their own mind, even amongst these quote unquote Christian communities. So I guess that's kind of the idea that we're saying. It's not that the degeneracy is a new low. It's that the popularity and normalization across the board of the degeneracy is a new low. To the point where people claim to believe in the Bible, they talk about sexually degenerate, perverse things nonstop as like a form of humor. It's just a normal part of society now. I think that's kind of our point. It's that it's like degeneracy is more normalized than ever, maybe. At least I agree with you that it's as far as we can tell, right? Like I wasn't there 1,000 years ago. I don't know how popular things were, but I know that just looking at the 50s, that marriage and family was the majority position, like a family with marriage, and now it's not. And so if it's corroded that quickly in 50 years, one would logically think, well, you go back further than the 50s. Marriage was still the majority position. You married a woman and you stayed with her forever and you made children with them forever. So, yeah, I mean, as far as I can tell, with all information I have access to, it is getting progressively worse when it comes to like mass adoption of depravity. But sorry, it was so long-winded.
I think abortion is another issue that's gone way downhill, right? It used to be taboo to get an abortion. Now it's normalized, and the length of time you can get an abortion, even after birth, now is being talked about. Laws are being written. It's so strange in 50 years that where we've come to. What about the next 50 or 100 years? Where will we be? Like, that is troubling.
Well, yeah, and that's what's crazy. It's like exponential. So it's like you don't even need another 50 years because it's like exponentially changing at this point, right? It's like depravity is exponential in a way. So it's like, I mean, I just would say it won't be as long as it took for abortion to become normalized since Margaret Sanger, it won't take that long for like post-birth abortion to become normalized. It'll be faster because it's like exponential. At least that's my perspective. I could be wrong.
Now, I live in Louisiana, the Bible Belt, right? And you don't even need an excuse to get in a divorce. All you have to do is file the paperwork. How is that? Like, how did we get to that point where there's just a legal process that you don't even need an excuse to do? You just file it with an attorney and it's done in the court system. You're married in the church, but you go after you're married in front of a priest, in front of witnesses, and sign paperwork for the state that tells you if you ever want to get a divorce, all you got to do is send this paperwork through the court system. You don't even need an excuse.
It's entertainment now. How many divorce court shows are there now? It's entertainment. That should tell you something. And people love to be entertained, and people love to be entertainers. So,
yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, man, and freaking back in the day, even in the United States, in like just a few years ago, like if you in certain states, if you wanted to get divorced, you had to stay married. You had to try to file it and initiate the process, and then you had to wait a couple years. You had to still wait, like, and you like try to work it out. You know, like now it's just like totally different.
With kids, you still have to do that in Louisiana, but my point is you don't need an excuse, right? You don't need a husband that cheated on you or a wife that cheated on you or whatever. You don't need that excuse. You could just file the paperwork.
Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, because like the scriptures say that adultery is the only like permissible avenue for divorce. So
Okay, can you guys hear me now?
Even then, yeah,
yes,
you're hot, Mike. Even then, with adultery being committed, it's a sin, right? It's one of the things he frowns upon. The division of his joint. You can't divide what he's joined. So if you're married in the church with a preacher under God's will, like under his commandments, till death do you part, basically, and you get divorced because of adultery, he still frowns upon that.
I would think so. Yeah, Jeremy, go ahead.
Okay, just for the future, if I'm ever going to talk and someone else is going to talk at the same time, and you're going to say a Bible verse, don't. Just let me go, okay? And I can't say the thing I wanted to say now because I'm in a bad spot, so I'll be back later.
I would say if he doesn't want Bible verses quoted to him, he is in a bad spot. Love you, brother.
No, I get very few spots. I get very few spots where I'm not lagging and stuff. So if we both go to talk, then just let me talk.
Lagging?
Especially if you're going to just quote a Bible verse. Okay? We're not doing Sunday school. This isn't Sunday school, right?
Your claim, your claim has been
now, as far as
validated
the
and
kids thing,
verified.
if you put 2 Oreo cookies in front of a kid, all right.
Hey, Jeremy, Psalms 19:1. God declares his handiwork on the sky, the firmament. And you're lagging. No, I respect that, brother. We love you. You must be in a bad area because we can't hear every other word.
Can we put it in different words and not quote it?
I think, North, we have to consider that we're lucky to be able to have an open forum to even say anything related to the Bible, because there was a time maybe 5 or 6 years ago where it wasn't allowed at all. They even built separate rooms to transfer us down if we even wanted to mention it. I think it's an amazing transformation over Discord, how much religion or the aspect of the Creator and Bible verses are being talked about on a daily basis here and at other channels. I think it's amazing work that has been done.
Yeah, I mean, I think the numbers would grow. I mean, as long as you let that happen, numbers will grow, and as long as you don't mock it, like people who speak about this topic don't mock other people for the topics they speak of, right? So I would just say people who mock the people who speak about it, I wouldn't do that because your numbers can go way up and your truth could get spread. The truth that you're trying to spread could be spread. And by people who are loving and people who are not gonna mock. People who would actually care about you, right?
Well, and like in that situation, we're talking about just the overall degeneracy and depravity of society. So everyone's open to give their input, right? I mean, if there's someone here that believes in the scriptures that want to give their take on the depravity and the degeneracy of society progressing, and they're coming from a scriptural belief, they're more than welcome to articulate their stance as such. It would be ridiculous to suggest that they're not allowed to give their opinion on the subject or have anything to do with scriptures. It's like, okay, so if you think that divinity is some type of energy and we're all gods and with a simulation theory, you're not allowed to. This is not simulation Sunday school, So you're not allowed to bring up simulation theory. Like, we don't do that to anyone else. So, I mean, it was just a conversation. Everyone's open to bring up their opinion.
Yeah, it is kind of strange. I came into Flat Earth before I realized it was a Bible topic, right? I'm just amazed that it's in the Bible. Like, that amazes me. I have never been lied to by these writings, and I don't think I ever will be. I don't think it's possible. But Flat Earth is definitely talked about, in the scriptures. So why not, why isn't it allowed on a Flat Earth type, forum and topic, especially when we're talking about society? What better reference book to go to?
Like, if someone brings up, like that, there's an interpretation of Nostradamus that says in 2021, scientists will create biological devices that it's like create zombies, because that's like supposedly one of Nostradamus is basically zombies, or create like a pandemic or whatever. I'm not gonna be mad they brought up a prediction from a dude named Nostradamus to add to the conversation. If someone brings up the Vedas, like the Vedic text, I'm not gonna be like, no. Like the the Vedic texts have truth in it, that everything's vibrational. So it is funny though. I will say, obviously, there's a higher percentage of people believe in the scriptures, maybe, and so it gets brought up a lot more, and then sometimes it sparks a conversation, and it'll go on for a while, and people might get frustrated. But it is funny that of all the ideologies, that one consistently gets targeted. Like if you talk to an atheist, 9 times out of 10, as they start to voice their disgust for the idea of a creator, they just start attacking the Bible. Why are you attacking the Bible? I thought you were just talking about a creator in general. Like, why is your go-to to talk about the Bible? Like, what is there, 4,000 religions? And then you start telling me about how stupid it is to be a creationist, and you immediately start attacking and critiquing the Bible. Why is that? Why is it that the Bible has this unfair disadvantage, right? Where people immediately target it and don't give it a fair opportunity. I mean, that's like my life experience. I find that to be pretty telling. Like, if an atheist, their instinct is to attack the Bible, that doesn't make sense. Like, you can believe in a creator without believing in the Bible. Why is your decision about believing in a creator not somehow about the Bible? Like, what inside you makes you understand that that's the part of the discussion that you should have? Is that just me, or is it like, do you guys see that as well? That, like, there is something about the scriptures that is set apart from everything else. It gets different treatment.
Dude, you're ramming it down our throat every fucking day. Not you specifically, but it gets rammed down our throat. What if I had some Lord of the Rings religion, and every time I talked, I just brought that up, nonstop, incessantly? You're cool with that? Are you guys cool with that? Because I'm gonna start doing that.
No, it's not historical.
No, it's horrible, man. We won't allow it.
I would happily, yeah. If you want to bring up your Lord of the Rings religion, bro, I'm just gonna make fun of it. But I don't care if you bring it up.
All right, bet. Awesome.
Of course, the difference would be is that you don't actually believe in it, and it's not like a historical document.
I'm gonna start believing it is historical. Yes, everything that happened was happened in real time, real events.
Wow, that's
you have absolutely no proof.
It's all written down in the scriptures, in my Lord of the Rings scriptures.
That's crazy. Did they ever use these Lord of the Rings scriptures in archaeology to actually discover cities and stuff like that no one knew existed?
It's verified by the movies.
That's pretty crazy, huh? There's some book that tells people that there were cities in a place, and everyone's like, "Nah, there's no city there." But then an archaeologist goes and tries to find the city based on what the book says, and sure enough, they find the city there. I mean, that's pretty valuable, right?
I won't let the White City fall.
That's cool, but that's not as cool as my Lord of the Rings religion.
How's it not as cool?
Do you have dwarves and elves? You have dwarves and elves?
How's the economy?
On top of a tower that was overlooking the whole thing.
We have the creator of dwarfs and elves. What are you talking about?
Well, that's
So
pretty
yes,
cool.
We
It's cool
How
too,
they
created,
though.
buy,
we
sell,
have
and
the
trade.
It's
creator
cool
of
too,
Lord of
though.
the
We're
Rings.
gonna go all day on this Lord of the Rings thing. I'm just gonna do every day,
We
every
have
time I
the
fucking talk, we're gonna talk about Lord of the Rings.
okay.
Do they buy,
okay.
sell, and trade with a mark, Jeremy, or is it currency? Is it seashells? What do they buy, sell, and trade? Or
Bro, I
do
don't
they
know.
just
I'm just sick of having this shit rammed down my fucking throat every day. It's obnoxious.
Man,
So you know what's super funny is when I came in here, it was just dead silent and no one was speaking. So then North and I started having a conversation because it was literally dead quiet and no one was talking at all. It was just dead. So then we started talking about a plane coming up missing in Libya. And we started talking about, oh, do you think that the crazy disasters mentioned in Revelation will be like man-made by the government manipulating weather, or would it be like the creator letting them that stuff happen or doing it? And it just progressed into society being degenerate. It wasn't even about the Bible.
But hey, Lord of the Rings is pretty cool because it kind of whoever authored Lord of the Rings and like Harry Potter and stuff, like clearly they're getting imagery, they're getting ideas from the scriptures. Like even the ring, like you brought up Solomon before and his magical ring that apparently he had.
There actually
I
is
think
like
that was Jeremy's point. I think actually is that it wasn't about the Bible, and here we are in the Bible. There are certain individuals that want to bring it to that repeatedly. I think that's what he's referring to is people ramming it down the throats. It's always the scriptures that left and right always being brought up. So I'm just saying I think that was Jeremy's point is that there was a conversation that's not related to that, and there's always individuals that want to bring it to that, consistently and repeatedly, which then starts an entire conversation within that, and then it goes for. And it may not be everyone's preference, but I mean, I think it's a fine line because I mean, we do talk about spirituality and religion. If somebody was really into Buddhism and they were bringing up Buddhism every day, I mean, they're just expressing their viewpoint. At the same time, if there was a whole bunch of Buddhists that were every day, like in the middle of a conversation, just reciting scriptures and bringing it to the King of Solomon and all of these narratives and ideas from a particular thing, then it does start to get pretty insidious, especially when those individuals are trying to like force it and get others to believe that that's the creator, that this book that was written by men, that the creator is working through those men and that's the creator, instead of just being some men's idea of a creator and then pushing that cult and getting other people to believe it.
Yeah, but
I
again, the
don't know
point is
who
that
does that.
actually no one was talking. Okay, so I just want to clarify again. Literally, the room was just dead quiet. It was just sitting here. No one was talking about anything. So then, like, randomly, I'm like, wow, you guys are wilding in here. Because no one was talking about anything. And then we just ended up having a conversation about how degenerate the world is and how depravity is becoming normalized and blah, blah, blah. And yes, a believer said, well, it is predicted that that's going to happen or whatever. So, like, I guess he's not allowed to say that. So we should just sit here in silence because the people that decided to talk may bring up the script. Like, I understand the point that sometimes I will agree. I'll leave and come back, and like people are still talking about Bible verses, and I'm like, okay, I know people are super triggered in here. It's been like 4 hours of Bible verses. I get that aspect of it. Maybe there should be a separate room or something. But for sure, if like no one's talking and then a conversation starts and it has something to do with the Bible, like I don't really think someone can then jump in and be like, "Why are you guys talking about the Bible?" Like, well, you weren't even talking. No one was talking, So I don't know why Jeremy got so triggered because it wasn't even really about the Bible. It was just about degeneracy.
I got two questions.
We
and
argued about
I
diet
just got,
for
hey,
4
Rakia,
hours this morning. No mention
yeah,
of Bible.
Rakia, let me just ask two questions. When you say ramming it down your throat, I want to know what that means. And the other question is, who's forcing or trying to force anyone into believing the same thing they do? Are there any names we could name? And if so, I mean, perhaps it's a problem.
Yeah, I think it's all a fine line because people are obviously free to have their viewpoints and contribute their thoughts. I'll talk about things that are interest of mine with spirituality. Other people talk about theirs. So yeah, it is open in that way for that to occur. But I think there's a lot of people that probably feel like the biblical perspective does get brought up a lot of times. And then there's certain individuals, we could all probably name who they are, who tend to only go there or who tend to take a conversation that is about something else and then link it to the scriptures, over and over. And then that can start to get like that there's like a sort of conscious or unconscious energy to bring it up repeatedly to push their religious beliefs or push the idea that their idea of the creator from that particular book is the creator, and then trying to get other people on board with it, by bringing it up in in a way that's, I mean, it could be argued maybe even passive aggressive. Maybe there's different ideas of that. So I think it's all, these are all very fine lines, you know, because yeah, if somebody's passionate about the Bible and they want to link it to that, you know, that doesn't mean that they're necessarily pushing it. But then if someone does that every day, repeatedly, it does kind of come off that way, which is probably why Jeremy said that. So I don't know. It's
Yeah,
a
I
lot
get
of
that.
fine.
Yeah,
I would think more
get
people
that.
are passionate about physics books and bring up that book and be more adamant and push it on to me every day here, way more than the Bible is pushed. The physics book, you know, that godlike mythical book that teaches everybody all the wisdom and things that the earth is created by. Like that, come on, man. Just because y'all don't have as good of a book, I wouldn't mention y'all's book either. They're terrible.
I do agree. I do agree with him in a sense though, because some people can come in and say they're speaking from the book and perhaps monologue a bit too long and insult other people. Those types of things, people like that, and they think they're better than you and all these types of things, I can see that side because I actually see that happen. And I see people misrepresent the text. So I do see those things happen. And yeah, I agree with you. I'm like, man, I wish this was over. I wish the guy would stop talking or someone would at least stand up and question the guy about what he's saying. You know, there are those times. Hey, Gio, did you see the F-35 that was missing in South Carolina?
No, but if we're gonna, I mean, I don't know if we're gonna shift topics, but well, I just want to say just real quick on this. So there's obviously a lot of, you know, let's just say when it comes to spirituality and religion within, let's just say this server in particular, the folks that are here, there is a pretty heavy weight, as it were, within the biblical perspective. I think we would all agree that there's a lot of individuals that are, that either were raised that way or they have found that to be the truth for them, whatever it may be, and that it is a popular. Is it the most popular religion, the biblical Christianity, or
Well, how many people in here right now are believers?
Well, that's what I'm saying. So you have the believers thing, and then people that are into that. I'm just saying though, in general, that is more heavily weighted than, let's say, Buddhism or Hinduism or even Islam or, you know, other perspectives. You know, so I think that's one part of it, is that there's a lot of folks that are into it. Whereas if there was like a lot, if half of the server was into Buddhism, then there might be more Buddhist thoughts being brought up or something like that, you know? However, if there's like every day, if somebody was like a Buddhist and they're bringing it up to try to move the conversation into that, then there's other folks that will do that. That's where I think perhaps there just is a potential imbalance for that. But like I said, it's a fine line. I mean, we do want to accept everyone's viewpoints and allow everyone to contribute their thoughts. But like I said, I think there's the biblical side being weighted heavily. It does tend to go there. And then there's certain folks that will wait for someone to bring it up. And then when someone brings it up, and it just can happen a lot where, just imagine if there was a bunch of Buddhists and every time the Buddhists started talking, within seconds we're into a whole Buddhist scripture thing. I think maybe the Christian folks might find that frustrating. If every day there was like Buddhist scriptures being brought up endlessly over and over, then they might feel that way too. It could, you know,
Well, think about this. I actually made a pretty interesting point, right? And then somehow the response was that the Bible always gets crammed down everyone's throat or whatever. But my point was, isn't it weird that for some reason the Bible is like isolated? Meaning, if you talk to an atheist, like 9 times out of 10, if you talk to them about a creator, they just start ranting about what they don't like about the Bible. Like, you don't even bring the Bible up. You just ask about a creator. They just start saying, "Oh, you think that that Adam and Eve ate a fruit, and you think like they just start talking about the Bible." My point was, why is there some type of bias or concentration against that? I'm like, you could talk about why you don't believe in the creator and not even bring up a religion, or you could talk about all kinds of different religions. But for some reason, if you bring up someone that doesn't believe in a creator or doesn't believe in a benevolent creator, if you try to have a discussion with them, intellectual discussion about creationism, they immediately start talking about the Bible. That was my point.
Well, it's the world's most. Well, I mean, I just Googled it, and yeah, Christianity is the world's most popular religion, so maybe that's why.
Yeah, that's right. It's a very Western society position, which it probably, if you're in Tehran or somewhere as an atheist, you'd probably argue against the Quran or Islam, you know, because that's the society, that's the fishbowl that you live in. But you're in America, I'm in Australia. Christianity is by far the strongest and most prevalent, you know, religious position probably that's outspoken and heard of everywhere. So that's their natural go-to to attack that scripture.
I would
Yeah,
like to
there's a lot
know.
of people pushing it too. So if they're an atheist, they've probably been confronted with someone pushing the Bible idea on them or telling them to repent for Jesus, or the Creator's going to judge you and extinguish you from reality unless you don't follow the ideas or get on board and bow yourself to the whatever you have to bow down to their thing and accept all this stuff and change. You can't be yourself. You have to be this other thing that the book tells you. So I'm saying there's probably a lot of those individuals that have had someone in their life that have been they've been proselytized to, or given threats that they have to believe it or whatever. So there might be that too, that they're resistant or reacting in that way.
Yeah, that's why I think people shouldn't rely on people. They should actually, analyze a text themselves. But I would like to know, because I have nothing against Jeremy. And, Jeremy, if you're there, man, I seen your text, and you're saying I'm forcing people to hear Bible BS every time I speak. That's most certainly not true. I try not to speak about the scripture as much as I can, because when I come in and someone's speaking about it or misrepresents it or misquotes it, or someone comes in like yourself or someone else and they're mocking someone else for speaking about said text, then I address it. And if someone asks me a question about it, I address it. I don't come in and say, hey guys, do you guys want to learn what was happening in the Gospel of Matthew and chapter so-and-so and verse so-and-so? I never do that, bro. And I talk about many other topics other than the Bible. So I'm not forcing you. You were a moderator or are a moderator. So how can I force you to hear about the Bible? I mean, I just don't get it, man.
I think by bringing it up every day and always bringing it to scriptures. Like if there's a conversation happening about the Bible, then yeah, that's understandable that you would bring it up. But a lot of the times it'll be a conversation about whatever. And somebody will say, well, in the scriptures, it's this, this, and that. And then, like I said, though, there's a fine line, because I understand that might be their perspective. That's what they're relating it to. But for example, I've worked with these shamanic medicines, these plant medicines, for many, many years, ayahuasca, etc. Now, if I brought that up every day, sometimes that does get brought up. And when it does, I'll go into it. I'm excited. To talk about it. There's usually some people that are interested, and we'll talk about it. But if I were to be bringing it up every day, granted, there is no scripture with ayahuasca. There's no books that you have to follow. But let's just say there was. If I brought up every day, well, what the ayahuasca scriptures say, like I said, that's not a thing. But if it was, and if I was doing that every single day, and then there was several other people that were into that, then yes, that could turn into essentially forcing everyone to listen to that every day, because we were in a conversation that was just neutral, or it was on something else. And now all of a sudden it's gone into that. And it seems like just about every day in the live stream, it does go there at least once, if not multiple times. Now, I'm not even saying I'm against that. I'm open to all, this server we discuss, religion, spiritualities, and all of this. It's part of the topics of what we discuss here. But like I said, there is, I think, a heavier weight on the side of the biblical stuff, which makes sense because there's more people into it. It's they claim it's the world's most popular religion numbers wise. And then, even our years and our holidays and, etc. It's obviously built into this current kind of matrix or system we're in, more than other ideas when it comes to, so there's that. And I'm just saying the heavily weighted towards that. Those of us that are not quote unquote believers, whatever that may mean to certain people, if we're not on that ship, if you will, or on that thing, then it's just, it can come off that way. And it's not, it's not only, there's many people, because usually when it comes up, there's always someone in the text chat, either oh, we're still on the Bible stuff or this stuff again. And then, like I said, there's certain individuals that seem to always want to bring it there and kind of pushing it down the throats of others by continually.
That's what I don't get, Gio. This is what I don't get. The pushing it down the throats and the, shoving it down our throats. These kind of phrases are so exaggerated to me. To me, I don't get that. If we're going to speak about, hallucinogens or anything, ayahuasca, we're going to speak about shaman. We're going to speak about a man, right? And this man's going to lead you into this ritual or in this process. And you're speaking about following men doing something. We all speak about these types of things when we're speaking about the state and the condition of the people in the world. That's what we're speaking of. So I really don't get it, man. I don't get the animosity. It's something that is hated. It's loved by many people, and it's loved to be. Some people love to hate it, is what I'm trying to say. Some people love to hate what we're speaking of, and some people love it. So of course it's going to come up many, many times. But to have this double standard that some people have, where they can talk very depraved about each other's private parts and what they would do to one another, and they both clearly are married to women, but they're talking to each other about it, and they're both male. And these types of things just waste time and are ridiculous. But when men speak about the condition of men in the world, these are the issues that we should be addressing. Not saying, hey, don't shove that down my throat. You're cramming it down my throat. You're forcing me to listen to it. No one's forcing you. No one's shoving anything down your throat. These things are exaggerated. And the reason I think these things are said is because when the truth hits someone, it's so powerful, it convicts them, and it pierces them, and it cuts them, man. And they hate that. A lot of people hate the truth, man. They really hate it.
That's your opinion, though. See, that's you pushing that's the truth. That if somebody's not into the scriptures or is rejecting that now they're rejecting the truth. That's your opinion of what the truth is in your particular.
That's not exactly what I said. That's not exactly what I said, but I am sharing my opinion. So thanks, guys.
Yeah, that's what this place is all about. Sharing our opinions.
I will say, so like I think the best. Okay, so I agree that the best answer maybe would be. Okay, sorry, I had to step away, but like I think I'm still on topic here, and maybe I can ease whatever's about to happen. But anyway, it's like so it's a popular religion in the West. It's considered one of the most popular religions. Whatever. There's always denominations, the Catholic churches, whatever. But really, this is what I think it is. It's not a book. It's a compilation of books. The canon 66 books. There's arguably more. It's the only book that exists that's a compilation of books over the course of hundreds and hundreds of years, written by over 40 writers that are all correlating to each other and building off of each other, and spans over many continents. So no other book like that exists in the entire world. So it's like if there was a claim that the creator somehow inspired some type of text, it would be the front runner. Right, because there's literally not one other text in all of existence like that. Like no one can name one. So that's why it gets singled out, in my opinion. Right, and at the least, it's a valuable text. Right, because like I said, people have made archaeological discoveries by looking at that text. So I think that the reason it's up on the chopping block is for reasons other than the fact that it's just like a Western thing. You would bring up the Eastern world. The Eastern world's biggest religion, number 2, is Islam. And it literally says, revere the people of the good book. It says that book was inspired by the creator. It literally points to that book as well. Right? So then you chalk that off. It's not just a Western world thing. So my point is that if we were just talking about like depravity and degeneracy and how it seems to be getting worse and worse and worse. And sure enough, someone that believes in it, because no one else was talking. So North and I were just talking back and forth about like, it does seem like it's getting really bad. If it keeps getting worse, it's hard to fathom how much worse it could get. And then we just kind of talked about that. So I think that if, say, in the middle of a conversation like that, North's like, well, it does say that back in the day, and Mark maybe said back in the day that even the wicked give good gifts to their children. Like now, people aren't even doing that. Like that's just a point in the conversation. That's not like a. Yeah, I just think that sometimes people maybe get a little bit out of pocket about it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think it both ways. People talk about it too much, and can force it into the combo too much, or don't let it go and kind of take over the room. I also think that sometimes people just get like triggered if it's even mentioned at all too much. When it's just like it's an exclusively independent type of text that's like a huge compilation of different historical claims and stuff that doesn't exist anywhere else. For sure. And we're in a paradigm where we're trying to discover what the world is. It says that there's water above us, water below us, water all around us. It gives us descriptions of what it is. It's an interesting text to draw off of. So, I don't know if it's fair to really just like kind of group any comment related to the scriptures into this idea, this preconceived notion that people are trying to convert you. And I can't really speak as to everyone's intention. I know that sometimes it does certainly feel that way. But anyway, there's my long-winded take.
Yeah, no, I hear you on all that. Those are all valid, interesting points. I mean, I would try. I mean, I don't know if we're going to get into an actual kind of discussion on it, so I don't know. But I was going to ask, like you said, it was written by 40 people. Like, how do you know that? But that's getting into a larger question of all
Well,
that.
yeah, I mean, they're just found in places scattered across the world, and based on based on all the area it was found in the ground, everything else around. However else, if you just want to dispute any historical dating, maybe, but it's like it couldn't be written by the same people based on where the texts are discovered, even the copies of the manuscripts, like being thousands of years old, and whether the writers are who we think they are or not. No other book, quote unquote, exists that's been compiled together and held together that long, right? I mean, we all have to admit it's like it's like a one of a kind situation. That's all I'm really saying.
Well, how is it that different than the Vedic texts, which my understanding is they're claimed to be much older? Like, why is that one not, in a similar? I mean, there's many texts that have gone on for long periods of time. Why does that one have to be singled out?
Well, because that one is old. I brought up the Vedic text. I'm like if someone brings up the Vedas, I'm like, it's a great thing to bring up. I mean, it's super right about lots of stuff, very interesting text. But it isn't spanned over multiple continents, written over hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years by many different people. The Vedas aren't like that, right? I'm just saying that, like, from that perspective, it is just it's like an individual book. Like, it's like something that really, I can't think of anything else that exists like it. Even if it's all of its spiritual claims are untrue, it's still interesting to examine because of that fact and because it has been verified consistently with other things like scientific claims and accuracies and historical anthropological accuracy. Like, it is a good resource, even if it were wrong about every spiritual claim, right? And I mean, I don't think the Vedas are the same in that sense, whether it's older or not, right? It's not like scattered over the course of hundreds of years, put together, then kept together for that long as a singular text. So, I don't know. I don't want to really debate about the Bible, to be honest. I'm just saying, I think that there's a reason for it being at the forefront of everyone's mind when these conversations come up. Because it kind of it stands up alone in a way. If I'll say one more thing, if an author wrote a book that cross references and builds upon different parts of the book thousands of times, like the scripture does, and it perfectly stacks and correlates and never contradicts, and correlates and corresponds, separated by immense stories and stuff like that. We've this is the best author to ever walk the face of the earth. You know what I'm saying? This is the most incredible author ever. This is multiple writers, however many it is, over hundreds of years spanned by continents that then have this overlaid plot that's pretty impressive. And so either A, it does have some type of divine inspiration, or B, people that put that together were very brilliant, and it took a long time, and they put a lot into giving some type of deceptive spiritual text to people. But either way,
so do you consider that could be the case, though? Because we're dealing with the globe deception, which has clearly been crafted with a lot of detail. I mean, we got tons of people believing this thing because they think NASA and all the, it's very, very well crafted. And if we're living in this kind of matrix type system where these deceivers with the globe have been able to push it, how can you isolate in terms of the idea of history being, likely false, or at least parts of it, or all of that, what our true history is? How could this book that you have no real validation other than it's linked to, sort of Judaism and all of these Hebrew and these different kind of ideas, which a lot of people claim that those are the people that are behind this, or at least part of who are behind the larger deception in terms of some of those things. How can you isolate that this is the good book and that this other guys are the bad version? And that the Bible is not some kind of a concoction of deception and being crafted to all of that.
No, yeah. I mean, I used to strongly consider that. I'd say I still consider it. But for me, and everyone's open to their own interpretation, whatever, but I can honestly say that I 100% entertained that possibility. I'm if it happened, it's very, very impressive. The globe is not the same. The globe is a bunch of people that are trying to build a model that they were kind of told or kind of believe with math over the course of hundreds of years, reverse engineering a model. Not quite the same. But I did consider that. I'm just okay, it is possible that very intelligent men got together and elaborately, meticulously built this, and then to deceive people into thinking it was legit, tactically took books out of it and hid them, and then tactically mistranslated the original language of the text that they actually wrote so that it would deceive people into thinking it was valid because it was being hidden and manipulated, but actually it was just like Hegelian dialectic, where it's like, oh, well, you think that we're hiding parts of the scriptures from you, but really we wrote the scriptures in the original version, and then we changed them, and then we hid them, and then we took some of them out, and then we put them in the wrong order. And then we took the creator's name out 7,000 times just so you would think, oh, they're trying to hide it, but really we want you to figure that out and think that, right? So I'm starting to get further and further out onto a limb that's like not really adding up to me logically. And then it's like, okay, well, they want you to believe it. And like Revelation, you'll see the end, you'll think the end. So you'll believe the prophecies are coming true so they can control you. But like Revelation says, like, rebel against them till the end, even to the point of being beheaded. So I'm like, wait, so the powerful people wrote a book to deceive me into following them or falling for their deception, and it says, like, rebel against them to the point of sacrificing your life to rebel? Like, that doesn't really add up either. And so, like, I went through all this in my own head, and I tried to stack it up and be fair about it. And once I did that, I'm like, I just don't even see the logical pattern of it. It would not only be the most incredible deception ever, it would make the globe look like child's play. Because they're like faking archaeological discoveries. They're digging in the ground, covering it up, waiting a few hundred years to then go find it so it can make it look like it's legit. They're faking all of the archaeological, anthropological evidence. They're pretending that mainstream academia is trying to hide the archaeological evidence, but actually they're doing that to make you think they're trying to hide it, so then you think it's more valid. And they're manipulating all of it so that you think there's more valid. And then they're putting up all these churches and all of these doctrines and religions that represent the bastardized, misrepresented version of it. But really, they set that all up so that you would see through it eventually and then find the original text that they wrote to deceive you. And then once you find that, you see it says, don't believe in religion, watch out for scribes, watch out for how they manipulate you, watch out for the traditions of men, and rebel against the authorities that abuse you until death. Right, so it's like, it's just a lot of backflips.
Scoffers, science so-called, be aware of pseudoscience. Like, it has all that in there, man.
I empathize with anyone that's skeptical of it, though, right? Because I did the same thing. So.
Well, I mean, this is headed into
And
it.
it also says to test all things and keep what is true.
Right. Well, I'm not contesting at the moment, like whether they're in terms of the well, I mean, I did ask. I guess we were getting into it a bit in terms of the Bible itself or different quote ideas that are made. I have my thoughts on it. I definitely think there's wisdom and knowledge and truth within it. Although I do think there may be some other influences that have been involved in some way in terms of what. But yeah, but there's a lot of different kind of parts of it, and there's a lot of different components. We could get into a whole discussion on that, and it is interesting, and we could continue on that. But I guess I was just going to link it back originally. I think that, like, in terms of it, well, okay, there is a way. It does seem like Christianity, more than perhaps other religions, does seem to have a thing of people trying to, convert others into it. The idea of like being saved by Jesus and then you're going to be judged. And so you have to, give yourself to Jesus, all those things. And then people that are into that part of it, trying to get others on board because they feel like they're like, they're saving souls or whatever it may be. And I'm not trying to say anything positive or negative about that. I'm just saying that is a thing. We all know, like growing up, there was like, the like door to door, people that would be like the Bible people that would come to be telling you the good word and then trying to convince you or convert you into their religion. So, I mean, that is a thing that is very heavily weighted, even like to kind of mainstream people have that perception like, oh yeah, the Jesus preacher that's trying to get me on board. And, so there's that part of it. Now, I'm not trying to call anyone out in this server for doing that per se, but I do think that there's many people that feel like there's some individuals that do have that motivation, probably underneath to one level or another. And that comes out in the way of like constantly bringing it up, constantly bringing it back to scriptures. Sort of like if I was really into like a band, like a music band, and I loved them. And then every day if I brought it up, like, oh yeah, like how this guy does the guitar solo and you know what I mean? Or if I was really into some guru and I was like following that guru or something. And then every day I'm like quoting things. Well, what, What this guy says, Yamana Harshi, every day he says this and he says that. And if every day I was doing that, I'm pretty sure I would start to get in the server like eye rolls, like, oh, here's Geo going again with the thing. You know what I mean? So now whether people perceive the Bible that way or not within themselves, maybe they, you know what I mean? I'm just saying, I think other people see it that way. And then that's maybe why some people have the tension around it. It's not that we can't talk about it or people can't share their viewpoints, but I think maybe there's got to be some maybe balance or some way to strike a balance. Like, I mean, Witsit, when you bring it up, I don't ever get the vibe that you're like pushing it in that sense, but there's other folks that do. So I don't know. It's a fine line. I'm just trying to express some other people's frustration. I'm kind of neutral on it all. I'm not, but
Hey Gio, I got one thing to say. I agree with you totally on the people that go like door to door when you were young, and they still do. I don't think they do that anymore. There's several of them that stopped doing that. But it's interesting that the text says go not from house to house, and those people do that. So what I wanted to inform you and others in the room is that people who do go by that text and by those set of beliefs and standards, we do have imposters, man. We have imposters, and they make us look terrible, right? Because they do things that are directly contrary to what the text says and what our relationship we understand would be in conflict with it. So I would just say that those people who go door to door and from house to house, it was commanded not to go from house to house. So when
Let me say
they
this
were
one more
sent
thing.
out, yeah.
Sorry. Well, I just want to say one more thing because I have to go on mute and build this, to help Kai build this real fast. But maybe this will resonate with you, Gio, because I don't think there's any benefit in pretending that what Gio just said isn't true, right? So, like, I saw a video the other day, and it was an atheist, and he's doing a video, and he's like, I was telling one of my Christian friends the other day that anybody that truly believes that the Bible's true and actually believes that there's a path to eternal life, and then there's a path to ceasing to exist, or what some people will call hell, whatever. If they truly believe that's true, and they're not going around trying to tell everyone, something's wrong with it. This is an atheist, right? He's like, if I truly believe that was true, I would make sure I told everyone at least once that I came in contact with. And like, that does resonate with me, right? I mean, it does make sense. If someone really believes it's true, well, it's like, bro, just so you know, there may be a path to like eternal existence, and I could be wrong, but I think that maybe it's in this direction, and I want you to know about it. If someone truly believed it, whether they're right or wrong, but if they really believe it, and they don't say anything to anyone, or they don't defend it when called out for it, or it's being under attack, they would be a fraud. Or they would be extremely selfish, right? Because and like half the time that I bring up the scriptures in here, this was a extraordinary circumstance because no one was talking. So like I just started talking to North, and then I asked North what he thought about like natural disasters in the end, and would it really be the creator doing it, or maybe those prophecies about man-made events. I brought it up, but normally I jump in when someone will start attacking the scriptures. You have to understand that if someone believes it and then someone starts making fun of it, they're gonna stand up for it, right? And so that's usually how the conversation begins. Not always, and I agree that sometimes someone will kind of force it in there. Sometimes the conversation won't really be about it, and they draw to the text because they consider it the source of wisdom, and so they apply it to all conversations, and it can be like exhausting to some people. They're like, oh, how did you manage to force the Bible into this conversation? And I think maybe if we'd exercise empathy, we'd understand, well, from that person's perspective, that is like the ultimate source of wisdom. So for them to give like edifying input, they view that as the most valuable input or source, right? And I think that even people that call themselves believers should also be cautious of like, you can actually have more of a detrimental effect by not being very tactical with how you input it into the combo. Maybe say what the scriptures say without bringing up the scriptures, just the principle of wisdom itself. But to each their own. But obviously, like that's something that I learned is like kind of make people want to come ask you about it instead of the other way around. Because when I was growing up and people were constantly hitting me with Bible verses, and I feel like they were just reading scripts, I'm like, this sucks, dude. You make me never want to look at the book, you know. So I understand both sides, I think, pretty well. And so I think everyone can maybe take a little something from that for whatever it's worth. Like, at times I do see that it gets forced into a combo in here where people are like, dude, seriously, bro. And then they want to be respectful and not offend you because it's your belief, but they don't believe it. And so then it's like, it makes the room like almost like off limits to them. Like now they feel like they can't partake because they don't want to be disrespectful to you or hurt your feelings, but you're making it about the Bible, and then it goes on for hours and then they get frustrated. Right. So everyone should be mindful of that. Maybe the best way to reach those people is like, you say something with wisdom, and then people are like, wow, that's pretty profound. What is that, like in the scriptures? And they're like, yeah, of course. Yeah, actually it is. But anyway, I'm ranting. I just did all that because I'm about to have to go on mute. But it's all love for me. My perspective is that it is a huge rabbit hole, the scriptures are, and it does seem to offer very valuable insight with a lot of stuff that's going on, that we're dealing with. And we should take that as well as every other source of information and kind of bring it to the table, and everyone should kind of be considerate of the room in general, right? and how everyone's kind of welcome here and not like make them feel uncomfortable where they can't really talk because they don't want to, offend you about the Bible or whatever. So, okay, sorry, someone.
There's this guy that comes in here late at night, and he's from the Baha'i faith. And I looked into it, and it kind of looks like an NWO front, but anyway, their whole thing is that they incorporate like every religion into their faith. And their argument for this is that each sort of inspired scripture is like made for that individual time and place. And so like eventually it'll come again, and that's what each individual religion was scripture designed for that time and place, but was still inspired.
Well, I just wanted to say I'll be in and out, but I got to step away too for a sec. But yeah, I just wanted to say, since you had somewhat directed that to me with it, but yeah, I heard everything you said there, and yeah, you made a lot of good points, and I agree, man. I mean, I don't think we want to shut anything down. I think that there's value in multiple different perspectives and different ways, and like I would never want to have it be where any ideas are shut down in that sense. So maybe it is something about a balance in a way, because yeah, I mean, if somebody does think that there's a certain thing that they can contribute to the conversation that's connected to as scriptures, then that's their perspective. Then yeah, it's understandable that they would want to bring it up. But I guess there's others that feel like it becomes. I'm not going to speak for anyone else, but I can just tell from certain comments that have been made that there's some people that feel like that they're being proselytized to, or kind of maybe forced into the biblical perspective, or if it's brought up over and over. Like I said, I mean, there is a way to push it by being like passively aggressive for some, there's a way to do that. Like I was saying before, let's just say, I mean, I'm just making up this scenario, but like, let's just say that I somebody followed some guru, and this guru had all these teachings or whatever. And, every time you asked them a question, they were bringing it back to that, oh, well, what this would say, what he would say, over and over. Then yeah, it does start to get to where it's like it can be kind of invasive for people that are maybe not into that perspective, or they don't categorize themselves as a believer, or maybe the Bible is not their jam kind of thing. It's not their thing. So then if it's, that I think is kind of partly what happens. And then, like I said, because it's a heavily weighted topic, when one person says, well, the scriptures say this, and then all of a sudden, boom, there's others that are going to. So I don't know. There's a fine line. I don't know what the exact, in terms of a live stream where there's a lot of different perspectives, and we want to keep the truth conversations flowing, and we don't want to shut anyone down in their perspectives. So, and to be able to contribute, so yeah, it's a fine line. And I mean, I'm open to other people's perspectives on it too, or we could shift topics to something else. But I guess it just got brought up because Jeremy expressed frustration. But I don't think it's only Jeremy. I think there's others that, have expressed that too. And, in that way. So it's a fine line between not shutting anyone down, letting everyone have their perspectives and contribute, and letting the truth conversations flow. But I mean, where's the fine line in terms of moderation if one perspective is being more heavily weighted, or like I said, if there was a bunch of people that were into Buddhism, and every time we're in a conversation, they're bringing up the Buddhist teachings, and then, there might be a lot of people that would end up rolling their eyes like, oh, not this again, but that doesn't mean we want to shut them down, so yeah, it's a fine line.
No, yeah, I hear you, brother. I gotta stay on mute, but I hear you, man. There's I would say as a believer, I can say to other believers, maybe kind of take what he's saying in and consider that, And if your intention is to maybe show people what you consider to be true, maybe try to apply some discernment as to your surrounding and think about the best way to pique their interest rather than making them feel like you're forcing them to hear it. But I gotta build this.
Well, it's interesting that the religion/spirituality topic is because when you think about how many people are quote unquote pushing the globe or pushing, the flat Earth or a planar stationary Earth, etc. There's that guy, the concave guy. He pushes the concave very intensely when he's in here. So, so I'm just saying it's interesting that we're talking about that. Whereas, one could argue that people are push the globe very strongly to the point to where they are trying to convert someone to the globe, or using that term flat Earth, somebody feels like that. So yeah, it's interesting that if we're discussing cosmology and people are pushing those perspectives, as it were, even forcefully in certain cases, but the religion, spirituality, as well, and they're connected, like what the Earth is, and I think spirituality, religion, they're all interconnected. But yeah, I just wanted to mention that it's interesting how many people obviously are pushing, like Rakia said, pushing the physics book or whatever, pushing astrophysics, whatever it may be. But at the same time, there tends to be like two main perspectives, I guess, when it comes to the Earth. I guess there is concave, but in general, it does seem to be like a planar stationary type surface with whatever the heavens are and all the extent of it, and all the sub things within that, like ether or, electric universe, different concepts within that, but then I guess with religion and spirituality, there's maybe more perspectives and a wider branch, because I've even like some of the guys that are saying they're believers, but then there's others that are believers, and then they're saying that they don't agree, in the same way that sort of flat earthers, as it were, may not agree, or globe earthers. Well, globe earthers tend to agree more, but anyways, I'll pass the mic here. But yeah, there's a lot of factors. So I mean, we could either continue on this topic or shift to another, but it's something to keep.
I want to say one more thing. Sorry. One more thing, really, really briefly. I will just say from my experience, what made me set back and recalibrate and then reconsider the scriptures as something other than just like a man-made belief or whatever, was some of the most informed, patient, and intelligent people I knew, and a few people specifically, were believers. And I'm like, you're way too smart to have fallen for some like man-made belief, right? And when they were consistently like humble and patient and knowledgeable, and they would be like the smartest, most informed person in the room, but you would never know it because they were just like so chill and so like humble about it. It made me really reconsider it. And it didn't matter how many times people like preached to me. It was actually that person's behavior, completely unrelated to the subject of the scripture specifically, that made me like really start to reconsider it. So that may be worthy of note.
I'll give an aspect on that. If the Bible itself told us that we were this, that, and the other, what the globe model says, right? We were spinning at this speed, and we were created, from a big bang, and this, that, and it would be pushed to no end, right? It just happens not to be the case. So I try not and lead with scriptures or I said Psalms 19:1 to Jeremy a while ago as a joke. I didn't know he was upset. I wasn't even in the conversation. I just got out of a meeting and just came in and was just joking around as I thought Jeremy was. I very rarely use scripture like that. I just say that it's why I believe, I was a flat earther before I noticed that the Bible even mentioned flat earth or aspects like that. So it's kind of strange that it gets attacked so much, but so be it. I mean, that's truth usually is, basically. It's my truth. And it also says in the Bible that you will be attacked the closer you get to truth. So I don't know, that could be it. You never know. But thanks, Joe, for the platform is here for our opinions, right? Like, that's why you created it. That's why it works so well. But you can't have moderators, shoving people out because it's not something they want to talk about. When some of the topics they bring up, I don't want to talk about at all. I just leave, right? I come back another term. But I think he was just emotional. It just overboiled. Jeremy's a good guy. I mean, I said I loved him twice, right? Like during that period. And that's the truth. I mean, I only would share something with him that would help him because I do love him.
I love you too, man.
I didn't say I loved you with it. What's it?
I still love you, man. I think the thing is, bro, like we all live in this realm. There's clearly a creator. We all need to seek truth and try and show love and come to teach and learn and yeah, just try to be considerate.
I'd like to say something. Yeah, I'm not trying to push the Bible on anyone or trying to say what I think the Bible says is the truth or anything like that, but I'd just like to read a couple scriptures have to do with going door to door preaching. Scripture in does anyone mind? I mean, is that okay?
Yeah, and then I'm going to read a couple after you.
Okay.
He's so
Here
funny.
in Acts the 5th chapter, the apostles were brought before the Sanhedrin, and it says that this is Acts 5:40. At this they gave heed to him, and they summoned the apostles, flogged them, and ordered them to stop speaking upon the basis of Jesus' name and let them go. These therefore went their way from before the Sanhedrin, rejoicing because they had been counted worthy of being dishonored in behalf of his name. Every day in the temple and from house to house, he continued without let up, teaching and declaring the good news about Jesus Christ. That's one scripture. And then in Acts,
Could I address that one before you go on?
Can I just read another one? Then you can say whatever you want.
Sure.
Okay. I find it here. Where is it? Oh, here it is. I can't find that other scripture.
Yeah,
It's in Acts 2, in the 20th chapter, and then also in Matthew 10, it's instructing the apostles to go out and preach. He says, "Into whatever city or village you enter, search out
I
those
think your
who
smoke
are
alarm's going off,
deserving."
bro. You might want to check that.
Oh, it would
Yeah,
have to happen, huh?
you might not want to quote
stay
that one.
there.
That's the one I'm speaking of. This Luke 10 is the same, and he sends the 70 out. So the apostles are sent out, and then the 70 are sent.
Can I read it? Can I
Oh
read
yeah,
it real
sure,
quick?
sure. Go ahead.
Into whatever city or village you enter, search out who it is deserving and stay there until you leave. When you are entering into the house, greet the household, and if the house is deserving, let the peace of you wish it come upon it. But if it is not deserving, let the peace from you return upon you. So
Okay.
in both Acts and in Matthew, people are encouraged to go door to door to preach the good news.
I would say neither one of those encourages anyone to go from house to house preaching the good news. They are commanded to enter one house and to stay in that house and to not leave that house until they're done. And I would point you to Luke chapter 10, verse 7, which says this, "And in the same house remain, eating and drinking such things as they give, for the laborer is worthy of his hire. Go not from house to house." So right here we have the context. The context is into whatever house you go in and there's peace, you stay there until your work is done, whether it be the preaching work or whatever you're doing while you're there also, the physical work you'll be doing also. But if you want to go to Acts, and you're speaking about Acts, those are fellow believers going into one another's houses and breaking bread together. That is not going out preaching as when Messiah sent those men out. These are his words. Go not from house to house. Luke 10:7. And it matches up with the one you were speaking of, because he sends the apostles out, he tells them what to take and what not to take, and he tells them to enter one house and remain in that one house. Do not go from house to house, but remain in one house. So most of the time when people were going out, such as Stephen or Cornelius, the soldier, and was it Peter who was going to see him? Peter knew he was going to see Cornelius, and Cornelius knew that Peter was coming to see him. And so those things were revealed. Peter didn't go into the city and start knocking on doors. Have you heard the good news today? None of the apostles did that. And it was commanded by Messiah not to go from house to house. And there are many reasons why you would not go from house to house knocking on doors. And it's clear to the text.
Wasn't their preaching was to multitudes or to a bunch of people, not just to a single individual house. I mean, they would stay at the house until their job was done. In other words, whatever they went to go pray at, preach at, or work at, that's when their job were done. Whenever they finished that, not to go preach at that person's house.
Yeah, and just to point out, the gentleman brought up Acts, and he's speaking of fellow believers going from one house to another. Those are their houses. They're breaking bread together. They're learning the truth, and the gospel's being spread through that way. Yeah, sure, because they were fellows. They were together. It was, in a sense, these are family members. These are not people you say, I'm going to go into this neighborhood today, and I'm going to knock on every house, and I'm going to preach the good news. Because the words of Messiah, Luke 10, verse 7, he sends people out to do the preaching work. And he says, go not from house to house. Remain in the house that you're sent to, right? And these men were led by the Spirit. So they're led to a house. And if the peace be upon it, then the peace be upon it. But if not, you leave the city and you kick the dust off your feet. Now, if there's some other man, yeah, if the Spirit leads you to speak to another man, yeah, but you weren't even supposed to salute no one on the way. Like, they went out to preach, and they weren't even supposed to greet people on the way. Like, hey, man, what's up? How you doing today? So,
Well, since we're on the let me just say real quick, since we're on the topic, in terms of preaching and then what the Bible says about it, and then I just wanted to say, what does anyone have any suggestions in terms of the moderation and in terms of having this open panel live stream like this? Because if we have multiple live streams, we can have multiple different things going. There could be different streams that focus on particular topics. Of course, anyone's also free to do an event at any time. So you can do an event on the scriptures or whatever it may be and lay it all out, which many have done. Killian has done, and others have done presentations in that light as well. So that's always possible, always in the cards if anyone wants to do that. But does anyone have any thoughts? Because I think Jeremy's initial frustration it may be partly his own. I can't speak for him when he said that, but I think when it comes to moderation, I don't think he's ever trying to shut down anyone else's perspectives. I think he's trying to have it be fair and not have the biblical thing always taking over the entire live stream for 8 hours at a time every day. And I have seen some people that have said, oh, is this a Bible server now? Or is this people reading scriptures all day? And this isn't a Bible server per se. It is a server that we talk about religion and spiritualities. We can talk about all those components, especially how they link to truth and the nature of reality and the significance, all of that. But it isn't any one particular thing. It's not a Islam server. It's not a, Buddhist server, etc. It is, in that sense. And so since the biblical perspective is very heavily weighted and, there's many that are into it, but then there's, does anyone have any thoughts or suggestions in terms of, how we can handle it moderation style? Because having a moderator trying to shut it down because it is talked a lot about is going to then border on now they may have times where they're actually shutting someone down. You know what I mean? But at the same time, if there isn't some level of moderation, it seems like there are certain individuals that will bring it to the Bible every day, all the time. And if they could, they'll go for 12 hours with it. That will happen every day, nonstop, all the time. If there's not some level of moderation of trying to figure out what, some kind of balance. So I'm just sort of opening the floor if anyone has any suggestions how to kind of find, strike the balance. you know, I don't want to just say, oh, go to some other VC, take it out. I mean, that's not necessarily that could be if people want to do that, they could do that. But I don't know if that's necessarily the answer, is just to shun people to another room perhaps. So I don't know. I wondered if anyone, how the moderators can somehow strike a balance.
I got a suggestion. It's just, I think it's as simple as this. There's only a few people that actually have a problem with just the word Bible, right? And I think they have reasons, and I think perhaps they're justified reasons, because you have these people that do want to monologue and go on and on for hours about it. I try not to do that, but I would say that's just their problem. That's their problem, bro. And just don't let those things happen, because everything has been going fine, right? And if a few people just hate one word or one group of people so much, or discuss them so much that they just almost vomit at it, or they just can't stand to hear it anymore. I mean, I get it, but we shouldn't punish everyone for those few people who can't stomach it. I mean, it's just, and I'm not trying to put anyone down. I'm just saying there really is no call for it. I mean, no one's shoving anything down anyone's throats. No one's trying to force anyone. And if people are in here trying to force you to believe what they believe, and you are a moderator, get together with the other moderators. But don't shut them down by yourself. But don't shut them down by yourself, right? You need to get together and have a meeting or something.
Every time the conversation gets brought to scripture, dude, it just narrows the pathway of it, dude, when you guys get hung up on that. And you get these, like, enthusiasts in here that don't want to hear anything else, dude. That's all we're saying, bro.
But
Like,
man, that's the thing, though, man. That it's also some. I mean, when there comes speaking about spiritual and then talking about reincarnation and all that other stuff, I don't like it. I mean, I believe that stuff is, it's somewhere out there, right? But I don't go over here as a moderator shutting it down. What I do is, like, you know what I mean? That's not my interest. I back out of the Discord. I mean, that's just as simple as that. If you don't like it when they're talking about that, you can just back out.
I wasn't trying to tell everyone that they should go door to door and preach the good news of the kingdom. I'm not advocating that. I don't do that. And
it's not about you, man.
What I wanted to say was, hold on. What I wanted to say was that in the scripture of Acts, where it says, every day in the temple and from house to house, continued without let up teaching and declaring the good news about Jesus. So it doesn't say who lived in those houses. It says they were preaching the good news of the kingdom from house to house. It does say that.
No,
and then when you look at the scripture, when you look at the scripture in Luke that was brought up,
I feel like you're sucking everyone into an interpretation battle.
Yeah.
It is. I'm not trying to interpret it.
I need you to stop right now. I'm moderating. Stop. We're talking about moderation right now. We're not talking about scripture. So we're not. Doesn't matter what you said. It's not about you. It's about the content of what we're speaking about. Okay. So it has nothing to do with.
Before we were talking about that, I had.
I understand that, but we switched the conversation to a moderation.
I'm going to let it go.
Yes, please. Thank you. It's fine. It's okay. It's gonna be all right, man.
That's okay. I'm okay. Go ahead. Moderation.
All right. Yeah. So, I mean, yes. I think that's my opinion. If the conversation is going in a place you don't like it, I mean, why bother, right? I mean, if you don't like the conversation, does everybody have to switch for somebody else? Then, of course, there's the part where if it's too much, when it's overpowering the conversation of the server, then yeah, I think it needs to be somehow moderated and slow down instead.
Yeah, so that's the question. I mean, we all have different viewpoints, and there's a lot of different perspectives, and that's what's awesome is to be able to bring everyone together and hear the different perspectives. I like hearing everyone's perspectives on many topics. So, there is that, but then there's the thing of like the over dominance, and then how to moderate fairly for that without shutting people down. So, like Elbow, for example, you mentioned the reincarnation that is not your interest, or it's not. You said it's out there, so it may not be one of your perspective on things. So what if every day, what if there was a group of 10 or 15 that were regulars in the live stream that brought up reincarnation on the regular, meaning that like when there's another conversation, they say, oh, well, from the reincarnationist perspective, da 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 da. And then the other ones jump in and say, yeah, from that. And then all of a sudden it's that every day. How would you, as a moderator, right, just with that alone, moderate that? Because, you can see how it would be like a little bit difficult, because if it feels like it's dominating every day, if you're going to jump in and say, hey guys, we're not going the reincarnation route again, you don't want to then be shutting them down, like, oh, you're shutting down their perspectives. So yeah, I guess it just takes like a way to kind of somehow, moderate in a way that kind of doesn't shut anyone down, but also kind of, sort of elucidates that there's some level of an over dominance, maybe. Like, I guess that's the question to you. Like, how would you kind of mod that if right now reincarnation was being brought up every day, and if there wasn't moderation, it would go for 12 hours a day on reincarnation, because those individuals are going to want to take it there.
Right. So I mean, I would suggest say, well, I mean, the conversation isn't about reincarnation, even though it might have something to do with the topic offset. We should just probably stick to the actual topic at hand, and then not go like the same thing with scripture. I understand scripture speaks about that, but right now we're talking about in the colloquial sense or whatever, I think that'll probably be a way to just address if it's being overpowered. Getting it to, not saying that we're shutting it down, but I mean, say, hey man, there's been days and days of just this, everybody's, going to the same topic. I mean, I think that has to do with, a little the moderator and what he assessed. I mean, it has to be done. It just can't be something strict that he can't speak about that. That's like going back to 24/7 at that point. You don't talk about religion. We don't talk about this. We don't talk about that. And I don't think we don't want to make it that strict, right?
Agreed.
There's always other rooms. There's always other rooms people are welcome to jump into. Carry those
Definitely. I mean, we could
conversations
definitely do
further in
that.
depth.
We could definitely do that. If you want to continue with the reincarnation, you can hop a VC2. But right now we're talking about this specific topic, not reincarnation or scripture or yada yada yada.
Yeah, but I think like in terms of spirituality and religion side of things, I think reincarnation, from my ears, what I hear, it maybe gets brought up, I don't know, if I would guess maybe 2 or 3 times a week at most, where we're into it, or we're talking about it, or it, and then there's a conversation on it that might go for an hour or hour and a half or whatever it may be. I mean, that would be my guess. If someone else thinks it's different numbers, then, but it's roughly like that. So, I mean, that's kind of like that, Buddhism might get brought up maybe twice a week, something like that, etc. But it does seem like the biblical perspective, of course, is brought up daily and multiple times a day. And then there's others that are into it. So it doesn't mean that there can't, I mean, if more people are into it, then it's going to make sense that it's going to come up more, because it's their worldview, it's their perspective, etc. But it just kind of, there is a difference in terms of that part of it, I guess. Just the popularity, which then ends up being dominance in terms of airtime, and then those that are into it really want it, like Dysel said, enthusiasts that really want to go deep on it, and that may be their jam, but but then how to find some way to balance, to be in balance in a sense, I suppose would be
we can because I guess it does dominate a lot. We have to make it, where if they want to change the topic, whether it's religion, anything that isn't Earth Awakening, if it's more spirituality and everything offset of talking about Earth or whatever, we should be open to say, okay, can we change the topic? If that person does not want to hear about that or whatever, has to bring up another topic that they want to talk about. Therefore, that will overpower anything, some kind of how they have it what do you call that? Like group sessions where they have some certain code words where it's like the Senate where they say president, blah blah blah, moderator, topic change, yada yada yada, or something. And that, if it's religion and it's not something that has to do with science or anything like that, it can be changed. Any kind of case. What do you think about that?
Right. No, I mean, that would be, yeah. Well, the thing is, though, the topics do flowingly change, though, as well, so there might be a time where that one topic is kind of resolving, and somebody might bring up whatever it may be, maybe reincarnation or the Bible or whatever, and then that sparks that convo that seems organic in that way. and then that can just that'll be the topic for a while as people are building on it, But I guess like often maybe what it may be with the biblical is that somebody brings it up. Well, that's what I'm saying. It's a fine line. Like, what if they're just integrating it in their minds into their scripture thing or trying to bring that perspective? But then I guess it's like if that isn't the topic, it'll quickly become the topic because there's others that are going to want to respond. And there seem to be some people that maybe only want to talk about that, so they wait for that to be brought up, so then they can get in on it and then go there. So I hear what you're saying, though. If it's a topic about something else and then somebody's just, kind of inserting the scriptures from the side, then it could be on the moderation side. Like, hey guys, at the moment, the topic isn't the scriptures. We could put that on the queue. We could do that topic next, something like that, because otherwise it'll just go there every time in a sense. So
I don't think there's a single thing that can be done about it. I think, you got to be the change you want to see in the world sort of thing. And if you have a problem, which I'm not even saying I don't, but I know my options are take it, make the most out of it or whatever, or honestly try to be contagious with another idea. But do I necessarily know anything that would be grabbing to that group's attention? Maybe I need to spend some time making a list of when this is brought up, what could I jiggle keys in front. Look at this. This is shiny, huh? Like a distraction almost to pull them out of it. But that's it. It's on you. If you want it to change, you gotta dangle something flashy and say, hey, look at this instead. Pull them out. And it's some other thing. But if there's a bunch of Christians, what are you gonna tell them? To not talk about one of their main interests in life? It's like, can't do that.
Well, yeah. So exactly. I mean, I have my perspectives on spirituality and so on. I have my own viewpoints, and there's times when I'm kind of really active, or I'm at the mic, for an hour or two, and I'm really kind of very active. And it may go deep into the things I'm interested in, and I would never want to be shut down for that. I would want to be able to talk about it with other people, of course, but I would also expect that if I was bringing it up every day, multiple times, etc., and the goal of the overall live stream is to have a balance, then I would not be surprised if moderation was somehow pointing that out, or not letting me just bring that up every single day. Like I said before, an extreme example, somebody has a guru. They really are following that guru. They follow everything that guru says. And if every time they speak, they're always trying to bring it to that guru's teachings, then and if they're doing it every day, and if there's, let's say, 10 or 20 people that are always doing that, and I'm not trying to say that's what the Bible is, I'm just sort of trying to make a link of in that way, then, it could start to get to where it's like, wow, this is a very heavily dominant discussion
You're not going to have a diverse conversation if you don't have a diverse group of people.
Right.
We just so there's nothing you can do about it until there's enough, I don't know, people of a different faith or whatever in here.
Well, but we're just talking about but there is a ways to moderate in terms of to try to somehow have some level of balance, with even the fact that if there's more Christians
for the others.
What?
You want they obviously don't want any moderation. If a bunch of Christians are talking about Christianity, they're like, yeah, we're fine. What do you mean moderation? So you're talking about for the others.
Yeah, no, that's the thing though. There is a time for everything. Even scriptures believers have knowledge of that. It's not always about preaching and reading the scriptures and everything like that, dude. So I mean that's one of the things that they have to be aware of. This is not a Christian server, so it's not just for Christianity or religion or or just spirituality. I mean, this is a server for pretty much anything earth related, or
but if you move into a neighborhood which is just meant for living, and there's a block party thrown every weekend, but it just so happens to be that half of your neighbors are Christian, well, what kind of conversations do you expect to be happening at the block party? And you can't say I didn't move here for Christian parties. Well, It's just a block party. It's just a neighborhood party. It just so happens to be that half of your neighbors are Christian. You didn't know that when you moved
this
in or whatever. But you got to be someone to just bring up a different topic then, and hopefully they want to engage with you on it.
Right. So again, this isn't a Christian server. Regardless of this is a Earth Awakening server. That's all it is. So you can't just say, "Oh, this is dominant because everybody's Christian." No, it's not. Not everybody in this server is Christian at all.
Some of the longest conversations are on the Christian topics that run here. Sometimes 6 hours, even longer. But you'll never have that happen with Star Wars, and that is a religion too. With many sequels.
I agree, Snacks. Coming from a Christian perspective, I agree. Like, it gets to be a bit much, dude. Like, being a Christian myself, it's like, holy crap, dude. Like, if I want to go to church, I'm going to go to church, but I'm here to talk about other things. So, I mean, not that we should just, like, not talk about it at all, but to spend hours upon hours and just, like, everything ultimately goes back to, like, the Bible. It starts to get a little bit much.
Let me say my piece. I just want to say that as a believer and somebody that's been vocal about scriptures, this server is incredibly tolerant, and I expect the pushback. As a believer, we should expect this. Like, I have no problem. The moderation here has been wonderful, extremely tolerant. No, I have no complaints, honestly, because I expect the pushback. But earlier I did a quick poll. I just counted. There was like 9 believers. Dysel, I counted you as one of them. But sometimes I question you. You say you're a believer, but I do question your authenticity.
All right.
No, only because and I get it though, because not everybody's in the same path and
settle it in the DMs.
He's not a true believer.
No, I'm not sure, because sometimes he'll use perverted speech, jokingly here and there, but that's all right, bro. It's a critique.
I get dirty, bro.
But it's all
sorry,
good, bro.
Kosho's mom's hard to like resist sometimes.
Exactly, a Kosho's mom. Exactly.
Your
That's
religion card has been noted.
But listen, I get it, bro. Listen. I'm from the streets too, bro. It's all good. I'm no judgment. I'm just saying. I have no critiques, bro, to the server overall, man. Incredibly tolerant. It's but just be aware that there is a lot of believers that are here. Contrary to somebody just said that there's not. There's definitely a lot.
As a true flat earther,
I didn't say there's
not.
Sometimes there is not a lot of believers. I was just saying there's also a lot of people that are not believers in here. That's not what I said. So.
Well, to use the term flat Earth, within flat Earth, as it were, over the last 7 to 10 years, since 2015. I mean, it'd be interesting to do some kind of poll of people that are either been connected with the community that term flat Earth has been associated with, etc., for all these years. The percentage of, I guess atheist, agnostic, Christian, Muslim, other, whatever the other categories. I mean, there's all the different sort of, perspectives, the Eastern, like Buddhism, Hinduism, like what are the numbers, It seems like in terms of people that would either refer to themselves as a flat earther or, confirm that they either don't believe the globe or they think the earth is stationary and or has planar geometry, etc. It does seem like the atheist agnostic of that group is probably almost zero. Maybe there is like one or two, almost zero. And then in terms of how many are, let's just say other, maybe they believe in a creator, but they don't have a particular religious focus or etc. Or, I have my own, everyone has their own kind of viewpoints on it all. And then how many would fall into the biblical or Christian, how many would fall into, there's the roles on this server. So I'll just go real quick since we're on it. Okay. Agnostic, 181. All one consciousness, 154. Ancestral spirituality, 89. Atheist, 146. Biblical cosmology, 156. So it actually doesn't show that, at least of the people that picked the role. Buddhism, 37. Pretty low on that one. Okay, Christian, 298. So that is the highest. So we got biblical cosmology and Christian, which if you add those, you're at 450. So that's at least 3 times more than agnostic, atheist, or any of these other ones. It's way
Everything
more.
else put together, right?
Well, a question:
Versus-
Can you choose? Can you could choose both of those, can't you?
You can, yeah. So
Yeah. So I mean that's a little bit of a.
So just go with the higher of the two.
And then I'll just finish off the numbers. Oh, entheogenic spirituality, for those that may not be familiar with that term, it's for the plant medicines that have been used, for spiritual, experiences, etc., and associations. Because the word entheogenic, like instead of the word psychedelic, the word entheogenic, it's a word that's used for more of like the spiritual, sacred use of these plant medicines. The word actually breaks down to genic is like generating, and then en is within, and theo is God or the creator, essentially. So it could be translated as like generating the divine within, or generating one's own divinity or one's own godlike kind of awarenesses and so on. So it's kind of like generating God within, essentially, is perhaps how that one way that to think of that being broken down. Because a lot of people that utilize something like peyote or ayahuasca regularly tend to have very, very, over time, if they're working with it regularly, they have, transcendent experiences, connecting with the creator, creation, coming to the awareness within. I'm just saying they report awarenesses of a spiritual nature. Anyways, so that one is
How many ether guys we got?
I'll just rip these off real quick. So the entheogenic, sorry for being long-winded on that. I just want to, if people just said that term. So entheogenic spirituality is 130, fairly high considering, I suppose. Hinduism is, well, I'm just saying considering that, I suppose that, well, it's not really high actually. It's still
It's
lower
many
than,
times over Buddhist, though.
It's many times over Buddhist. Okay, Hinduism, 47. That one's actually more than Buddhist. Okay, 47 Hindu. Meditation is 121. Muslim is 47. Theist is 167. And then tribal spirituality, 55. Vedic cosmology, 53. Yoga, 93.
Does yoga count as Vedic and Hindu, and could you like lob those together?
Could be. Those practices are connected in some ways to those traditions. Yeah. So, yeah.
How many ether guys we got in there?
Meditation, too.
The ether roll has 175.
Not
Man,
bad.
more than the Christianity?
No. What's the most of anything?
It was 187 Christianity, right?
The Christianity was 300 for Christian, and then 150 for biblical cosmology. Dice slow, you're hot, Morgan.
Sorry, dude.
Let's see. Electrocosmology has 99.
How about chocolate chip ice cream? Or what has the most numbers of anything?
Well, let's see. We got 427 for Earth as a stationary plane.
Ah.
I think that might be the most selected. Earth Researcher has 337. That's pretty high. What is this one? Oh, Earth is a Globe, 353. So that one's not, it's fairly almost closely, in terms of Earth is a stationary plane is 427 and Earth is a Globe is 353. So, of course, these are only people that have picked the roles, of course. And, how many didn't pick roles that are honest as well. So, yeah, there's all that. But, oh, look at this. Geocentric and heliocentric, exactly the same. 157, 157.
They must be watching that one for sure.
Oh, really high one is omnivore. That's actually the highest. Omnivore, 531. That is actually the highest.
It's like the safest thing to relate to.
Yeah, and I think when people first open this page, I think it starts them at the bottom, instead of the top, I think, like the way the Discord works. So it might start them down at the health and nutrition roles or whatever. It starts at the bottom. So yeah, maybe people pick that one quickest, maybe. I don't know. Because if it starts at the bottom. Sorry for that side foray into numbers, but I guess we were just talking about the representations. That's originally what I'd said is within the using that term flat earth, which, a lot of people here came through that, either community, etc. Because like if I took some of my other communities in my life, like it would be different numbers, I think, in terms of focus on either biblical or other perspectives.
Sorry. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I guess as moderators, we have to probably, be aware, and then just probably, if a conversation is taking too much of a time, probably, be like, hey, can we cool it down? With the Jesus speak, I guess.
I mean, I think part of the reason too was earlier, and EXO, if you're listening, I'm sorry, buddy, but EXO comes in here real tense, right, raging sometimes, and he's like a Bible thumper, and him and Jeremy be clashing, bro. And
a lot of people know EXO's routines and patterns and stuff like that. It's like Mike Tyson's Punch Out.
so he inflames the server with the Bible, and then he leaves, and then after something like that, anybody brings up the Bible, it's a wrap,
He's also
he's not the only one though. I mean, because EXO hasn't been here too much as compared to most of us, and we definitely bring it to the Bible a lot. So we
it's just the way that
EXO,
it's about the
EXO
way he
just
talks about it, though.
Yeah, I mean, and I think everybody in here knows EXO for quite a while now, so we know how he always is.
Yeah.
Well, I don't want to speak about him. He's not here, but you guys did bring him up, and he does seem to be someone who is very focused on, presenting that, I suppose, as the truth and getting others on board, in a sense. I mean, maybe I don't want to speak for him, and he's not here, but yeah, I mean, it does. He is perhaps. I mean, I don't even know if he would self-proclaim that himself, that he's there to get get people on that way of thinking. And whether that's his main motivation or I don't know. I think I've heard him even say that. So yeah, he's somebody that
he's got like this Christian crusader kind of captain vibe. He puts on his cape, he comes on here, and he wants to fix all the wrongs by repeating.
He tells everyone they're demon possessed, bro. Let's just cut the chase.
I feel like he uses Satan to sell the Bible, which is kind of a hard sell kind of methodology, and I don't respect it.
Well, he's more or less has said that the entire truth movement is a deception. All of flat earth is a deception. And then he has basically the truth that he's going to tell us with the Bible. And that's the thing, it seems. That's his whole thing, is making a dramatic effect that everything's a deception and the truth movement and flat earth and we're all flirfs and we're all deceived or whatever. But then the answer is, boom, the book and the...
Well, he was ad homing the server and I guess other... And then apologizing and at the same time making little attacks. So yeah, just little chipping away kind of things, and I think that's why him and Jeremy kind of got off on the wrong foot there, or whatever that had to be addressed.
He's got the answer, but you're not going to hear it until next time.
I can help you.
I am 100% down for North versus EXO Bible challenge, biblical knowledge challenge, whatever, two gentlemen. squaring off on their ideas. That's
that's
totally cool. Yeah.
Yeah, see, my perspective on all of it is that I want to hear everybody's perspectives because there's something I could perhaps learn from other people, and so that's part of my perspective. That's why, yeah, I would never want any of these perspectives like shut down or diminished or anything like that. Like if North and XO did a debate on the Bible, I would totally listen, and I would, even though the Bible is not like I would not call myself a believer in the Bible in that sense, but I think there's a lot of truth and wisdom in it. I have my thoughts about Jesus, and I do think there's a lot of there's truth and wisdom and knowledge. And so even though it may not be my focus in my life, I would totally listen to that and take it all in. That's why I appreciate all of the conversations, because even if there's something I can glean from it or expand my mind in some way in a perspective that I have not been studying my whole life in that sense, then that's awesome. I could perhaps learn something, and that goes for many different perspectives. So yeah, that's why I think there's something really valuable about having like this a diverse panel with everyone having various perspectives. It allows for some very unique types of kind of interchanging and kind of broadening horizons by hearing perspectives that you may not be able to if you're only in a tight-knit group, in a sense, of people that only think that way. So I think there's a lot of benefit to that.
The issue is that it wouldn't happen because the ad homs from one way, it's be overwhelming for the kind of people the demonic possessed and on and on and so forth. It never happened. He interrupts too much. The debate couldn't happen with him, regardless of
like no ad homs and then mute and unmute basically. So the one guy, do it structured basically would be. I mean, I think XO wants to debate various people on the Bible. I think there's a thing, I think maybe with Whitsitt he wants to, and there's others and etc. But yeah, it would just have to be very structured where the information could be gotten to without the kind of chaos that can sometimes come from interruptions and then disagreements that just go off the rails quickly.
Without moderation, he's impossible to debate. So yeah, definitely.
Yeah, it would have to be like 3 minutes to one side, then that person gets muted, 3 minutes to the other side. Yeah, like very structured.
I think I've seen him debate one time, and it was supposed to be evolution, and I mean he just ripped apart the guy with you're just demon possessed. That's all I heard from him. I mean, he has a lot more than that, but I don't know.
You didn't see him debate Sean Griffin?
I actually did see that you say that. Yeah, somehow, how did I get there? I think it might have, maybe I had looked at XO's YouTube channel and then I found that. So yeah, I actually did watch that, parts of it. If you're talking about the same one, woo, that was
Or you got to
intense.
send me that.
Yeah, dude, that was a rough one, huh?
That was wild, yeah. That was wasn't that Demon Stride involved in that or something? He was hosting it, or am I thinking of someone else? Was it?
I don't know if they had moderation. I think that was the whole issue, but I cannot remember. Now that you say it, I almost want to think that it was.
I thought it was. I thought it was Demon Stride because I remember him just being like, like they weren't like muting anyone, and it was just like asking. It was totally like the over talking, the insults was out of control. If you're talking about the same one, I'm remembering. But Sean was being chill. He was staying pretty chill.
Yeah, he has that ability to, and that's important. I mean, especially when it comes to that type of debater or interlocutor or whatever. But yeah, I got you, Lion.
You have the link to that debate, or is it in his?
I'm going to his.
Find it for you.
Yeah, I think I might have just found it. Yeah, this is it. Yeah, this is it. No, it's not Demon Stride. It's Vader Bear is who modded it. That's who it is. Vader Bear.
Yeah, yep,
Oh,
that's
he
right.
was in
Yeah,
here
it was Vader.
yesterday. Is that him?
He was in here yesterday?
I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe that's a different one.
Vader Bear goes Circle of Earth Fellowship, I think, on YouTube.
I just posted it. That should be the one that was being referred to.
Yeah, there it is. Yep. I think it's cool to hear all the different topics, and I like that, the plant medicine. I think that's interesting. That whole, I think that's important that people know that. I keep on reading things like we barely use any of the plants in the Amazon rainforest for our medicine. There's like an abundance that no one's even talking about.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, there's like thousands and thousands of plants that some of them only the tribal people know how to use them, in that way. And like some of them, modern medicine doesn't even have names for them. They haven't even documented, what the active constituents are, and those are ones that are being used by certain medicinal, purposes in certain tribes or in kind of that on that kind of scale, that more, lesser known, I suppose, in that sense. But then apparently, I mean, there's also like they claim, thousands upon thousands of plants that are just that are unknown, undiscovered, even maybe by those peoples as well. So yeah, it's amazing to think how many just species and how many are not even discovered yet at all. Like that's what I'm saying. Some of them are discovered by the local peoples or the people that are some humans that know about them, but then who knows how many others that no one even knows about.
Yeah, it's always interesting to me, like how they figured that out in the first place and all that. Even like with ayahuasca, I know it's just like you can mix these two things to make it act like how they figured that mixture out is just like, wow. Like, did someone tell them that, or like, what the heck? Did they just see it in nature growing next to each other? I don't know. It's wild.
Yeah, was there some kind of divine inspiration or some kind of spirit or the spirit of the earth or something that indicated those plants to blend them? Yeah, because it is like a combination of two main plants that are the ones that are used that seem to embody that ayahuasca spirit and that in that way. Even though there's other plants that could be added in addition, but yeah, those two are the main. There's a vine and a leaf that are needed to be blended.
How many more medicines could possibly be that way, and we just don't know the combination? That's
Yeah, and some plants you could combine that may have a detrimental effect too. So yeah, it's interesting, like the synergy.
There's parasitic vines too.
Which ones? What's that?
No, there's certain vines can destroy or kill a tree.
Yeah, well, there's shaga, which is like it's like a parasitic mushroom, like a fungus type mushroom, and like it's very very medicinal. It's like this black. It looks like kind of burnt wood or something that grows on the side of trees, and it's very medicinal. Like you hack it off, you boil it up. It's like a medicinal mushroom. It's been known in Chinese medicine for millennia. Has all these benefits and immune system and etc. But that shaga will actually kill the tree. So it is like parasitic in a sense. Like it starts kind of, like kind of growing on the tree, and then eventually it will kill the tree. So yeah, it's intense. It's like a medicine, but also will kill the tree. Now you could argue that it's doing that in a good way because trees do need to be recycled in a sense, like to make the ground with minerals and things like that. So one could argue that it's like part of nature, kind of like forest fires are part of nature to keep things in balance. But yeah, still it ends up essentially killing the tree.
or even general sort of English gardening, like how did they work out that if you plant this one next to that one, it's going to protect that plant? And how did they work out, like, if you have certain plants growing together, they're going to flourish more or they're going to be detrimental? That, I mean, that even that in a system itself is something that they had to figure out.
Yeah, that's
Because you can
beautiful knowledge. Yep.
right? You can grow. There's a game called the gardening game that we used to play when we were young hippies back in the day, and it taught you lots of stuff about planting certain herbs and plants next to each other to, to help ward off the pests and the snails and the slugs and stuff like that naturally without using any pesticide. Like someone had to figure it out, right? Trial and error, maybe. Maybe there's a code. There might be like a visual code that you can see, like the shape or where it's growing naturally, and you can sort of figure it out that way. There might be some type of a visual code that you can pick out, sort of like different colors and shapes and aspects of a plant, and you know that it's going to fit like a jigsaw into this environment. I don't know. Seems wild. Like it must have taken hundreds of years to figure some of this stuff out.
I always wonder if it was like written down at one time and they have all these book burnings in our history. Like, is that the kind of stuff they were getting rid of? It's so weird. Like, to think, how did they figure this out?
Well, I'll just say briefly, since you brought that up, so there's the ayahuasca, which is the mixture of plants, but then there's also another medicine which is called Kambo, Kambo. That's kind of the kind of I don't know, a colloquial use, or the species name. It's a tree frog, is what this Kambo. It's referred to as Kambo, but the medicine comes from the wax. It's a tree frog that secretes a wax on its skin. It's called the giant waxy monkey tree frog, and the species name is Philomedusa bicolor. So, and it's often referred to as Kambo when it's used as a medicine. But basically, they very gently remove this wax from the skin of the frog, and then there's a way that it's applied to the skin, and it creates this very potent experience. It's not necessarily visual, like you don't necessarily have visions, or you don't really have necessarily have like a kind of trip in that sense. Like it's not in that kind of visionary in that sense. It's more physical. It like runs through your system, and it only lasts for about 20 or 30 minutes. Anyways, I could talk about it, but I'm not trying to even go into that whole thing. My only point, I was only bringing it up, that it's this unique tree frog. Like I said, the giant waxy monkey tree frog, and it's called giant because there's other waxy monkey tree frogs, but it's this one species that if you apply the medicine to the skin in this particular way, it creates this very powerful experience. And it's been used in the shamanic traditions, even in conjunction. Like some of the ayahuasca tribes that use ayahuasca as their main sacrament, they also use the Kambo, in conjunction. And when people like in modern world combine the two, not necessarily at the same time. Usually people will do Kambo before an ayahuasca ceremony, then they'll do the ayahuasca, or they'll do the ayahuasca, and then the next morning, as the sun's coming up, they'll do a Kambo. So people don't really do them at the same time, but just in and around the same time. And there seems to be like an incredible synergy that people have been able to have between using both of them. Like there's a way in which there's like incredible medicinal benefit that can happen between it for people that are healing like physical ailments. For example, one thing for me using those two, I used to have allergies, allergies to dogs, cats, things like that. And and I had an experience using Kambo and ayahuasca together that completely resolved my allergies. Like I'm not allergic to cats or dogs anymore, which is amazing because I was allergic to cats and dogs. Not like severely, but I would get itchy eyes and all this stuff pretty much my whole life, et cetera. I had kind of that allergy to cats and dogs, and that was completely resolved from using those two in conjunction. So there's some very deep medicinal effects that can happen. Anyways, sorry for being long-winded, but I was just going to say the reason I linked it is because how did they figure out? Well, first of all, how did they figure out that the two plants that you need to blend to make ayahuasca even do that? That's the first question. But how did they then figure out that it was this specific giant waxy monkey tree frog, this specific type of tree frog, and to use the wax off of that frog that has these effects? It has these peptides in it that are very, very potent for the immune system. It's even been referred to as the vaccine of the forest. So it's like a natural vaccine, like an actual one that actually does protect you and actually gives you actually strengthens the immune system, like naturally, rather than in the way that the other ones or whatever, the
Well,
pharmaceutical.
maybe there's a.
I'm sorry, I've been long-winded. Let me just finish the thing, which is just to say, as legend has it, as it were, we don't know for sure, but the legend is that the ayahuasca spirit actually informed, the first kind of shaman that went to that particular tree frog. And so I'm just saying, the legend has it that the ayahuasca actually informed that shaman that how to find that tree frog, how to extract the medicine. And then it seems like there's an incredible synergy between them. So that was kind of my whole point, is just to say that in that case, as sort of legend has it, it was the ayahuasca spirit that actually kind of directed them to that, to that medicine.
And kind of alongside that, like, there might be an ability that we've lost, and that's being able to see things in a different way. Like, I don't know, our friend Lightwater, he comes onto this channel sometimes. He said that he's starting to see things like in Fibonacci sort of visionary sequences, and he's able to spot things in a different. He's not like, he doesn't see things in mathematics anymore. He's somehow able to see things in the Fibonacci sort of a matrix, and it's kind of like that type of a theory, like a combination of the spirit talking to you from the plant itself, and also your ability to sort of tap into this matrix of nature and the consciousness. Maybe it's something that we've lost. It's an ability that we've lost, and I can only imagine that's what it must have been, a combination, because like otherwise it would just be trial and error, go and lick this frog and see if it works. No one's just going to pick out a frog and see if it works, right? There's got to be a calling. There has to be some type of a calling.
Yeah, there had to be something for these and I was thinking that, like, obviously these shamans have a story, and that makes a lot of sense. That like they took ayahuasca and were shown this. You're saying while on ayahuasca, correct?
Yeah,
that's correct. That's wild.
And being shown how to find the frog. There's actually, you can't just like go get these frogs. Well, you could, I guess, if you ran into one, but they have like a mating call, like a whistle noise that they make. So they have to make that mating call whistle, and then the frog will climb down from the trees and come right to the shaman. And then there's a particular way that it has to be removed, taken from the frog. And then there's this very specific way that it's applied to the skin, which I'm trying not to be super long-winded to go all into it, unless that's the topic to go into it or not. But I'm just saying, like, it's applied to the skin in a very specific way. And there's several other components that have to be taken into account when using it. So yeah, like, did the ayahuasca give that whole download? Like, showed them the medicine and how to use it, and it happens to have a synergy with the ayahuasca in an incredible way. So yeah, it's pretty mind-blowing to consider that.
To have those kind of instructions, you can't really be like, oh, well, this dude was just tripping on, you know what I mean? Like, that's wild.
Yeah, and it's been shown that the combo medicine, even in mainstream medicine, they have extracted like peptides and these very potent peptides from it for the immune system. So it has even been proven in modern science that it has these. I think there's even there's some drugs that are actually that use some of those peptides. I'm not sure if mainstream medicine gets it from those frogs today, but yeah, there are like known peptides that have like very healing, effects as well. So it's like, even after the shamans have been using it and doing that, modern medicine today is able to, put it under the microscope, as it were, and isolate, a lot of these compounds that have these very powerful immune benefits and these beneficial. I mean, it's like there's so many conditions that it's been shown to, either resolve or greatly improve. It's pretty mind blowing, what it can do in those ways. So yeah, I mean, they were accurate. Whatever insight or download or message they got, like, it has, like I said, even in mainstream medicine to show that those peptides are present in it and have those effects.
Well, it's a different kind of advancement. Like the one or two generations that we've managed to go from zero flight to the mobile phone, and apparently they're going to the moon, right, in this short amount of time. So if they're back in the Amazon jungle and they've had enough time, their evolution spiritually through the jungle, I mean, that's all they have to concentrate on. That's all they have, right, is nature. And if you're just surrounded by nature all the time, your sort of base technology is going to be nature.
One thing they didn't have in the Amazon though was writing, and so it's kind of hard to like build up knowledge and spread knowledge without the invention of writing to disseminate knowledge.
How do you know that they don't write?
Yeah, and they don't even need writing, dude.
No, we've
They're
never
being
found any
told.
writing from the Amazon forest. Those tribes haven't left any written records, so we don't think that they ever had the ability to write.
I mean, I just don't know that that's the case. I mean, you're just saying because Westerners haven't gone down there and found a tablet or something, or what do you mean?
Right. Yeah, we see tablets all over the place from all kinds of ancient civilizations, like the Mayans, the Egyptians, and so on, but nothing from the Amazon so far.
Dude, that makes it even more like, and these instructions are that specific. This guy took some ayahuasca, got these instructions, and they don't even have writings down there, dude. That's crazy. That makes it like that's a real possibility that they are actually, I don't know if you want to say talking to like some kind of medium, whatever, to give them those instructions. To not have writing makes a lot of sense too.
Or they must have had another form of communication, some type of telepathy, maybe.
I mean, they had language, so they could talk to each other.
I mean, I'm just not convinced, Matthew, that there's not some way that they would have some way of scribing things or writing things down. I hear what you're saying, that in the modern day, you're not aware of any kind of tablets. I mean, I would even question some of those ones, though, those ones that were found in other places, whether those are legit or not. I mean, there's that too, whether they're actually finding tablets or things that actually were inscribed from long ago, or whether that's part of some other narrative, either that was planted there. I'm not saying they all are that. I'm just throwing that out there as a possibility too, that some of these other ones may or may not be authentic. But
yeah, I mean, well, we can interpret Mayan writing, for example. Like, I can interpret Mayan numbers. It's pretty simple.
Yeah, but just to be super skeptical, how do you know that those are actually from who we call the Mayans?
Because we call them the people who made the people who made these, we call them Mayans. And so, I mean, I hear what you're saying, that we don't really know much about them or who they really were, but our modern word Mayan means people who lived there and made these.
Well, I was going to mention this, and yeah, I mean, we don't have to stay on this topic, but just since we're on it, I was just going to, with the other thing about the ayahuasca is there's like the two main plants that are brewed together, but there's like many additional plants that can be added in. They're often called master plants. They're like admixture plants that can be added in addition. And these other plants have like very specific medicinal benefits. And they're often added in the brew by the shaman for a very specific purpose. So I was going to mention that too. I mean, in terms of them having writing or not, I mean, they have the knowledge of like hundreds and hundreds of very specific plants that can be added to the brew for, specific healing. Like if somebody has an infection or if there's a particular plant spirit that needs to be brought in for healing. One of the first times I did ayahuasca in South America, the first time, there was the shaman didn't tell us exactly which all the plants that were added to it. It was sort of like, in a sense, his kind of proprietary brew in that sense. Like he didn't really tell us the individual ones, although he was very trusted and well known in the communities, and so it was not going to be anything sort of shady in that way. But I'll just say briefly, there was one of the ceremonies that we did and like I said, we didn't even know exactly which plants were added. But anyways, one of the ceremonies, I know this may sound kind of wild to some people, but in one of the ceremonies, everyone in the ceremony was like hearing like wings that were flapping, and there was like this whole connection to the condor during the actual experience, and people had like connections to the condor spirit, and like literally like we could hear in the actual ceremony space like the condor wings like actually flapping and everything. Anyways, but afterwards when we asked him about it, he had added a particular plant that was connected to the condor spirit, and that particular plant was added, for that ceremony. So it's just like amazing, because before we even knew that plant was added, people in the ceremony afterwards, we were reporting like this deep connection with the condor, and literally to the point of hearing. I can still even feel the waves of the wings flapping right now, even in my consciousness, just thinking about it. So yeah, it was just remarkable. And then to find out that particular plant, that was added in was connected to the condor, and it was kind of, brought in for that particular condor spirit to have its particular influence and contribution to the healing of the whole ceremony. So just thought I'd share that.
Yeah, there's definitely a spirit world. Like the native people here in New Zealand, before they cut down a tree, they do a special prayer and they ask the forest for permission to do so. And like when people die, it's quite common for if you're in the room in the what do you call it? Like a what's the place where people go when they die? Not the mortuary, the funeral parlor. The funeral parlor. Yeah, it's quite common that people hear strange sounds like knockings, like knocking. Like someone knocking on the door. That kind of sound, and it's kind of a verification that the spirit's there and they acknowledge you. That type of thing. So I don't know. The spirit world is definitely a thing. Yeah.
I mean, I feel like dreams are enough evidence,
Yeah, and a lot of the way people report in terms of like just that term spirit world and all of that, like just the idea that's actually the more encompassing reality. That this physical reality is actually a subset of the spirit world, rather than the spirit world being a subset of the physical. So that's interesting too. The idea that's actually, in that perspective, that spirit worlds are actually the larger, even more real than the physical world, more encompassing, even to the point to where like it's even basically that this physical world is a subset of this spirit worlds, and that those spirit worlds are actually where I guess if you want to think of almost thinking of it as like like if you were looking at your computer, you're looking at your computer screen, but if you were to open it up and see all of the cogs and gears that are actually, well, there's no cogs and gears in a computer, but you know what I mean, all of the microchips and all the equipment in there, the hard drive and the software, everything that's actually in there. It's like kind of like the idea behind the scenes, that the idea of the spirit world is kind of actually like an encompassing, more of a totality and more of an actual interconnectedness, to whereas the physical world just being a subset of that, and that actually being the larger reality is pretty interesting to consider. And that could be also linked to why certain people have like spiritual type experiences that then end up having like a physical healing quality to them, like that their physical body is healed in some way, or like the mind body spirit connection, and how those are all interconnected.
Well, for me, there's no question that you can communicate like through dreams or just through some sort of mental telepathy. Maybe it's like in the sense of spiritual entropy. So the more connected you are to the physical, the less connected you are spiritually. So you had to reduce the amount of like physical connection or physical awareness and increase the amount of spiritual awareness. Maybe that's it. I don't know, but I know for a fact there is something to it because I had a dream of like my brother spoke to me in a dream. He was in the hospital. I didn't know what was wrong with him. It was had cystic fibrosis, so it was very common for him to go to the hospital um, for for many different reasons. He would go and stay for a couple days and come back home and so forth. But this one particular time when he went to the hospital, I had a dream, and in the dream, his skin was turning yellow, like he was getting jaundiced, and his eyes were really yellow, and his stomach was really swelled, and he was in a lot of pain. And like I even remember he had one of his legs propped up, one knee bent, one knee straight, trying to deal with the pain, and he couldn't deal with the pain. And he had his hands on the handrails of the bed, and he looked at me and he said my name. And he told me, he said, "This time it's serious. This time it's really bad. That I'm not coming back from this one." And so when I woke in the morning, when I woke, I called my daughters and asked them if they had went to visit him, and they said that they were going to wait until he came home to visit him because he had to go to a special hospital, university hospital, and he had to see specialists every time he went to the doctor. And I told them, I said, "Well, I had a dream, and I feel like he was speaking to me in the dream, and they know how I am when this stuff happens, so they just like kind of dropped everything. And when they dropped everything, we all went together and we went to visit him, and he had already gotten to the point to where they had to give him vasodilators to like squeeze all of his blood just around his organs so that he could still be alive. He was already in a medically induced coma because he was in so much pain, and his skin was yellow and his stomach was swelled just like in my dream. So there's definitely something to it, and he ended up passing away. I know for a fact there's something to it because there's no way that I would have known that, and unless there's some other spirit within the etheric realm that revealed it to me. He was talking directly to me in my dream. And I'm sure if all of you like think back, in your life that you've had instances and situations and experiences like that. That not like maybe not that particular one, but just similar.
Oh, I can attest to that for sure. I also think that what you said in the beginning was beautiful. It's less of the world, more of the spiritual. And it might be hard for some to give up those, worldly desires and pleasures. That's a normal thing for anybody to want. But it seems when you give those up a little more, you can get more in tune with that spiritual realm.
Yeah, and it's interesting, like in terms of that, the physical versus spiritual kind of polarity, and then like DMT, dimethyltryptamine, and how that may actually the idea that may actually regulate between the worlds in a sense. Like, I mean, DMT is like a natural neurotransmitter in our brains, but it's like released in very high amounts during like sleep, during birth, during death, during childbirth, etc. So it is interesting to think about how like when we're sleeping, we're almost entirely shut off from the physical. And then if there's a DMT being released in your brain and your pineal gland as well, that it's sort of like being completely disconnected in a sense from the physical while you're sleeping. Like you're not, you're not experiencing yourself in your body with all your bodily functions and everything. You're sort of in that dream world state. So it's interesting just to think about how like kind of temporarily disconnecting or disassociating, not necessarily in a negative way disassociate, but just to actually like, yeah, to not associate with the physical as much, to then focus on that's the spiritual planes in that sense. It's interesting to think of that as like a polarity. And kind of when you focus on one, you kind of, like when you're driving a car down the road, you want to have all your physical faculties. You know, you don't necessarily want to be, you know, connecting with spirits and spirit worlds. You want to be driving and keep your eyes on the road. But if you're in a deep dream or something where you don't need to be driving and you're not in the physical, then you can, you know, explore in those ways. So yeah, it's interesting to think of that as like a spectrum.
Exactly, and maybe dreaming is the only way that, without being aware and having intent of doing it, that we can do that. Think about like everything that we have to do in our daily lives. It kind of requires us to give our total focus and attention to these, you know, physical aspects of things like material. That maybe that's how they were able to receive this knowledge in the past. You know, that they were totally connected and in tune with nature, to the point to where they could access this connection while they were awake. You know, that's what I'm thinking. I think there was a huge difference in connectivity to the etheric spirits, if you want to call them etheric spirits, or the etheric spiritual realm, however you want to look at it. Like it's the same thing.
It's so funny how you put it, Gio, with like driving a car. I mean, that's exactly right. That's what they have us doing, these silly tasks all day. Everybody's got to be doing something, to the point that you can't connect with that side. It's almost like it's been set up that way on purpose.
Right, to always be in the physical mode. Yeah. To always be focusing, or even to convince us that the physical mode is the only mode. You know, there is no creator, there is no spirit worlds. I'm just saying, that's kind of like the modern materialist viewpoint in a sense, like the Newtonian Cartesian worldview. You know, we are only the physical, and you know, leave all the dreams aside. You know, none of that is, you know, it's just your mind making things up. You know, neurons bouncing around in your brain, and just, you know, I mean, I think the mainstream has come maybe a long way in terms of that, and actually considering some of these, you know, like near-death experiences and dreams and some of these things somewhat more. But I'm just talking about like the most rigid materialistic type viewpoint, to kind of keep us always operating in that mode, so that we don't discover more about who we are or our potentials, and just kind of stay stuck in the physical mode, you know, just 9 to 5, you know, survival kind of mode.
Exactly, and the little bit of connection that we have with nature left to grow gardens and live on land and be able to get out in nature, that they're trying to sever all of that also. So they're taking they're trying to remove and take what little connection we still have with nature away. And not only that, but they're also manipulating the vibrational frequency of different elements within the ether too, with these devices and technologies. HARP, for example.
Yep, it's tax from all angles. I got you in the physical mode, like just doing a 9 to 5, but then on top of that, going ahead and send out some weird frequencies, and so we'll spray some stuff in the sky here and there. It's crazy.
So I rewatched an old video that I'd saved many years ago about HARP, and I put it in general chat and the chat lounge text, because I didn't want to like spam this chat, because it didn't have anything to do with the convo that was going on. But it was the 1985, I think, was the year, documentary on HARP, and this guy that did research, like one of the military applications they had of it was to psychologically manipulate the people. Like you could manipulate them into moods. You can manipulate their moods using it. That was one of the applications, and now they're everywhere, and not even far from where I live. Like when you feel, I could feel the air heating up. Like we drove into a pocket of hot air, and there was a storm warning. There's like this huge blanket of, layer of clouds, but on one edge you could see like these lights flashing. It was just like a strobe light show. And when I rewatched that documentary, it's exactly what HARP looks like when they're using it. And they have these all over the place now. There's not just one, there's many of them. And that was one of the admitted military applications of it, was to psychologically affect the moods and, mindset of people.
Yeah, I'm gonna check that out. I want to check that video out. Thanks.
Well, it makes me think of like what the extents are of our psyches. Like, I guess I was just thinking of the difference, just to try to put it really simply, is like, are we individual psyches, individual mind, individual thoughts, brain, all of that, separate from the rest? Or are we actually like an integral part of the whole? Meaning to where like that our psyches or our minds are actually like subsets within a field. If that makes sense, like the difference between that. Because like if two things are totally separate, then it would make sense that there might not be telepathic communication or all that. Like, you're just a material brain, you just evolve, this is your brain, it's only you, your thoughts are only in your head, and that's it. Versus the idea that our psyches are actually like placed within a larger medium or a larger whole in which can be accessed in those ways. And I think it seems like the mainstream model has tried to push the idea that, we are just the material, just neurons bouncing in our brain and that's it. Whereas I think a lot of the more ancient understandings of things would more be the latter, that we are actually like, that our psyche is kind of set into the larger system, and therefore those boundaries can be accessed essentially to the greater whole, through any one individual, mind, in that sense, like part of the whole.
Oh, there's no way you can let that secret out. People knew that. We could actually do something about this.
Yeah, I know. If we all knew that we were completely interconnected and had ways to like access that and then access each other, and knowledge that's not just through a television or through Chat GPT. Well, when ayahuasca was first discovered by mainstream medicine, they didn't know what the active compounds were, and they called it, the active molecules in it at the beginning, they called it telepathine. So that was their first name, was telepathine, because they were noticing that when people would utilize it, that they were having, telepathic sort of downloads and able to communicate between each other in more expansive ways than, in that sense. So they literally call it telepathine. And then of course nowadays, at least in the United States, they've tried to render it illegal, although in other countries it's totally legal and people still do it in the United States. But at least the kind of first world countries have chalked it up with all these other medicines that they want to literally make illegal and don't want us looking at and everything. So yeah, they actively, I think, try to suppress a lot of things that have a ability to connect us more with ourselves or with each other in ways that are beneficial. They want us isolated, it seems, and not to be outside of their control, basically their control channels of information.
Yeah, it would make sense that I don't know, the first family on Earth that was ever made, they would talk like that would be their language, telepathy, and they knew all the ways to have that. And it's interesting that language has always led to confusion. So if you could talk on that or like communicate at that level, there's no confusion involved.
Right. Yeah. You're saying if there's like a direct connection versus it being watered down through some other channel of information. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, or even the fact like translating one language to the next, you sometimes can lose information or this or that. So even the fact like that I can't even get my point across perfectly is evidence that if we were just, telepathically communicate, we wouldn't have the problem.
Yeah, just bypassing language altogether. In a sense,
Yeah.
I think there may have even been a time that that we communicated in that way. Without language, or if we used any language, it was very little. I believe the language was taught to us, by I guess malicious spirits, maybe. The only way I know to say it. So I try to stay away from good versus evil. I mean, that carries a certain energy or connotation with it that kind of distracts from the essence of what it actually is, I think.
I know. I only know of one story that says, that people spoke of one language and then something gave them multiple languages. I'm not trying to go there or anything, but that's interesting.
Well, then what was that original? What was
been-
that original language? Then is what I want to know. What is that original language?
Could it be telepathy, telepathy or whatever? Like, is there even a language associated with that? Being able to communicate mind to mind?
Well, that's the thing. I mean, if you're doing it like with English words, like if somebody telepathically connects to someone else or gets something from sort of a spirit in that sense, or when people say that that Jesus spoke to them, or all kinds of different type experiences like that, like is it in English, or is that just our brain's way of perceiving it? Because I mean, there could be telepathic connections that are just beyond language entirely, where it's just like a direct knowing or like a direct communication of information that's not even connected to like any of the languages that we're currently familiar with, English, French, Japanese, all of these languages.
Yeah, like if you sense someone behind you, you don't, is it something that you think in English? You know what I mean? I feel like at that point, that's what it would be more like. You would be able to convey it in that manner.
If anyone wants to build on that idea, like definitely feel free to do so. But I just popped open my YouTube and I see Jeranism is debating Brenda today. I guess in 15 minutes it starts. I'm only saying, all I know with Jaron and Brenda is that I over the years I've heard, because he does his call-in show, and sometimes I'll hear a part of it where she calls in, and Jaron, from what I've heard, just there's a lot of cussing and insulting and FUs, all of that. So I'm a little surprised that I guess it's going to be Jaren, modding the debate, I guess, and debating her. I don't know, but apparently it's Brenda and Jaren.
That's crazy that he would even do that. That's hilarious.
I know. It seems like over the last month, like she calls into his show and then he does talk with her for a while. He'll go longer than the 3 minutes that he gives people or whatever. But from what I've heard, it usually ends in just insults and all that. And then he ends up, saying, get the F out of here and, moves along to the next person. So I'm a little surprised that he's wanting to host an entire debate with one-on-one, I guess.
Brenda's got the debates. That's funny. That's gonna be great, I guess. I don't know. Another one that it's a car accident. You just can't look away.
I guess there was one final. I don't know if it's final comment or not, but like the way that we used to communicate, it could perhaps when you walk into a room and someone is looking at you and you don't know that they're looking at you, but you can feel them looking at you. You turn and you look and you can see that they're looking at you, and it's someone that you know. And but you don't just go up to them and talk to them, right? I mean, this is probably a bad example. I don't need to be so specific about the example. So, because everybody has many different experiences, I'm sure that they've had this to happen to them. Where you can pick up a feeling and you just feel the person. You feel the person and you can sense and you can feel what they're feeling. Like if they're sad, if they're angry, or if they're extremely happy, or if they just got some good news, like you can kind of pick up on the energy that maybe that is the beginning, like the surface entry to that kind of communication. That it would be more about feel and not so much about, because there is something to thoughts being polarized and even labels to things, identifying it as a specific something or something else. That it's polarizing and it kind of I think it inhibits us a lot, really. There's a mechanism to understand this, in a very mechanistic way, understanding the additive and subtractive natures of vibrational frequencies. And one has one particular that vibrational frequency they're putting out, another one has another. It's like the two together will create an entirely new vibrational frequency. So these polarizing thoughts could, and thinking, this is my belief, that our soul is anchored into the spirit realm and we're connected and tethered to it through our spirit, which is the energy we operate off of here. It's the energy that connects us to our soul. And our life that we live here is kind of like affecting our soul, and what our soul contains affects our life here. It's just how much we're connected to it. And thinking about these additive and subtractive nature of vibrational frequencies, then it would kind of make sense that we would actually bring about these spirits ourselves by having these polarizing thoughts, Anyway, that it might just be your feel, your emotion without the thoughts, without the polarizing thoughts. Trying to keep it undifferentiated, unpolarized, depolar, just raw nature of it. Which goes back to why, I deeply believe that emotion is connected in more ways than we can imagine, like to intent. I mean, there's a lot of talk against emotion. I think emotion is good. It's good to be control, to, to not just not be able to control emotions. But it's good to be aware. That might actually be our connection, our connection to the spiritual realm. I mean, can you even connect to it without it? I don't know.
Yeah, it made me think about the idea of like the idea of the emotions as like the interface between yeah, like the spirit world and the idea of like karma, reap what you sow, and like that component of yeah, and then into the body. But it's like yeah, what role do emotions play? I mean, I guess there's different types of emotions. Like there's the kind of reap what you sow component of emotions, but then there's also like expressing love or appreciation for someone else. So there's also like kind of those positive expressions, or experiencing joy or you know an elated emotion linked to great music or things. So I guess yeah, there's a lot of interfaces, but I was just kind of thinking of that in terms of the emotional kind of being like the carrier or like the container for some deeper part of ourselves, and then the emotion is like I was just thinking about it as like the interface, like the buffer between these different layers.
For myself, like I've had issues, a lot of issues with the emotional aspect of myself, I guess you could say. And I've learned and I've come to find out that the more my emotions are affected or tied to or tethered to things in the physical, like whether and that could even be people too. Like even though they have a spirit that is also tethered to the etheric, to the spiritual, that like our interactions with them in the physical totally different, because where they're coming from, we don't know. We don't know where it comes from. We don't know what the root is. So we have our own discernment and our own. We can only operate that discernment off of the knowledge that we have. And the more our emotions are tethered to or affected by things in the physical and things like our daily interactive part of life, then the worse chaotic that it can be. And the more you disconnect it from that and connect it with the spiritual, then that's like when I was able to get more control over it. It's like I was feeling for many years, feeling like, so many people had, this is the only way I know to explain it, had a lasso around me, and these individuals, they could just jerk me around and pull me one direction then another. And I think that it's back to that spiritual entropy, like disconnecting from that, because trying to understand those things, we can't. We don't know where it comes from. We don't know what's affecting them, because someone's probably got a lasso around them, jerking them around too, So that's been a struggle for me. And like changing the way of thinking and the viewpoint on that, and trying to connect more with the spiritual than the physical, and focusing on intent, like that has helped 100%. So I think emotions are a doorway, and emotions can be affected by so many different things. Chemicals, which is part of the the reason why, a lot of the attacks on humans are chemical, and then, it's etherically manipulating the vibrational frequency, just like with HARP. And once people become connected more to the physical, which means, like, if your emotions are affected more so by whether or not someone likes your post than it is whether or not you can pick up on, say, the emotional health of your family just by being around them. No one even cares or focuses on that anymore. But they're so focused on these superficial aspects of life that mean nothing, but it means everything to them. And whether or not someone likes their post or dislikes it or makes a negative or positive comment can affect their entirety of their emotions. And that feeds into the spirit, like that they're tethered to their soul whether they realize it or not. And all of those herky-jerky manipulations of the emotions of people in these superficial ways is severing their connection. In my opinion, that's severing. It's further severing the connection. It's clouding it, like just convoluting it to where they can't even identify what's going on. And it weakens them, I think, and I think that's the purpose. So to weaken an individual's ability to control their own emotions because their emotions have so many lassos on them that they're being jerked around, it weakens them. It weakens the power they have over their own mind. It weakens the power that they have over their own emotions, which in turn, inadvertently, which is the whole purpose, to weaken the power they have over their whole spirit.
Yeah, truth, you're right. All the Indians talk about that. The third eye. Absolutely. That's a big thing.
I knew that the pyramids held some kind of. I thought it was about power, generating power, and perhaps it still could have. It still could, but it seems to be related to. I would think, like, if we have all these ancient structures that are pyramidal shaped, and then we have, like, pyramids with Odysee on top of it, everywhere. We're taught to think that that's evil. We're taught to think that that's, an evil symbol, and then you find out, you discover that consciousness manifests in a pyramidal shaped neuron in the brain where it funnels and it concentrates it and it focuses it at the top and that's where it lights up at. To me, it's like there has to be some correlation to these pyramids. Has to be.
That's the first time I hear that. Can you talk more on that? On the pyramid thing in the brain?
Is that the first time you've heard of it? Okay.
Yeah.
Let me find the video.
I know
that I
about the
watched.
third eye, right? But the pyramid, that I'm not really.
Yeah, that blew my mind when I watched that. And this is like more than 10 years into the discovery of it, I think. But Sir Roger Penrose and I think Stuart or George Hammerhoff talked on it. I'll find the video for you.
Penrose? Yeah, Penrose is kind of sus in my book, but okay, I'll have a look anyways.
Well, now he did, when he talked about it, he did go into all these theoretical, all these theories having to do with, more of mainstream. Halfway through it, if you go past, if you fast forward, matters of fact, as many times as I've watched that video, I didn't get anything. I didn't gain any information or any knowledge from what Penrose was saying. It was when the Hammerhoff guy was talking. He was talking about the actual tangible experiments that they did on the human brain and what they discovered using anesthesia on subjects, because it doesn't put the body to sleep. It puts only the conscious awareness. It kind of removes that aspect of it when they use anesthesia. And then when they remove the anesthesia from the effect of the anesthesia from the individual, then they could see the area of the brain that would light up, and they discovered that the area of the brain that would light up when conscious awareness could return to the brain, the pyramidal shaped neuron. And I'll post the video, but you could watch the whole thing if you want to. But I just
You're
didn't
blowing me away here now with this pyramid neuron. First time I heard this.
Yeah, I just didn't get anything from the Penrose guy, and he was like the first half of it. The Hammerhoff guy, if you fast forward it to when he takes and he becomes the speaker, like that's when I learned a lot of stuff. Actually, it's like he's nothing but knowledge.
So this is a for real thing, or this is a for real? There's actually a pyramid neuron.
Yeah, and pyramidal shaped neuron in the brain. And from what I understand, we also have pyramidal shaped neurons in our gut too. So I don't know
I've heard
what.
the stomach is the second brain, but yeah, this pyramid thing. Wow. Okay, got to look into it. You've got my attention. Let's put it this way.
Yeah, it's like, because I didn't even I was always fascinated with the pyramids, and then I was looking really deep into consciousness and just trying to focus on that just for what I call intent work, like doing this self-check, self-awareness on what my own intentions for everything I do and say is, try to keep that proper, to try to keep it, acceptable from what I understand, my viewpoints of what acceptable is, try to keep it good, and in doing that, trying to understand consciousness and it's the role that it plays in that. Like, I came across this video, and when I watched this, it just blew my mind, and I'm like, and when I don't understand how it doesn't blow everyone's mind. And then when he said that it was a pyramidal shaped. I'm like, bingo, this looks exactly like all of these symbols of the all-seeing eye on top of the pyramid. And then we have pyramidal structures everywhere. And then when you get into psychotronics, you look into the psychotronics, they claim that having a pyramid turned a certain way. Now, I guess it would need to be constructed out of a specific material. I don't know if it needs to be or not, but if they turned it in a certain way with the ley lines, they could actually turn it on and turn it off. If it was turned within the, but if it was over, if they hung a pyramid over their head, right when they were meditating on intent or while they slept, it had an amplification aspect to intent is what they were learning. And there was actually, I'll post both those videos. Let me just find both of them, the psychotronics one and the Sir Roger Penrose and Stuart or I think it's Stuart Hammerhoff. It's either Stuart or George. His last name's Hammerhoff.
Right. Well, I've heard things about pyramids, right? But what is it? The one with the blade? You put a blade inside, a dull blade, it sharpens or it keeps it sharp. I forget which one that one was. There's all kinds of claims with pyramid shapes. Now, the actual pyramid, the actual big one, right? The big one, that one, there is like, shall we say, evidence that it could have been a power structure because of the running water. Apparently, it had something to do with running water and mercury. And yeah, at first you say, okay, but how would it transmit and all this stuff? And then, I don't know if you've seen a few years back, they put a robot out one of the shafts. You seen that? It was a big thing a while back. Anyways, if you didn't, they sent the robot down the shaft and they found like metal, like two metal prods. It was almost like a negative and a positive kind of a thing. So then started getting my attention. So yeah, there's a lot of indications that it could have been a power thing. Definitely wasn't a
Yeah.
tomb, that's for sure.
Well, I hadn't heard of the sharpening the knife or keeping the knife sharp thing, but there was this guy that allegedly built his house in pyramid shape, and after which doing so, and someone said, now this is total hearsay, that since his house has been burnt down or it burnt, or I don't know, something happened to it. I'm not sure about that end point of the story. There's this guy that allegedly built a house out of a pyramidal shaped house, and water just flowed to his house naturally. It just attracted water.
Really? Wow.
Yeah, that was the claim. Here's that video. I timestamped it, where see the bald guy when he starts talking. And I have nothing against bald guys, like I'm not saying that in a bad way. Anyway, when he starts talking, that's when I got most out of the video.
Yeah, I hear that. Like I'll listen because of the other guy. Because if it was Penrose, I'm really not interested. We even have a thing: don't Penrose yourself. You know?
Yeah, I
like
didn't
this guy's out in the woods.
I didn't get anything from what he said, and I watched it. I don't know how I've watched it many times. And first 3 or 4 times that I watched it, I tried to watch the whole thing. 'Cause I'm thinking maybe I'm just not intelligent enough to grasp what this theoretical physicist here is saying. So I tried to rewatch it and take notes. And I'm like, dude, this dude is not saying anything helpful or useful in my opinion. It's like the only thing that he said that I found useful was that maybe understanding consciousness, just like in other areas of understanding energy, is non-computational. And you're not going to be able to computate it. You're not going to be able to put it into mathematical equations. You can't physicality it. You know what I mean? It's like, that's the only thing useful that I heard him say. But that's just me.
Penrose is like out there. Like we even make jokes about him. Like I said, we have a thing. We say, "Don't Penrose yourself." Like he's way out in left field. Like his latest thing, just to give you an example, is when they say the universe would expand, then contract, rebang, but then they said no, that's no good because it's expanding, right? So now he came up with a thing that, and that's the craziest thing I ever heard. He says it doesn't contract and rebang; it just expands to a point and then rebangs. Like, how does that even make sense?
I don't know, but you know what? It reminds. It's like they're trying to repackage everything into their own materialistic viewpoint to disseminate to everyone, so that when they learn it, these definitions and these trains of thought, and it's why they try to train in schools like a certain type of way of thinking. Because if you adopt that way of thinking, it'll hinder you from being open-minded to think in other ways. And I feel like they're just trying to take, because Walter Russell talks about the cosmic pendulum, and then when you get into the sympathetic vibratory physics and you combine like the understanding of both of those together, it's like you have this male energy force which goes outward. It only goes outward to a certain extent, and then it comes back, and when it comes back, that's the female simulative force which flows inward. It's like the cosmic pendulum, and I think it was like 10 octaves wide is what he said that it was. And like, this was the framework that they used, that he used to discover many elements. So, I mean, it sounds like they're just trying to saying that the universe, they want us to, but this is within the realm that we live, right? What is accessible to us, right? So they're trying to expand it on to this infinite, expanse of outer space. It's somewhere that we can't reach, we can't obtain, and they're trying to get us to think in terms of unfathomable ideas, right? That we just have to turn to them and turn to their understanding to comprehend. Like, we can't comprehend it, we just have to take their word for it, that they know what they're talking about. But
yeah, it seems that they've succeeded. Is somebody trying to go in? If you were, go ahead.
You were going to comment on that. I was just going to say that second video there, I don't know the validity of what she's saying or how credible it is. I just think that it can't be pure coincidence that there's all of these things around pyramids, and these were, what she talks about was supposed to have been actual tangible experiments that they did with.
Yeah, I used to think of this stuff as all woo, right? Until I saw these, now I haven't done it myself, so I can't really say, but sure looks convincing. So many people, those rice experiments and those water intent experiments, and play the good music, play the bad music, and different shapes, how they crystallize. It's like, I don't know. Is there something to it?
Yeah, for real. Like the woman that, like when she thought of a sailboat and then it imprinted into the water as it froze, image that she was thinking, the sailboat. It makes me wonder, like, could a group of like-minded with good intent individuals, like, okay, so if that'll happen on a droplet of water that you're freezing, that you're going to look at with a microscope on a small scale like that, and if you can, just from thought or polarizing thoughts, and just from having, your intent imprinted on that water droplet, and what if we, like a group of people with good intent, like was pleading out and crying out to, the spiritual realm, and we put like our good intent, and we were like-minded together as a group, and amplified our intent by being united as a group, and say next to running water that was connected to all the waters on earth, and it's a large body of water. would it like in turn like imprint that intent and requests of the spiritual realm like into the water and connect it like to all the water to where all the water would carry our intent? I don't know.
I've heard
It's
this water memory thing. Do you have that video? Because I've heard about it and I've seen a couple things, but because I got a microscope myself and I wouldn't mind trying this. What you're talking about there, I don't know about the
I've
ultimate
seen
thing
that a
of
while back. I'll try
yeah,
to
it was a
find it for
while.
you.
Thank you,
Yeah,
thank you.
yeah, no worries. If I remember how it
It's interesting.
goes, go on.
I was just gonna say, I don't know. It's maybe down the same line, but if you ever been out in the ocean, just like floating with the waves, and you can feel the power, and it's just trippy being connected to like all the other waters, touching all over the world. You definitely feel a connection.
Well, there's no doubt that something is special about water, right? It's like light. It's in a realm of its own, right? When it freezes, it expands, and we know all this stuff, right? There's definitely something special about water. There's the cavitation at 33 feet. Yeah, and now this intense stuff, like, yeah, it's remarkable. Now, like I said, I should have tried it by now, really. But it's like, really, is it true? Is it woo? Is it? I don't know.
Yeah, because I got a really nice microscope. I'd be able to do this with at least, or at least try. I don't know how, because
Try
that's the
it,
thing
bro.
is you got to keep it frozen. So like, I think that's going to be the hard part for me is getting the things frozen and whatever you got to do to put the intention into it, and then getting that to my microscope before it melts.
I think the thing is, it's like, and this is gonna sound crazy, right? I'm not even believing I'm gonna say this, but only because I saw it. Apparently, you go next to the water and you have like mean thoughts, like you have terrible thoughts, whatever, and then the other glass of water, you have nice thoughts, peaceful thoughts, loving thoughts, right? Now that's the intent part. That's what the water is supposed to pick up. So when it freezes, then that intent is supposed to be in the water. So there you go. If you want to try it, that's how you do it.
Yeah, I'd have to like freeze it. Maybe like I could do it with a bunch of different slides. So maybe I could even try putting different intentions into each slide and then freeze them all.
Yeah.
And then go
Yeah.
through and label them, and because that'd be fun. Because I've heard that claim, and
But
then
there's
even
truth.
Smurf here,
Yeah.
even Smurf here talks about the holographic blood thing. So I was actually wondering about doing that. Next time I'm bleeding, I'm gonna try and catch it on a slide and look at it.
Yeah, there's definitely, it appears there's definitely more than, than just the physical.
I'll tell you something else interesting when I was watching this video, when I revisited this video. I was taking screenshots of the different impressions that it was, the different words, how it left the images in the water, the different words. And something I found interesting was that, like, you would expect, like, the word hate or, say, like in the thumbnail, disgusting. Like if there is being something to this, that it would leave like a disharmonious, chaotic, ugly looking, what we view as ugly and beautiful might not even be, what ugly and beautiful actually is, but like the chaotic structure of it, that it reveals, resembles, or that it holds. Like you would think that with the words war and peace, that peace would be the beautiful one and war would be the ugly one. But they both are kind of beautiful and have a structure, but one is more like extremely tight structured, but it's still got some harmonious type structure to it. It's not ugly like you would think it would be for war. Peace is more of that beautiful structure, but in an expanded, relaxed. Like one is very tense and tight, and the other one is very expansed and relaxed. Like peace is more relaxed and war is more tight and very tensious. Like, but it still has. Let me see if I find it. I'll just post the two. That surprised me. I didn't expect that. It kind of me back a little bit because I'm like, wait a minute. I expected war to be kind of ugly.
You know, I was thinking the same thing as evil. It looks like light, doesn't it? In the thing you posted, the truth.
Oh, evil?
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like it looks
It
like
looks
the
like light,
light.
no?
Yeah,
Yeah.
without any kind of like a robin type. It robs it of structure or something. It's like it's robbing everything around it of its energy.
Like a void next to it, around it, kind of a thing.
Exactly.
I don't know. I would have imagined evil looking more evil than that. If you know what I mean. But yeah, what is evil supposed to look like?
I know, right? Like war, for example, for instance. What's it supposed to look like? It looks different than what I expected it to look like.
Well, chaotic, like black slashes. You know, I don't know. Certainly not anything good looking. Like death, rotting, misery, pain, evil. Reminds me of the Black Sabbath song, War Pigs. Has anybody here tried that? The water or the plant thing? They say the plants, they react to once they know you're gonna go in and clip them.
Baxter effect? Yeah, I haven't tried it, but I reckon that was well researched. No, I think it was repeated, and like it was. I don't know. I haven't done it myself, but so the first one is peace, and the second one is war. Actually, it was the other way around. Peace is more um, tight and concentrated, and war is more expansed out. Guess I had it backwards.
Which one is war? The second one?
The first one.
The first one is war. Okay, let's have a look.
It's got the word on it on the image. Like if you couldn't see the words, you know, it came from the words that they spoke to it. If you didn't see those and you were to guess, like someone said, "All right, tell me which one is war and tell me which one is peace."
They both look like peace, like peaceful, like
Yeah, they both have some sort of beautiful structure, but one is more dense and one is more expanded. One's kind of like if you're tense with anxiety or something, peace is more tense looking, and the war is more relaxed looking, and it's opposite of what you expect.
yeah, like I don't see war in any one of these things. I see structure, I see, you know, organization, I see symmetry, complete opposite of war. Maybe they weren't thinking war enough. Maybe they were thinking Pokemon War.
I don't know, but that's like set in my mind, and I don't know what to do with that right yet because like all the other words kind of meet your expectations of ugliness, but these two have baffled me right here. War and
You know
peace.
what? You know, it just made me think. Could this be like the fine line that they talk about? Like they say, between genius and crazy, there's a fine line. Between love and hate, there's a fine line. Could this be the fine line between war and peace? I don't know. That just came to my head.
Be.
Like they say, genius is bordering on crazy, right?
Makes me wonder, like, okay, so yeah, I would want to do this to see because maybe the person, I mean, it could be that the person who is speaking the words war and peace didn't have war in their heart, didn't have like
Yeah,
war intent in their mind.
exactly. Yeah, yeah. Because it can't be this similar. I mean, if it's real to begin with, right? We're just, shooting the breeze now, right? But yeah, there would have to be a difference. Unless it's what I said, like the fine line, unless this is really it. Unless there's no divide between war and peace. It's like love and hate. No? Genius and craziness.
Well, and you would think if they didn't have war in their heart, that they would also not have hate in their heart. Yet when they spoke the word hate, it was pretty ugly looking. So
You can't have love without hate.
That's what they say. Yeah, you need the opposites, yeah?
Well, no, with love comes hate. You love something,
With
and if somebody takes that away from you, you hate them. Or if somebody threatens what you love, you hate them.
No, I would say
the
that's
thing,
not love. Yeah, that's a twisted form of something else. Just because there's
No.
a polarity doesn't mean that that is what love is.
No, I'm not saying love is hate. I'm saying you can't have love without it also inviting hate.
Why can't you just have? You could just have pure love.
No, you can't.
Why not?
Because to form an emotional connection that would cause you to love something, to have that thing ripped away from you, the default setting would be to hate that thing that took it away from you.
I don't agree. That's not
Okay.
that would be some hate thing. That's not a default reaction of love. That would be another. That would be. I think of like everything as love. I think the creator is love. The creator, etc. Like the center of all consciousness is love. So my perspective, everything is love. There's just different expressions of it. So even hate is like a twisted form of love.
Maybe. I mean, like, the way I see it is love is the default you have for something. Like you would like your pet, like you would your mother, like you would a spouse or a trinket. And then somebody or something that causes harm or takes that away from you, takes that connection you have away from you, invokes the opposite response of hate. It's like if I were to take away the heat of something, what are you left with? You're left with the cold of something. If I take away the support beam that pushes left, what happens? You get that push right.
Yeah, I just don't think that's necessarily like an entropic, like it's like not like an entropic consistency that if somebody loves something and it's taken away that they have to then experience hate, because I mean they could just have more love and compassion for others who took that away from them or something to that nature. Like they could even love their enemy, or not their enemy, but like the one that's being an enemy towards them, I guess. There's like the way that like in the idea of like like the legends of like Buddha or Jesus, these different figures that have like infinite
Oh,
compassion and love. So I'm just saying it doesn't have
well,
to go
hold on.
together, but I know what you mean, that sometimes there is a
The Buddha doesn't have an infinite capacity of love. The Buddha actually serves as a beacon for enlightenment, and part of that is by getting rid of the idea of love, because it does draw in hate. It is a desire. That is why they have a I don't want to say uncaring, but not nihilistic. I'm trying to think of the word outside of like uncaring. They don't have a connection to things, because having a connection to things is what leads to the path of hate. That's why they teach them, like those Buddhist monks. They'll go out there and they'll spend months and months and months and months designing the most intricate piece of like sand art you've ever seen, just to when they finish it, they destroy it because it teaches them not to build connections to things. Because it's that connection to that we develop to things that causes us to lash out and hate those that take it away from us.
That may be so. You may be right about that. And I seen that stuff. That's amazing, by the way, that sand thing. But that doesn't mean that's what love is.
Oh no, I'm not saying love is hate. I'm saying love invokes hate. To love means
Well,
also
when
taking
you
the
say
risk
it
to
like
hate.
that, I don't know, man.
No, I'm not saying love is hate. I'm saying to love invites the risk of hating. It invites hatred. To form a connection, you risk having that connection broken. When you form a relationship, you risk having that relationship shatter.
Yeah, of course. There's always that. Yeah, you're vulnerable, and of course, love is also vulnerability. So yeah, obviously that comes with the territory. Yeah, those patterns. Yeah, that's really freaked out, man. How they do that.
Yeah. But that's why when you see
And then
somebody
they
who is
destroy
without,
it.
yeah,
Yeah.
that's why when you see somebody who casts love out of their heart, they also tend to cast hate out, because one invokes the other. One
Look, I get
necessarily isn't the other. They just invoke each other.
the yin and yang, but I think you're just a little bit too aggressive with the yang part. That's what I'm saying.
Oh no, I'm just going right in line with Buddhist doctrine. Which
Well,
again
the
is
way
why
you're
they teach
saying it.
the Buddhists not to love.
Okay, correct me if I misunderstood you, but the way you're saying it, it's like you're saying it. Love brings hate.
Yeah,
That's
it
how you're
invites
saying.
hate.
Invites hate.
Yeah. Because like I
Well,
said,
then I
love,
can say, how about if I say hate? Hate invites love.
it does.
Okay. I guess if you want to look at it that way, I mean, yeah. How did we? Oh yeah, we were talking about this, the intent thing. That's how we got to this. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I was away for a bit, so I might have missed the first part of it. I just popped in on the kind of love and hate part of it that was being discussed. I was commenting on that.
Yeah, good evening, guys. Yeah, Gio, is it true that Whispered Sister's missing? I just heard it.
From what I've heard, yeah, but I don't know all the details on it. But yeah, I heard him mention it on a stream. But yeah, that's my understanding.
Whose sister?
Yeah, just heard that Whispered Sister's missing.
Who's Wispit?
Witsit.
Oh, Witsit. That's not good.
Yeah, Whispered gets it. I always say Whispered, but I mean Whispered gets it, yeah. His sister's missing.
I really hope that she comes out
I
okay.
don't know the details either, but I just wanted to confirm that, that's all.
I mean, I personally haven't heard him talk about it on here that I'm aware of too much, but I did hear it on one of his streams that he had mentioned it. So yeah, but I don't know too many details, but yeah.
I really hope that she comes out all right. I don't like Witsit, but like nobody's sister deserves to go missing. Unless you work for the IRS.
Well, that's effed up. I wish her well. So that kind of put a damper on things. What a freaking bummer.
What? Yeah. What happened? I've been kind of in and out. What you're saying, that the chief squatty dog, or what he was saying, or
No, what Jin came with. The missing person. That's kind of bad.
yeah, like I said, I'd only heard on Witsit mentioned it on his stream. So yeah, I guess I don't know additional updates, but I haven't heard that she was found yet. So yeah, it is.
Yeah. So obviously we all hope that she's in good condition and she's not being tortured or anything silly like that, or she hasn't had an accident. You know, we don't know what's going on. So, but it is a surprise. Why Wisfit? Why Wisfit gets it? Mm.
Do you know how many people go missing every day in the States and in Canada and around the world? Yeah.
Amazing. Yeah, I know. It's an amazing number. Yeah, very true.
And the worst thing is most of them are children. There's like how many? Anyways, I don't even know why if we even should be talking about this. To be honest with you. To be honest.
Which is why I didn't want to say anything. I just wanted a little confirmation. That was all. Obviously, if there was any snippets and bits and pieces that people knew, but as things we know nothing, that's it. We'll have to wait for Wisfit to get in. He can fill us in on that. Seeing that he let it out of the bag, he can fill us in as to what happened. Yeah, I was having a discussion earlier on about 45 minutes ago. I was asking people that if you've all been received the the needle, and I didn't receive the needle, would you be concerned? That's all I said to them. Would they be concerned? And you should have seen the reaction I got. Ridiculed, assaulted, insulted. And I then asked them, but why would you be? You've got the protection. You shouldn't be concerned. You should be laughing at me without my protection. Isn't that not right? I won't go any further than that, but you know what I mean, yeah?
Yeah. Funny you should mention that, because we're just watching a video with Rogan, short,
Yeah.
and apparently he had a beef with CNN because he didn't take a certain vitamin. Did you guys know that CNN ridiculed him and had his face green and because he took a
Yeah,
certain horse
yes.
medicine? You guys aware of that?
Yeah, I was. I was aware of that. Yeah, I was aware of that fact. Yeah, definitely. They just hung him out to dry. They hung him out
Yeah.
to dry. They
Just be careful of the
they
words
did.
you use. Yeah.
That's why I said they hung him out to dry, just like they did
Yeah,
with
yeah, yeah.
Robert F. Kennedy Jr. They did the same to him. They've been hanging him out to dry for 18 years, so he's well dry now.
Yeah, I didn't know that Rogan had a backbone and stood up, and they made bad. Yeah, they made like an example out of him type deal.
Well, yeah, but he's still a scumbag for lying about the moon landings and then saying that
Yeah, yeah. I'll never forgive him.
he'd lied to his mother. He would lie to his mother if he could be let into the
Yeah.
fold, well, there you go. So, I don't like Joe Rogan. I don't watch any of his material. But I was aware of that.
I'm with you.
Yeah.
Well, it was a short. It's not like I went looking for his material. It was like a short. Yeah.
Yeah, the same position. It was just accidental passing through. Well, what's this? Let's have a look at what's going. Oh, really? I wanted to find out what more trash that he was going to come out with, but it was a hit on him actually. So I thought, so he's a smart man there. It's not foolish there, is he?
Well, he got what he wanted. He's a multi-millionaire, and I mean multi.
Yeah, but
So he sold his soul. Yeah.
I don't want that way.
So when the devil comes on the motorcycle, like on Crossroads, what's he gonna do?
Yeah, or like the Ghost Rider comes along. It's time to pay your debt. Run, run, run. What you gonna do when they come for you? Yes. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Stupid boy, what you gonna do? I think they looked such dickheads when they got the bald head and they got the headphones all round. It just looks sick, don't you think? Chrome dome with the fucking headphones. It just looks awful. There's a lot of that going on out there as well. Oh, glad I'm not him. But yeah, people were in uproar when I said you shouldn't be in uproar. You should be happy. You've got the protection. I don't have it. You should be laughing at me because I'm going to get it soon. I know I'm going to get hit by the thing we can't see in the air. That's airborne. That can survive the heat of the sun, the monsoon rain, and it survives that, and frigid cold minus temperatures. I mean, this thing is invincible. Honestly. So you should be laughing at me because I'm going to get it soon then. Yeah. What are you afraid of? I asked. You're demonstrating that what you receive may not be working for you then. Ah, I see. That's why you're worried. I gotcha.
So what are they talking about? What's the latest news, Jin? What's going on in the places
Let's have a
where you?
look. Here in Japan, they're very upset that Japan is releasing this treated water that's from the nuclear plant Daiichi, which means nuclear plant number 1, into the ocean.
Have they started that yet?
Oh,
Have
it's
they started
almost,
that?
yeah, that's on the way, yeah. Yep, started it already, yeah. Started it 2 weeks ago. And the fishermen are in uproar. The government has stated they're going to subsidize them, obviously, because China, which represents 80% of their fishing seafood market, has pulled out.
Yeah, let me ask you this. Anybody really believe they've contained all the water up until now? Does anybody truly believe that?
No, I don't, but the Japanese people do, yeah.
Yeah. Because there's no way, right? Like, how? How is it possible that they're containing all the water
Yeah, all these years. Where they're
all
going to
these
contain it?
years?
What tanks? Yeah, what tanks are big enough to contain years of non-stop flow of contaminated water? No, they're kidding.
Yeah.
There are some who are aware of the fact, and they're the ones that they're the most vocal, the ones that are actually doing the protests. You know, really loud, really angry. You know, kamikaze pilot angry.
Yeah.
If you know what I mean.
Well, I don't know. The way I see it, it's like if you go by what happened in Chernobyl and all these other places, especially the land where you're at right now, right? Supposedly 2 bombs
Right.
got nuked twice. What happened to the
Yeah, that's
fallout?
right.
To the
Nagasaki and
hundred
Hiroshima.
thousands. You've been to Nagasaki?
Yeah.
Does it look like a nuclear fallout to you, like a video game, or like a
I
modern?
haven't been to Nagasaki. I've been to Hiroshima twice, not Nagasaki, no. But it looks modern. It doesn't look like anything's happened.
Exactly, except that one building that they left, right?
Well, that'll be that's the ground zero, the cafe, which has now been opened up so the public can actually go around and have a look now. It was fenced off for many years, but now
that's no steel building, right? With the frame there on it, right?
yeah, you got the dome on the top.
Yeah, yeah.
It was a place of international communications because it was run by foreigners, but many people used to go there, sit down and discuss. Cafe, you see, have a conversation, drink, eat, and meet the foreigners. It was a good meeting place.
Yeah. So they lied about that, right? We know they lied. Hiroshima, Nagasaki, Chernobyl.
Well,
right?
I can't honestly say that they have lied or have not lied on that one because I haven't done enough research. My research would need to take me to the point where I can actually measure. I want to measure the contamination. I want to see a bomb go off. Let's have a nuclear bomb go off. Let's go measure it. That's the only way we're going to really know. We don't know. Can't say we know. I can't say that. Can't say that at all.
No, forget what we know. We're going by their fantasy story, right? We're going by the fallout, by half-life of this nuclear stuff that they have.
Yeah.
Blah blah blah. They have to store it. It's dangerous, right?
Right. Well, what they did for the school areas, for example, is that they removed the top soil and they bagged that up and they stored that into the mountains. Okay, because the Geiger counters were cracking and breaking. It was such a high level. They said so. They removed the top soil so that the kids could go back to school. Yeah. And then
Okay, what did they do for the city, for Hiroshima? Did they
they
remove the
rebuilt,
soil?
didn't they? They rebuilt. It's all modernized around there.
But shouldn't all the people have died that were rebuilding? How do you? It's a nuclear fallout site. It's supposed to be nuclear active for
No.
years.
I've spoken to survivors who were there on the day. I've met and spoken to them.
And what did they say?
Well, they just described to you how horrifying it was on the day. That's all. And what actually happened to them. You know, they're getting constantly medical treatment all the time. Yeah. That's
You know,
basically it. Go on.
no, I was just gonna say there's those that say that it was firebombs and stuff. I'm not saying I agree, but I'm just saying, have you heard of that?
Yeah, that's what they described. Yeah, yeah. Suddenly instant on fire. And they survived it, but they're receiving medical care all the time.
Okay, so
I say
here
all the
we're
time,
gonna have
regular checkups. You know, regular, more so than me and you, you know. They probably go like 4 or 5 times a year
I
for the
hear
rest
that.
of their lives.
Well,
And
we weren't
Japan in
around back
recent
then, right?
years,
But
in recent years, Japan has also had to acknowledge that some of these Japanese left Japan, went to Brazil to live, and these Brazilians, these Japanese who are living in Brazil, have only recent years been able to receive medical care because the government wasn't covering them, even though they were living there at the time. They got hit by the bomb. They were victims. They weren't getting any medical care, but now they have because they argued their case in a court of law.
so they're still alive after all
Yeah,
these years? How is that
some people are
possible?
still alive. Well, yeah, because you got to imagine some would have been like kids. Yeah,
Yeah, but with all that, you're saying they were in the city at the time, or
yeah,
around abouts the city?
they were there. They were there. Some of them were in. Some of them were in the outskirts, not actually in the city. Can't tell you if they were dead. Some of them might have been in the city and survived because they were in a building downstairs, whatever. But yeah, some of them were in the city at the time. The people that I met, they were not on the outskirts. They were there when it went boom. This woman was in a wheelchair. Her husband was pushing the wheelchair. They both survived it. I've got pictures.
And what are they being treated for? Do you know?
They call it Horshausen, which is radiation.
Well, yeah, I'm sure they're going to call it that, but what's their symptoms? I mean, what is it treatable? I mean, don't you get like cancer and stuff like that? Like
Well, this
you're
is what they're checking for exactly. Checking for cancer. They're receiving medication of some sorts. I didn't want to go too deep into that because obviously it's a touchy subject. I don't know the people I'm talking to. So I personally didn't go too deep into that because it's bad enough, you know. Just have to keep that kind of like somber mood flowing, yeah?
yeah. I wasn't suggesting. Yeah.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, yeah. I did try to look at it. Outside of that, through documentaries, skin cancer is what they were looking at. Yeah, yeah, mainly skin cancer and that.
See, what I'm trying to get at is this, right? You go with Chernobyl.
Yeah.
They say that when there's nuclear fallout, it's supposed to last. The contamination is supposed to last for hundreds, thousands of years.
Well, I
Then
don't
you
know about
see.
thousands of
Hold
years,
on,
not
hold on,
hundreds
hold
of
on.
thousands of years. No,
Yeah.
not that
Yes.
far. Not that far. No, that would be something else like depleted uranium, 4 billion years, sort of thing. But radiation, not thousands of years. No, hundreds maybe, but not thousands.
Okay, let's go with hundreds. But they say way more if you have like uranium, depleted uranium that's supposed to be radioactive for I don't know how
Yeah,
long.
8 billion
I get
years.
into
8
that.
billion
Yeah.
years. 8 billion years.
Yeah.
4 billion years is a half life.
Exactly. Right. So let's go with hundreds of years with this so-called radiation that they say if a bomb or if a nuclear power plant melts down, right? Let's take Chernobyl, for example. If it's hundreds of years, how come, like I've seen documentaries, like, I don't know, 10, 20 years
I
ago,
think you're right.
and the
It's
plants are
30,000
growing.
years. 30,000 years for a nuclear plant.
many?
30,000 years for it to clean up. So if a nuclear plant blows up, let's say, for that to be
Okay.
cleaned naturally, to be cleaned naturally, 30,000 years. I'm quoting Robert F. Kennedy Jr. on that one.
Okay, so if that's the case,
Yeah.
then how come in Chernobyl right now? I've seen documentaries where the plants are growing, animals are all around.
Yeah,
You see,
I've seen that.
yeah,
Yeah, I've seen that. It's the same in Japan. Same story here as well. You've got your wild boar, birds. They're all there, living there. But then some of them have been captured and tagged, and they're being monitored, and their radiation levels have gone up, apparently.
apparently, but there's
So,
still animals there buzzing around doing their thing.
Oh, yeah. They've
Yeah,
taken over the abandoned houses. Yeah.
so how is it possible?
The
It's
animals are going on
nuclear
like
story.
nothing. The animals appear to be normal.
Maybe they're just nuclear proof. Yeah, or maybe they're just throwing us a whole lot of, you know what?
Yeah. They could be. They could be. The thing is, right, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. stated this, that, nuclear plants are the most expensive way to boil a kettle of water in your house. Nuclear energy. It's the most expensive for the least effectiveness and the most dangerous. See, he obviously doesn't want it around. And he states categorically that when they do blow up and they go wrong, they take 30,000 years, which is longer than the history of humanity, he says. That's what he says. What do you think?
Yeah. Well, I don't think I look and see what they say one thing, and then I look at what the evidence is, and the evidence doesn't appear to show that. Like, for example, there should be a whole bunch of dead people in Japan right now, no? All that water, all that contaminated water that washed in shore. Where's all the dead fish? Where's all the dead people? There should be piles of bodies everywhere. There should be no space left in Japan to bury bodies. Do you see all these bodies anywhere?
No dead bodies here in Japan. Not like that. Not like that. Only from the tsunami hit.
The water, right? The water did the damage.
That was
Yeah.
the seawater coming in, yeah, but it didn't, because most people were able to get away from there.
Yeah, but wasn't the radiation mixed up in that stuff?
Yeah.
Of course, right?
Yeah.
So where's all the dead people? Where's all the dead fish?
Exactly. I think they've been eaten.
Hey, I'm just saying. I mean, they tell us one thing and we see another thing. Then you have that
And we
other guy,
observe something else.
Galen.
Yeah, we observe. Yeah.
Mr. Galen, I forgot his other name. The guy that would eat the radioactive material,
Yeah,
the
rods.
powder.
The rods. Yeah, I saw him doing that. Yeah, put it in his pocket. He had it in his pocket, in his suit, in his pocket. Pulled it up, playing with it all the time. Put the Geiger counter to it. Yeah, actually, he also
ate.
swam in. He also swam in the water. Did you know that?
That's
Did you know
right.
that?
Yes, I did. Yeah.
Yeah. And then when you check his death, he died of cancer.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, that's what's been documented.
Well, if he should have died a long time ago. What age did he die?
Yeah. Can't give you
He was in
that
his
age. I think
40s
he's
when,
in his 60s. In his 60s, I think.
What? In his
I think
60s?
in his 60s, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Don't hold me on that number. But the thing is, like you said, he should have died within weeks. as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, you're swimming in the freaking water, where they cool the rods.
On a number of occasions as well, not once.
It was
On
like
a
a
number
spa
of,
for him, the way he was saying it. He used to do it all the time, yeah.
he was using it like a swimming pool.
Yeah.
Fucking hell.
And he says one day they came in and they started telling us we have to wear suits, we have to have these Geiger counters, we have to do this and that. And it was, what changed? Nothing changed. What are they talking about?
Yeah.
He says it
Yeah.
himself. Yeah.
Yeah. And he started putting it in his mouth and everything. Wow, I was just laughing at this guy. This guy's doing some serious expose.
We all know about this, so I mean, yeah. It's like some people get fooled, you know?
Yeah, well, we are fooled all the time, yeah. I will have to admit that. I can't deny that at all. That is provable, repeatable, testable, definitely.
Well, I was one of them. I had that nuclear fear. And then you see,
Yes.
wait a minute, Chernobyl, animals, frogs bouncing around, all kinds of deer. You see all kinds of wild animals, birds, squirrels,
Yeah,
just doing
all
their thing.
natural. Yeah,
And
and
then you see a whole
is back.
town.
All the leaves are back. And the undergrowth, the brush, everything's growing normally.
Yeah, and then you see their town where the people were living there in Chernobyl, that area there, and it's like a ghost town, like a video game.
It's a ghost town. It's a ghost town. You've got rusting children's tricycles, children's playgrounds, rusting swings, slides, seesaws. Yeah, I saw it. I saw that same thing you saw.
Tables, the way they left them, tables with plates on them, glasses, just the way they were left. Like everybody
untouched.
ran in a hurry. Yeah.
Everybody leapt like that instantly. Bang.
Like a movie, like a true movie, like it raises your hair when you see that. And then you see all the animals running around like nothing happened, and you say, wait a minute, hold on.
I mean, let's not kid ourselves here. You know, radiation does affect film negative, doesn't it?
Say again?
I said radiation does affect film. You know, negatives, films from your camera.
Yes.
Right. When you expose those things to radiation, the images are definitely thinned out, fogged. So that's a fact. So there is some damage that can be done, experienced with radiation on your negative film, on your images.
Absolutely. We know about X-rays. Yeah. Nobody's saying that there isn't that type of radiation. That's a fact.
Right.
What I'm talking about is what they say with the bomb and the nuclear power plants.
Yeah.
The fallout. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah. Not the actual material. Like if you have uranium, and this is how Galen was explaining it. If you have, like he says, I could have a uranium pellet in my left pocket, and I could have a uranium pellet on my right pocket. Nothing would happen. But if you bring them together, he says, it's like you see this blue flash. He goes, if you see this blue flash, it's over. You're gone. You're already dead. He says, unfortunately, it happened to 2 colleagues of mine. So that flash, that's the radiation. If you get exposed to that, you're toast.
Right. Because I remember him putting it in his mouth, putting it in his pocket. Yeah, I was laughing because that was some serious expose there. Serious risk. And then the ultimate was swimming in the actual, where the rods are, where the nuclear rods are in that water.
Yeah, the spent nuclear fuel, I think they call it. Yeah.
They
keep it there. Yeah.
He was swimming in that like it was a swimming pool. And he looked good in there. He looked cool in there. It looked nice. It looked inviting, you know.
Like in a spa, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, those are the things that are supposed to be nuclear active for millions of years. Like their half-life is, I don't know, billions or millions or a nonsense number.
That's right. But and he's in there for a while on several occasions, unfazed.
Yeah, now he was saying, now check this out. It doesn't stop there, right? He was saying that all this scare stuff is like a ploy. He was saying, I told them, I'll take those spent fuels. If you don't want it, he goes, I'll take it. He says, that is still usable energy. We can use that to power stuff.
Yeah,
That's what he says, I'll
said.
take
Yeah.
it off your hands for free. But they, of course, they wouldn't give it to him.
No, because that would have exposed even more. I mean, they were dying as it were. I'm sure they killed him. I'm sure if you look into his death, there's something not quite right about the way he died. Because I did look it up, and I did found it a little bit suspicious myself.
Yeah, if you're like the nuclear industry and you have a guy like eating your product that you say is nuclear active, I mean, it doesn't look good for you, does it?
Making a mockery, literally making a mockery of everything you've said. You know. Yeah. And there was the other guy, the guy who exposed that HIV. You don't get AIDS from the blood and that. You'd have to drink like 2 liters of saliva before you could contract, before it could be transmitted to you. So you wouldn't get it from kissing somebody. You just wouldn't get it. And then he would, he would prick his finger and prick the finger of an HIV positive person, and they would touch fingers and say, you see that? I'm not going to catch anything from this guy, he said. Do you remember that guy?
I don't think so, but yeah.
Yeah. It's the same kind of expose, and he exposed a lot. It turns out that it's the medication that was killing the patients, not the actual HIV itself, not AIDS.
The scare of the 80s, huh?
Yeah. And we can blame Fauci for that.
So I heard someone say over the past couple days something about the FE Core experiment website being down. So if anyone wants it, I've got the PDF saved and I just put it in the chat if you want it. I heard someone trying to access it the other day and they weren't able
All right.
to.
Well, thank you very much for that. Brilliant. Well, yeah, nice. FE Core.
Sorry, go ahead, carry on. I was just wanting to share that.
No, yeah, thank you for that. That's important news. But yeah, it was the
Can you say that
medication.
again? I missed. Sorry, I missed what you said.
Well, someone over the past couple days, I heard someone talking about the FE Core, the website where they had the FE Core experiment on, that it was down, and they were trying to access it and get it to share it with someone, and they couldn't get it. So I've got the PDF saved, and I just posted it in the live stream text if anyone wants it.
Well done.
Okay, yeah. I haven't heard about that.
Jen, your favorite Christian has arrived. Don't get too excited, though.
Yeah, who's that?
I'm not going to tell you. If you don't know who your favorite Christian is, forget it.
I know it is. Don't you worry.
Uh-oh. Okay, good. We're making sure.
Axo, OX. Nice to hear your voice again. I heard you the other day.
I'm glad you heard me, Jen. That's what matters.
Yeah, but you were holding them to task as per usual. It was good. And this time round they were receptive. This time round, even AI Overlord was actually warming up. I was quite surprised.
Are you
This
sure
would have been
about that?
that would have been well,
What
yeah,
dimension was
know,
this?
2 weeks ago.
Wait, AI Overlord was listening to me. This is definitely some sort of 12 Monkeys movie that I don't know what's going on.
No, 2 weeks ago.
What? Are you sure it was me, bruh?
Yeah, weren't you in the 24/7?
No,
No,
I'm,
not
I'm banned from
24/7.
there.
Sorry, no, not
Thanks.
24/7. Flat Earth debate versus pseudoscience. Yeah.
Oh, you
There you
mean
go.
okay, this
There you
was
go.
several yeah, not 24/7, right. This was
No,
on Q. You mean when I talked to QE for about 1 or 2 minutes? You talking about QE?
QE, that's right. Yeah, 2 minutes.
You mean QE, right? You mean QE, not AI. Yeah.
No. AI was listening as well. He wasn't. He was receptive a little bit.
He was? Well, I had no idea.
Yeah.
Okay, well, whatever, man. We're going to see what happens in the future. But I already got banned from that channel today for not answering because this moderator. I just don't even know what to say, bro. I was in there. I posted something. You know, I had a little Hebrew on one of my posters, right? I guess my memes. And the guy comes, his name was B with a Buzz. He sends me a private message. Hey, you're not allowed to post things unless it's English only. So they're English only people, you know, typical Americans, right? English only, Jen. And I said, okay, no problem. I just won't post anything. He comes back the next day and says, oh yeah, and by the way, are you sure you have the right roles? I'm like, yeah, I'm fine. I don't need any roles. He starts just harassing me. An hour later, he bans me because I'm not talking to him. Welcome to Flat Earth. Thanks, Jen.
Yeah. Now he's from up north. He's English. He's from up north. He's a really nice guy. So I don't know what he did to you there.
He's a nice. Well, yeah, okay. Jeffrey Dahmer was a nice guy too, so that's all right.
Yeah, no. He's usually not like that at all. I don't know what happened there. We'll have to find out. Maybe.
Jen, listen. He didn't even give me a chance to say anything. Like you think he'd allow? Like just let him hear me and he'll ban me anyway. No. He didn't even need to hear me. He just banned me.
Yeah, I'm gonna ask him about that later when I meet him again. Yeah, I'll ask him about that. Why did he do that?
Well,
Why
that's
didn't you give
okay.
him time to
Yeah,
present
I
his
guess.
case?
I guess it's water under the
But
bridge.
again, you're used to that anyway. You should be used to that because you know your temperament.
Well, Jen,
that is a long history for you.
Jen, this is the first time it happened before I said anything, though. See, I was like, shouldn't I get on the mic first and then upset you? Then you can have a no. We just ban people because we don't like Hebrew. Actually, we just want to ban you because if you don't speak American, that's it. Now that welcome to the that's science versus pseudoscience, right? With what's the other guy's name?
Nathan Oakley.
Yeah, well, that's the guy. Well, that who has the YouTube. Yeah, but what's the moderator there? His name is Righteous Force. I sent Righteous Force a PM.
Righteous Force, yeah.
I sent him a PM. Hey, what's going on, man? So I'm sorry, Jen. I got bad news. The flat Earth is almost the same. Not only is it a deception, it's almost the exact same deception. Just like the religious groups tell a little bit of truth once in a while, Jen. These flat Earth channels out there. They are literally the best evidence for the deceptions of this world, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think that if I can get this out to you, I think obviously that there are people out there who are claiming themselves to be flat earthers, and that might be true, but they're still not quite right in their head mentally. They're still, they've got other issues going on that's affecting their ability to communicate and think coherently at times. And that's what you're encountering when you meet these people, and especially with your brand of truth, which is quite brash and harsh at times. Yeah, you're going to clash with people, and that's part of your history, as you well know.
Well, listen,
you know what? Being a deception, I don't know about that.
No, I understand. This is a little weird though, but yes, they actually teach the same lies. They teach, people keep saying that, look at the ocean, that's flat, therefore the earth is flat. And that's the same lie where people are still teaching that water conforms to the shapes of things. And when we use water to determine the shapes of things that are not water, and that's literally the same lie. and there's thousands of lies behind that. We can explain it later, but when they silence the same people that are trying to say, hey, maybe there's truth over here, but you have this new group of truthers that does the same thing all the previous groups did, Jen. What it is, it's a culture or cult of people that want to be superior, and they want to flex their mental prowess or whatever, and pretend that they're smart. And that's what people do. We see it on these channels all the time, of people abusing their intellectual abilities by trying to make somebody else look stupid, right? That's just the normalcy of people, right? People try to make other people look stupid to make themselves feel better. So that's just
Yeah.
how people are. Yeah.
Yeah, but in actuality, though, none of us have experienced living life on a ball Earth, hurtling through the universe at
Of course not.
at 2.2
Of course
million
not.
miles an hour, covering
Right.
19.2 billion miles in 1 year. We're not doing that. So, the world is made up of a lot of confused people. And, unless you put integrity at the forefront before you open your mouth and speak, then you're gonna encounter these people who have got, like you just said, egos and problems, in articulating the truth. That's why I always say you've got to be putting the integrity first, honor and integrity before you speak. You might have even heard me say one should try to attain the excellence and integrity of a blade of grass. Yeah, once you've done that, then go on to become like water, as Bruce Lee said. And then perhaps you can discuss this flat earth properly. See? Try and mellow out. I've done that mellowing out. I've attained the blade of grass. When I'm shouting, I'm using that blade like a samurai sword. Yeah? And then when I'm with ferocity, the integrity comes out. Because if you look at a blade of grass, it looks like a samurai sword, doesn't it? Sword of truth and justice, with an excellence and beauty all of its own with the color. Yeah. See, that's what I mean by the integrity of a blade of grass. You must speak facts only coming out of your mouth. Don't give opinions. That's not going to help anyone at this point. Fact-based, or don't open your mouth.
That's right. That's right. So we have to look at things. I mean, I'm not going to tell you what to do, Jen. I think that you have a lot of energy put into being different, and I think that that's a good thing. But I'm going to do things in the way that I don't have a choice. Like, I don't give myself a choice, Jen. We know that there's one way to do things the right way, and sometimes we try to cut corners, but we don't have to negotiate with ourselves. We know what truth is. It's never been about evidence. Like I've shown you for years, when I try to show them evidence, you've seen them run away. Right? Like, it's so easy. It's never been about evidence, because the more evidence I have, the less they want to talk to me, Jen. They want to talk to somebody with no evidence.
That's right.
They want to talk to a 15-year-old kid in grade school. They don't want to talk to the XO who's gone up and down the Grand Canyon with a camera. They don't want to do that. I have too much footage. I show people my footage. They go, oh, okay, we don't want to see it. They don't want to see the evidence, Jen. They get scared. And that's just how it is. People are so scared to death to think outside of their belief system. Even if they're a flat earther, Jen, the flat earther thinks that they've figured stuff out. And then when I show them stuff, they also get upset. They actually are also normies. They have the exact same normie responses, because they want to hold on to fictitious terms, whether it's flat earth or geocentric, heliocentric universe. All these things are fictitious, Jen. There's no such thing. That's just chanting. When we teach our, the system teaches our kids these things from television, and these are still the same spells that adults are casting on people today, and the flat earth does the exact same thing. How many times do I hear a flat earther say heliocentric in a conversation? Every time a flat earther does that, he's showing that he's not going in the right direction. You got to go in the other direction. You don't need to keep repeating the lies you're trying to get away from, bro. And that's the number one problem I see, Jen.
Yeah. But when the flat earthers here speak, they only mention heliocentric and that in passing, because that's where these idiots are coming from. I shouldn't call them idiots. These confused individuals are coming from. They're confused. They've been indoctrinated.
It's a great deception.
Oh, it is, yeah, definitely.
Well, the flat earthers are also confused, Jen. I'm not saying you have those issues, okay? You and I haven't gone down this path to see what happens, but 99 out of 100 of them start getting upset and attacking me when I'm showing them the clarity and definitions of what words mean, and that's all I have to do, Jen. That's it. They get mad.
But I look at the physicality of everything else. At least the proof is in the pudding. So the pudding is there. I know it's there because I've seen it and I've experienced it for myself. So I know that I now know that the earth isn't a ball earth. I thought
That's
it was.
right. So that's right. So when you meet so it's like in prison, right? People change to Islam or they change to the Catholic religion, right? And that's a good thing, right? That's a good thing going from maybe an atheist to a theist, but the Catholic, it doesn't mean the Catholic's right. You see how this works? It gets very interesting. So the Catholic might go, okay, there is a God, but it doesn't mean he's awake to the truth, Jen. Do you understand? So even though he's very right that there's a creator, everything else after that statement might be a complete and dangerous lie. Just like the Catholic Church, which they say God is good, Satan's bad, and then everything else is a lie after that, right? Get through the doors and everything gets weird and sus and ambiguity and nonsense and media and control and Vatican and just deception and lies and that. But it started off nice. It started off with a great claim, Jen. But that's how evil works.
But the thing is, there's room for improvement there. When they say that there's a creator, then they have to look into themselves and think how they came to be. Wasn't a big bang. So they know that when you start to work things out, what is the reason for your existence? Well, one is obviously to protect this beautiful flat earth that was created for you to live on, enjoy, and make sure that the people who are coming after you, the generations yet to come, that's your first responsibility right there. You do not kick the gift horse in the mouth, so to speak. So once you've acknowledged that, you would then eventually go on to acknowledge, more and more in the way of Earth and God, the Creator. They will connect in their own way. There is no one way to connect. Let's remember that. Okay, there is no one way, one hat fits all. One thing we can all agree on is that yes, this Earth was created. It wasn't a big bang. Now, how you connect with the Creator, that's down to you personally. Okay. Right. That's what you've got to remember.
Right. Remember, there's only one truth. So when I go to the flat earthers and I say that, or anybody, if I go to other people, maybe SC Montreal can chime in about, some of the other groups that are around here. I've also gotten SC Montreal, I don't know if you're listening, but I am not allowed to talk at Bev's either. I tried to talk to Bev and he got just as angry and shut me down. And they claim they're not flat earthers, and I was going to talk to them, but they talk about flat earth all the time, but they're not flat earthers. So I thought that was interesting. But that's the point, is that there are no titles, Jen. Like, I'm a child of God, right? I bet when you die and you go to the other world, Jen, you're not going to have that flat earth title. You know what I'm saying? That's gone. That's over with. You know what I'm saying? For sure.
Well, yeah, but it was necessary whilst I was living on the earth.
Maybe.
Just as and it's for me, when I call myself a flat earther, I'm just calling myself saying that I understand the earth is not a globe. It's not the be all or end all,
That's right. Yes.
Just so they understand that, this guy has looked at the earth and has come to a concise conclusion that it is not what we're being told it is. That's all that is. Finish. I'm a human being. And even that's a word that we created.
Yeah, you're a man.
Creation.
How about
I am
that?
God's creation.
You're a man.
I am God's creation is what we can say clearly.
There you go.
Right. No problem.
I'm on
I don't have any problem. I don't have any problem saying that. That's no problem. And at the same time, I'm not religious. I don't read from any of the books. I don't pray 5 times a day. I don't go to the establishments where you go to do that. Because I look at the earth as my establishment. And I'm going to do it my way, as God gave me my will and my way to think. That's how it is. That's how I'm going to meet my maker. That way. And if I'm wrong, then I'll take the relevant punishments and whatever. But that's how I'm going to do it. My way.
Well, I'm going to try to not do it my way, Jen, because I don't do anything right. So I need God to show me how to do everything. You know what I mean? So I don't have any more ways. I fail at everything, man. So I need God to help me because I'm a terrible sinner, you know, for lack of a better term. That's just what I am. But I'm trying to go in the right direction, Jen. And for some reason, even though I'm not a good student, I'm actually the worst student. He keeps giving to me, Jen, and I don't know why. So even though I'm a terrible sinner and whatever else, and all the things people say about me, most of them are probably true, Jen, except for one, and that's just that I trust God. And if you trust God, He just gives to us. Like I had to stop thinking about me, Jen. I had to stop thinking that I was going to do good or that I would accomplish things because that was never helping me. And maybe it does work for you, but it doesn't work for me. And I'm not telling anybody else what to do, Jen. I'm just telling you that I had to give everything to God, my Elohim, my Yod-Heh-Vav-Heh. I had to give Him everything, and that was period. End of story. There was no negotiations, and I actually didn't even I didn't have a choice, Jen. So that's just how it is, right? So some of us are going to be passionate about these things, Jen, but I'm just letting you know, though, that there is no such thing as a secular truth movement. The truth movement's on the internet. That's where the evil resides. Evil doesn't have to hang out on Wall Street or in the bank or with the atheists. It's called wolves in sheep's clothing. The Bible talks about people pretending to have the light, pretending to have the truth, pretending. And that's what people are. They're pretenders, and flat earth is no exception, Jen. It's one of the many cogs in the wheel, just like Nathan Oakley admitted.
Yeah, yeah. I don't have a problem with that. I'm not saying I'm perfect, and I never will say that. But I'm trying to find out the truth, and it's slowly coming to me as I get older, a little bit wiser. I'm learning a lot, and then what I learned, I then pass on to those who I feel it's necessary to learn from. Okay, if they're going to learn, you know, if it's going to help them, then I'll help them. That's all I can do. And when I do say my prayers to the Creator, I always say to Him that, for I am a weak man, but thanks for looking after my family, my friends, and everything else. But I come to you as a weak man, is what I always say.
Nice.
Yeah.
I like that.
Always my words.
And I like that. I say unclean. I'm always unclean.
Yeah, I say I'm a weak man.
Yeah, I like that. Good one.
Yeah, that's why I always shout the loudest.
Wow. Well, you're talking to the one who always is, always will be. So that's good.
Yeah. Like I said, it's integrity. That's why I say if you try to attain the excellence and integrity of a blade of grass, you are trying to make yourself clean, strong, supportive. You understand? You see, I mean, come on, man. Those are good words to live by, don't you think?
Amen. It's a form of a blade of grass is a form of perfection. That is perfect.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, definitely.
And I've been saying that for years. Someone actually made a meme for me when they heard me say that about 4 years ago now. I shall show you, right? Yeah, because that's what I say to people. Once you can attain that, then you can be like water, my friends, as Bruce Lee said. Because water can wear out a rock drop by drop by drop by drop and wear out a rock over time.
That's right.
Or it can purify you, or it can pick you globers up and crush you into the rocks of your disillusionment. Yes.
Oh, man.
A cup's usefulness is dependent on its emptiness. A cup's usefulness. So you might want to empty the shit that's in your cup and come partake in the flat earth truth. Cup of tea. That's what I've been saying for years, man.
Well, you mentioned the water twice, so I got to say, yeah, there's a big secret behind water, Jen, and that's what they hid from us. There is a massive. It is so beyond comprehension. I can't even explain it within a few hours. But the water or mayim of this creation is much bigger than what people realize, and it's nothing like. It is so much bigger. Yeah, there's like in your picture right there. See all the water behind you. Not only do we have the water behind you in your picture, the sky is also water above you, and that's what that's the thing is that we're talking about heaven. We're talking about Shamayim. We're not talking about just the earth anymore. We're talking about the whole system. Let me give you an example, Jen. When somebody says the earth is a closed system, are they correct? incorrect or something else, whatever. You know what I'm saying? Can you answer that?
Yeah.
You know, when somebody says Earth is a system, do you know what that means? Earth is a closed system. Earth is an open system.
Well, yeah, closed system. Yeah, I know what I mean by that. We're surrounded by water, basically. That's what I feel.
Well, let me give you
And the
another question.
system's
Watch
in
this.
flux.
Watch this, though. If I were to ask you, is the water an open system or a closed system, what would you say?
Is water an open system or closed system?
Yes.
I would say water. Water is what water does. Water
Perfect.
is water.
Good answer. That's the right answer. My point is, it's the same with Earth. There's no such thing as Earth being an open or closed system. You see, so it's a trick question. It's a false dichotomy, and it's the same lie, right? You got one side saying the Earth is an open system, or they're right. Globers are confused, Jen. You can't get a straight answer from them anyway, right? But then you got the other side, right? Most whatever you call them, you got the flat earthers saying that the Earth is a closed system. Both are. The point is, Jen, that both sides are wrong. Both sides are telling a similar lie. That's why it's a deception. Yeah.
I can appreciate
Yep.
that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because we don't actually know, so we can't give a good honest answer there. But
you nailed it. That's it. That's right there. That's the honesty. That's the meekness, Jen, that we don't know. You could never know the size of creation or the scale or the percentages or, wait a minute, what's underneath the earth? How about what's above the stars? What do you mean what's under the earth? What's above the stars? I mean, am I God? I mean, listen, a man cannot answer those questions, Jen. When a man asks me what's under the earth, I have to tell them, I'm not God, bro. I don't know what to tell you. No, I can answer that because of a Bible, but they don't want the Bible. Right. Okay.
Right. Now, if you look in the chat, the live stream text chat, there's the image that was created about 4 years ago. That meme was created for me. Can you see it? Are you there? What happened? Yes. There you go. Welcome back. Can you hear me?
Yeah, nice meme.
Yeah, that was good. That's a good shot.
That's a keeper.
What the hell is happening? Every time we try to run this smoothly. Okay, that looks good. Okay, welcome back. Nice.
Welcome to the end of the internet and the world.
Yeah. So did you see the image that I posted there? That
Yeah.
I got the response from.
Yeah, man.
Nice. There you go.
That's a good
So
one. I like that.
I've been using that meme occasionally for people. Try to help them along. Because, like you said, it's got to be integrity all the way. You got to know your limitations, man. And you can't confirm anything through two lenses and a tube, a pipe with two lenses on. Sorry, no, you can't confirm anything from there. So let's stop kidding ourselves.
Oh man, I talked to this guy earlier in the whatever the QE place you were talking about earlier, and he was just asking me like, so you're saying that you don't care about the shape of the earth? And I was like, no, there's no such thing as a shape of the earth. That's the point. There's Hawaii, Jen, right? There's Japan. Japan. There's Russia. These are continents. They're not shapes. There's not like, it's like an apple shape, no, or a banana shape or a pumpkin. No, these aren't. Is it the shape of my truck? No, that's not Earth. Earth doesn't have a shape. Earth is the dry land coming out of the water. That's what it's about.
That's it.
What kind of chips you got?
Is it pretzels?
I don't know what it is. You're holding it.
Yeah, pretzels. You know what pretzels are? Pretzels.
Oh, it sounds. I have no idea, but it sounds good. I'd probably try them. I'm
Oh,
all about that.
is it pretzels? Pretzels, the ones where you've got.
Oh yeah, pretzels. Oh yeah. Yep. I'm all in. Yep.
Yeah, that's
nice.
Yeah, they're nice. Yeah, I just had a quarter of a bag left over from my son. And I had an orange. That was my breakfast. Brunch, if you will. I had an orange.
Yeah, you still doing long? Are you still doing those long jogs and runs and stuff?
Yeah, I'm still doing that. Yeah, still doing that, of course.
Yeah.
Like I said to people on the server,
Nice.
I train to do this. I don't just sit there and push the buttons and interact with the screen. No, I go out and punish the body so I can come back and then destroy you.
Jen, yesterday I was trying to, give some analogies and describe some things, and I bring up my cars and stuff, because I work on just a little couple things, and I understand a little, I just only talk about what I understand, Jen. And I talked about my cars a couple of times, and the guy came on and says, you should stop talking about your cars. I'm not allowed to do analogies, I have to stay to it. It's like if you're in I don't know what it is, Jen. If you listen to some of these conversations, bro, if I go out of the line of my topics, it's like I have to go to a corner and sit down for 30 minutes and, be reprimanded because I didn't stick to the topic. And that's what the truth movements are. The truth movement is full of these groups of people that force you to talk about certain things like robots, Jen. Like they strap people in
I'm coming across that
chairs
myself
and go,
as well. I'm coming across that
Jen,
in recent months.
okay, so Jen, let me just look at this. So look at this. Look at this 24/7 issue, right? People would come into the 24/7, and they would strap people down in like dentist chairs, and then make them answer questions and fill out a credit application and tell them, their life story and what's your blood type. That's what a cult is, Jen. That's a cult. That's absolute bananas. That's completely insane, bro. I'm sorry, it is.
I was there yesterday, and they were concerned that it's quiet in the 24/7. So I said to them, it's because you've done a very good job in scaring away the Globers. They're not going to come back here because you guys are right on your game. There's no wiggle room for them when they come in here. No wiggle room at all. None. They've got to come in fit or they're out. So that's what you've gone and done there.
Right, but
hang on, let me just get this point. Well, that's what they've gone and done. They've actually done. That's a good job, as far as I'm concerned. I like that. I like the fact that they're on their game. Now, what they've got to do is go out to pastures green and go and meet the people who really don't know what's going on. And when you do that, you've got to be gentle now. You can't use the same approach to the regular Globers that come in, like you just said, putting them in the dentist chair, strapping them down, and then tell them about your life. No. They've got to have a more genteel approach, for sure. That's what I said to them yesterday in the server. And then I didn't say anything else after that.
Jen, can I tell you what I used to do? I used to wait in the VC verified area because I was never allowed to. Do you remember? And I was never allowed to speak on the mic because, of course, they would get really angry that, somebody could do their job a lot better than them and not actually scare everybody away. So, of course, I had to go down to the I had to sit in the dungeon with the gorillas and the dragons. And then the new people would come in. I'd be like, oh, good. Let me talk to this new person. And I would do it from start to finish, like credit application, car, drive, test drive, washed, waxed, clean it up, delivered.
It was
done.
busy in there, and you were having good conversations in there. More so than in the actual server. Do you know what I mean?
Bro, I could not believe it. The success rate, Jen, it was like selling hotcakes. It was like selling ice cream on a hot day. It was unbelievable. Because if you just talk to Jen, if you just talk to people like you and I just talk to them, just like they're people, don't even bring up that trash. They want to listen. They want to talk to you, and then they just start opening up. That's it.
That's right. And then what happens? The moderator would come in and say, can you check and prove? Because we're waiting for them in the server. I said, okay, well, nice talking with you. If you go into the server, it might be a little bit more hostile than in here, but be prepared, and that's it. Yeah, no, you were doing a good job.
Jen,
they clapped.
Jen, let me tell you, that's when, let me tell you something.
Yeah, go on.
3 years ago, when I kept noticing that, that's when I started to realize that there was something wrong with these places. It was just like, wait a minute, why is this? Why does this happen this way? And then they'd go to talk to them, Jen, and they would scare them off. They would ruin what we'd prepped them for. We talked to them, and they would just destroy it. And I was like, you know what? This is some bullshit, bro. And here we are 3 years later, and guess what? A lot of people making up to these facts that term is wrong, and the whole thing is wrong. And it's the same lie. Just like you said, it means that you've woken up. Just like people can be. Hold on, let me finish this. People can become what is it? Boy Scouts, something else. I lagged out bad. Sorry.
Yeah.
Go ahead, man.
Yeah. Well, what I was going to say that regarding XO. Are you there? Mic check, mic check. Can I be heard? Okay, something.
You're good, Jen. You're good.
Okay, brilliant. Yeah. So I was going to say what XO was experiencing. There was a few people that were jealous there, I think, because he is very articulate. He tries to hold a position of integrity, which is what you need in this situation where you've got to try and get your message across. But you can only deal with the facts. Can't start lying or putting down opinions and expecting everyone to hold that position. No, you just got to put down the facts and let everyone feed off of those facts and come to their conclusions for themselves after they've used their integrity to go out and check that what they were taught about the earth, for example, isn't what you observe when you take the time to have a look. But in the 24/7, he was clashing a lot with the mods. That was the problem. There's a lot of mods there with egos. Even I clashed with them. Do you know what I mean? And I clashed with them over apartheid. That's the racist disease that was in South Africa from Botha. Okay, but I stood for the South Africans. The white South Africans were complaining that the black people are taking the land and killing the white people on the land. I said, well, you need to look back at how this began. Your ancestors did that. Okay, now I don't condone it. I didn't say I condoned it. But, you can't really bring this topic matter on this service at 24/7. Flat Earth. Don't ever say this again, because if you do, I'll be all over you like an unwanted rash. 3 months later, it comes up again. And I laid in, and then I got banned. I got banned for the second time. The first time I got banned was like a year or so before that moment. And that was because I was defending the women in that case. I put forward that men, when you look at it, it's more often men cheating on their wives than wives cheating on their husbands. Now, someone said, have you got any data for that? I said, you know what? Actually, I haven't, but I will endeavor to get some data for you on that ground, because that's a good point. I'm only going by my experience. That's why I've said that. I haven't got any official data, but I'll look into it. And then people were still arguing, and I said, don't get your knickers in a twist. And then I got banned. The only reason I got reinstated was because people were saying, why is Jin banned? Jin didn't do anything wrong, really, So in the end, one or two came to my aid and got me reinstated onto that server. The day I got banned the first time, I was stating the fact that, this server's pretty good, Singing the server's praises. Saying thank you to Helio and Helio Skeptic and all the others there. And then the next day, I'm getting banned. Boom. That's how it is. Literally.
Well, I got to keep my story short, Jen. I don't know if I told you about it. It was about almost a year ago. It was in December, so not quite a year, but it was a death threat. Somebody threatened to do something to me. And of course, being flat earthers, they banned me, the guy that was threatened. So, thanks. I won't mention any names, of course. I'll just, who cares?
No.
Thanks.
No need.
What difference does it make if I were to mention any names? Who cares? Jeez, we might as well go over to Gem Pandas. That's less hostile.
Well, yeah, I mean, it depends on the topic matter, of course, but it's for me, it's always hostile in there. I don't do any relaxed talking with them. Very rarely do I do that. Very rarely indeed.
I'd bring my
Unless
bug
they're talking
spray
about
and some.
motorbikes or cars,
Oh.
things that I'm interested in there, I might pass on some of my experiences and that. But other than that, no, I'm just screaming at them and reminding them that they're lying. They're living liars. Paid agents, living liars.
Jen, you think they want the evidence, Jen? You know what happens when you
No, they
show
don't
them?
want it. They
Listen,
know, they
listen,
know the earth is flat.
listen.
They
When
actually
I
know. You
no
know
no
why I
no
know they know
listen
the earth?
listen.
You know how we know? Because their intellect betrays them.
No, but let me just tell you something. Every time I try to show them evidence, it's like bug spray. They scatter every single time. It's like bug spray.
Yeah,
You try
me
to show
too.
them evidence, they're gone. It's poof,
That's
like the lights out.
that is the same experience that
Okay.
I have with them. Only occasionally they will look at my material, but and you know what? And you know what they ask for? They ask for a timestamp. And I said to them, a good teacher does not help you all the way. I've given you the video. I want you to have the same roller coaster ride experience that I had. That way you may glean something. So you look for that information that I told you. Here's the source. Look through it. Not giving you any timestamp. Yeah, but how can we continue the conversation? Now, what I'm saying to you is that look through it. Then you can contact me. I can come back to your server and we can carry on where we left off. Yeah. Look through it. It could be a 3-hour video. It could be a 2-hour video. It could be a part 1,
Jen,
2, and
wait,
3.
Jen.
But that's what I do to them.
Jen.
Yeah, go on.
I tagged you. So there's my video right there. That's just one of my videos. You've seen this one before.
Yeah.
But I use this one because it's like 30 seconds or less. And so I'll make these really tiny little videos so I don't have to tell them a timestamp. It's 25 seconds and that's it. But this gives railgun distances just by plain visual. You can just look out across the water and the earth, right? So you're looking inland, and this is actually a lot more powerful because when you look out to the water, it's very difficult to gauge distances for many reasons, right? Humanity and of course obstacles. There's not many land markers on the ocean, right?
Yeah.
So when you look inland, you go, see, in this video here, I'm on the water. You can clearly tell that I'm about 20 feet above the water. I'm on this ferry. I'm in my car. There's my cat. Okay. My cat is in a
Yeah, I
perfect
know the
reference
video.
frame.
I know the video.
Right. And then past Zara, you can see Seattle. So, and then past Seattle, you can see several other things. So the distances in between these sections are pretty magnificent. And, flat earthers actually don't want to talk about this for some reason. You know why, Jen?
Why?
Because I took the video. That's why. And once they realize that a Christian has the longest distance on the water video that exists, that pisses them off, Jen, because it's not about evidence. They hate it when Christians do anything. So they're stuck hiding. They're hiding evidence. They hide everything. It's insanity, bro. Yeah. And by the way, this is 5 times. Wait, let me just tell you one more thing, Jen. This is 5 times farther, over 5 times farther than the Black Swan. It's 50 miles past the city in the photo. There isn't even anything to really compare it to. It's about 70 miles total. So thanks.
Yeah. So they should really, regardless of your religion and Christian, they should actually embrace that if they're flat earthers.
Jeez, Brian, I'm not even a flat earther. I'm just a child of God. But because I'm not a flat earther, bro, they get pissed off because they don't want to admit that this guy that's not a flat earther has. I can beat your P900, your P1000. That didn't matter. I didn't need a big camera. There it is, 70 miles.
Yeah,
4 years ago, Jim. 4 years ago.
They need to embrace that and drop the ego thing because it is
okay, Jim.
Causing division.
Okay. Well, what if I had a 2,000-mile shot? You know what they'd say?
Well, go on.
Ban him. They'd probably say ban him. Yeah, if I had a 2,000-mile shot, they just kick me out. We'll see what happens.
I'm fed up with those kind of crazy power mods that have gone. Power's gone to their head. Power crazy mods. Yeah, I'm fed up with those people. Definitely. But let's see if we can move it on to some other topic matter. Anybody got anything else to talk about now?
Ooh, what was the topic? What was the topic, Jen?
Well, we were talking about flat Earth just now and other
Oh, well,
issues
all
of
right.
division and
We
ego.
can't solve it. It's never going to be solved, right? Yeah. Are there any related topics that we could segue into gently?
Oh, just one. I thought maybe somebody else may have something.
Okay, let's let him
else
talk. Go ahead.
Yeah, of course. Because I don't want to hog the mic, as Gio says usually. I know I'm talking a bit too much here, but I'm going to carry on. Kidding. So, ladies and gentlemen, please interact, interject, say something.
Mingle? You want them to mingle? Do you want to start handing out drinks or something? Because that'll give them a mingle, Jen. You're going to have to start making some noise. If you had a slight background music or maybe like a sonar ring, that would help too, you know?
Yeah.
Hey, Jen, speaking of the religion and spirituality conversation, what is your take on that? What is your position? Do you have a association with any religious concepts, or do you just do you have like your own spiritual viewpoint, like the Jinn spirituality, or like do you have any particular affiliations, or what is your viewpoint spiritually on things?
That is a good question, and my position is first and foremost, all those who belong to their affiliated religions, I salute you all, because that's what you want to associate with. And I don't have the right to say you are wrong and you're wrong and you're wrong. The only time I will say you are wrong is if you are causing divide with your religion. If you're going to go around saying you're wrong because of this and you're this, that's not correct. That would be incorrect. I would never be a friend of yours or associate with anyone like that. Jinn personally was born under the Islamic religion. I was born in 1961. Back in those days in England, there were no Muslim schools that I could go to, that my parents could send me to. So I had to go to St. Mary Magdalene's Elementary School and other Christian schools, because that's all they were. Church of England, okay? I was born in England. So I learnt about Jesus Christ and everything else. I also learnt about the Muslim religion, but I don't follow any of them. I didn't find them enjoyable. That's the main reason why. I didn't find them enjoyable. Did I learn something? I don't know. Did I learn the truth? I don't know. Can't say I did. I can't say I didn't. So what I do is I look at life in a natural sense. Nature has always been my guide. And at the age of 6, when we had this nature project that we had to do, where we went into the school garden, let's say, and we went and picked up some insects, ladybugs, crickets, and then put some leaves in there, put them in a jar, bring them back to the classroom, did a drawing of it, and then we answered questions. And then I asked my teacher if kids wanted to take theirs home. I felt bad because when I pulled the leaves off, I knew that leaf was going to die, you see, and I didn't want to leave the insects in the jar. So I released it and I said, I'm never going to do that again. I'm never going to destroy what I cannot repair. As a kid, I knew I couldn't fix it. So ever since then, I've always been respectful of nature and I've always tried to tread lightly. And nature has always been my foundation. I've always been in love with the earth. That's where my spirit lies. With the earth. Earth, the air, the water, the weather, the grass, the flowers, the foods, the vegetables, the nuts, the berries, the animals, the sea, everything that makes up the earth with humanity, that's where I am. You can call that my religion if you will, but that's it. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, thanks for sharing.
Obviously, there's a creator, obviously. That's obvious. That's a fact.
Okay, well, let me ask you this then.
I witness God's work. So when people say, how do you know God's alive? Look around you. Look at the tree. Look at the tree that the leaves fall off in autumn and then regenerate and come back in spring. If you can't connect to that, you're not connecting to Earth properly and the Creator. You're just not.
Okay, so then let me ask you this. In your mind, is the Creator something outside of yourself? Or are you part of it, or are you it on some larger level? And that could be answered, I realize, from multiple different scales. You know, like if you view it from the individual jinn, I would imagine that, you know, in a sense, you are a separate person, as it were, from the rest of the world. But I was just wondering what your thoughts were, even on the more on like the ultimate level. Is that creator something outside of you, and will it always be outside of you, or is it ultimately you on some deeper level?
Oh no, yeah, it would be that the creator. I'm outside of the creator. The creator surveys everything. That's my feeling, and because I'm looking at Earth and I'm wondering what put it in place so perfect that I can grab a peanut, a cashew nut, and eat this thing. How you know? So obviously, I'm really lucky to be alive to be able to pick up these nuts and eat them to nourish myself. So yeah, no. The Creator is above all of us. I am living on God's creation, and I know
Okay,
that
and
there
then
must be.
do you
I
think
must have
that?
to answer later when I pass on. I must have to.
Okay. Now, do you think that in the evolution of your life and passing on and the beyond and whatever that may be in its full extent, do you think that you will always be separate from this creator, or do you think at some point you will become one with it or unify with it at some point in in the beyond? Do you think it will always be
Yeah,
separate
that's a very good
eternally,
question.
or yeah, the
That's
eternal?
a very good question. No, I'm looking at it as one of I'm going to be judged. You see, so whether or not I'm going to be with the Creator would be whatever I've done on this earth and how my score is. So I can't answer that. I know I'm going to have to meet the Creator. I have to. It cannot be that I live on this earth, enjoy what I can. It was put in place for us, and then not have to ask, answer questions. Can't believe that could be like that.
Okay, so you think you'll be judged by this creator, and then
Yeah,
by
yeah.
your
My
arraignment
deeds and my
here,
actions.
in this arraignment, or if that's not the right term for it, but what in this court proceedings
Yeah.
or judgment, whatever, however you're perceiving it, you're saying that the results of that will be whether you can join with the creator or
Yeah.
or what, or never join with it, or
Or have to forfeit, maybe do some punishment before I can. I don't know. I just don't know, do I? It's impossible to answer. And my spirituality lies within here now, and then what is possible. And that could be anything, and I don't know. After my death, I don't know. You see what I mean? Yeah, I've given it some deep thought, but it's purely speculation, isn't it? And that's it, really. I do feel, we have, because they call it the gift of life, you see. So yeah, what did I do to make life good on the earth that God created? That'll be the question I'm imagining. Quite an obvious question. What did you do with the gift of life I gave you, Jin CBR1? Don't lie, because we've been watching you all the time.
is he gonna dock you for always having a microphone that echoes, because it's still echoing a little bit on us?
Sorry, that's because I don't mute myself. Sorry, because my screen is
Is the
off.
creator, when you get to having it, to be like, hey, Jin, you never fixed your mic, man. So that's it. -5 points.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does do an echo, but yeah.
Because the message was lost. The message was in transition. What I'd like though of the creator is that I appreciated his creation. I'd like him to say that I did. I showed appreciation for Earth by the way I lived on it. What do you think?
Well, I mean, that's from a perspective that there's a separate creator that you could have appreciation for in terms of that, like in the terms of another.
Yeah, that's what I'm hoping. Because I have tried hard since I was 6 years old to tread lightly on this earth. I've made a point of That's why I shout the loudest about the earth not being a ball, for example. I did work for a company called The Body Shop for 1 year, one of the best companies I ever worked for, purely for its environmental friendliness of the earth, not testing their products on animals. You know, so that's a high standard of integrity there. You know that these products have to work, but you're not going to use animals to test them on. Isn't that good? But anyway, that's what I hope that I get some brownie points for. That I didn't destroy or harm this earth from my age of 6. I tried to live harmoniously with nature.
Yeah, well, I definitely think that's a good thing. Yeah, for sure, to take care of the earth and to be in harmony with its functioning. I think that's ideal. I think as humans, we ideally, in my viewpoint, would always have some level of synergy and working with nature's systems instead of against them.
Yeah, that's what I'm hoping for in Gintopia, for example, because it can be done. Remember, we are currently devaluing this earth with our money systems. It was perfect without money. Now we're paying to live on it because it's been hijacked. This is where we need to redress that hastily.
Gintopia. That's fun. I like that. Gintopia.
Yeah. Gintopia is a beautiful place to live.
So
Remember,
do we all
you
have
are
our
the
own?
currency.
Do we all have our own topia?
Well, if you want it, yeah, go ahead. As long as you're not harming Earth and humanity and everything that's on it, because it is quite easily to live on this Earth and keep it pristine with ease. And it's not that far from being pristine because, you know, if we change the fuels that we're using to like hemp and bioethanol, biodiesel fuels, the air is not that contaminated, mind you, but it will clean up in 25 years. It'll be cleaned up big time just in 25 years. You know? Maybe even less time than that. But they're trying to sell us that we're living in toxic air. It's really, really bad, you know? It's not global warming now. It's now the era of global boiling. It's what they're saying now. Okay? Global warming is gone. It's global boiling now. That would be the head man for the global warming, I think, in the WHO, whoever he is. Damn horrible European.
I just think it's hypocritical of them to claim that we are warming the earth by the things that we do on our daily lives. Well, they have all these different devices set up across the earth that is like admittedly heating up the air, like the ionosphere or whatever other layer of the atmosphere they want to heat up with it with the HARP, and that's just with the HARP. Like they've got other things. But I think it's really hypocritical for them to be doing that and obviously heating up there and manipulating weather and then claiming that we're heating the earth.
That's absolutely correct, what you said there. And it's called like a geoengineering, which is weather modification, but it's not, it's manipulation because it's not modifying anything. It's causing mayhem everywhere. Geoengineering, and it's people like yourselves, flat earthers, that we are all going to be educating people on that. That's what makes us so formidable. We carry that knowledge. Yeah, well done. That's absolutely correct. And it's poignant that it's coming from a woman as well. Very poignant. Very damning. Definitely.
Everything they claim is borderline insanity, hypocrisy. Every single thing they claim is pure evil.
Yeah, I would agree with that entirely. I mean, look at Maui, okay, Hawaii. Fires. The fires were not out yet, and people were already asking to buy their land and their property. Right? Those GMO companies.
Jin.
Already put it. Yeah.
Evil isn't stupid, Jin.
Yeah, that's right. Putting in bids and offers for the land. Still smouldering.
Well, yeah, but
deliberately set up, that fire was.
Well,
That was
Jen, when
deliberate.
it's
You know what?
smoldering, it's really cheap when it smolders, Jen.
Yeah, that's right. Pennies to the
Yeah.
dollar. Absolutely. Now, if I was I can't even say the word. If I was Hawaiian, I myself would not want a single dollar from the United States. Seeing as Hawaii isn't the 50th state of America legally, I don't want a single penny from America at all. It's America that's caused them these fucking problems. You know, I don't want your money. No, anywhere else around the world, yes, please. But from the United States, no, thank you. That's how it would be. Definitely no thanks. Because remember, this is an illegal occupation that's going on.
That's right.
Now they want to lend a hand, right? And it's funny how the Hawaiians are calling themselves part of America. But if you go back a few years, they're calling themselves not American. They want autonomy. And they still want it. So, you know, I don't know, man. It doesn't look good. This deliberate fire, there's more to it than meets the eye, because Hawaii is fighting for independence in itself. It wants to be it's still a sovereign country. It has its own government. It wants to remove America off the land. The UN has acknowledged it. You see, now this fire means that they're going to be putting their hand out for money from America. We don't want that. Remember, you're not a state. You're not part of the United States. Don't take the money. Don't give them a little hook. They've already got their boots on your necks already. No. So yeah, I'm very concerned there, because it was a deliberate fire. Meanwhile, in Canada, they had 2,000 fires at the same time. Yeah, carry on. Sorry.
No worries. It seems like they're forcing, them to pay the government with only allowing FEMA in there and no one else. It's weird.
That's what I mean. Exactly what you said there. It is weird, you know. And if any Hawaiian worth his weight in gold, they should be pushing against that. No thanks. We'll do it for ourselves, or we'll do it with the rest of the world, not with you lot. Don't need your money. You need to remove yourselves from our land. Get out. Go home. And then re-establish the business ties that we had prior to Queen Lukalani being dethroned. Because before that, Hawaii, America, Europe, they were all doing business together. You know, everything was happy, going nicely. And then she got dethroned. Yeah.
This was planned a very long time ago. You know, I don't like to talk about history too much, but we know that the Romans were over here in Arizona, my state where I live, which is right next to California. We found Roman artifacts here that are over 2,000 years old. So they've already been all the way over here to the west coast of my country, right? You know, and that's thousands of years ago. So the entire history is alive. They've been planning everything for so long, Jen. You know, World War II is planned, obviously. World War I is planned. Those are the resets. The wars are the reset. Oh, we got to reset this little place. Oh, we're going to go reset something. You know, that's what that is. So it's all planned for literally. It's like the evil of this world has been doing this for thousands of years, Jen, and that's just how it's going to be.
Yeah. Well, I don't know about if this is how it's going to be. I mean, if humanity was to rise up, I think the scenario of them taking down the internet is very real. And when they do that, then the abilities for us to communicate, and mass up is just going to be gone.
But Jen, wait a minute, Jen. No, I see. I disagree. The internet is the greatest place for deception as well. They use it quite well. It's constantly brainwashing children every day. It's Satan's favorite tool. It's not
Oh
going
yeah.
down anytime soon. Get comfortable in your seats, guys. It's not going down. No.
Yeah, yeah. There is that aspect of it, of course. Yeah, yeah.
Oh, they
But they're
love you. They love
definitely,
you.
they're
Yeah,
definitely, yeah, they're definitely removing anyone, you know, any group that's talking truth and that. They're really working hard against that, you know. And did you hear about Elon Musk's X? You know, Twitter X. They're going to start charging people to join the platform now.
I know. I know. As soon as I changed my name, he had to copy me. So that's why I'm using Hebrew now. I'm not. Yeah, I don't know why I did that. So yeah, it's all a scam. Like, yeah, bro. Like these people are not real. Like they look like robots. They sound like robots. The AI actually sounds better than them. I accidentally walked into an AI bot the other day in the politics server. I thought I was talking. I was like, oh my gosh, atheists aren't scared. Oh no, that's an AI bot. I'm sorry. So I mean, bro, they're getting replaced. It's over. Like, you can't even find a person. Like, why do you think I'm allowed to talk in here now? Because you can't find someone to talk to, Jen. People are just hunkered down in their religion. They just want to stay in their religion, right? They're pulling the cover over their head. They're going to hide, Jen.
Yeah.
Oh, man. But see, you're a hard sell, Jen, because you just go, you and I have known each other a long time, but if you don't like the Bible, then you can't really talk about what I talk about anyway. You know what I mean? Like you just separate yourself too much. But I'm telling you, if you look at that Bible, I'm pointing out that it already had the truth, Jen. You know, it already says it in there. So I'm saying that has to be divine. If it already knows these things, how is that possible?
Yeah,
You gotta tell me.
I'm getting the divine message firsthand out in nature. That's where I'm getting my divine from. Don't need the book at this point.
Okay, well, Jim, then tell me what does nature mean to you? What does nature mean?
What does nature mean to me? What it just means is it's where I live. It's where I live. A safe place to live and grow.
Is nature an extension of God?
It is God's world. Yeah, exactly that. Nature is God. Yeah, definitely.
I think the etymology of nature, as far as Greek, is going to be like birth or born, like meaning how it's at the beginning, right? This is the natural state, how something arrives. But it's very interesting when you look at it in certain aspects. Nature also means, and this is actually its true meaning. What nature means, the actual modern meaning is surprising to many, Jen. It actually means design.
There you go.
So when people say they're going out in nature, that means they're going out in design. They're going out to the design that was designed by the designer.
To the designed world that was designed for me. Exactly.
Right? Isn't that crazy? But it took me. I was in my late 30s before I ever knew what that meant. I finally started looking into this word a few years ago because I noticed that the atheists like to use this word all the time. Like, oh, I just believe in nature. You hear a lot of atheists say that, right? Well, wait a minute. Nature means design. So you're saying you believe in design. So there's no way around being a creator is the point. So what I'm saying, Jen, is that I have a 100-year-old dictionary that shows that they manipulated and changed the definitions because they changed the definition of nature to mean creation without a creator. The original version of evolution was the cult of nature. Believe it or not, that's just what society wanted to believe, that nature just created itself. And it's still a predominant religion. Yeah, it's very common.
Yeah, that's so wrong, it's unbelievable. That is so wrong, isn't it?
That's right. That's right. Because your pizza can't make itself, your coffee table can't make itself. Yeah. Sorry.
Exactly. No, that is so wrong. That is so wrong, it's unbelievable.
Good. Amen. Words are powerful. I got to tell you, Jen, that words are everything. You know, sticks and stones will break your bones, but the words are forever. You know, and that's why in a court of law, you know, you have to swear to this garbage. It's all trash, right? But that's why you have to sign documents, sign your name. It's all word. Words are the power, right? The pen is mightier than the sword. Ask Isa, right? And the words, like the Bible says, it's not what goes into our mouth that defiles us, but what comes out of our mouth defiles us and defines us, right? What we say is who we are. And that's ultimately when you're talking about that morality.
My word is my bond, is what I always say. My word is my bond. That's all I've got.
Right, but that's true. The word is so powerful because how are criminals protected? Criminals are protected by people using words, by lying. You see? Isn't it amazing? So all the like, how do wars get started? Because words. For the words start first, then the war comes, then the death, then the famine. Then words are the power of everything.
The wars
Yeah.
start. Yeah, in modern times, they start behind doors at the Bilderberg Group or whatever meetings they have, and that's where they decide who's going to fight who, and they make their monies accordingly, at the expense of the 99% cowards, confused, brainwashed citizens of said countries. That's how they do it.
Right. Comfortable. They're very comfortable. That's why they like to use the internet, Jin, because the internet is so powerful at keeping so many people comfortable.
It is.
When you have 150 million people at the same time trying to make dance videos of themselves and their children, you have already lost the war. It's over. This world is headed off the edge of an incomprehensible reality that they're not ready for. There's a tidal wave coming, Jen, and the people are the ones allowing it. The people are allowing it.
Yeah.
That's a fact.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. So people are calling me an old gidger, an old gidger. I said, listen, I might be an old gidger, but what you know about life, you can fit on the top of a pinhead and still have more room. So you can never know more than me. You'll never be able to do that. Lose by default with age.
When they say you're a boomer, all you got to do is say, wait a minute, bro, aren't you like worshiping the boomer religion, the outer space boomer religion? Because that's what they're the boomers, Jen. They believe this outer space religion. That was, my dad was taught that back in the 40s. I mean, you guys believe the boomer religion for people that are in the old folks home now. What the hell are you talking about, bro?
What the hell are you talking about? Yeah, that's right. Confused. They know nothing. They have nothing. Like you said, their head is buried in their device. It's all in the internet. Buried in there.
Jin, watch this. Let me show you something. What do you think the word planet means?
Planet means wandering star, doesn't it?
Kinda. But I just want to point out that that word is so abused, right? That has got to be the most abused, insane, psychotic word ever. You hear all sports athletes, MMA fighters, boxers, baseball players. I mean,
they all use it all the time.
Right.
I know.
Right. It is so. It is just disturbing. My goodness.
I hate the word. Yeah, I hate the word because it's everywhere. It's everywhere.
Right, but it doesn't even mean a earth. They think it means earth ball, or so it doesn't have anything to do with that. Like people just don't want to ever. They just have to keep saying it. It just blows my mind.
Yeah, that's why I confront them on that. As soon as I hear them say, you haven't confirmed that. How do you know? You haven't been out there to see that. It's not a planet. We're not a planet. You haven't confirmed bugger all. That's when I destroy them. When they go like that, that's when I begin to, like a boa constrictor, those big snakes. I start to wrap myself around them. Yes. And every move that they make is wrong. I'm squeezing tight. They're giving me a time to squeeze them tight. And that's what I do. I squeeze them and squeeze them and squeeze them until they admit that they are wrong.
And then you keep squeezing.
Okay. Well, Jan, I don't think it really works that way, man. I think people come to their own conclusions at the end, You can't really control someone. I mean, they try to control people to believe things and everything, but I'm saying ultimately, especially for someone to realize they were wrong about something, that's always a personal thing. You can't force that out of someone.
I have been successful. And sometimes, and at times it's taken like 6 weeks, 2 months, 3 months. But in the end,
you're going with the kind of drill sergeant approach.
That's right, with the granite rock.
I mean, I guess there's somebody that might respond to that. There's some people that will respond to that. So yeah.
Well, it's integrity. It's integrity, isn't it?
Some people like to be dominated and controlled, maybe by others.
No, I just think that at the end of the day, you look to yourself, and that's what I keep saying. That in the end, it's only a small percentage. If I look at how many out of 100, maybe I got 5% only. That's all, maybe, with that method. Okay, thus far.
5%.
Yeah, only 5%. That's all.
I'm not laughing at that number. I'm just laughing that you're putting that the way you said it's funny. You're like only 5%.
Yeah, I only got 5%. If I look at all the people that I introduced to the flat Earth, only 5%, I could honestly say, succumbed to that unrelenting pressure. The others went away and thought about it for themselves, and then came back and said, "Jin, you know what? The Earth is flat." But they went away and did that for themselves eventually.
Well, I was going to say we could go on this topic, I guess, about that, but I was just going to say with the word planet that, yeah, that is a profoundly twisted, deceptive use of how that term has been twisted for their agenda. Because, yeah, it apparently comes from planet, which means to wander. So it was used because it meant to wander. They would call these wandering stars, have that word planet that was connected to them. And somehow they now have used that to say, well, those are the wandering ones. They've tried to claim that the Copernican revolution, quote unquote, discovered that we're on a globe, and then there's all these other balls out there in space. And so now those wandering things are also balls, in space. So assuming the sphere of those objects in the sky and that they're terrestrial spheres, and then converting that to have the Earth be one of those, and then to take that word planet, which means to wander, and somehow contort that. Like EXO, like you said, a giant water ball. Like planet does not mean a giant ball. Yeah, exactly. Doesn't even mean that at all. But now you say someone up, the planet, they're going to think of Earth because it's, they want to say planet Earth, and then they're going to think of a huge ball from the word that means to wander.
Yeah, I used to, when people would ask me, back in the day, years ago, I used to say, no, I don't like to mock this because it's hard to replicate. But when somebody would bring that up, I'd say, no, well, I don't live on a star. And I like to shock people that way. You just tell them, no, I don't live on a star. That's how I used to do it. But when you just
I don't
tell
live on a
people
wandering
something else,
luminary, a wandering light in the sky.
there you go.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. If you were going to finish, I was just tagging that on real quick because that when someone says, do you live on a planet, or it's like, yeah, I don't live on a wandering luminary.
Well, I just want to point out, Gio, that when this is after years of watching these conversations. So unless you're someone like yourself or Stormfire and Jen, you're not going to understand this. But when we watch these conversations, and the reason we find it so fascinating is it's kind of like, it's like you're watching something that's you can't really see anywhere else. You're seeing somebody exposed to information you've never heard about. It's like watching a fight or a boxing match, but we'll notice that the person that's exposed to the new information, Gio, like you're talking about, will then continue to use the old words that are literally contradicting the new information that we're trying to explain, right? And that's the most weird thing about it, that when you're trying to show them the new stuff, they're still using the old stuff. So the point is, it's impossible to understand the new thing if the cup is still, like Jin puts, like the cup is still full of it, right? So when they're saying, oh, well, the planet does this because, well, you're still begging the question, and they can't stop doing it. Everything is literally a begging religious insertion. Well, it must be this because of the, insert hemisphere, insert something, and it's all a presupposed religious belief. And it's like, that's the point. None of that's real. That's it. Just tell them it's not real. Sorry. Like the equator, right? Like when you invoke an equator, what are you saying, right? That doesn't make sense, right? Jin, that no longer makes sense, right? When you invoke these things, that you're literally adding the deception back, right? You got this new cake in the oven, but now you've put all this stuff from the souffle on it back. Like, what happened? Now it's ruined. It can't. This hasn't. Let me tell you this real quick. I'll get off here, Jim. 2 hours. I listened to some of the smartest flat earthers. Again, I'm not a flat earther, but I listened to some of the smartest flat earthers. Talk to somebody for an hour, Jin, and now at the end of that conversation, when like this young lady was listening to these people for a good hour, and these were my preferred flat earthers that I'd want if I had to choose them. I'd choose them. And after the hour was over, Jen, the lady said, "So where's the edge?" Which proved that they did not get the message. There is some sort of disconnect that people aren't getting, and we'll explain that later. But it's going to become more obvious what the problem is, and that's what I'm talking about. Jen, as far as the issues that I see it because of the fruit. I see the conversations getting destroyed I see that all of the points, all of the
Yeah.
truth is getting missed because of one little error. Remember, if you're talking to the opposition, right, and you're especially talking to a hostile witness, they're going to find the slightest error that you make. Like, oh, you left out an apostrophe, therefore we can't feel that we're spinning at 4 trillion miles an hour because you forgot an apostrophe. And that's what evil does. Evil will hold on to that one error that's completely irrelevant. And that's why we kind of just got to be on our P's and Q's. Because if
I'm
I say
wise to
one
the
thing
trot.
wrong,
You see,
yeah.
when they do that, I just say, you see, when you ask that question, where's the edge? Now, most flat earthers get triggered, but I don't. It's a good question. It's logical. It means you are paying attention. Is there an edge? And then you go on to explain how we can't get to the edge, if there is one. Yeah. All they do is make it easier for me to explain more. So no, I embrace all those kind of silly little questions when they're looking for an escape route. I've already got those escape routes covered.
Jen, like when I just go to biology, right? My favorite's biology. It's much more simple. We can just put my hands on it and they can't run away. So you know what I always do, right? And they'll ask me, well, can you define the word kind? And it's like, no, if you don't know what the word kind means, that means I won the conversation. That's the point. If you believe in evolution, you can't comprehend the word kind. My point is, at that moment, you gotta take the victory. I must have lagged out. At that moment, you have to take the victory. If you're having a biological discussion with somebody and you're telling them, listen, evolution, which you can't even define, is not only not real, you don't even know what words mean. You don't even know what the word kind means. Now, that's a win. It's over. The conversation's over. Take the win, take the trophy, put it on your wall, and move on to the next person. But the problem is, they won't. They won't take the win. They'll have to say, well, let's discuss this and give a definition. Just take the win. The guy's knocked unconscious. Why did
that's
you wake
what
him up?
I do. That's what I do.
Right.
So that's what I do because they ask the question.
People want to give them smelling salts. Just let me finish the sentence real quick and we move on. They want to give them smelling salts and raise them from the dead to keep the conversation going. Don't do that. Let them die in their error and move on to the next person. Why wake them from the dead?
That's what I do. That's exactly what I do. I say to them, you've just thrown in the towel. When you start to ask me why is it up, up, and why is down, down, that's when you've lost your you've lost completely. It's all over. Thank you very much. I take the win. Next, please. Next.
Take the win. That's right. When somebody says, I don't know how they came up with the information to my outer space religion, go, thanks for proving my point. That's exactly what I was saying, bro. You weren't going to be able to tell me. It's a win.
I take the win. Look, you haven't been listening to me debating out there because that's exactly how I roll. I get them to that point. When they start to say why is up and down is down, I say, ladies and gentlemen, when you hear people talk to you like that, they have conceded, they have thrown in the towel, because we all know what up and down mean. And when they ask you that, that's when you disengage and take the win. I take the win.
Yeah, listen, this was a couple of days ago. This guy came on here. I think his name was Tig or something, right? He had this name Tig, and he said something like this. Yeah, you guys can just do this information to prove you're on a globe. And I said, oh, have you done it? And he said, yeah, you can do it. I said, that's my point. It's like, he won't do it, Jim, but he's saying you can do it, right? As soon as they start saying you can do this, all you have to do is say, oh, and have you done it? The conversation's over. They've never done it. They just crushed themselves. It's over. They're done.
That's exactly my position. I always ask them, what methodology did they use to confirm it so that I can then go do it for my show me. Let's go.
And then their answer is you can do it yourself.
Let's go.
That's their answer. Their answer is go do it, Jim. That's your answer. You go do it. You do it.
And I can go and do it for my show.
Listen, Jen, I believe the earth is a ball. Now you go prove it.
You got to tell me.
No, you go prove it. I believe the earth is a ball. You go prove it now. I told you it is, so you prove it. You can do it yourself. That's what they're saying. That's what they tell. They believe they live in outer space and they're traveling at 1 billion miles an hour, and all I have to do is prove it for them. It's my job to prove it to them. Jen, you didn't know that?
Yeah, right.
Okay. is that really a conversation? So my point, if we're going to entertain that type of psychological extrapolation, then we are also in grave error. So when people are talking to these crazy people, to put it lightly, like Mick Toon or the Fight the Flat Earth guy, or these people, you're just proving that you are also part of the deception, because we're giving, listen, I don't agree with Nathan Oakley, but he's right when he attacks these people on the merit of them being insane and not being able to keep a discussion. Even though I don't agree, it's actually good. If someone's going to cheat at chess, I'm flipping the chessboard. If you're cheating, I'm flipping and I'm flipping your ass over the wall. So that's just how this works, Jen. That stuff doesn't work in real life.
Yeah, you see, that's exactly my position again, in what you're saying. I'm absolutely in that realm. I don't entertain time wasting circular conversations, because they've lost. When they go into that mode, they're losing. You have given up. You have now forfeited your right to discuss this. You have no more knowledge. You're not proving anything. You're talking gibberish. Good luck. Next.
Right. It would be nice if you could say that and then move to the next one, right? When you're at the, what's the place called? The Gem Pandas, right? You could move to them, but they won't let you because they have to act like rats, right? They have to just jump on you, and that's just normal. That's just how they're going to do it.
Well, they generally have you muted, first and
Yes.
foremost. They generally have you muted whilst they go on. But you know what I do? I then shut off my headphones, or I even leave the server, and then 2 minutes later I reappear. So I play my psychological games as well. I'm not going to hear your shit if you're not going to listen to my truth. Sorry.
Well, Jen, I can't even get them to tell me where they get their information from. It's one of my peeves. I just say, where are you getting the information from? And if they can't tell me, Jen, it's over. It's that simple. If you cannot tell me where you're, that's it. Why would I even discuss anything else until they can make a claim to a source? Jen, why would I entertain them? I just think it's better just to prove they don't have a claim. And if a live audience sees that, you're going to show hundreds, if not maybe thousands of people that the person didn't have a claim. That's 10,000 times more powerful than having a 3-hour debate.
Well, yeah.
If I can crush somebody in 10 minutes, just crush them, bruh.
Yeah, well, that's what I do. And I also help the listener to discern by stating to them, note the incessant muting. I have no control to mute them. I cannot do that, okay, because it is not my server. But note how when I'm getting to the crunch point, they scream, they shout. This is people panicking. They're panicking. And that's, bear that in mind, yeah? Ladies and gentlemen, bear that in mind, because my point will get out. I will get it out, even if it takes 3 days. And on occasions, it has done. It's taken me 3 days to get something that could be done in like an hour. 3 days, 3 attempts.
Yep.
Yeah. But I'm like that. Like I said, I'm granite. I'm the granite crusher. Yes. I will turn granite into powder.
Am I on still? Did somebody need to speak to me? I heard somebody might have had a question for me, but maybe that was somebody else. Never mind. But Jen, listen, I'm not going to talk about it, go into a negative direction. There are some negative things maybe we want to talk about later. I don't think you have come by Sky Harbor anytime lately, but if you ever stop by, Jen, we can show you some stuff. But there's a lot more to this. Again, I'm not going to be negative on the live stream, unless somebody's attacking me. I don't need to bring anything up, but there's a lot more to talk about. There's just, no point. I want to keep things here positive. So.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I'd like to keep
we don't
it
need
a
to
positive one. Uplift, forward moving, because the negative stuff, I'm good at diffusing all that stuff at the end of the day, I don't really wallow in that stuff. And once it raises its ugly head, whack-a-mo on the head, whack-a-mo, whack-a-mo, whack-a-mo,
Right, but when you go, listen, I'll say this though: when these so-called movements of people like these flat Earth movements, these meetups and stuff, Jen, I'll tell you what though, they are absolutely just as normie as anything else. Those movements are just parties of superiority, just like everybody else. There's no difference of that group than when NASA meets up to worship themselves, and that's what the world
Dude,
is.
that
We
is
are in a
so
great
false
deception.
what you're saying right now. What
No,
you're saying right
I
now is
witnessed
so
it.
false.
I witnessed it. I
All right, well,
witnessed
I
it.
can't speak for something you went to, but to make that blanket statement, dude, you sound like a bigot, man. Really bigoted.
Every
A lot
time
of
I
hate.
talk to them, I know, because every time I talk to them, they attack us, and this is just the truth. They attack us
Well,
every time.
All right, man. I don't
It's
know. I
happened
mean,
here
I've never
hundreds
been
of
attacked
times.
by any. I mean, okay, what flat Earth meetups have you been to?
None. That's the point.
Oh, that's
We
what I
have it
maybe
on video.
figured.
Yeah.
That's what I
And
figured.
then, well, we got Eddie Bravo saying things I can't even repeat on here. I'm just telling you that the people that meet
What does
up
that
there,
have to do with a flat Earth meetup?
every flat Earth meetup has literally just people saying really insane, crazy things. Christians that actually know things that might contradict such ideologies. They do the same thing.
All right. Well, this isn't a place just to like.
Okay, then we won't discuss it.
Insult and slander people, man. I mean, we're just gonna
Outside
move
of here,
on. If
though.
that's what you're gonna do.
Okay. I'm not talking about people here. I'm talking about other people. That's what I'm just talking. That's what people do. That's just
No,
the
you're just
normalcy
making
of
like
what-
slanderous hate comments about this group flat earthers that you have some kind of problem with. And whether you're doing it about flat earthers or globe earthers or whatever, that's just not what we do here. We're not just going to like hurl blanket insults and hate against some group.
No, there is no. That's the point. Is that I'm not even allowed to talk. Every time I go to any of these places, even online, I just get attacked and slandered. And I could start naming names all day long. It happened today 3 times. It's okay. I'll take some time off.
Well, okay. Well, I've never been attacked or slandered ever, so I guess I'm doing something different than you.
Yeah, and I do think that the flat Earth meetups, I think they're a good thing as far as I'm concerned. And the Christians are there, and I think that those Christians who are connecting to flat Earth through the Christianity, that's brilliant. I do like the organisation or that group called Celebrate Truth. I like, with Robbie Davidson and that. Yes, he was a bit silly to, what's his name? Something, Paul, whatever. There was a slight error made there, but they've done some brilliant work and they continue to do brilliant work. I'm not religious in any way, but, credit where credit is due is what I've always said, And I think they've done some beautiful work, good work in enlightening people into the flat earth through the Christian religion for those who want it. It's there. Beautifully put down. Better work than CNN, CBC, ABC, and the rest of the stupid NSBCS or whatever that you have in the States, for example. So we can give that much credit to Celebrate Truth. And they're part of the meetups. They meet up and have good meetups with the rest of the gang. So I think the meetups are a good thing. I would have liked to have gone to a few of them myself. Would have liked to have attended a few of them. Nice to meet up with like-minded people. Yeah. Regardless of your religion.
Have you ever been to a meetup, Jin, of people that are stationary planar Earth awareness?
No, I haven't. I've only joined via video. Yes, via video only. Via the live streams. That's the only way that I've done that. And they've been brilliant. I've enjoyed them. Yeah. This will be back in 2017, 16, 17, 18, 19 even. Yeah. Because when they did the meetups, they also used to do them on the live stream. So if you could get into the live stream, then you're there. Not in person, but you're there, kind of. And I used to really enjoy it. I think they're good. No doubt about it. I think people have complained at the price. And I say, yeah, I agree with you. But remember, the venue that they chose, the venue was pricey. It was good. It's very plush, perfect, and it costs. Sometimes they could have had that outdoors. I agree. Outdoors could have been good. Better cost effectiveness. But then you'll be holding to the weather. So I think some of the venues they picked were a bit pricey, but what can you do, you know? What do you think about them, Gio? Do you think the meetups are good or waste of time, not necessary? What do you think?
Well, I think meeting up with others that are resonating in truth and high vibrations is one of the most potent and amazing things that exists as
Yeah.
humans on Earth here. Yeah, to connect with each other in these ways. For sure, I think there's so much that can come from being in person and the, all of the everything that goes along with that. But in today's world, it is challenging because we're all kind of separated in these ways that we are. But I think there'll be many more opportunities in the future.
Yep, I agree. That's why, even though like I said, I'm not religious, but I still mention the Celebrate Truth gang because they're a Christian bunch. And they've done some excellent work. Beautiful stuff. Stuff that would move you. If you're so moved, you'd be moved to tears. And I mean that sincerely. I'm not just saying that. Such good work. Beautiful, glossy, precise, no opinions at all. Facts-based work.
Since you brought up the meetups, I mean, I do have really just an only positive connection with others in person when it comes to meeting others that are aware of this in person. The times I have, which is
like fireworks going off. I can imagine. Don't worry. I
that's
sympathize
exactly,
with you.
dude.
I follow you. I follow you.
Yeah, every single one was absolutely amazing. Like, I'm trying to think how many times that I've actually met others. Well, I mean, there's others that I've just met like solo. For example, there was this guy at the grocery store one day. I was like checking out and I was leaving and I see him checking out and he had on his shirt, he had the AE map, on his shirt. And so I was thinking, oh, cool. It's rare that I would sort of see that. So I actually think I went and put my groceries in the car. And then I saw him hanging out front with a couple other people, just hanging out front of the grocery store. So I thought, you know what, I'm going to go over and say something to him. So I went over and I just went up to him and, this was years ago. And, back then, I mean, the term flat earth. So that was the term as it were. So I kind of went and I said, first thing I said to him, I was like, the earth is flat. He was like, oh yeah. And then we started talking and it was awesome, dude. All I had to do was go up to him and be like, the earth is flat. He's like, yep. And then we just had this great talk. And he was actually really into the Tartaria research. So he was actually sharing a lot of that with me, his research with that. And we sat in that parking lot, Jin. We probably talked for 4 hours. It was maybe 8 p.m. The store closed at 9, and we sat there till probably midnight in the parking lot, just talking, looking up at the stars. It was amazing. It was the only time I have his phone number, but haven't reconnected with him. But yeah, that was the only time I met him and hung out with him, and just that alone was awesome. But that was just
I can imagine. I think
that.
that would have been probably maybe 2017, 2018, perhaps, because Tartaria was doing its round. People were connecting to that at that period of time, 2017, 2018. I remember these things like yesterday. So even though you say it was years ago, it's still like yesterday for me.
That meeting with that guy was pretty recent. Yeah, that was maybe probably 2022. It was probably last year.
Okay, so it was recent. So he was still kicking out Tartaria because that's not really been mentioned much now.
I would say it's still, I mean, in terms of just the history being different and these ancient buildings. And I mean, that term Tartaria is one kind of terminology, but it seems like there's all the channels still making content on those.
Oh, well, that's good then. But I've looked and,
Well, they're still uncovering stuff all the time. Yeah, like new sites and new ideas and
interesting.
Yeah, there's a couple good channels. You might have to know the channels though. It's probably not going to show up in your recommendeds.
Yeah, it's not showing up at all.
And then back, you're right though. In terms of you're talking about years ago, yeah, most of the, the flat Earth meetups, as it were, that I went to, yeah, some of those were a couple years ago, and yeah,
but it's great to connect. That's the main.
Oh, dude,
thing.
everyone
like
I went, every single one I went to, it was absolutely just fireworks, like you said. It was fire. Yeah. And fireworks. I mean, we were just everybody laughing, talking, just hugging each other, so happy to have met each other, and just everybody with like open eyes, open minds. You could go up to anyone and just be like, "Hey, so when did you learn about this? And what do you think?" And about it was just awesome, dude. It was such positive energies.
Yeah, yeah.
All of
You were
the
really alive then. You
yeah.
were really live and you were connecting. So real living, really alive, and really,
Yes.
really connecting.
Connecting with truth, and specifically this truth about the earth, it's unparalleled. There's nothing else that quite resonates
Yeah.
with being in person with someone who actually does know what the earth is. It's amazing. And just when I say what the earth is, yes, I do think
I knew
it
you was
is-
going to
it's-
say that. I knew you were going to say that. What the earth isn't is what. Yeah, I knew.
or what the earth isn't. Yeah, it could
I
go
mean,
there too, but I mean, just to not be spinning, that alone, just to
Yeah.
be
Yeah.
grounded, at rest, in the moment, just not whirling and hurling through a vacuum. Just that alone is incredible. Because I've been in a lot of different
And the
communities.
fact that you share.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I was just going to say the fact that you can share your journey to the flat earth. I mean, each person's journey is just amazing, and the jokes that come afterwards. Yeah, yeah, I can imagine.
Yeah. Exactly. And I was
Because
just gonna
it's
say, I've been in a
important.
lot of different communities throughout my life, in a lot of different sort of, I guess niches, if that's a term, but that's not really the right term. Just various different groups, throughout my life that are connected to different spiritual components, or in just all of my life. And I will say that of everyone I've all of the different communities that I've been with in different ways throughout the years, and ways of thought and everything. There's something about the earth, and essentially a stationary, planar surface. I mean, everyone may have a different viewpoint whether it's planar or not, etc. But yeah, I mean, like that term, essentially what that term flat earth has always meant, which is essentially not rotating and not having curvature that we can detect, at least, as far as we can ever observe and measure. It seems to be an extended planar surface. And even outside of that, whether people have additional ideas, but just that alone, being in a whole community, a whole group of people that know that and have been on this journey, as it were, in person, yeah, it stands apart in my mind in a way, from all other types of communities. There's something about the globe, I think, that really like limits someone's energy, like even their aura, even like in the ether, like the way that they actually resonate in the ether, as it were, is different by believing a lie about the earth. It's like being on Mother Earth, but then thinking Mother Earth is something different than what it is. It seems like there's like there's some kind of like a shutting off, perhaps. And I don't want to insult anyone. I'm not trying to put anyone down, but I just think overall, and that to me, I'm just trying to kind of articulate what was different in my mind, like energetically, about being with, 40, 50 people that, all are, well, virtually all of them. I mean, maybe some of them are a little bit on the fence or whatever it may be, but for the most part, having a stationary, planar, you're on the ground is level, horizontal, vertical, all that good stuff. Up is up, down is down. Just those foundations. There's something that is just very, very uplifting about this truth and being in person with people. I think that's why they had to do the globe, is to deceive us, because they know that we are so uplifted when we're with each other in truth. So they had to do this to even get their control.
That's it, you see, because like you said, you took the words right out of my mouth. You were enjoying utopia right there, the essence. You had an essence with those 60, 50 people. You were living it. That's what I said earlier. You were really living. You were really alive, or really connecting.
Yeah.
Real life.
The one that was the most that way for me was called Flat Camp. And it was a little event that a guy local here in this Northern California area, he had put together. I think he maybe did it 2 years in a row, maybe 3. But I think at first maybe it was just him and his friends camping, and then the next year he put a thing on Facebook and then the year I went, it was the last one I think that he had done, but ODD was there, ODD TV. He was there, and that was amazing because I got to meet him. But that was kind of one of the things that he was going to be there. And dude, it was absolutely amazing, Jen. It was like just camping, just chill. They had a bonfire, a tent set up, food, hot food. Everyone had, drinks and food and all that. and just little fold up chairs around the bonfire at a campsite. And dude, that was the one that was really special because it was exactly what you just said. Like it is like a little utopia right there because there's a way in which I'm not saying of course that's more like a celebratory mode. So you're not like living with them all the time. And I'm sure everybody has multiple sides to their personality. But as like a small little container type thing in a celebratory mode, yeah, it was just extremely positive. Everybody was enjoying each other so much, just talking, laughing. We were asking each other, oh, what do you think about this? What do you think about that? All these different topics and just ideas and research. I also met a guy who was a Vedic astrologer, from the Ayurvedic system. He was a Vedic astrologer and was a flat earther as well, or whether I don't know whether he called himself that, but yeah, he knew the Earth was stationary and planar, etc. And so he had that more ancient understanding of the Vedic cosmology. Even though he has teachers that were teaching him the Vedic thing, and those guys are heliocentric. So it's unbelievable. But anyway, so he made it through all that. And so him and I were talking for hours. Anyways, man, it was just amazing. I mean, granted, yes, it was kind of a party vibe.
Because when I hear what you say, when I hear what you're describing, that's real, that's counseling, that's therapy, all rolled in there. That's what you're describing because you all want to talk and share your experiences. Remember, you've been on this roller coaster ball ride for years in error. And then to discover that it's flat all along. Yeah, I can imagine it. Definitely. I know exactly how you felt. Yeah.
Yeah, and I know that's like a small, because it was a party mode. People were smoking and drinking and hanging out in the bonfire.
I bet you that's your best parties, though, don't you think? Those were the best parties, though, Gio.
Around the fire, yeah.
Those are your best parties, don't you think? Real. Because it was real. More real than the parties you went to in the past. Do you get my meaning? Yeah?
Well, that's kind of what I was trying to like elucidate is my experience of the times I had been with others that all are not spinning, just that alone, a group of 30 people that know they're not spinning, just that alone, know that they're not whirling and hurling at millions and trillions of miles an hour, going upside down every day. Just that is a very interesting truth to consider that if you have 20, 30 people that all know they're not spinning, what other time have you ever been in the actual space with 30 people,
Exactly.
overlapping auras and energies right there in the medium, with 30 others that have that awareness. Most never even get the chance.
Amazing, isn't it? Yeah. That's why they ridicule us on the main media, but all they're doing is advertising our position at the end of the day, because out of all that ridicule, somebody's going to become a flat earther without a doubt. That's what I like about this flat earth thing. It's just such the word, it exposes all the other lies. It's the key to all the conspiracies that are out there that are happening. Not theories, facts. And it's the key that opens the door to all of them from a flat earth point of view. Brilliant. Yeah, no, you're describing to us exactly what it's like to be in utopia. That's what you're describing there.
Yeah, I mean, I'm describing it extremely positive, but that truly has been. I mean, I think I've been with other, with flat earthers, as it were, maybe 5-6 times. I mean, I've met some other people, like I said, just one person or something like that in person. But I'm talking about in terms of multiples. Yeah, there was the very first time. It was I had never met anyone, Jen. So it was 2015, and when I fully realized this, as it was for many of us. When it fully landed for me, I had already been researching it for many years, the Earth and cosmology, and I already knew about the flat Earth as well, that concept and everything related. So I had already, but it was really 2015 for me when it fully, I fully understood it fully and in a sense embodied, or that's why I say it landed for me. It kind of set into place. And I then was only online talking with people, as in those early days, it was more rare even than it is today. Anyways, so that was for 2 whole years. I was only talking online and YouTube chats and all that stuff because that was the only way to even connect with people. And then for me in 2017, Jeranism had posted on his channel, hey, we're going to do this laser test at this canal, and there's going to be a documentary team there. he didn't know
I
what the
remember it.
documentary would end up being. Like he didn't know that it would end up being the Netflix one. And
Yeah,
I
the
didn't.
hit job. Yeah, I remember it very well. Remember it.
Yeah, and I didn't either. I knew that he told us that there would be a film crew there, but we didn't know what that film crew would be. Anyway, so he just did an open invitation. Anyone who wants to come. So I thought, I'm going to go. So yeah, I decided to go. It was only about a 2 or 3 hour drive. So I ended up driving there. And then that was the first time I met other people in person. So I met, Jaron, and then that there was trying to think, probably 10 or 15 of us in total.
Yeah, you met some good people there, man. That was good.
That was the first, yeah.
Yeah, I remember that 2017. This year, everything flat Earth was flying high. By this point, it began to overtake Trump in hits. Yeah, flat Earth. Do you remember?
I think that's what they say. Yeah, that the search hits were higher for flat Earth, the term flat Earth, than they were for Trump. Yeah, at one point.
My brother called me from London. This would be January of 2018. Sorry, yeah, January 1st. We're at a holiday at a ski resort with my family, and my brother calls me on the phone, on Skype, and he says, "Jin, look at all these flat." He can't believe how many flat Earth videos that are on the YouTube, and I've been trying to tell him since 2015. Yeah. I said, "Well, why?" I said to him, "Just think. Why do you think that they're there? You think it's a joke? Think about it. That's why, because it's the Earth is flat." So we ended up having an argument over it. Okay, but that's because he's hard-headed. Because I'd been trying to tell him for ages that, for a while, that look into the flat Earth thing. He goes, "But look at all these videos." I said, "That's right. Because the Earth is indeed a flat stationary plane. We're not this ball. Why do you think there's so many videos coming out here?" He was so shocked at the volume of videos. He was shocked at the volume. I said, "It's overtaken Trump. Yeah. It is more important than Trump. Trump is a puppet, no good scumbag anyway. This is the real thing here. Come on, get with it." And he says, no, it's not a flat. He kept saying, "No, it's not flat, it's not flat." I said, "You don't even know that. You haven't checked. You haven't gone out to check. I'm your eldest brother. I've never, ever led you astray, ever. Why would I tell you something if it's not true? Go and check it. You're not even going to check it." That's what I said to him. "Please go and check before you say no." Yeah, at least go and check it. Wow. It was easy for me because through my military training, I've been uploading all the clues without joining the dots. That's what's happened to me. You see, in love with Earth and all of that, but I didn't join the dots. But it only took 3 minutes, and then I realized I was in error myself, because all those experiences just came flooding back, big time, quick. And I connected. So it was easy for me. Those who have lived in the concrete jungle may find it harder to connect, and I do understand that. If they haven't traveled and left the Earth in an aeroplane and come back down, or traveled by ship, if they've just lived in a concrete jungle and not traveled at all, it's going to be harder for them to connect. If they haven't climbed mountains, again, it's going to be harder to connect. But if they've had the opportunity to get into a high rise, that's your first chance in your concrete jungle. See what you can see and survey. Start doing the maths of what you should be able to see and not see with the curvature formula. That's what I say to them. So if you're living in a high rise, start looking for that curvature. But yeah, we had an argument, and that was at 2018, January 1st. Holiday, skiing. I was snowboarding at the time, and then, he called me to say, "Look at all these videos. I've been telling you for 2 years plus now that the Earth is a flat and stationary plane. I've been trying to tell you, but, you're not looking at any material. You're not looking into it. You're not even going out into nature to try and connect. You're being very negative there. And as your elder brother, I've never led you astray once." He's still adamant that it's not, even though it states it in the Quran. So it's his religion, but then again, that's him. You know, I tried. I can only try, and that's it. I'm not going to do any more. Done my best. That's it. It's up to him. He's got to cross the road. I've given it everything that he needs to know is there. I've explained to him how we're using today's modern day technologies can't prove it. So you've got to think, how did they prove it a long, long time ago? Who proved it? You've got to answer those questions. Who did it? Who found the spin? Who proved the curvature? How do we know we're moving at 19.2 billion miles in 1 year, traveling at 90 times the speed of sound? What methodology did they use? So I left him with all those questions that he's got to answer. Yes. Yeah, but you didn't prove it. I said, yeah, I did prove it. Proved it through aeroplanes, telescopes, long-range telescopes, short-range telescopes, ships, hot air balloons. I've done my bit. Jumped out of aeroplanes, parachuting. So no, I've done my bit. I've got experience. I've lived enough to know. You haven't done any of that, but you've flown in an aeroplane, so you should know. Go back and revisit how an aeroplane flies and how it's supposed to follow the curvature of the Earth. And it doesn't. It's a horizontal flight all the way. Yeah. So, you know, that was that. But yeah, I totally agree with you that you cannot beat a meetup. Of course you can't. Family of humans from all over the world meeting up to discuss flat Earth. That's uplifting. No doubt about it. You got it right, Gio. You got it right. We can't go around slagging people off or abusing people because they're indoctrinated. You've got to help them out of that. Definitely. You've got to be more patient and more genteel to get that message across and more understanding, because I was once indoctrinated myself, so I mustn't forget that. That's the integrity of the situation. Got to have a gentle approach. But you do get some that are feisty and, you know, and then you've got to wrap them around and hold them down with the questions and press them so that you're not paying attention, mate, but you're not listening to what I'm telling you. You're still reacting. You're not actually addressing. So can you now address the point? Yeah, but gravity, but you haven't proven that the Earth is a globe. You haven't established that yet. So you can't have gravity. That's affirming a consequence fallacy there straight away. You can't do that. You've got to first and foremost confirm and prove that Earth is a globe. How did you do that? What methodology did you use? Be honest. Yeah, that kind of thing. Yes. Yeah, but the satellites, that's another begging the question fallacy. You don't know they're up there. Have you been up there to check that they're up there? How did you confirm that? And you still haven't confirmed the globe in the meantime. Can you see you're in deficit, man? Stop this. Confirm globe first. Then we can start to talk about satellites. Satellites don't prove globe. You prove globe on Earth, yourself, on Earth. Once you've done that, and indeed you've proven that the Earth is a globe, okay, let's have a look at the satellites then, or your gravity. You can add on that. You can add on to that. You can't go from a begging the question fallacy and affirming the consequence fallacies to prove your case. No. I'll object that in a court of law. In a court of law, you'll be held for contempt of court. And if you do it twice, you're getting fined. So let's start from the beginning. How did you prove that the Earth is a globe? Or are you carrying a belief? There you go, ladies and gentlemen. I shall stop on that note. Yeah! Right, yeah, it's definitely lunchtime now for me. Catch you guys later on. Yeah, nice, man. Nice discussion on the meetups. Definitely.
Yeah.
Later,
Sounds good, Jen. I think Whitsitt had said something to the effect of, I'm not necessarily quoting him, but something like he was saying how when he's been to some of those big conferences where there's, hundreds of people that know that the earth is not moving and that they're actually, on the ground, down is down, up is up, all the, essentially the things related to flat earth. But he was saying that, with like hundreds of people, he was saying, kind of conveying the idea that like, that he can see why he could see why the controllers are suppressing it, to the point, because just, I think he was kind of alluding to just like the energy of that many people, just that level of energy and that level of like strength that's there. I think is kind of how he was alluding to it, that's why they have to suppress it and break us up, because they would never be able to control us essentially if we have that level of strength. It's like the idea that you really can't control people that know they're free, like that they're actually free. They've kind of convinced people in like the United States and all this to think that this thing that they're giving us is freedom. But if you were really like living free on the land, like sovereign on the land, you're not just gonna be able to convince all those people like, hey, start trading with this money and then do this and do that and live in cities. Like they would never go for it. It'd be like trying to herd a bunch of people that are actually like free, independent thinkers. It's just they would never be able to do it without force. And I'm sure they've done force at many times, but at some point there's a limit to what you can do with force. There's so many casualties, and obviously they still did it with the world wars and whatnot, and they still do it today.
Those people would be thinking like, why should I? What are you providing for? Like, I don't need you for anything. The earth provides everything that I need, and I can go out and get it myself, and that they don't need them for anything. But if they control all of that first and then do it, and I think they've done this in the past many times, like these. I don't know. I really do believe that they've had a lot of this technology. They just use different means of devices. And it's like when you look at the waterways, with the ancient civilizations, they built there on the waterways. They controlled all the shipments in and out of, any kind of merchandise, whether it was clothing that they made, whether it was pottery, whether it was food, that they controlled all of it going in and out. And if someone else was trying to come in and gain control, they had more fortified cities. So this is the only way that they were able to just destroy the civilizations, restart it, and when you restart it, gain control over all of the things that that the people need, that they could provide for themselves. If you gain control over all that, then the people have a reason to have to depend on you. I think that's what people, but they're doing it in a way now to where people can't even do that. They can't even become self-sufficient and sustain themselves, because they'll do what they did in Hawaii. So in California and Brazil and Africa and Canada, and I mean the list goes on. Yeah, I think there's a lot of power when you get people together. They did have to thwart it, because there's that amplification. I was just agreeing with you. I didn't mean to go on so long about it.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, the strength, like you said, that makes it harder to divide people. Like, there's even the idea that truth actually, when there's multiple people that are aware of the truth, it's like that much even harder to divide them. So that would play into why they do so much deception, because then people are more, the old divide and conquer trick, which they clearly get a fair amount of runway out of in terms of, effectiveness, I guess, in a way. But what was I going to say? Oh yeah, like with the idea of them, controlling people that are. Well, I was just going to take the example. Yeah, like let's just say in terms of the Kool-Aid that was rolled out a few years ago and all that. How many people lined up to take a sip of the Kool-Aid, as it were, and then several additional booster packs of Kool-Aids. Now, whatever people may think about the places that make the Kool-Aid and whether that's a trustworthy thing to be drinking or not, that there's all of that lined into it. But obviously it's part of like a propagandized machine at this point. Like, it's part of a whole rollout of the propaganda, and all the news stations approve of those ads and those news reels, and it's all sort of approved through the whole system, basically. So clearly that's part of that whole thing, and it's kind of a litmus test, like how many people lined up. But I mean, that has to do with like health, and there's other components with that too. So I realize it's a complex topic. It's not only the shape of the earth linked to that, but I'm just linking it to, basically just believing things, basically, or just going with whatever is prescribed, rather than thinking for yourself. And I think just looking at that alone, if you were to go to like that flat camp type of thing I went to, or like a flat earth meetup, or, just in general, communities that are, and folks that are aware essentially that the earth isn't a globe and that we're not moving and all of those components, that if you were to take a group of those people, like 50 of them, how many drank the Kool-Aid? What do you think out of that 50? I mean, it's a very generalized number. It'd be hard to even, because who knows? There could be people could have different parts of themselves that maybe they do agree with that part of it. But I mean, do we know of anyone? Have you ever heard of anyone who has? Or
No. Well, no, I don't really know about the flat camp or any of the
well,
meetups.
yeah,
because
no, I'm not. I know. I was just using it as an example. I'm not saying those exact people. Yeah, I was just using. Sorry, I was just sorry to jump in, but yeah, I was just using it as a general example of like 50 people that essentially, if we want to just use the term, that are all flat earthers, or kind of understand that we're not moving and all that good stuff, and that the Earth's not a globe. Yeah, I'm just saying out of that, like, do we even know anyone that actually did drink the Kool-Aid that is of that category, as it were? But or like, even if it was, what it like, it'd be like a fraction of a percent. So yeah, just the main point was that the people that believe the globe seem to be the ones that lined up, and the people that don't believe the globe did not line up. So
Right. There's only one person that I know of, but now, like, I really don't want to like get into that individual, because it seemed like they were pushing a lot of mainstream narratives, and when you get into it, like when you get into these things, there are some like controlled oppositional aspects to it, and I always just assumed that was it. But
I know of someone who got it. That is, I'm not going to say who they are, but and that individual got Guillain-Barre syndrome from it. They got it and
really?
got Guillain-Barre syndrome. Yeah, and was
It's probably
paralyzed,
the same
and
person.
was like partially paralyzed.
But I don't know. I haven't like followed up to see if it was probably the same. It may be the same individual. Let's just say I'll say where the person is, where I know them from. I know them from 24/7, and that's the only place that I know them from. And they were pushing the jab, and they were pushing the thing being real, and they were pushing like a lot of that. Like, that's the only one that I know of, and I don't know if they even did get the jab, but I think that they did say that they ended up. I'm not sure. I can't even be sure about that. But other than that one case, like, I don't know of anybody who claims to be a truther that did.
Yeah, exactly. So that just kind of shows right there. And if their goal was to get everyone to do it, as it were, like in their kind of control system, like to try to get as many people line up for it, whatever nefarious thing that it. I mean, I think it's nefarious for sure. I think all those things are, all those types of injections, as it were, they all have some level of a nefarious core to them. So the people that are in my viewpoint, the people that are convinced by the nefarious deceptions and agendas seem to also be deceived by that. And then the people that are seeing through a lot of these deceptions and having some process of coming to truth of what's going on were definitely all passed on it. So, and there were some people that are believing in the mainstream stuff that did pass on it too. So there's that, but it seems like there's like almost none that, are on the, in terms of like you mentioned that term truth or like that did get it. There's like, it's like that percentage is very, very low, but there's actually a decent percent of people that maybe at least to some degree are still going along with a lot of the mainstream stuff, or at least parts of it that, didn't get it as well.
Against
so yeah,
that.
yeah.
That's what I was getting ready to say. Like that was such a heavy-handed play that even the most blue pill person was questioning it. So
I know. And I have people in my life now that at the beginning they were hardcore, like telling me to get it, and I'm gonna be in trouble if I don't get it and all this stuff. Well, meaning I would, they were trying to threaten that I would, get sick and die or whatever, or maybe not quite that extreme. But I had one person that was saying that to me. They're like, "You're gonna get it. It's gonna be terrible. You're gonna be suffering." And I didn't get it at all. I wasn't sick at all for all those years, for the whole 3 years of that whole thing.
Goodness,
so, and I didn't really wear a mask virtually at all, and I did everything I could do to not go along with all their shenanigans.
There was one time that someone tried to. So I had this yearly subscription at a place, and I went there, and they tried to get me to wear it, and I took the opportunity to do it in a very cordial way, but in an educational way. And I'm like, do you know? And did you know? And then I just start laying out these things about the Constitution and about overstepping their bounds and about what their liabilities would be if they went along with them. Like right now, they're the only ones at fault. But if you, try to overstep those bounds of human rights, then you're at fault and you can be independently sued. Like, and I was educating pretty much. There was like a whole lobby full of people wearing masks, and about 4 or 5 of them took their mask off while I was talking. So the next time I went back in there without my mask, they never said a word. But they did tell me, this lady said, started to tell me, and then another lady said, no, she's on the list. She doesn't have to. So they have a list. They had a list. They made a list. I was like, well, okay. That happened.
Huh. Yeah, they gave you the exclusion, whatever they call it. Yeah, the opt-out thing. Well, being in California, I mean, during that whole thing, I don't know if we're actually moving to this topic or not, but since you shared yours a little bit, yeah, I think I only actually wore a mask. I did buy like I have one like cotton organic mask. So it's like made of organic cotton. So it's not the worst thing to breathe through. But I only had to wear it like I think maybe 2 or 3 times. There was 2 or 3 grocery stores that just absolutely required an actual face covering, as it were. It had to be like a mask that like hooked around your ears and all that. So I did wear it in those, and then I forget, maybe 1 or 2 other times. But yeah, for the most part, I only had to wear it 2 or 3 times. But I usually wore like a face shield, because in California they let you do that. So I have this face shield that it's like made of plastic, but it's more like a visor. Like I bought like kind of the simplest one you could possibly buy, and it passes for their regulations or whatever, but it was more like a visor. It kind of just seemed like I was like looking through like a like a display case when you look at something like under the glass in a display case. I felt like my face was just behind a display case. It was just behind this little visor thing. Yeah, it was ridiculous. I mean, in terms of like what they try to claim that it's like your spit molecules, like I guess the visor technically does stop the forward moving air out of your mouth of the droplets or whatever. But I mean, it's kind of like, if they're really serious about it, why would they even let you wear that? But yeah, so I got away with wearing that thing, thank God. So I was able to breathe through pretty much all of it.
It would break my heart to see little 2-year-olds and 8-month-olds. Anyway, so we can get off that if you want to. That did anger me when I would see that, because I know the parents are just trying to do what they think is best. Whatever. Like, we can get on to a better topic, I guess. Yeah, there's definitely power in numbers. That's why they've got to keep everybody divided. I mean, when you read that Bankster's quote from 1924, it's pretty blatant and obvious, what their purposes are with dividing the people. I mean, even in the political party system, because that's what they were referring to. They were talking to their principal men, and they even stated, amongst our principal men, we can form for ourselves this, and then lays out what they want to set up and form, and through the political party system, keep people fighting over things of no importance. Keep them divided and expending their energies over things of no importance. So I think that the way you combat that is to find those things that are of importance and unite on those things, not fight over the things that are of no importance.
But who's making the judgment of importance then? Who's judging? Who's ranking it as important or not important in that scenario? Because I mean, some people think something's they might think that the game of Dungeons and Dragons. I'm not criticizing them for this. I just came up with this. I don't know why I just thought of this, but when they're playing Dungeons and Dragons, let's say that that's the most important thing to them, what their character does in that game. Whereas someone who's not playing that game, that would be the least important thing to them. They probably wouldn't care less about a figure in that game. Or that goes for anything. You could say any video game or whatever it may be. But that's just kind of an off example. But anyways, I was just wondering when you said that, who would be making that delineation?
Well, I think the context of it would decide what would be important. It depends on what context you're talking in that particular quote, and in this power of division that they propagate amongst all the people, and the people just fall into it, and including myself. I'm in my late 40s, and over 40 years of my life I feel has been wasted. My energy has been wasted on things of no importance. So if the context of it is him gaining power and control over the people, and the things that would be important to them would be the thing that would steal that power from the people. The things that would be important to us would be those things that would maintain that power, the power of the people. So it depends on whatever context that it's within, whatever the goal is, and whatever they deem to be unimportant, it would be in relation to some sort of goal. In that case, it was, gaining power over the people to form for themselves an imperialism. So we're thinking of having, gaining the power back over our own minds and not being, drug around, from here to fro, by the whim of someone else's desire, getting control of your own mind and taking back the earth, taking back, nature, because it's like an attack against people. It's an attack against mankind, and they're using nature to do it. So, and raising awareness to everyone, it's it is the power of the mind. So anything that would move the power from them of causing division, that would empower us of unity, of uniting, with a good cause, uniting with in the intent to be free and take back Earth. Take back our own sovereignty as individuals. Take back control of our own spirit. It's breaking away from this paradigm, the matrix. They've created a matrix. And even the majority of us in here are still somewhat plugged into it in one sense or another. But the question is, like, are we controlled by it? Yeah, to answer your question, like in that sense, like referring back to that quote, the things that would be of importance would be the things that would allow them to establish their goal. The things that would be of no importance would be, you know, the things that play no real part in that goal. Like the political party system, for instance. It's selected, not elected. I mean, the only people that we have to choose from, people that we put forward, it's like they put forward blue and the red, so it doesn't matter which one you pick. You can argue and fight over it all you want to. It's still going to have the same outcome.
Guys, how are you? Can you guys hear me?
I can hear you.
Yeah, we hear you.
Hi, yeah. Thank you. How are you? Thanks for giving me a voice in here.
Sure.
Yeah, I think
your mic's a little bit muffled and a little bit distant sounding. I don't know.
is it? Sorry, I'm in the car. I'll just jump off then, and I'll join in again after.
No, it's all right. No, go ahead. It's okay. We can hear you. I was just letting you know. Go ahead. We can hear you. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, like, I think one of the biggest problems that we really have with a lot of this is just banding people together in the first place. You know, like, I mean, while all the things have been going on over the past few years, you know, it's virtually every single person I talked to said, yeah, this is no good, blah, 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 but what can I do? And I'm like, well, I've talked to 100 people that have said, what can I do? And I'm like, if we got together, we could do a lot, you know? But people just don't want to band together. They've been, I think the truth psyop has been the fact that people have been convinced that they're just poor little old me. You know, so people are just convinced of, like, you know, well, there's nothing I can do, you know, big daddy government pulls all the strings, you know, and I'm just one person. What can I do? And I'd say, yeah, but I've talked to 100 people who say the same thing. We could be 100 people right now, not one. Have you guys found any of that kind of thing yourself?
Yep. No, I know what you're saying. Absolutely. Yeah, that's kind of the scenario in a lot of ways that it's been. But the way that the financial system is controlled, it does make it difficult because, you know, everyone has to pay their bills and, you know, get by the world and stay on the side of, because, you know, it's like we're all trying to survive too. So, you know, the way that obviously they have, well, there's a certain amount of control that that is had to where there's just certain limitations of being able to, you know, essentially band together. But there's a lot of potentials if we had the mindset to. I mean, it would be over. I always used to think when I was a child, I thought, if we just all woke up one day and just said, that's it, we're not doing this system anymore. You know, we're not using that money. We're not using your printed Freemasonic dollars that have all your symbols on it. We're just not doing it anymore. And if everyone in the military actually sided with, you know, their actual families, their mothers and fathers and brothers and sisters in the military. Now, there might be a lot of operatives in the military, as it were, sort of agents, if you will, of whatever this other bloodline or family line, whoever these controllers are. There probably is a lot of those guys in the military as well. But, you know, do the civilian people actually outnumber them, et cetera? But anyways, the idea was just, that if we all just kind of walked outside in the morning and just said, that's it, we're not doing this anymore, we're doing a different system, and start to actually, like you said, come together and find solutions and actually work together. But that's almost like a utopian concept, though, that we could do that at this time. So I realize that. But I guess my like I said, I thought about this when I was a child. My thought was just more that, this whole kind of system that we're in, that a lot of people are being, suppressed by in different ways, and their lives are being worsened off, and people are starving. And I'm just saying, it's like if we all just stopped going with this broken system and either fixed it or created a new one, and we all banded together, I mean, we could probably do it in about 2 weeks if we really came together, change the whole thing.
Completely. I 100% agree with you. I think every word that you just said then was 100% true. And even as a kid, for myself, I was looking at political stuff when I very first started even thinking about it when I was around 12 or 13, and just watching. There was one election where, I can't remember who it was, but one side, let's call them the blue, they were saying, hey, we should be doing this. This is what we're going to do. And then the red side was saying, that's a terrible idea. But then the red side won, and they did exactly what the blue side said that they would do, that they said was a bad idea. And as a 12-year-old kid, I'm like, you guys are a bunch of friggin' liars. What the hell? I can't believe how adults don't see that when I saw it as like a 12-year-old kid, But everyone still puts this faith in voting, like as if they're actually going to make a difference. When I think the only real difference that could be made is when people do band together. But you're right in the sense that people they're just too busy. They have kids. They just need to pay the bills. They've got a house, or like if you're a doctor, you've just now, you've got $100,000 college debt. Like people have just been controlled in so many different ways. And then you have divide and conquer. Divide and conquer, bread and circus. So they've kind of thought of it from every angle. You've got to give them props for the thought processes behind it.
Yeah, they're very committed to their agenda. I will say that. Yeah, they just keep pushing, keep pressing on. They don't seem to. Well, I think they have slowed down lately. I mean, what do you think? Like since the last since 2020, and everything that happened for those couple of years, it seems to me like they are a little bit at a stalemate right now. It seems that's just my sense of it, is that they kind of don't quite know what to do, because a lot of people are becoming aware of a lot more things, and it seems like I think people are waking up to what's going on quicker than they thought, and then that does start to put them in a tighter situation.
Yeah, true, but then that's just a massive, that's just like a classical military style thing, isn't it? Like 2 steps forward, maybe 10 steps forward, then look as if you're retreating, and in your retreat, you're actually planning your next attack, So I think that they rein things back a little bit, but while they're reining them back, they're actually in the background. They're just writing all the laws. They're doing all those things. They're passing everything they need to pass. Like currently at the moment here in Australia, we have this thing going on that they're calling The Voice, trying to give the Aboriginal people a say within our constitution, or write them into our constitution. And all that's going to do is actually take the power away from the Aboriginal people, because currently the Aboriginal people are 100%, well, actually I shouldn't call them the Aboriginal people, sorry, that's a terrible term. Aboriginals, like saying abnormal, they are the original people of this land. And once we write them into the Constitution, we're actually going to completely take their sovereignty from them, because the fact that they're actually the original people of this land, they don't need to actually be labelled as Australians, because they're a part of Australia. They were here before anyone else. So once we bring them into the Constitution, we're actually taking their rights away. And our government's pushing hard for the yes vote. They're trying to really do that. Once they do that, and they get the Aboriginal people, the original people, into the Constitution, that's it, game over. They've taken everyone's rights then.
And then if you step back,
basically sorry?
I was just going to say, if you step back and look at if like you imagine yourself being like trying to control the world, and if you step back and you look at the entirety of it all, it seems like that's what they're doing everywhere, because that's where all of these all of these attacks are happening at. It's like people who have any sovereignty left. They've been fighting with the Hawaiians for many years over their land. And then in Africa, you have, they call, as you say, Aboriginals. And then you're saying it's happening in Australia. It seems like they're trying to eliminate any sovereignty that is left, like these small niches and, you know, like with, well, and I don't really know. I think wasn't that what was going on in Canada too? Didn't they have like that back and forth over some native burial ground or something? Like they had sovereignty over that area of land, and then it was burnt. And they have these emergency proclamations that they've put out to where if there's a natural disaster, so they just create the natural disaster. They've already written it into law, and no one spoke against it, and everybody, which I don't know that it would even do any good to speak against it, but you know, I guess you don't know till you try. That seems to be I'm just saying that seems to be looking at the whole picture, the current agenda. That they did this recent thing, pandemic, and they got what they wanted out of that. And now they've moved on to the next thing, like, okay, those who aren't stepping in line, those who aren't complying, and anybody who's got any sovereignty left, or any of the original people of the land, that seems to be where all these fires are happening at.
Well, I think what they've found is that, so here in Australia, virtually every single fine that was issued that got challenged in court got thrown out because they were actually all unconstitutional and they were illegal fines. They weren't allowed to bring in these laws that they brought in. And I think that's a part of the reason why they're trying to get rid of the sovereign people, because it's the sovereign people's rights are actually protecting the rights of everyone else. So once they get rid of that, then while they're doing that and while they're actually changing the Constitution, clearly they're going to write into it all of these things that they did in the past that were technically illegal. They're going to change that. And they're going to write in, well, if we bring up an emergency, if there's an emergency, then at the end of the day, you have to do what you're told, and your rights need to take a back step from actually having any validity, so that way then they'll actually have the right to do those things. And then once again, it's just the people's belief in the fact that a whole bunch of men writing some stuff on paper actually means anything. It doesn't mean shit. Just because a bunch of people, I didn't elect any of these people. I didn't vote for any of them. But even if I did, I didn't vote for them to take my rights away. Just because they're there, that doesn't mean that I gave them the ability to do anything that they want to do. And I think that's where people fall behind, in the fact that they just sit back and they go, well, they're in power, they can do what they want. And it's like, well, no, they can't. And, just nobody speaks up about it. Like at the end of the day, we can call no confidence in our government and literally kick the government out, but nobody does.
Yeah, but they've got this now. They've got this list that if you plan to do that, or anyone who decides to do that, it's considered a terrorist.
For sure, it's absolutely disgusting. Where the true terrorists are them.
Exactly.
They are the real terrorists. I mean, like at the end of the day, what happens if you don't pay your taxes? Right? They terrorize you, and if you don't pay, then they actually send men around with guns to come and get you. And if you tried to fight back, they're just going to throw you in a jail. They are the terrorists at the end of the day. But yeah, I guess the hardest thing, like I said, I mean, even though, let's just take the Flat Earth community, as a community, all of us would agree in general upon these basic things. We may have some nuances, but we would all agree, I think, that this general thing we're talking about right now is reality and what could be done. But even within those communities throughout all of the world, try and band them together. I don't think that would even be an easy thing to do. Even amongst the people who know that this is what we should be doing, even trying to get them together would be extremely difficult. Let alone trying to convince the NPCs. You know, the NPCs, if everyone else is banded together, would just follow along because that's what they do. They just follow. You know, like I'm gathering, like the NPCs. Also, at the end of the day, if all of a sudden, you know, it all came out, the Earth is flat, blah blah blah, the government admitted it, NASA admitted it, all this stuff, all that happened, the NPCs wouldn't bat an eyelid. They'd just be like, okay, it's flat now. Let's just follow that, because that's just what they do.
Not give two thoughts about it. They won't even stop and think. Like, is there anything else that they're lying to me about that I need to know? Like, they wouldn't even think it. They're like, oh, they just figured it out, you know, and okay, that's what it is, and they just go on and believe the next thing that they tell them.
100%. I completely agree with you. You know, and it's sad and it's funny the way that works, and I guess that's why some people are actually, you know, it's why they're getting called NPCs now, because it's like, are they actually even really alive? Like, is there, you know, are they functioning properly? Do they have a proper soul? Like, are they just brand new baby souls? Like, you know, I mean, what's the deal with them? Why is their psyche that way? Why is their psyche that way that they're just happy to just go along to get along? Like, what's happened to them? Is it something where, is it something within consciousness itself that's what most people have to be in general? You know, is it to do? I've heard that some people put forward of like, well, obviously it had to be a group mentality. You know, if you know, going back to tribal days, if you didn't just follow the group, obviously you would get left behind, which meant a death sentence. You know, so is it just something that's evolved within the human psyche? If we want to believe within that evolution of the psyche and those things, you know, it's funny to think of like, where does it come from? Why are there so many people? You know, you literally say what, six out of 10 people think that way. You know, 1 to 2% of the, or you know, 10 to 20% of the population are on one extreme, and 10 to 20% on the other, and the rest of them are just all in that middle to just flow and do whatever anyone says. So yeah, I kind of don't really know what to make of those people. They kind of do my head in.
Here recently, I had this thought or idea, and I think I shared it before, that if anyone's going to change the system from within the system, the position, sought after position, has a very unique authority to be the sheriff, like sheriff of local towns, you know, scattered out, many different towns, many different sheriffs. Give people that were, you know, aware of what was going on, and I hate to use the terms because it's hijacked too, but woke to the truth. You know, if they were to become sheriff, but then when you to the recent events in Hawaii, like I've rethought that actually. I mean, that's actually what made me think that you could, because it's the emergency proclamations that they're using as a tool to do this, right? Because it gives them the doorway, like, and a reason to wage such a type of an attack. Because there is a such thing as these emergency proclamations that they can use to implement their smart cities or whatever they want to do afterwards. So if those were removed, maybe they wouldn't have an incentive to burn the towns down anymore. So emergency proclamations and being in a state of national emergency that we've been in since, I don't know what, like is it the 1940s we've been in one since? I don't know, but for sure, if we have it since then, we have for sure since 9/11. Like the Patriot Act needs to be repealed. That needs to be abolished. All of these emergency proclamations that they've got written all across the earth, those all need to be abolished, and then they wouldn't have an incentive to do it. But then when you think of it, it's a system that the sun never sets on. It stretches all across the earth into all nations, and it's not one nation against another. So even if we make pleas to the government that we live within, and we get rid of the emergency proclamation from within it, the next thing will be like, okay, now we're at war with China. They're going to claim it comes from China. It's not even coming from, you know, it's like, so if they can't do it to their own people, they get another nation to do it and say we're at war with them after that. You know, so it really doesn't matter, I don't think, as far as the system itself goes. I don't think there's a way to fix the system more, because when you think about it stretching across the whole earth and the sun never setting on it, even if you can hold your own government accountable, prevent them from doing it, all the governments of the world and all the nations are run like they're ran by the same figureheads, like the same table of 300, the same group of individuals control them all. So if they can't, if you hold your own government accountable, and your own government's like, okay, well, we'll do away with this emergency proclamation, and then it'll just be an all-out war with another nation, and, you know, I don't know. I believe at this point it's going to come to winning it spiritually and not with what we can physically see, tangibly touch.
What happened just recently in Hawaii, Maui? Like, I mean, that was an attack on the people. You know, I mean, am I allowed to talk like this here? I'm not going to say anything particular, but, you know, I mean, like, at the end of the day, I mean, that was murder, you know, like.
Yeah, we talked
not one person.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, cool. Not one. Yeah,
I mean,
cool. All right, cool. Not one person from that area.
There's a big delay in the mic. That's all right, though. No, I was just going to say, I mean, yeah, we generally have been talking all about the Maui stuff openly. The only thing that we really, you know, I mean, we are on YouTube, so yeah, like anything that you think, you know, that's best to, you know, I mean, sometimes like we use, you know, like code words for the stuff related to the, you know, drinking the Kool-Aid, as it were. So yeah, just stuff like that. But yeah, no, you're good on the, yeah, I'd like to hear your thoughts on the Maui situation.
Yeah, cool. Well, you know, I mean, it's just when you look at what the reports that are coming out of there, like, there's not one person in that area who thinks it was natural. There's actually zero. And now you've got, what is it, like thousands of missing children, probably 1,500 people dead. I mean, you know, that's an attack on the people. Like, I don't understand how they haven't just gone in with pitchforks. You know, I mean, I've seen stuff where they're at meetings saying, you know, oh, we need accountability. Well, they don't need to ask for accountability. That's the problem. And this is what I mean before by when I'm saying, you know, like, people just aren't actually really standing up to do what needs to be done. Even though they just, I mean, you've got a situation there where they literally just had their children and family members and friends virtually murdered by, you know, we could say the government or whoever that was. Trying to blame China now, but obviously that's China, America, whatever, it's all the same corporation. But, you know, like, it just blows my mind that even after that, and you have such anger, people aren't going there with pitchforks. I mean, you know, they cut their water off, they stopped them from getting out of the town. Like, I mean, God, you name it. They did everything they possibly could to make sure as many people would die. And I just don't understand why the people there haven't just gone in and just taken over and just, you know, not just demanded the truth, but actually forced the truth out. You know, I mean, it's clear that was war waged on those people. I don't know what your thoughts are on that, but I mean, to me, from what I've seen, it's pretty clear. I actually saw I don't know if you guys know Max Egan, but he actually played a report done by a guy who was an arborist. It was just like an hour interview with this guy, and he, from a child, has just been fascinated with plants. And so he's now been investigating many of these fires that have been going on, and he's describing how there are particular trees next to homes that burn, and you can see that the trees aren't burnt. The trees are dark, but you can see that there's even still leaves on the trees, and the trees are dark, and then all the small twigs are there. And he goes, "That's impossible." It's like the type of tree that is extremely oily. The leaves burn in seconds. Put a cigarette lighter to these leaves, and they just burn like instantly. He's like, it's impossible for that tree to be next to the fire and not be incinerated to the ground. He's like, it's literally impossible. Can't happen. And he showed it in many different instances all over Maori. And he tells you what all the trees are and how that tree burns. And he goes, it's physically impossible for these trees to not be burnt properly. You know, it's his opinion, but it's his opinion as an expert on trees, you know. He's like, look, the first thing that happens to a tree when it comes in contact with flame is the leaves burn and the leaves are gone. And then all the small twigs burn because the small twigs are also part of the fuel for the fire, and you're left with all the big stuff. He goes, but if you look at the trees in Maui and Lahaina, you can see all the small twigs are still there, and many of them still have the leaves left on the trees. He's like, that's physically impossible. Yeah, he's like, it's just impossible. It can't happen that way. And from California, he actually showed a post where you could see that the post only burnt where the metal nails would have been. And there was actually a post that was joined on there, and that railing post had fallen down because the nails had burnt. And you could see there was black char just in the areas of where nails would have been or posts would have been. But the actual stump post itself wasn't burnt. There was still paint on it.
Like a draped
but just in the particular areas the nails would have been is where they were charred. And he's like, that doesn't happen. That can't happen in a fire. Like literally the paint wasn't burnt, except in these particular areas where the nails would have been.
So here's the question, like how do we protect it? Go ahead.
Sorry, on.
Well, my question is, okay, so is there a way to protect from that? Is there some technology to protect from it? Like you could be holding a reverse Uno card, you know, to where, like, if they do try to strike you, it's just going to go back and be reflected back to them or something. I don't know. Or that it'll just neutralize it, or just like a Faraday cage type deal. Like, not specifically a Faraday cage, but is there some way, some technology, some device that would protect from that?
That's a step above my pay grade. It's not something that I could even really comment on, but I'm sure that there are some people out there who would have figured stuff out. I'm sure they'd probably even have it figured out, they being the powers that be, because obviously if they were to get attacked, you know, they would want the way to reverse it personally themselves.
Well,
but,
I'm not.
But yeah, who knows?
I'm not a physicist. I'm not an engineer, but I believe it could be done. And if people start fortifying their homes with it, and fortifying communities with it, maybe that would be an option. I don't know.
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt that there isn't a way that you could block it. There's actually Matt Deegan played another little video from this kid, and he had a radar gun, like a police radar gun, and then he got a normal laser, and he literally converted this normal laser, which was only something like a milliwatt laser, into a 100-watt laser. This is just some, maybe 19-year-old kid in his house. And this kid was like burning through metal. He was burning wood. He was doing all kinds of stuff with this laser that he just made out of a radar gun. This is some 19-year-old, or, maybe he looked young, between, 17 and 22,
Pyro, Styro, or the Pyro channel. I think I know the channel you're talking about.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure. I'm not sure where it came from, but yeah, it's pretty bizarre, that this young lad just made this intense laser, like, probably thousands of times brighter than anything we can just get commercially. And he just made it by, soldering a few of the right things together and converting it. And then he got a projector a projector lens, and he chucked that on there, and he said this is going to intensify it by even more, and concentrated the beam, and he was burning through metal. Pretty crazy.
Kind of makes me wonder if
Yeah,
the
I'm not sure if you
pyramids
guys
don't
know.
play a role in this. If they were active, if
Quite
it
possible.
protect for something like that, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, who knows? I mean, we can all only ever speculate on the technology that they were. But they certainly weren't a tomb, that's for sure. Well, that wasn't their intended purpose. I don't believe that for a second. The interesting evidence on the pyramids is, how they've shown, what do they call it? Poly something, where they now coming to the thought that they were poured. I mean, people have been suggesting this for a while, but I guess it was poured concrete. Do you have any thoughts on that?
I think they did a lot with sound vibration. Like I think they used sound and other etheric aspects than what we use now. I mean, I think they used some of what we use now, but I think they had other forms of manipulating things like that. I think they use resonant or sympathetic resonant frequency or vibrations of different types of frequencies, different types of vibrations, sound being one. Like you can make a rock that's hard. You can use sound vibration if you know how to do it. And it's like a triune stream, right? It's like 3 waves together. Um, I don't know how. It's like I'm kind of hindered on being able to because I think a lot of it comes through experimentation, and I think a lot of it comes through experimentation and actual application of it. A lot of the things that you can learn from it comes from that, but there is like using sound, you can make a rock seem elastic. It'll become soft. And then of course it was like, I mean, there was no the dustification, the disassociation of matter, dissociation of anything really, of all matter, of water, solids.
Yeah,
And that's the
it's interesting.
technology they're
I haven't seen
using.
that, yeah, I haven't seen that stuff to do with making rocks kind of like rubber. Is that sort of what you're saying? Where it's kind of pliable?
Yeah, it makes it like it's elastic, it can soften it, can dustify it. A lot of people know some of it, like now Hutchinson, he only used electromagnetic. I think he was working with electromagnetic frequency. I think he might have used some sound, but yeah, I have a video somewhere about using sound for that. Let me see if I can find it.
Yeah, I'm going to bail out and sign off for a moment. I'll be listening, but I'm just going to go get something to eat. Thanks for the chat, guys.
I don't know. I think that's where we're at, though, is trying to, unite, and rather than focusing on, I guess, the bad that people are doing, try to focus on what good you could do. Like maybe uniting and doing some good, like maybe finding some way to protect against it. Maybe that's the answer. I don't know. If anybody's got any ideas, I'm all ears. I'm very limited with my knowledge, so I'm very limited with my ideas. My ideas can only come from what knowledge I have. I do think the first step is getting rid of those emergency proclamations, though, because it would remove all their incentives for just, burning a town to the ground. Because if they can't take a natural disaster and turn around and just do whatever they want to after that, then they don't have an incentive to create a natural disaster. And as long as there's an emergency proclamation in every nation, they're going to be doing that. Anybody else has got any productive ideas? I'm all ears. I think it also helps to focus on your own intent within yourself too, that it be good, and maybe cry out and plead out to the etheric spirits, for knowledge, guidance, and power to do something. Especially if we united on that, definitely think make a difference. I say definitely, and then I say I think. I'm almost absolutely sure that it couldn't hurt. And back to the water thing, since no one's talking. Back to the water thing. It's interesting to me that water does what it does, just based off our thought. Right? So if water does what it does, and then it's written in a lot of the religious scriptures, religious texts, or one that I know of, that his voice is like that of many waters. Just makes me think of that. I mean, maybe that's where they get it from. Who knows? But if water does what it does, like, maybe there would be some power if we were united, say, at a body of water that was connected to all the waters of Earth. Just make an etheric plea. one's destroying the earth and destroying us, be stopped.
Sorry, I just joined. What's you were talking about water being the thing?
Yeah, you know how water has memory and how it carries information.
Yeah, I wonder if it's the hydrogen in the water. I think hydrogen is the be end and end all. I think, or maybe. Well, it's important enough. So, is the oxygen carrying the information, or is the hydrogen, or both?
I think water in and of itself is undifferentiated. It's like a spirit all of its own, right? Undifferentiated. When you differentiate it or polarize it, then that's when you get the oxygen and the hydrogen. So maybe it requires them to be undifferentiated and, I don't know.
Exactly. That's what I'm asking. Yeah. Um. Yeah. See, because the thing is, like in the human body, for example, if the body is like trying to get rid of oxygen mostly type of thing, and that I looked up like the body was 62% hydrogen, not in mass, but I think in volume or something like that. So it, I mean, I'm sure I got that wrong, but there's a lot of hydrogen in a lot of things. But in water memory, I'm trying to remember water memory. Capillary action, that sort of thing, or not? No. Or the obvious. Which type of memory were we talking about?
Well, like if with the examples, like when you have a thought and you freeze the water and it freezes with the image of whatever thought that you're having. Like a woman was thinking of there was one instance where the woman was, I don't know if it's a woman, but someone was thinking of a sailboat and it, froze with the image of a sailboat. And another one was thinking, I don't know if they were looking at a picture or they were holding a thought in their mind, but holding these images in their mind, like of a dog or a house, whatever it was, it ended up imprinting into the water. So it's like as the water is freezing and it's taking making that phase change. It's making the phase change from a liquid to a solid. Is doing that and in the form of a structure that is of the thought that you just had. It was able to connect with while it was liquid, and it held that, and then solid structure forms in that shape.
Yeah, yeah. I know exactly what you're talking about. I remember that now. It makes sense now. Yeah. I wondered if we were trying to formulate shapes, then we're formulating frequencies of making a song, making a chord. Yeah. Cool. Sorry, man. Thanks.
Think about okay, so that's what we see. That's when we're paying attention to what the words that we say do, what effect they have on our world. So think about all the words that come out of people's mouths on a daily basis that they don't give two thoughts about. What kind of effect that they're having.
Yeah, well, I think when you think about that, it also go into like what do you
You cut out, you started roboting and cut totally out. Can you repeat that?
Sorry, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I
Sorry,
can hear you.
yeah. Sorry, I'm in the car and I'm trying to stay on the headphones. Can you hear me better with the headphones on,
Much better.
or is it still? Oh, okay, yeah. The car keeps wanting to like switch to the Bluetooth of the car. But yeah, I think I was listening earlier when you guys were talking and you showed the photos of the ice crystals and stuff, and to me, when you're looking at the war and the peace one, although the war one still had some kind of structure, it wasn't the same. Like the other one was like a more complete structure, where the one that had war was still mangled in a way. It was like it was trying to be complete, but it wasn't.
Oh, really? You think so? Let me scroll back up because one, I was surprised by that. Like the one that's like war looked more like a snowflake, and the other one it was so condensed and so tight that I really couldn't see any, except for its overall
Yeah,
shape.
yeah. I don't know. I was looking at the other because at the you see the top parts of it. The top parts of it look like a relatively well formed crystal. It's a snowflake type thing, but it was kind of like it was coming out of nothingness. Like there was no form at the bottom of it, and it was coming out. Yet the other one was actually a proper geometrical shape. And the one with war just wasn't quite there. It was like almost there, but it wasn't quite. But I get what the other guy was saying as well. When I mean, at the end of the day, it's duality. You don't have one without the other. That's when he was going into love and hate. But yeah, I just thought that looking at that crystal, it's like, well, yeah, it's definitely there. You can see that there is form and shape to it. I don't see it like a complete snowflake. It's like one that's not really being assembled properly.
Yeah, I can see that. I can. It's more unified. Peace is more unified.
Yeah. Peace is actually showing like a complete structure, whereas war is you can see it like as if it's coming up out of something, and the top parts of it look like proper structure, but all below that is not really there. I know that's what I saw anyway.
Yeah, see,
So
this
I
is why
don't
I
know,
like
mate.
to hear other people's perspectives because that makes sense. Because it
Maybe it's order out
didn't
of
make sense
chaos.
before. Yeah, maybe I don't
Maybe it's
know.
order out of chaos, whereas like the bottom section is chaos, and generally like, okay, war is never a good thing, and it's always done for false reasons, as most of us probably realize. But there is a false sense of
I think it connected you again or something.
false sense of patriotism, like everything's okay now, the war's over. So maybe that's being reflected in the crystals, from chaos to order. Sorry, I'm not sure if you said anything there. My car switched to Bluetooth again.
Oh no, I'm just thinking, just in deep thought.
Yeah. Or sorry. Yeah, the car keeps trying to take over the Bluetooth, but I hear better, and obviously I think you hear me better if I've got the headphones on.
Yeah, I do actually. Not only a little bit better, but much better.
Okay, yeah, sorry about that earlier. But it's kind of like Dr. Emoto's work as well. I forget his first name, but Dr. Emoto, and he was one of the first people to do that, where he was highlighted in that the movie about quantum physics, with his work, where he was showing that with the original work done on screaming like you hate the water or you love the water or whatever. And then I think the one that you were talking about,
Did it again. It connected him again. Wait for him to come back.
Like as if the water just had its own expression of how it was going to show that picture. Is that the one you're talking about?
I think it connected you again. You'll have to whatever you did, you'll have to fix it again.
Sorry, did you hear that, or am I just not hearing you guys?
I can hear you now. I couldn't hear
You
what
can hear
you
me now.
so whatever. Just repeat what you just said if you didn't care.
Oh, right. Yeah. Sorry, I was just talking about Dr. Emoto. So where did I get cut off? Talking about Dr. Emoto and just asking whether or not the other one that you saw mentioning about pictures was the one where the person took the photos, like put the water above pictures, and then froze it, and the water literally took on the shape of the pictures. Is that the one you were talking about earlier as well?
Yeah, that's where those images. That's where they came from.
Yeah.
That video
Yeah.
posted.
It's like I didn't see. It's just switched again. I didn't see some of the pictures that you were showing, but I remember seeing an amazing one where it was a picture of a black woman, and literally the water just gave this interpretation of the black woman and almost made her look like an African queen type thing, with headdress and stuff. It looked really interesting. Did you see that one, or did you see those pictures?
Yeah, I saw those too. That's what I'm saying. It's like when something else I noticed too was like if they were standing close together. I don't know what the anomalies would be. I was looking for it to see if there's any indication of it or whatever. But when they had the bottle in the middle of the room, they were all standing around it in a circle holding hands. Like the shape that it froze into had like these feathers coming out from the edges, kind of like where the people were standing.
I'm sorry, you broke up a little bit. I didn't hear you, but I'm going to have to jump off again for a moment because I'm just getting home. So I don't know if you can hear my beeping of the car reversing. Sorry about that.
Okay,
But
no,
I'm gonna jump onto mute. Thanks for the chat again. I will come back another time. I'll be listening.
you too. Anyway, I just think it's important that everyone focuses more on what they think, what they speak. Do you think that's why they created the Discord for the Flat Earth? Like the Flat Earth Discords? So that people would just gather on Discord instead of gathering in real life? That they would cut down on that and cut that out some? Because there was too much power in the unity people had? I think so. And again, that's kind of come back to bite them in the tail too. Shot themselves in the foot with that because now we're at least able to just jump on here whenever we want to and share useful information.
Jump on quickly while there's some dead air. I'll stop chewing for a moment. I think you'll find, like, yeah, maybe we've all been herded into one area, but the problem is that then connects people to people that they would never even know. I mean, like, clearly you guys would never know me. I would never know you guys. We're all in different parts of the world. So I mean, I guess it brings a form of connection as well to go over ideas and to group together and find like-minded people in certain areas. I mean, obviously we don't all agree on everything, but we're certainly like-minded in particular things.
Yeah, for sure.
I'll jump off again.
Jumping off again?
Oh yeah, I'm just listening. So I'm eating, so I'm chewing, so I don't want to be on the mic while I'm chewing.
I got you. Well, I mean, me, for instance, because I can just come online every night if I want to. I'm not trying really hard to just meet up with, a bunch of other flat earthers. At the same time, all the years that I've been in here, like, I have learned more since I've been in here of useful information I have my entire life. So, I think everything that they try to do kind of backfires against them, maybe. And perhaps there could be some sense of faith that's kept in the good prevailing in the end, maybe. And that whatever they try to do, it'll be bad, but it'll backfire on them. We'll come out on top. That seems to be how it's been going for them,
Excuse me. Yeah, I think a lot of it's backfired on them. I mean, as David Icke called it, the totalitarian tiptoe. I think with the past few years that we just had, they just went from, they just jumped far too many steps and made too many people, sort of prick their ears up and be like, hey, what's going on? What's happening? Why are you taking away from my general family time? What's going on here? I think they sort of woke up quite a few people. Woke as in, a lot more people became aware to the control structures that are going on. And I think quite a few of the NPCs actually, got shaken out of being an NPC. So they can certainly make mistakes. And I think that's why they've reined it all back so much as well. It's like, okay, just take it all back, get rid of a lot of this, a lot of the things, we'll keep all the infrastructure there, but we'll just sort of like take a step back. Nobody has to, scan their phone in here or do these little things. But it's coming. I mean, we all know that they're just waiting for the next planned event. And then it's going to be like, see, and now we've got all this stuff in place. We just have to use it. We don't have any choice. It's not that we want to, but we have to. I mean, look at how good it is for the climate. You know, we're going to have climate shutdowns. Need to lock you all down for a while. 15-minute cities are good.
Well,
Can't
and
have you
maybe
wandering too far.
yeah, and maybe educating people on, the ones that are, I don't know, it's so complex. There's so many layers to this. It's not even funny. Like, there's no way that we could just, I mean, to sit here and lay out all the layers and go about each one. That takes more unity than what I'm seeing, for one. Because as far as the climate people go, like, that's kind of how they've been able to do it, is co-opting people as part of their army. They're facilitators, the social engineering and brainwashing and all that. It's just like with the getting away from the family time. You were saying that, I was thinking, yeah, but all it takes is for the families to together to be forced to spend more time than what they think they want to spend together, realize how important it is and how much they missed it. I know all they wanted to show, were how many divorces happened because of it, because the people weren't used to spending that much time together and so forth. But there are a lot of families too that were forced to spend family time together that hadn't for a long time. They remembered how much they missed it. And so in the same sense, like with the climate people, they were made aware, and if it was shown to them, because everyone knows that they can manipulate the weather, but they just think and believe that they're doing it for good, right? That they can make it rain in an area where there's drought. Okay, well then if that's what they're doing it for, then why are there still droughts in some places? Okay, it's because they're not using it for that, and they can either manipulate the weather to move a storm so it doesn't flood an area. That's what their argument will be. They're not doing that. Why are there still floods then, if that's the case? And show them what HARP can do, all the military applications of it, and then the very next time that they speak up and say, the Earth's warming and climate is we're having severe climate changes due to the people, you can look at them and say, well, tell them to stop using HARP and heating up the ionosphere, and maybe we won't have such severe weather. Like, there's a way to go about each one, but there's like so many layers to it.
It's like I forget the gentleman's name, but the guy who described what he called the staircase of disbelief. Have you seen that?
No, I've never heard of it.
Oh, it's really good. There's no way I'd be able to like go through the whole thing. But he said, like,
is it? Hang on, is it a book? A movie
no,
or
no,
a philosophy?
No. It's kind of a philosophy in a way. It was brought out in, like, the gentleman who sort of talked about it. I think he was doing a radio interview on Veritas or something like that. And he basically was just like, well, you're gonna go talk to someone about these sorts of things, conspiracies, etc. And he's like, but if they're not that kind of person at all, if that's not even within their radar, like, where are you going to start? What level do you start at? And he basically goes through like a whole thing. He's like, well, a lot of people can see now that sort of like JFK was certainly not done by the way they said it was. So he's like, do you start there with some people, and can you move up the steps? And it's like a staircase. You just keep going up another step. And he's like, and then you get to the top, which is flat Earth, something like flat Earth. But if you lead with something like flat Earth, you're going to lose most people, because it's so far up the staircase. It's like that they just can't even comprehend. If they don't know about all these other smaller lies, how can they even comprehend something as big as that lie? It's actually, I think if you look it up if you type in the staircase of disbelief, it's really good. really good. Like I think you'll enjoy it, and it gives you a really good understanding of like where the average person is. You know, because like when I came into this, it's like my first introduction to any kind of conspiracy style thing. I was watching the documentary Food Matters. I don't know if you've seen that one, and that's where I sort of got into the first introduction of that there are cures for cancer. And I was like, what are you talking about? Like, my grandpa died 2 years earlier from cancer, and I was like, there's all these other things that could have possibly been done, but all we knew about was this. And then I started, going down the rabbit hole and looking into many other things. And by the time that it came to flat Earth, I wasn't like that. I mean, a lot of people say, oh, like I was in full disagreement and I tried to debunk it and so forth. And that wasn't me, really. I didn't just accept it, but I looked and I went, you know what, it wouldn't surprise me. Just kind of laughed to myself and went, yeah, it probably is. I mean, I don't know, but it wouldn't surprise me because I was already under the impression that everything else I knew was a lie. Everything I thought was true, I just knew deep down inside was false. And I just sort of, when it came to flat Earth, I was like, you know what, that just would not surprise me. I didn't pay any attention to it for a while. But then once I started looking into it, I was like, shit, there's definitely something to this.
Well, at that time, I was kind of looking at it like it was ridiculous. I had just saw a scene where the UN had this Truth Ministries agenda, where they was going to put out, like, convolute everything and put out so much they were going to claim was going to, like, claim as truth, right? And it would just, like, flood everything with it. And then that way, you just start desensitized to it and you get used to just dismissing things. If it's just a little bit out of the norm, then you get used to just dismissing it because there's so much of it. And so much of it, is debunked and falsified, or you just know it's ridiculous or whatever. And so I made fun of it for, I don't know, probably I saved a huge playlist. I thought it was the most hilarious thing ever. When I just needed to laugh, I was going to take a day and just go on a day that I needed to laugh, just watch them and have a chuckle at it. And it didn't take but about 2 or 3 videos. And as soon as we got to the sun, videos, talk about the sun, that was it. Because I just knew better. And I was already like, just within the first video, it's like my chin was already dropped and I wasn't smiling. I wasn't laughing like I thought I'd be.
Uh-huh.
Remember that entire...
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I remember one of the very first comments I ever made was just the typical Glober thing. And I've commented in there and I've said, well, then why can't I see America from the east coast of Australia? But the difference is that the person who actually answered me, they weren't rude or anything like that. They just turned around and said, well, look, clearly you just can't see it because for starters, it's 13,000 miles away. It's too small. Then what if you've got a 40-foot wave in the way? Then you've got all the different atmosphere that you're looking through. And, what else could I say to that? I just instantly went, okay, yeah, that's fair enough. That's a good point. Like, that wouldn't have meant that I had to have believed that that's not the reason. That's the reason that I can't see it. But to not acknowledge that that is a good point on why you can't see that far, to me, is just plain retarded. I don't get how... Shall I go?
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, I don't get how people can't even acknowledge a point like that. That if you say something like that to them and they just completely ignore it, like as if it means nothing, and they say, oh, why can't I see Mount Everest? And you're like, well, because Mount Everest is, 10,000 kilometers away. Well, how do you think you're going to see that? It's going to be so infinitesimally small, you're never going to see it in the first place. But yet, the atmosphere or atmos, whatever we want to call it, in the way is going to become opaque. It's getting thicker. You clearly just can't see that far.
Well, for me,
I
when
just
someone makes the argument, I just don't take them serious. I don't take them as if they seriously are asking genuine questions. And reason being is because that was never my question. And not just because of that. I'm just saying, in addition to the reason, it was never my question. The reason being, for me, that I don't take them serious and I don't feel like they're coming from a genuine place is before they come to flat Earth, right? Before they get this idea of flat Earth in their mind. This goes for all of us. Like when we consider why we can't see something, it's always because it's too far away. It's never because the Earth is curved. There's limitations to how far we can see for many reasons, and none of those reasons have ever been because the Earth is curved. So when they make that argument, it's like they understand the limits to our perception, our visual abilities. They understand that. They understand there's things in atmosphere. They understand, like to a certain extent, like light needs to be more powerful to extend further. Like even if you don't get into the physics of it, there's common sense. Everyone understands that much of it. So for someone to claim that now they have that question and they think they could just see forever, it's like it's absurd to me, and I don't take them serious, and I don't think they're coming from a genuine place.
yeah, I get what you're saying. It's like, I'm someone where, like, I was having a discussion at Christmas, always the way, and we were just talking with someone else about some things, and then my dad sparked up, and he goes, "Oh, what about the people that believe the Earth is flat?" Because I don't talk about that with them, because like I've tried to talk to my dad about 9/11 a long time ago, and he just wasn't having it. So it's like, what's the point? There's no point pushing the issue. And I'm like, well, how do you know that it's not? And he's like, "Oh, you don't believe the Earth's flat, do you?" And I'm like, well, I'm like that. I can go to this area, like an area here. Like I said, I can go to Henley Beach Jetty, and I can look down, and I can see like Kangaroo Island, and we can see Cape Jervis from there. And he goes, "Yeah, so what?" And I'm like, "Well, you shouldn't be able to see that. Like, it should be thousands of feet, or close to 1,000 feet below the curve of the Earth." And he's like, "Oh, that doesn't matter." I'm like, "Okay." But from that discussion, I already had a P900, so then that just like, and plus I was talking to some other idiots on Twitter, and then that just sparked me into like, okay, well, I'm going to go out and start filming this stuff. So since the beginning of the year, I have probably missed about 40 days of filming. I've been out literally every single day, sometimes twice, sometimes 3 times a day, and filmed all the land. I've filmed ships. We always have ships coming in, big ships. So I've been filming the ships, the land, everything. I've been going to different locations through here, filming back and forth. And yeah, I'm working on a presentation at the moment, but it's going to be. I'm trying to get together at least 600 or 700 slides, but it's going to end up being probably about 4,000 or 5,000 slides of all of the footage that I've done so far.
Wow, that's
And
extensive.
I'm just sort
Would
of
you say
going
only
through
40
that.
days that you haven't done it? Is that it?
Yeah,
Like for the whole year?
for the whole year, yeah.
Do you have a channel that you have stuff on already that you've posted, or you're just compiling it all to tell a big release?
Yeah, unfortunately, it's the same excuse that I've been saying for a long time. I've had some people that were working on logos for me for my channel, because as you can see, I've just got a generic thing on. So the channel was Plain Reality, and although I wanted to be able to do it kind of reasonably properly, where I can do a proper introduction to videos and that kind of shit, that kind of thing. So I've been waiting for people to do logos for me, and every single time I get someone who's going to be doing a logo for me, it just takes weeks, and then it doesn't happen, and then I get someone else, and the same thing keeps happening to me. So I've got another channel which I've made as well, which is going to be purely just for my footage edited to music, because I'm out filming the sun every day as well. So I'm just doing that, and I've got dozens of videos already made, ready to go. So the moment I have all this ready to go, I'm just going to start posting. But yes. So as an example, we've got a huge Buddhist statue which is 30 miles away or 50 kilometers away from where I am, and it's at 138 meters above sea level. Now, the other day, for the very first time, I actually saw the very bottom. Because what I do is I get the size of the Buddha, and I kind of mark that out, and then I do a little scale next to it. And then the other day, I could literally scale out that it was 136 meters worth of land underneath it. But normally, on any normal day, like it should be, if I'm at 20 foot high, it should be 108 meters hidden, but that never happens. It's always, like 70 or 80 meters below the actual Buddha that can be seen. I've been down and filmed from the beach, six inches above the beach, in which it should be underneath the horizon, and it's, it's about 4 or 5 Buddhas above the horizon, so it's, a good 40 or 50 meters above the horizon, where it should be below the horizon, and that's from like 6 inches. So, and then I'll film it from 6 inches, from 2 feet, from 4 feet, from 6 feet. So you get to see like where it is in relation to the different levels, and it doesn't change spot. It literally changes. The only thing that you see actually change is the compression of the land that's even in front of it, because there's another section of land that's about 15 miles away, and you see that land compress. But that's all you see. The Buddha stays in the same spot. Whereas it should technically be getting lower and lower and lower. I've got footage where I film under a jetty called Henley Beach Jetty, and when I'm filming from 6 inches, that jetty is 2 kilometers away, so it's 1.25 miles away, and from 6 inches, the horizon should be less than a mile away, and you can see to the bottom of that. Not only that, I spent 3 days looking for a yellow buoy, and that yellow buoy that I can see is 4 miles away. And on any day that's just relatively clear, I can see the buoy from 6 inches, and I can see beyond the buoy, the horizon behind it. And that's any day. The only days that I can't see is if it's too wavy or if there's inferior miraging. That's it. Any other day, I can see that buoy from 6 inches, and it's 4 miles away. It's not like it's a black swan. It's an everyday event.
Right.
Yeah.
And
So
you've never
it's
seen
like,
anything. Have you ever seen anything that's hidden by the water, and then the water stays there, and then the image just comes out from behind the water, and it looks like it's above the water, like an image you can't see because of a wall of water actually come up the way they say that it has to?
No, I mean, it's not like I've ever seen that, but so we've got windmills that are about 80 kilometers away, so 50 miles away. And those windmills have different levels. Like everything has a different level. So within my presentation, what I'm basically doing is debunking the horizon being anything to do with Earth curve. Debunking the fact that there wouldn't be a horizon on a flat Earth, because like at the end of the day, the horizon changes so much day to day. Like I've got footage of a ship that I think it was about 13 miles away. I'm not 100% sure on the distance, but let's just say it was 9:30 in the morning. I'm filming this ship. 50 to 60 feet of the ship is missing. But then 3 hours later, the ship is 100% visible, to the point where, in the bow of a ship where sometimes you see and it curves under and it goes into that big fat nose thing at the bottom of the big ships. I'm not sure if you know that, but you could see the curve where it curves down into that. Like it was like, and the horizon's behind the ship. But whereas 3 hours earlier, 50 foot of the ship is missing. It's below the horizon. It's not below the horizon. It's just that the water in front of the horizon is magnified.
Right.
So I have two theories on it. It's either the light from the ship is not reaching your eyes and only the higher section is, and then maybe that's appearing to make the water in front magnify, or the water in front is magnifying, hiding the stuff behind it. Or maybe it's a combination of both.
Have you ever seen any
that's where I'm getting.
Have you ever seen any of Travis's work on here? He's one of the regulars that doesn't come around as much anymore. Plain Truth.
The Plain Truth? Yeah.
Yeah.
I have. Yeah, I have seen
band
some of his
stuff.
stuff. It's pretty good.
Yeah, the Ether band.
Yeah.
What you're talking about. Yeah. And Carl,
Yeah.
another guy, does some of the work. I should send you his channel, but he does a lot of the magnification stuff you're talking about with like simple in-home experiments that show that. But yeah, that's just the case. If you can magnify something you can see, you know, something can be magnified that you actually see, or something can loom up that you actually can see, but nothing will come out from behind the wall of water and then just hear that that you're seeing it. Like the light bringing up images the way they have to say it would work. There's no example of that ever that you can show it works that way. Like behind a corner, like around the corner of a building, how would the image of someone standing around the corner that you can't see, the image of that person all of a sudden be out in front of you because light bending? That is, I can't believe they get away with that excuse for as long as they have.
Yeah, it's
in their own
ridiculous. I mean, that's definitely not. Yeah, it's definitely not what happens. But one thing you do get on very high refractive days, and where you're getting sort of more of superior type mirages, is you will get where like the water at further distance away, kind of, it's like as if it stretches up. Like you get whole sections of water that will stretch up, and then you'll see like a little ship or a boat or whatever, like above the horizon. But it's clear to see that that's a refractive effect. It's not like I'd be looking at that going, oh wow, that's an actual ship that's sitting above there, and the water is raised up, and that's coming above something. That ship I would have been able to see in the first place. It's just that the effect is raising it up.
Yep.
It's not coming from underneath something. I would have been able to see that already.
Right. There's never any example where you're seeing like, okay, here's where the water is totally hiding something, and now that hidden thing is coming up because of the light bending it, and it's just like I can't even. It just baffles me that globers that are on the fence, or not even on the fence, but just are actually being honest with themselves, think they're being honest with themselves if they think that's actually happening.
Yeah, I've taken it now that the default position is the things that I can see, and of course, obviously, it's a redundant statement in a way. But like, so let's take the Buddha as an example. The Buddha is generally always it fluctuates in level of where it is. The only time it's ever in the position where it's meant to be, according to the globe, is generally during days of inferior miraging. That's where it will drop to the point where, I can look at it and go, well, that's where the globe predicts it to be. But that only ever happens on a day of severe inferior miraging. But like the reason that it's such a good thing is that I know exactly how far away it is, and I can measure in a way dependent. I mean, not that it's an accurate measurement because I'm going by how big it looks. It's 18 meters tall, so I basically just put a line above it, or a line directly where the head is, and a line where the bottom of it is, and then I just see how many of those can I fit until I get to the horizon. And very rarely does it match the globe. Very rarely. Like out of all of the days that I've done, I could probably, out of the 220 days that I've been filming, that I have seen that, it's probably matched the globe 4 or 5 times. Every other time it's too low or too high.
The reverse engineered perspective hijacking hidden value that they like to always try to bring out, or their standard refraction. Have you broken that down to their standard refraction?
Yeah. I mean, it's all ridiculous.
If their images totally go beyond what their standard refraction would even require.
Yeah.
Or they have extreme refraction.
Oh yeah, it's extreme refraction. Yeah. You just keep turning the dial up. Yeah, you'll see your own ass from the other. See the light go all the way around to see your own ass.
That there should be someone that should be able to just show plainly that cannot happen. That never happens. It cannot happen. It's an impossible fucking wish. That they have no example.
No, they don't. And the thing that gets me about it is that they will turn to us, as people doing this filming, and they'll say, oh, well, did you get the temperature gradient here? Did you get this here? Did you get that there? And then my question back to them is like, okay, show me one scientific paper, just one, where a group of scientists went over a large body of water and filmed something, or observed something at a distance, and they measured all of those things, let's say even just every mile, let's say it's 10 miles across, let's say they even just measured the atmosphere every mile. Okay, I said, I'm going, like, show me just one example, one scientific paper where this has happened and they've gone back and repeated to prove that light is bending around a curve.
Right.
There is no example.
Never.
No science. It's never been done.
Happen. It wouldn't happen that way. It just wouldn't.
No, it's never been done. So I'm like, well, don't tell me that the light is bending around the curve of an Earth when terrestrially that has never been done. Not one experiment has ever been done. There's been little experiments where they've done maybe like 100 or 200 yards, but nothing over, nothing over distances like 10 to 20 miles. It doesn't exist. But yet then we're expected to do this.
And never something that you can't see coming into, like, looking like you can see it from below the body, the ball or the curvature ever. Like that wouldn't, that this defies anything that we know about optics. It doesn't. You have to be able to see the thing for it to loom up. It has to be within your view.
Oh, for sure. So when you see, so I've got footage of a ship that was probably about 20, 25 miles away, and you can see the top part of it like it's a Superior Mirage. But you can also just see a slither of the bottom of it. Like, and you can see that clearly the whole ship is actually there, visible to my eye, but it's just a slither of it. And what I'm seeing is this Superior Mirage on top. But the other part of the ship is that, like, the actual ship is there. I can see it. You have to be able to see it for you to be able to see the Superior Mirage in the first place.
Exactly. I don't know how
then
anybody
you get
on the globe side is still like buy that. It doesn't make any sense. Like, just common sense wise, even if you don't know anything about optics, that wouldn't make sense. It would just like bring up images from below. Especially if we're talking. I mean, I shouldn't even say especially, but especially if it's like 20 yards down that you're supposed to be bringing this image up. It's just unbelievably ridiculous. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah. Well. Yeah, no, the other thing that I've noticed is that it's like the days that you see the absolute furthest is, for me, when the water is dead flat, and then you just see forever. Like, not literally, but like you see the furthest on the days that are the calmest, and the water is just dead flat. Oh, hey, how's this? The other day I was doing some time lapsing of the sunset and after the sun had gone down, and I was getting a time lapse where there were 3 ships in the background as well, and it was it was dark. I actually filmed a UFO, so this will be a cool one that I'll post. Like, it's just full on. It comes in. And it's in time lapse, so it seems like it's quicker than it is. But it comes in and then it turns and it just does this zigzag motion, which no plane can do. It can't have been a drone because it was like those ships are 23 kilometers away. And so I had 3 camera angles, 2 that were closer in and 1 that was way further back. And the one that was way further back, you see it come in, go around these 3 ships, go to what I think is the other side of the peninsula or bay, whatever we call it here. Excuse me. So it goes to the other side, does a little circle around probably a couple of towns way down there, which is about 30 miles, 50 kilometers away. And then it comes back and circles around the ships again, and then it took off.
Definitely
really
post
bizarre.
that.
I'll
The
show
anticipation's telling me now. I got to see that.
Oh, it's incredible. It's incredible. I could probably post it in the chat.
Yeah, do that, please.
Because I've made a video of it.
Yeah, please do. That'd be great.
I don't know if I'll be able to post it in the chat. But yeah, I mean, you can clearly see. And there's one section.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm not saying that you're saying they're outer ponders, but do you think they're outer ponders?
Oh, I've got no idea. I mean, is it tech that we have and they're just testing and cruising around? Is it something from across the plane? Is it like, where is it? Who knows? But I'm telling you one thing. When you see it, you'll look and you'll be like, yeah, that's not a fucking plane.
Right. Do you have posting permissions?
You
Can
know,
you
and
post it?
if you,
Oh, you did. Okay. Then you can
I don't know. I mean,
live stream one text.
I didn't have permission. Hold on, let me see here. Let me see if I can go in. No, I want to add, don't I? I have to find it. Give me a moment. Sorry, you guys. Oh, here we go.
That's
It goes for 1:58, so I'm not too sure if it'll. No, the file's too big.
Ah, okay.
The file's too big. If you are you on Telegram, or are you on?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm on
the
Telegram.
Are you on the Miswits? Are you on the Miswits or Jeranisms?
Yeah, I'm in Miswits.
I actually posted it in. Yeah, I posted it in the Misfits, and just no one commented on it. I'm like, seriously? This is I literally just filmed a
All right.
UFO. No one even commented. It's way down. I can post it again for you if you want. It's probably way down now. I posted
When
it
I
like
look for it,
7 days.
Repost
I
it in
posted
Miswits.
7
Maybe
days ago.
I'll give it some attention, and other people will pay attention.
Yeah. Like if you can watch it on a bigger screen is better, because the one that's zoomed further back, it's just like a small little dot, and you can see it just cruising. So you've got to. And I've actually made another video where I zoomed in on it even more. But yeah, it's pretty bizarre. It's clearly not a plane. It's clearly not a drone, because it must have traveled. And I actually worked out that those ships were about 3 miles apart. And there's one part where it comes in, and when it turns and goes past one ship, it like all of a sudden just speeds up a bit. Turns, goes past this one ship, or all of them, turns back and comes back around, and then does something else. And I worked out it had to travel 7 miles to do that, and it did it in 1 second of the time lapse, which was 1 minute. So it had to be doing about 420 miles an hour.
Wow.
To do that.
Yeah, that's the thing. I wonder if there's actually anybody in these vehicles. If they're what is it? Is the question, right? Is it something? Is something in there? Is it just like a?
Yeah,
I've
who
seen
knows?
horror and all kinds of stuff. You ever seen the channel UFO Lou? It's got night vision goggles or night vision camera. There's all kinds of stuff up there. Just zip it around.
No.
I'll repost it. I'll post it in the live stream.
Yeah, right. Cool. Yeah, no, I was just buzzed out. And the funny thing is like the day when I saw it, I saw the reflection in the water, and I thought, oh, that's weird, because it was quite a wide light reflecting in the water, kind of like a mini sun coming towards me. And then I saw it in the sky, but I didn't pay any attention to it, because on that day, the water was the glassiest I've ever seen it. So my brain just went, oh, it just looks weird because of how flat and glassy the water is. But then when I got home and I looked at the footage, and I was like, oh, shit, that's not normal.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it was quite bizarre.
Right? Something going on. I mean,
Yeah, I've shown it to us. Yeah, who knows? I've shown it to a stack of people, and like, yeah, no one has sat there and gone, oh, I can't, that's just a plane or whatever. Everyone's looked and gone, yeah, that's weird.
Right? Did you post it in Westwoods? Yeah.
Oh, no, I haven't. You want me to do it now?
If you don't mind, I'm there. I was waiting for it.
Okay, yep. Here we go. Oh, hold up. I can go this way.
I'll take a little screen recording of it and post it in here.
Yeah, just posted it, so it should come straight through, I think, because it says a saved message.
All right.
You got it?
It's still loading.
Looks like someone.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yep.
20,
Yep.
30, 32, 40,
Yeah, but
40 megabits.
it's probably going to be a stack of other people in there going, why is he posting this fucking thing again? Why is this guy posting this shit again?
So thanks.
Yeah, I sent it to Jaren from Jarenism, and he just looked and went, "Oh wow, that's weird." Like it's like, what the hell?
Yeah, too many people have seen. I mean, with the night vision goggles, like if you check out that channel, that UFO Lou that I just posted in a live stream, there's all kinds of stuff. I mean, I've heard this for years. People with night vision goggles can go out and look at stuff zipping around up there all the time.
Yeah, right. That's the first time it's ever happened to me.
Lots of people have had personal sightings. What do you think? I mean, what do you think they're going to do? See, I always go off on the outer pounders because that's my guess at why they might have even rolled out flat Earth to tell us it is flat, tell us that the UFOs are our ancient ancestors from the outer pounds, and that we have to do what they say, or get the directed energy weapon like your neighbor's house or whatever. Could be the
Yeah, I
ultimate
mean, it's a possibility.
real-time gods. That would be useful. And they would reveal the big truth.
I mean, it's
flat Earth. If they reveal flat Earth, that would be the big truth revealed, like in Scripture. And then they would be able to package a bunch of other lies. Even if there are outer pounders, their version of the outer pounders is probably going to be psyop. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's interesting thought patterns, because you wonder to yourself, how are they going to come back from telling us the Earth's flat? Like, will they actually ever do it? Because it's a pretty major thing for them to actually end up coming out and admitting, because they're going to lose trust from the entire population of the Earth.
Well, but if they act like they're getting rid of the people that were lying to us, or admitting or saying that they did it because of the treaty with the outer pounders, or people don't like to feel trapped psychologically, and we were trapped in this area. We can only go so far because of these treaties or this, firmament or whatever they want to say it is. And then they'd have all the excuses in the world. This is amazing footage, by the way. It's unbelievable, actually.
Are you
some of the
checking it
best
out?
UFO
Yeah, it's bizarre, man.
Yeah, check it out. Amazing. I don't know why anybody's not paying attention. It looks too good. It's fake. It looks almost too good that you might think someone faked it. That's how good it is.
Yeah, I mean, I've got the raw files, man. I can send them to you. Like, it's bizarre.
Oh, I believe you.
Yeah. I
Wow.
was just, when I actually, because every night, obviously, I go and I load it into my laptop or into the hard drives. So I watch each file a little bit, and I just scroll through them just to make sure that they've all copied properly. And then when I saw that, I was like, "What the hell is that thing?"
Right? It's amazing.
Yeah, if you watch it on, have you got a big screen to watch it on?
My phone, but I'll record a little
Just
bit
your
of
phone,
it.
yeah.
I'll let you see it here.
Yeah, I don't know if
Wow.
you can zoom in on your phone, but I've
Yeah.
actually made another video which goes for a little bit longer. I haven't posted that one anywhere yet. And I zoom in more on the last section. I zoom into that more so you can see it move around a bit more, because it's kind of like on your phone. It probably looks a little bit small. It's like a little dot.
I can definitely see it. I mean, this is crazy. It's amazing.
Yeah, I was spewing as well, because see how the very last lot of footage is all really red.
Mm-hmm.
So with that
Nice that you
footage, when
got
I
the
started doing the
reflection.
time lapse, yeah, the reflection's
That's
cool.
right.
Hey.
Yeah, the reflection just solidifies it. It has to be something in the sky right there.
Yeah. But so with the last section of it where it's all red, just unfortunately for whatever reason, when I started the time lapse and I saw it was all red, I'm like, oh, that looks pretty cool. I'll just let that go, But clearly, if I had have known what was going on, I would have just put it onto I would have dropped the exposure, so then it would have been dark by the time, and you would actually see it moving around a lot better. But what can you do? How was I to know?
Right. Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But you can still see it,
one's great.
and and you can see where I sort of looped it, where I loop it, and you see it come around and then come back, and then do like a little zigzag pattern, and then take off. You're like, what the hell?
Were those guys on the dock there even aware of what you were filming, or that it was there? Did they see it too, or they just weren't even paying attention to it? It's like
I don't think they were just fishing.
they were just fishing, right? They had no idea. They didn't see.
Probably crabbing. Yeah, I have no idea. Maybe some of them did. I have no idea. Yeah, no one came and said anything.
High resolution. That's the reason it was so big, huh? Because it's only a couple minutes long.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's done on a time lapse, so and you can. I don't know if you noticed, but there was that one bit where I say, "Look, it stops here for a moment." In that section there, I've got it on quarter speed, so technically every 1 second or every 4 seconds would have been technically 1 second of the thing. So I don't know how to relay that. Be like a quarter of a minute for every 1 second rather than 1 minute for every 1 second. So you see it kind of goes slowly, but when I do that and it's in faster motion, it's in the normal motion, you see it kind of do a little bit of a jumping motion there as well, moving left, right, when you see it in the normal time-lapse speed. So I should redo it and then probably put that in there as well, so you can see it properly.
Sure, yeah.
But yeah, it's interesting how that's what I was saying. It comes around, and for the last bit, just before it leaves, it pauses for a second, and it just looks as if it almost stops. And it must have actually stopped for about maybe 30 seconds to a minute. It must have almost stopped and really slowed down in one particular area, and then moved away. Because it pauses for close to a second, in the actual video. So that's close to a minute, because every 1 minute was 1 second of the time lapse, or 1 second was 1 minute of reality.
Awesome, great catch. Yeah, that must have the first bit of it where you could see the light more than the with the red. That's amazing right there. Just that little bit. It's like, wow, I haven't seen any UFO footage that clear and that crazy, right? With the reflection off the water and everything. Hang on, everybody. I'll upload it in a minute. I'm just gonna put it on my channel and then upload it for everyone to see this for themselves.
Yeah. It's just what I'm actually going to do is, because my other channel that I'm doing, which is where I just basically get sunsets and edit it to music with any ships going by, and just do that, edit like 3 hours of footage down to 5 minutes. That's going to be just a complete normie channel. That's just purely for footage.
Right.
I'm going to release a few videos, and then I'm going to send this one, or like approach the news channels, see if I can drive some attention to the channel.
Nice.
See if anyone's interested in the video. I thought that might be some good free advertising.
Yeah, you have some great stuff. Just the UFO sighting alone should bring attention to your channel. You definitely upload that. Make a smaller version to upload, or I guess you could on YouTube. Definitely, you got a lot of content. I'm like that myself. I always build up a lot of content and then wait to release it, but I keep waiting for the big release, instead of putting it out there bit by bit.
Yeah. It's not like I'm not doing it deliberately, but it's just kind of what's the word for it? Well, it's just kind of happening that way.
Right. Have you been on this channel before? I don't know if I've heard you on. I'm New Perspective, or Dave. You can call me.
Oh yeah, how are you, Dave? Paul's my name.
Hey, Paul.
No, this is the first time I've actually been chatting, because I haven't had I only even found out about this channel, I don't know, a week or two ago, a week ago.
Oh, it's the low key jackpot of flat Earth, basically, or truth in general, or any kind of topic you want to discuss.
Actually, I think it was when Space Audits. What's his name again? Shane? Not Shane. Alan, that's it. Sorry, Alan. Yeah. Sorry, I did know that. Just brain fart.
Shane's on there a lot too.
Yeah, he was doing a presentation, so he posted. I got a notification for him doing a presentation on this channel, and that's where I found out about it. No, about a week ago or so.
Oh, okay, you should watch the one from yesterday. That was really good. He did another one in here. You must have saw
I watched some of it.
Oh yeah,
yeah. I think that's what it was.
The Michael Somorley was, yeah. Yesterday was the one that had how math became reality. That was really good.
Yeah, I saw him do that one on Globebusters the other day.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, he's kicking ass. He's really bringing the intellectual side of people out on our side, where they're like, okay, let's look at the actual history of it. Wait a minute. So interferometry is on our side now? Oh shit. Actually, GPS works in favor of flat Earth? Oh shit. Not good for them. You know, like all this shit that they used to claim, and they've always gotten ahead of the game and tried to like claim that, you know, Aries failure or any of these things that were somehow globe proofs, you know, which are actually the opposite, completely definitively, objectively showing how these things are actually in our favor. It's really, I don't know how. I thought this was going to be over within a year at the very, you know, most when I found out, because it's something you find out. It's not something you decide to believe, which is the other interpretation they get away with somehow. So
Yeah. Yeah, between him and Whitsett at the moment, you know, like just epic.
Yeah,
you know,
for sure.
the information that they're going through, and then I mean, this thing that I'm doing with the presentation of the horizon and all that. I mean, that's just supplemental to what they're doing. What they're doing is destroying the paradigm.
Yep.
You know, mine is just putting a little. Mine's just throwing another little nail in there, going, "Look, see, now we just took the horizon away from them as well."
Yep. There you go. Right. Which they never had to begin
You
with.
know,
Yeah.
which they
Right.
never had to begin with, but.
Right.
But you know, I mean, they're constantly going. There would be no horizon on a flat Earth. Blah 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 blah. You know.
Oh, ridiculous.
So that's what I want to take away from them. That's my whole point, which is why, also, like, I've done about probably 40 or 50 days worth, or 40 days worth of the presentation just on the land so far. I want to get to at least 60 days worth, and then I have to put in all of the ship information as well. I've got to put all the ship slides in there too, because then what I'm doing is I'm showing comparisons between. So I've got a section of land where I am that sort of curves around and goes to a point which is 15 miles away. So I have things that I'm observing 7 miles away, 8 miles away, 9 miles, 12 miles, and that's where it's curving over that point. And all of the ships that I have, which are out to the other side, they're always between 11 to 15 miles away. Right? So I can show you a comparison on each day where this bit of land here at 12 miles away, these ships here at 12 miles away. So you get what I'm saying? So, and they don't always match. Sometimes I might have the section, and it's all over water, even to where the land is. It's all over water. But some of that, let's just say I'm filming one of the sections that's 12 miles away, and maybe it looks like there's 10 meters blocked, right? But then when you turn and I'd have the ship stuff, there's a ship that may be 12 miles away, or maybe it's 11 miles away, but it has like 60 feet blocked. Like it has double almost blocked compared to the other side, but it's the same distance.
Right.
And
that makes no sense.
That completely debunks that the horizon has anything to do with Earth curve, because how can it change like that?
Right.
You can't have that one 12 miles away blocking, 20 feet, and that one 12 miles away blocking 50 feet, and then tell me that that's because of Earth curve.
Right.
So that's what they can't get. They can try to deny it, but you're just going to look like a retard.
Well, yeah, they do all the time. I don't know how they walk away with, look in the mirror at the end of the day. I mean, really, it's just been so over for so long. How long have you been in the know of the fact that we're not on a spinning ball?
Probably from around 2015.
Oh, okay. So you've been around a while.
I think that's where I first sort of started looking at it. I'd been down every other rabbit hole there was to go down. And then, like everyone says, you keep seeing the flat Earth thing sitting there, and I just kind of ignored it. And one day, for shits and giggles, I was like, "Oh, I'll have a look." I've got nothing else to do right now. I'll have a look at this.
Yeah.
I think the first thing I saw was either A Stranger's Guide, 21 Questions, or 200 Proofs.
Yep. ODGs
it's
and
probably one of those. Yeah. Or Eric DeBay's.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was maybe some of them, or they were some of the first ones that I saw. and
Yeah.
you just sit back and think to yourself, okay, that's interesting.
Right.
All right, maybe I need to keep looking at this some more.
I don't get why more people aren't more curious when they hear about it. Like I know Cogdis, and I realize it's too much and it's just too big a thing, but it's only the most fascinating thing you could ever find out if it's true. And if it's not true, it'd be easy enough to find out that it's not true. So, you know, it's so funny to see the people just, you know, go into that panic mode. And if you think your friend's crazy, this is what I always point out. Like, if you think that I'm crazy and I'm your best friend from high school, you know, find out why I'm crazy. If it was you, I would find out why you're crazy and explain to you why you're crazy, you know, and try to talk some sense into you. But with this, they'd rather just assume you're crazy and then not talk to you for, you know, years on end. What?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah,
Next
it's crazy. Yeah.
one. No other topic.
Yeah, it's interesting. My brother's.
I was just gonna say it's the exception to the rule in every way in this topic. You know, the reactions you get,
Yeah,
the
for
way people
sure.
act about it. You know. Go ahead. What were you gonna say? Your friend what?
Yeah. Oh no, my brother's actually into it as well. Not
Mhm.
as deeply as I am, but he knows. You know, I've shown him my footage and stuff, and he's like, "Oh yeah," shown him pictures. I've shown him stuff, and he's just like, "Yeah," because I don't get it, man. How do people not see this? But yeah, you know, apart from that, I don't really have too many other people that I can relate
Yeah.
to.
So strange. You'd think
Yeah.
that there'd be an overwhelming amount of people interested if that would be the case. Just from curiosity's sake alone, you know, I know it's scary, but it's fascinating. It's too the fascination of it outweighs the scary part of it. You think eventually, I understand it at first, you want to like just like we all did, put it aside or not want to know or whatever it is, but then it's got to be nagging at you. You know, years later, you're still talking to me as if we never talked about the idea that you didn't want to talk about. We're just going to talk like nothing, like that didn't happen. Like, just let it sit there in the background like the elephant in the room all the time. Are you kidding me? Really? You're not curious. You just rather assume I'm crazy. Really? Okay. All right. I mean, with 9/11, it was different. People came back 5 years later. Oh, you're right about 9/11. You know, but this one, no. Just haven't had too many people come back later and be like, okay, you're right about that. Just a few.
Yeah, I think they've just been too busy looking at the trolls, you know, like because what do they call it? Where basically, you know, someone tells you something, and then you think to yourself, "Oh wow," and you freak out about it for a moment, but then someone else comes along and goes, "Oh no, that's wrong," and then you go, "Oh okay, I can be cool again now. I got told it's wrong now. It's all good." You know, I don't remember what they sort of call that, but if you know what I mean.
Right.
You know,
Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
like a friend of mine has.
Bias confirmation. Right. Or letting you off the hook.
Yeah,
Whatever it
yeah,
is.
yeah. A form
Easing
of
your
confirmation.
mind.
Yeah, definitely
Yeah.
a form of confirmation bias. It's like
Yeah.
so I'm a martial art instructor, and at my school, back in the day, I had 4 engineers, and every single one of them I'd talked to about 9/11, and every single one of them, 4 engineers went, "No way, those things came down from planes. It's impossible." Right? And with the other guy who teaches Muay Thai at my school, he's a little bit of an anti-conspiracy theorist in a way. And I said to him, I'm like, you know these 4 guys right here, and they would tell you that there's no way 9/11 happened the way that they're saying it happened. And he started freaking out a little bit, going, oh, wow, you know, like he was sort of getting into it. And then he went to skeptics.com or whatever it is, you know, one of those stupid sites. And then he went, oh, no, look, see, this is how it happened. Boom, straight back into his plan, you know, straight back into his comfort zone.
Wow.
I'm like, man, you know these guys personally, and you're going to believe something you read on the internet from people that you don't even know.
Right.
You don't know what their agenda is. You don't know anything about them. You don't know if they've been paid to say. Like, you don't know anything about these people. These are 4 of your personal friends.
Yeah.
All engineers. Some of them mechanical engineers. You know, like, and you're not going to take their word for it, or at least listen to them.
Yeah. That's it.
And that's what I mean by, you know, someone just looking and finding a way to fall back into their comfort zone.
Right. Right. Well, the problem is that we don't really have any solutions to it, and that's why it's easy for people to fall back into that, because if we're right, then that means that the government or the powers that be in general don't have our best interests at heart. And once you realize that, then you can't trust anything on the TV. Everything, and it's true. There's no like, okay, here's what you do. Except there are solutions. There are a lot of possible ways you can benefit yourself health wise, maybe community wise. Maybe protect yourself. Whatever it is, you're not going to change the world. They want to have the world be fixed. They want the world to be like, what's your solution to fix it all? To make them start telling the truth again? That's not going to happen. So what's the solution? And that's why the shows like Alex Jones or whoever it is that's telling you about these powers that be, about maybe 80% truth and 20% lies or whatever, but they're just basically telling you who your daddy is, and it's a form of making that power more powerful, more scary, and it doesn't really give you solutions to what to do about it.
Yeah, true. And that's why I think people like to just, even if they do see something that wakes them up, they may get a little bit angry about it. They find out something that can bring them back to where they were, so they just go back to where they were because it's more comfortable.
Yeah,
So much
I
more
did that with
comfortable to
Flat Earth.
sit there
I
in
went
ignorance.
watched the show video and thought, okay, yeah, well, yeah, of course, there's scientists. There's scientists can't be all in on it, That's crazy, and I would be comfortable for another week or two.
Yeah, I love that one. The scientists, not everyone could be in on it. What, you think everyone's lying? Yeah, that's what I think, you idiot.
Well, that's what's fascinating about
It's got
what
to be the
Alan.
dumbest argument ever.
Yeah, what Alan's work. I was talking to Alan last night after his presentation, actually, and brought this up. Like, how far back, does it go? Where pretty much everyone at the top kind of knows, has to know, because they're reverse engineering things. And like Dayton Miller, even with all his tests of interferometry, he had this whole idea that the Earth was still going around the sun, when everything he's showing with his experiment it shows that special relativity is debunked, and actually it doesn't show movement of the Earth around the sun, but somehow he thought it still worked that way. And how could he himself then be showing all this evidence that works in favor of flat Earth, but not even consider flat Earth? I mean, it's mind blowing.
Yeah, and not even consider it a geostationary Earth,
Right. Unbelievable. And you don't know, and then you try to figure out, is it because they've been so indoctrinated themselves and they really, they just haven't considered it, because then they have to consider the people right above them are actually, possibly deceiving them, and that's just too big. Or is it because they knew better and they were only going to get published or even have any attention, like they knew that they were just going to be ignored if they went in the direction of flat Earth? Who knows?
Yeah. Could be a little bit of both. It could, either one of them would be viable. But just think, if none of this was ever put on the internet, I don't think I would have ever sat back and even considered it.
Nope. But at the same time, your whole life,
would have never thought about it.
Never thought about realistically. You never really thought you're spinning. Like your whole life, I know, because none of us have. We never think about it literally. We never think about, there's people upside down right now in Australia or whatever. We don't think about it that way.
No, definitely not. But I actually do have a vivid memory. I think when I was probably about, I don't know, maybe about 7 or 8, and looking up at I was wrong, but looking up at the clouds and seeing the clouds going by, and then feeling like I was moving, going, it must be the Earth spinning. Like I was like 8 years old or something,
Right.
But clearly that's wrong, right?
Right.
But as an 8-year-old kid, that was my brain going, this is because the Earth's spinning.
Right. Yeah, there's certain times where you might consider, because we're on a planet with these things that we've been taught to think is the reason for what we see in the sky and all that. Or the sun going down might be one of those things that we commonly excuse as going below. But I guess I never really even thought about the sun going below us, to be honest. Even though I guess I should have. I thought I was on the planet, but I never thought about, the sun's below me now. I never realistically even interpreted it that way, even though that's what I guess I believed, because I thought we were on a planet. I didn't think we were on a planet. I just assumed that we must be. And it's like the separation. There's like a distinct separation between what you experience and what you accept as what the bigger truth is. And it's funny because I think that it's almost like it's a condition that we're all in. If we haven't realized that reality is like it seems, that it has to be like there's going to be a name for it at some point. Not just cogdis, but where you have two contradictory realities that you're accepting.
Hi,
Yeah.
everybody.
Hello.
Is that Labette?
Yeah. How are
Hey,
you?
my friend. Good. You got my message. I said there's a really interesting guy in here. His name is
Yeah,
Plain
I
Reality.
since I let you speak because it wasn't just interesting, so I
Cool.
don't want to cut
Thanks,
you.
man. Cool you're up in here. I thought of you to send the message to because he's got a lot of long distance measurements. And
Yeah,
Labette,
it's cool. Cool.
model builder here made a 2-scale kind of showing of the curvature with what we should be seeing in as far as the long distance measurements compared to what the actual globe would depict for the smaller scale model. He did his own programming and he used to work for a space agency and is now coming out like he was the guy they used to go to prove the globe Earth model for 5 years after he heard about it. But then now he's realized after interferometry and some of these other things that are just not at all possible the way that they say.
Yeah. Man, I just have created my first Michelson-Morley experiment.
You did? Wow!
Yeah,
Very good here.
I did. I have some topic on the VC text. I just go a little up, and you will see. I ping you.
I'm just gonna put myself on mute for a moment, guys.
All right, cool. Yeah, some of your measurements would be cool to if you have any pictures, by the way, Plain Reality, any posts of some of your photos, that would be cool to see. You were talking about. He got a really good UFO sighting that I just uploaded on my channel, Labette. Check that out when you get it. It's posted up a ways, but
okay,
it's really good.
I might have some pictures I can chuck in the thing. I'm gonna get back onto Discord and I'll put myself on mute for a moment because I just got to do
no
something.
worries. Let's hear about your Michelson-Morley, Labette.
Sorry, can you repeat?
You said you were going to post something for the Michelson-Morley. Did I miss it? Is it already there?
It's already on the VC text. I ping you. I can re-upload the pic. Just give
I'm
me.
scrolling up. What is it?
It's a very cheap setup just to test if I was able to do the experiment. So it's not even mounted. It's just dropped as is on the table, and I obtained pretty good results. So I will do a better experiment to be able to measure tiny forces, and I will try to demonstrate that light can touch object.
Okay, cool.
Nice, my friend.
So this is the setup. I just post the setup, and I post the result on a paper. It's cheap as fuck, but it worked. So I'm happy.
Good. Congratulations. That's great. Was that Limitless Energy I just heard saying something there? Limitless?
Yeah, I'm here. What's up?
What's up, brother? How are you?
Yeah, I haven't built my laser yet, but I do plan on making one. I'm going to be making an infrared one as well as ultraviolet here at some point.
Sweet. Yeah, Limitless does a lot of hands-on stuff. I think I was telling you last time.
Yeah, I have seen some of those experiments with high energy, high voltage circuit, and so on. Voltage multiplier, and you do how it's spelled, like a growing plant with some electronic stuff.
Yeah, with antennas, also electronics. So I do shuttle energy as well as active energy, both.
Okay, interesting. This is something I want to go into, but I am too impatient to be able to do those experiments because I love to have results directly, you know. And when growing plants, you need to wait.
I know what you mean. I also have a garden too, so that's why I do it.
Yeah, okay. I don't have the passion. But it's really interesting. This is awesome. The comparison with the control plant and so on. It's mind blowing.
Yeah, better is in electrostatic though with the Ebner effect. That's much more profound and easier to see the difference between the control and the variable. But that's more an active energy. In this case, the one I showed is less active, so it's pulling in energy from the environment and just moving it around. Compared to the Ebner effect, is actually using like a Tesla coil or a Van de Graaff, you know, and then putting the plant in the field, so to speak. So that's much more active.
That's awesome. If I already sent you all, I was into the Ebner effect right before we started DMing each other. I don't know if I sent you my links for the Ebner effect, but I was just getting into that myself. The results are amazing, huh?
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I've seen, not myself, but I have seen people graft plants together that normally don't want to graft, as an example.
Wow.
Pretty cool stuff.
Yeah, it can reach into the genome and bring out like an extinct species, or just make it like you know, like basically more robust and definitely like what GMOs are doing for things it's doing, but double that even, right?
Oh yeah, it's I believe it to be much to be the future and absolutely superior to GMOs and also easier.
Yeah.
I don't even know how I would really do a GMO other than maybe chloroquine, I think is what it's called, or polyploiding is another term. I do know how to polyploid.
Polyfolding? What'd you call it?
Yeah, polyploiding. It's like where you
Polyploiding.
basically
Okay.
poison the plant a couple of times and then you wait till you get the plant that lives, which I don't really like to do it that way.
Okay. And so, and how that's awesome that you did that. I don't know if you know if, I guess I didn't connect with you about the Ebner effect yet, but I was wondering how easy it would be to create the electrostatic field for like, and what effect it might have on people. Have you checked that out at all?
Well, I'm still experimenting and I need to rebuild a Faraday cage in this location to continue doing that, but yeah.
What's your guess?
Electrify the Faraday cage and while I'm inside of it essentially and
Yeah.
measurements and on my brain waves and different stuff
Could
like
that be dangerous? Could it be dangerous? Could it be?
It can be if you have too much power, of course, or if you
Yeah.
don't have protection systems, you know, whatnot.
Could it be superpower? Could you become Batman? Right? You
That
know, like
actually has been studied. You'd have to look into the work of Andrei Puharich, which I can type in the chat right now.
Okay, please do. Yeah. So how with the device is not that you said it's pretty easy to create the electrostatic field.
Yeah, pretty simple stuff once you understand the basics at least.
If you wouldn't mind, you know, DMing me sometime of the schematics or whatever it would take, that would be cool.
Yeah, you can start with like a little $5 Chinese negative ion generator as an example, and then you just plug that into your outside layer. The more layers you add, of course, to your Faraday cage, the better. Basically, go inside of it.
Right. And you've used it for like
in it or whatever.
Yeah, you used it for your growing, any growing that you do in general, and it's probably better than your antennas,
Just
right?
seeds, really, like really small containers, and then charging seeds up, not like whole plants.
Okay. Yeah, it's better to do it with the seeds, right? It gives it the massive potential just with the seeds.
Yep.
And it is one of the things that I guess the guys that discovered it ended up dying a couple years afterwards or something. The Ebner effect.
Well,
those guys
sometimes
wound
we
up
figure
dead.
this stuff out later in our life when we're much less busy and retired, right?
Yeah, I guess. But yeah, they ended up hiding that. I mean, if they get, it would basically give everyone the ability to grow their own food in abundance, or create, a fish pond of abundance as well, or whatever, and without the
Right.
GMOs and
Less
basically,
pesticides, less
yeah,
big aggro, basically. So yeah, you
right.
can see big aggro wanting to shit on that.
Yeah, that's what they don't. They want to sell you the fucking chemicals, and they want to make sure that they keep the crops at the size that makes it distributable under their control, and nothing gets too big or too abundant, and that's why they're hiding that. I mean, Ebner effect,
Supply and
as well
demand.
as like, yep, that's a huge thing. Ebner effect, people. I've been saying this. And people aren't here to know. I've been talking about Ebner effect and the fucking microzyma, which I'm sure you're familiar with.
A little bit less that than the Ebner effect.
Right. It's somewhat related, I guess, because it's the pleomorphic state of the cell. The cell can create whatever it needs to be, right? Or the energy, the little electrical node of
Yeah,
intelligence.
I know it more under orgonomic functionalism, or creating what we call bionous solutions. All right.
Okay. Interesting. What would the bioness solution do?
It's basically creating the microzyma.
Okay. From what kind of setup?
I just make it from old compost stuff. So like if I don't eat, this and eat that, I will freeze it and then later on do a little bit of stuff to it that activates it, so to speak, pulls out
Oh,
more energy. Bring it into incandescence, and then you bring it
okay.
down below 40 degrees. You repeat that 3 times, and that's basically the basic bionization.
Wow. And would the electrostatic effect actually help with that too?
Yeah, part of it, you can subject it to a electric field while you're doing the autoclaving, as an example. That would be a good place to do it.
Yeah. Oh, they are related. Yeah. So the microzyma could be basically, if it's what they're saying, and this is what the whole thing was with Antoine Béchamp versus Louis Pasteur, at the heart of the whole germ theory versus terrain theory.
As well
And
as Royal Raymond Rife.
yeah, yeah, that's another whole subset of the electro field generations. Did you ever get like a really good copy of his frequency list that they say it's hard to get? Like his
I
actual.
also do
Yeah.
conversions for people so they can use the higher frequencies on their equipment.
Wow. Man, you're a
I
wealth of
actually know
knowledge,
the
bro.
calculus to do it.
Wow, dude. That's amazing. And you've made your own rice machine?
I'm in the process still. I'm having trouble with microcontroller right now, but yeah, I have modified existing machines essentially, and then turned them into frequency specific microcurrent approaches.
Wow. Hey, Labette, are you familiar with Royal Raymond Rife? You know who we're talking about? You're still here?
No, not at all. But yeah, I'm listening.
He had like a 99% like cancer cure rate with his radionics, basically, right? Or
Yeah,
I
pretty
guess,
much radionics field stuff.
yeah. He had a certain frequency that he could like go into the body. He knew like the frequency for certain ailments, and he would go in and just basically extract it or whatever, dissolve it in people's bodies, and it was like amazing results.
We would
and
call it cellular apoptosis.
There we go. Yeah. And they destroyed his
And he
equipment.
called
It
the
was
frequencies the mortal oscillatory rate.
nice. I was just reading into anti-aging stuff earlier today when someone was bringing up radium.
Oh yeah, you got a boss who does those things. He goes to the radium caves.
Who does?
One of my bosses.
Oh, okay. work.
What does that
mean? When he goes to the radiant, what you said, the radiant.
Yeah, there's caves that they go to, like going to a hot spring kind of thing, and they have natural radium there, higher amount than normal. Comes back and has like less hair, and stuff like that, and it always grows back.
Oh, really? So okay, so he was getting damaged from it. You said he was coming back with less hair, like he was losing his hair just from being in the cave.
Yeah, kind of like he went and got radiation done.
Right. Well, I'm just wondering because we were talking the other day about whether that was part of the cover up. Like maybe it was good for you, but they made this whole story about it not being good for you. Maybe it
I'm
is
not sure
actually.
there. I haven't personally experienced that yet.
Okay. You
done
assume it
hyperbaric
does
oxygen. I've done infrared. I've done Royal Rife stuff. I've done violet ray machine from Tesla. Horse food, diet, and whatnot. Of course, enzymes, mushrooms, supplements, minerals.
Witsit was on here talking a lot about bioavailable copper was the big thing.
Yep, I make that too. It's pretty easy once you figure that one out. You just make what's called GANS, gas nano solid reaction, with a galvanic cell. You make a battery basically, zinc and copper and whatnot, and then you can filter it, take the salt out, and it takes the crystals out, and then you put those into your water and you drink them, very small amounts.
Wow, you notice a big difference the way you feel?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Wow,
Cleared up some skin issues too.
Yeah, and your hair, if you have any gray hairs, they go away supposedly.
I swear by just haven't gotten anybody to really do it enough.
Yeah, people swear by just drinking out of a copper mug for that reason. Poor man's way, I guess.
In that form, it's going to be a little different than what I make.
Yeah.
That's just going to be like regular, copper oxide, copper carbonate, and stuff like that.
So did you get into the research that he was talking about? Like he was saying that was like their goal was to get rid of the copper in our diet and make it iron, and like talk about how great iron is.
I did not, but I definitely see that happening. I mean, we use iron tools, as an example, and a lot of people would use copper tools in their as an example, and it gets into Victor Schauberger's work.
Another great person. You know who? Hey, Labette, do you know who Victor Schauberger is?
Yeah. The name is telling me something. Yeah.
Nature, he did all the water, the flowing, and you're using like basically the process that nature shows us to create all kinds of amazing devices and such. And they say he might have
now
even.
NASA's talking about it with their supercritical water stuff, and they're funding.
Oh yeah,
literally, yep. They found out that it's one of the only ways to get rid of PFAS, as an example, which are like these permanent fluorine chemicals, like your Teflon, and other stuff like that. It's the only way to destroy this stuff.
Interesting. I didn't hear about that. I heard something about recently they were talking about a super fluid. Is that what you're talking about, or is it something different?
Might be related.
Yeah,
that's super solid. Super solid, yeah, something like that. They discovered super solid.
Super solid, yeah, that's what it was. Super solid. Yeah, which is what we've been proposing as far as like what the atmosphere could be above. Is that what they're saying? Is they're saying there's a layer of super solid at the very top of the atmosphere?
They discovered the existence of super solid, and I don't know exactly how it behave or so, but I just listened to some mainstream shit,
Right.
So I don't know what to interpret.
Yeah, who knows why they're saying it? It's like it's another obvious thing that maybe they have to admit to now because
maybe like damage control discovery,
Right. Yeah. The many states of water is a crazy thing. Right? That's kind of what you were talking about, limitless, right?
Yep, being a plasma instead of only the three that we get taught, of course.
Maybe
Right.
you have speaking about this man already, but it's maybe Hashimoto, I think.
Yeah. Yeah. The guy who did the water experiments with the crystals
Yeah,
and stuff.
yeah, exactly. This man have done a lot of work on water too. So
Yeah.
not only. He have done some rice experiment where he insulted one jar of rice and loved another jar of rice. And the two jars of rice was not behaving the same way. I don't know if I was clear, but
Yeah, you were doing an influence of the rice. Yeah, a lot of people have recreated the rice experiment
yeah,
and saw that. It seems like most everybody says there's direct results that you can see. One's looking ugly and one's looking pretty, I guess, or one's looking healthy. And there's another level to this though. Like with the crystals, the water stuff that he did was even more interesting with the crystals and
Yeah,
the
like
heat.
that gets into talking to the crystal essentially and programming it.
Yep.
And then like wearing it, literally like putting it in your sock. Like people will literally do. I literally have people who buy crystals from me, and they're like, "Yeah, program my crystal with your Tesla, like machine, bro, whatnot." I'm like,
Yeah.
like they
Well,
literally,
you're doing it right.
yeah, I
Weren't you
do. They
infusing
buy them from me.
Schumann resonance? You were
Uh huh.
infusing the Schumann resonance in there, right? Yeah.
That's one of the requests I get. 7.83. I get 432. Some people want 528. So on and so
Uh-huh.
forth.
Well, there's another level to this water, the same kind of work that I'm looking for a video. I'm going to post it here in a sec. But yeah, here it is. The structures of water. I don't know if you guys have seen this, but whenever this topic comes up, I have to post this video because this woman has taken it to another level. And I don't know why more people aren't trying to repeat what she's doing. But she's basically like, one of them is she just
Oh
thinking,
yeah, I
she's just
saw that.
projecting. Isn't that crazy? Why
Yeah,
aren't people
that's
repeating that?
straight PK stuff right there, dude.
Right? What do you mean by PK?
It's like psychokinetic, pretty much.
Ah, okay.
Like
Gotcha.
they're
PK.
people
Okay.
projecting their, their thoughts, and then somehow it's like modifying matter.
Yeah. The ship, the sailboat is clear to see there, and she's using a special glacial water, very clean glacial water, which I guess would be one of the requirements that you'd have to make sure you have the right water and stuff. But it shouldn't be too hard if you're just putting a picture up next to the water and it's giving like an image of its interpretation. It's not like it's copying the image. It's giving an interpretation of the image, which is the craziest part about it, I'll
Like
post
it's
some of
got
the
its own
screenshots.
mind.
Yeah. Like it's artistic. That's where I'm talking about like the microzyma coming in. Like as if there's an essence of intelligence to every cell and it's all in symbiosis with all of the other nearby as well as the extension of the whole universe eventually, I guess. But if that is like the ether that has an intelligence and it's connected to water, and we've talked about water having memory and maybe even not just a memory, but an intelligence to like interpret a picture and make its own picture. If this is true, I don't think she's a psyop. I don't think she's just making this up. She looks like the real deal. But why aren't more people doing that, like the rice experiment? I mean, this is something we could all test, right? Get a window pane, get some ice crystals forming with the glacial water, and see what results other people get. That's huge, right? It shows that the water is actually thinking. Seems like everybody's probably checking that video out if they haven't seen it already, but you should. I'm looking for the screenshots so people could just look at the pictures of what her results were.
Yeah,
That would
I
be
think
fun.
that's what I saw. I didn't see the video, but I saw like it seemed like a booklet of a sort, from what I remember. But the first picture there with her face, that's definitely one of the ones I saw.
Right? And her video, she's got longer videos. I think that's a shorter one there. But
I'm
yeah,
the second owner of Structured Water on Telegram. It's like a lot of people.
Oh yeah.
Or usually, sometimes we talk
Oh
about
yeah,
this kind
invite
of
me to
stuff,
that. We have
but
to connect on Telegram.
usually we just talk about like vortexes, and putting energy into it.
Do you drink structured water? Do you do
Yeah,
like the whole thing?
yeah, I make
Yeah.
that too, of course. But
Do you
my
find?
machine's way more than just like a vortex
I bet.
at this point.
I bet. Yeah, you got like several magnets and
It
several
started out that way
Schrödinger.
though, yeah, of course.
Mhm. What do you do now? Like how
Now I got
complicated
like
is it?
tensor tools there with like holograms and stuff. A $1,000 laser that I have above it while I'm like vortexing it.
Right? Oh, dude, I'm gonna have to come up and visit you in Washington, man. I gotta see your shit set up, man.
And you
That's
got
fucking
somebody else already on the way right now. It's like driving 900 miles away.
cool. Are you really?
Yeah, he is.
Oh wait, I'm sorry. Who said you're away? Who's away?
Just this dude who's been following me for a while, and he wants to come and
Oh,
see
he's
me.
on his way.
I met,
He's on his way to
I
see
met
you.
him through
Oh,
another
okay.
friend. He wants to come and visit me because our friend is in jail. So
Cool.
kind of a
Yeah, you got a whole
story.
group that you meet with. I have to tell Cyrus about you. Cyrus is up in your
Yeah, we
area.
meet every month. People are welcome.
Great. I'm gonna definitely do that. I'm gonna find these
Especially if you're
pictures
into the
here.
fringe stuff. It's basically a fringe meter.
Right. But it's the
All
real
kinds of
deal. I mean,
inventors and whatnot. Really, some really famous people too have come.
oh yeah, cool. So you go there to learn, even.
Oh hell yeah, dude! It's been
Yeah.
absolutely life changing for me. I've met a lot of people who have helped with some of my projects, given me free stuff and whatnot too. We barter, we trade.
I found the picture. Here we go. There we go. Yeah, you can
Yeah,
see.
that's like
I
what I
bet.
saw right there. Stuff like that.
Amazing, right? Like this is it. This should be something people would go out of their way to try to repeat. What she's doing is for real. That would be awesome. That's something you should try. I mean, easy enough, right?
Yep, haven't tried that yet. That's definitely what like just wow. Straight up ether right there. It's got to be what it is, you know.
Right?
It's some kind
Gotta
of
be.
like self-organizing intelligent plasma of some kind.
And that's the thing. It's just water. It's just glacial water on a window pane. That's freezing. And I guess she just put in the picture next to it. And the sailboat, she said she just projected her thought of a sailboat. So people don't even need to use a picture, but you could. I mean, this is the
That's
case.
like what I want to do. I want to try to
Yeah,
get it out of my mind.
that was tripping me out. I was hearing you talk to my buddy Snack to the future after
Dude,
I
the
had to get off there.
implications of this like gets into the ideas I have for like printing matter and envisioning the matter and the object, right? And then the machine like is linked to our consciousness and it literally will create, you know, the matter with lasers and inert gases and you know and all that and whatnot. So some science, but also some meta combining to create matter.
Right.
Which
That's
of
the stuff
course
that would.
magic is just, you know, science that we don't yet concretely understand.
Right. Well, Truth Prevails isn't in. She was in here a minute ago. Too bad she's not still in here because we were talking about these intention machines. She just sent me this video. There's this guy that did these intention. He created a machine where these people stood around it, and their intention was able to change the pH of the water that they were standing around. And
I think I
there's
know
like
what
a
that
whole.
one's called too.
Yeah, I'll post it. I'll find it. But yeah, like this, the
I think it
intention
starts with
machine.
an H. I can't remember how to say it though. Hieronymus machine or something like that, I think.
I'll find the guy's name at least that was accredited with the one we were talking about. There's
Some of
other.
that stuff's really hilarious. Like some of these dudes that I've read, they will make like a circuit and then the circuit works like on paper. Like then they project their thoughts, like you were saying. And as long as like they don't know that you've like if you go over and you erase their circuit, it still works. But if they find out that you erased it, then it stops working. So it's like it
Wow.
wasn't the actual machine or the paper
It
circuit.
was the belief.
It's them. It's their
Yeah.
belief. Yeah.
Right. Interesting.
Yeah,
So
that's
it's like
very
projecting
fascinating.
placebo effect into another person. Like, what the
Right.
fuck?
Right. Whoa. Yeah, I was just gonna say I was tripping out hearing you talk to Snack to the Future after I had to get off the other night, and you were saying that you know how to do some of this kind of work that's amazing as far as the
Yeah, I mean, I haven't proven like somebody got healed at a distance yet, but I definitely am doing that kind of thing.
you've seen that it works. Yeah.
I've had testimonies and whatnot. That's about all I can say. It's anecdotal, but maybe someday we'll have something better than that.
Right. You said you don't know how it works, but it works, right?
Yep.
That's the crazy part. That's the thing. That's what the ether is. I mean, that's the thing about the ether. We can't science the ether really, right? You can't prove. I guess it seems like we can in some ways.
Guess it's all
But
in
you
the
know what I'm
eye of
saying?
the beholder for the most part. Like what do you define as proof, kind of thing.
Right. Yeah. If it's the kind of intelligence we might be talking about, there would be no way to even understand it. So but somehow, yeah, the intention thing
It's
is
written that we're not really supposed to prove miracles, and whatnot. So it's that too.
right. Right.
It's forbidden,
Right. Well, also, it just seems like that's the way it has to be, right? Like if you could prove a miracle, then it wouldn't be a miracle, right?
Right.
But yeah, it's just that there's a difference though. There's the immaterial world that people just want to hand wave as completely hocus pocus, and we know better now, and that's what's exciting about this whole discussion and what you're doing and ether dynamics and all the kind of stuff that we're getting into these days. It's just opened up like a whole new excitement for me in the truth platforms for sure. You've been at it for a while. I mean, you're doing the hands-on stuff. I mean, fuck, you're the real deal. That's fucking great. And like you said, it's interesting that it was cool to hear that you were saying the other night, like if you ever had like something that was really collecting the etheric energy the way that you could, they'll have you on the radar. And basically, you're smart enough not to just do that, thinking that they're not going to come after you.
Yep.
Right?
Yeah, I'd love to. I really would like to make a bigger one, but just not right now.
Right. Smart.
Made about 6 foot tall one, proved the concept, proved that the volts are there, saw enough, realized that this is definitely something, but haven't made a 180 foot tall, or a bigger one, of course.
Dr. Tiller was his name. Intention Machine.
Oh, Tiller, yep, I've heard of him. Yeah, he's old. That's a long time ago.
Right. Well, the microzyma and the Ebner effect and the intention machines, I mean, it's all connected, it's all ether-based dynamics. And that's the crazy part about it, for sure. Like just controlling the polarization of the ether is what you said, right?
Yep.
Did you look into that symbol matrix that I posted before that we were talking about? Any further? The language where all language comes from, the ether dynamics that Michael Brenner was talking about? Figured you might have
A little bit,
saw some of
and
it.
when you look into Puharich's work, you will see that is mentioned there as well. It was actually one of the only ways that they were able to communicate between the two boxes that they created for the PK people or TK people to use to communicate. The only way they could actually communicate was through a form of runes. Spoken word wasn't like working, or at least not nearly like enough to say that it was concretely provable.
Meaning they were like telepathically communicating or something?
Yep, at thousands of miles away.
Whoa, wait, wait.
Two people both being inside of the Faraday cage that is activated by a electric field. They were able to essentially communicate at a distance through a runic language.
Where's the link for that?
It is in a book, for the most part, and they use a couple of pseudonames for like the Connell, because it's like definitely military that got involved, like Army was involved. So they use like pseudonames and whatnot for the Colonel, of course. I can send you the book.
Yeah, definitely do that. Mind blowing stuff, huh, Labette? I gave Labette his name. He's the beast.
Yeah. It's mind blowing. I'm really interested by this book. I have already listened to some declassified documents about Russia doing experiment on
Oh, they're
telepathy.
definitely doing it too, for sure.
And there
This
is
is all being
another,
done in the 50s and the 60s.
there is another thing. There is telepathy, and another thing like when you try to find someone or something. It's I don't remember the name, but they was working on that too.
Like dowsing
It,
and finding objects.
yeah, it's not projection. It's I don't remember the name. It will
Remote
get me out.
viewing or astral projection.
Yeah.
Bunch of
Remote
terms for
viewing.
it.
Thank you. This is
Yeah, a bunch of different terms for it, really. CIA's got a manual on it, literally, on how to do it and do it correctly. Like you always have to have a partner, kind of thing. One person's asleep, the other person's awake.
Yeah, we think about trying some procedure with my wife, but it's we don't know very much about that, so we don't want to start something without having every information available, because it's
Yep,
uh,
you open a two-way door, so to speak, is what we would say.
yeah, and we want to do the things in the art of the rule, if you see what I mean. And don't want to do that in speed up manner. I don't know how to tell. I want to have a scientific method to do that.
Yeah, you might want to look into Uri Geller as well. He's another one.
Yeah.
A lot
Yeah.
of experiments on that dude. He was like being put into these cages and rooms and whatnot too.
He was the real deal, huh? A lot of people try to call him out because he was such a big name for a while. Trying to say he was, some kind of trickster.
Short book on
Bending
him that I
spoons.
found first before I'm looking for the other book still.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna look into that name you gave me there. That Andre Puharich.
Yeah, you say Puharich. It's kind of hard to say.
Puharich.
And then he also worked along with Bob Beck as well, who was
Uh-huh.
also a PhD physicist. Bob
Yeah.
Beck was working on artificial Schumann generators like 7.83 ELF scalar magnetic field producer generator things.
You've made your own Bob Beck device, of course, right?
Not like the one that he has, because his is like portable, kind of like a watch thing. I'm still working
Huh?
on that. The last time I built one, it like didn't work.
Hmm.
So I'll get
Well,
it eventually, though.
those are pretty simple, though, aren't they? Just a couple of 9-volt batteries and Just electric.
Yeah, like a
electric.
9-volt battery, a square
Yeah.
wave generator.
I have a video on how to make that thing. You've seen those, of course, right? He gives out the instructions himself, right?
Yeah,
I'm
I
surprised with
need
all
to,
the other the more complicated stuff you're doing. That would be something that didn't work.
I need to go, guys. It was really interesting. I
Oh
continue to
yeah,
look.
congratulations on your Michelson Morley. I have to see some. I
Yeah,
have to get the video of it actually in action.
it's just the start. It's just my proof of concept.
Right,
Just I
right.
wanted to be able to have some results now. I am doing some pieces to be more precise and have something more how to tell more presentable. You know.
Yeah, for sure. Awesome
So,
job.
but yeah. It's my first experiment with light, so I am happy with that.
All right, it worked, right?
I continue to listen. Yeah, it's really, really sensible. Like it's. I even walk on my house, and it will change the French pattern and so on. So, but I continue to listen on YouTube. I cannot keep Discord open because I'm out. My phone is a little old. So.
Okay, cool. Yep, good job, man. We'll see you soon. Come back real soon.
Yeah, and I have too much question to ask to Alan. I know
I'm
he's
sure.
deep into Ignac effects and so on, so it may help me a lot. So
Yeah, I messaged him. He said he's going to bed. He's going to listen to what we talked about in the morning, and I'm sure he'll appreciate you're mentioning his name. You'll have to get some Michelson Morley tips from him, and then keep going.
yeah. We will do some meeting. Yeah, bye.
All right,
Thanks.
take care. Later.
Later.
Wow, a lot of big players coming into the game here. I'm glad I've gotten a chance to corral the troops here a little bit, get people that are doing some awesome stuff in here talking about it. Limitless, dude, you're fucking epic already. I'm sure everybody else appreciates what you're talking about. Anybody else want to jump in the conversation or ask questions? I'm looking for a video here. You know how to make the Bob Beck machine, obviously, but I had a video on it. I was looking for it. What was difficult about it? I don't get why that would be. I thought it was supposed to be something easy. It's gone too. Limitless, you still here?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, the Bob Beck machine. You've seen how the schematics are for it and everything, right?
Yeah, I've got a couple of them.
Yeah. Okay. For some reason, it didn't work though, huh?
Just the one I made. I still got to make it again. Probably the one of the ICs that I used might have been dead.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because the electrification of the blood. I mean, it's all about electricity. Yeah, it's all about plasma, electricity, ether. It's all connected. It makes so much more sense. But can we actually regenerate ourselves like that? Like you were talking about with the microzyma, like getting them to reanimate. Just the ageless stuff that I was looking into earlier, like the
I'll let
basic
you know,
idea.
but that's what I'm trying to do. I am
Cool.
co-founder of a life extension company, so.
Oh, really? Okay. Well, that's shit. You're on it. Really? Okay. That's
Right
huge.
now, we just publish. We don't sell our machines to the public. I have sold them to doctors, but not to.
Really?
Yep.
Okay. So you've had some results. Why would the doctor be buying it otherwise, right?
Well, one of them actually believed it, just because he was so fed up with the last 2 years, I guess.
Uh-huh.
Wanted to see something different, and have something that he could play around with, I guess.
Was it like Rife-based type tech, or was
Kind
it?
of. It's like a mix between Violet Ray machine and a Rife machine.
Okay. Because I have a violet wand, actually. And you were saying that that was good for like all kinds of skin conditions or other stuff too, right?
Yeah, they can raise your cell voltage and whatnot, which will help in general stuff like inflammation and whatnot.
I wonder if
But
that is like
most of them are not frequency specific, so they're not Rife machines per se, but they
right,
can become Rife machines.
right. So you can modify it. Is that what you're saying? Like if I
Yeah,
have my
depending
violet
on the
wand,
model and whatnot. Anyway, it can be modified. I
I
don't
got an
really
old one.
like to modify certain ones, like the Chinese ones that don't really use a actual transformer. They're using like a FET, and those I don't really bother with. I just tell people like, yeah, just use that, for whatever you want to use it for. And if you want one that you want to modify, I recommend, getting one that's older, more like an antique and whatnot. They're built like tanks, other than the capacitor, basically. That needs.
Yeah, mine is the old school antique type one, and the cord doesn't even look like it should. I should probably tape the cord up more, but it's got the little box, the little crank. Yeah, a little crank, and then it's got the wand, and you can change out the tube.
Right.
I've got the tube, and then there's
Different
one that's
shaped
the
tubes
metal.
and whatnot.
Yeah, well, I've just got one tube or one. It's just like a little brown piece on the end,
Usually, like
and
run it like 10 or 20 minutes, kind of thing, right?
I don't know
No
how long
more.
I've run it. Yeah, I used it in a college film that I made, like experimental film. I'll post. That that was like the one sci-fi part of it, but otherwise you wouldn't even know when it was made. About the last human being left on Earth, and they modify him to become a numb and in symbiosis with the machine and blah blah blah. But basically, yeah, that was the tool that we used for the. I ended up with it, but so you're saying that the older ones are better? Yeah, you crank it up, and you just use the knob. It
Yeah,
doesn't
they're
have any.
built so good, dude. Other than the
Yeah.
capacitor.
Good. Okay. Yeah, it still works and everything. And it was weird because if I got it near my computer would just freak out.
Oh yeah, they'll do that, especially like your touchpad, like your phone.
Like anywhere near my computer started going crazy. Yeah, my laptop.
Like someone's touching the mouse.
Yeah, no, it was like the screen was just going like it was.
Oh shit!
It was like yeah, it was interesting that
So
effect could
CRT
happen.
monitor.
No, just a laptop, MacBook. It was basically like rendering the computer useless. I could tell, like it was gonna not be able to work if I kept the thing near it.
Yeah, anytime I'm using one, I will use a mouse because the touchpad goes like haywire and doesn't want to work right.
Yeah. So those are the ones that you can modify. I'll have to get some advice on what I could do with that. So what would be
Definitely
the
first thing's the capacitor, because that's the most that's the thing that usually goes. And if your capacitor goes, it can also blow your transformer, which you don't want that, because then it's a lot harder to fix.
All right.
Capacitor, like that's easy to replace. The transformer, that's much harder.
Wow. Okay. So
The capacitor is pretty much like you can make a capacitor once you know like the real, simple basics of how capacitors work and whatnot. It's pretty simple to make, but making a transformer, that's a lot more work.
Okay. Cool. Well, yeah, send me any information you have on that. Since I have one, I might as well look around with it. And what would you do to actually like because like I don't know if it was like good to like actually touch your skin with it because the little sparks come out the end of it, and like
You
just burn it. Yeah.
I use
how
dual
long?
though, like so I have two wands. That way the energy goes between both wands. So like I can put one in one hand, one in the other hand. That way it goes through my body, like through my heart, and whatnot.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it's like the Bob Beck machine. That's basically the same concept.
Yep.
What's the difference, right?
Difference being I don't need to like open up my blood and put electrodes into my body.
Right.
So it's
Better.
more,
It's
it's
cleaner.
less invasive.
Yeah, it's cleaner. It's probably preferable, right? Like that was labeled pseudoscience, right? Basically for a reason like that. But do you think it was too useful? Like they had to label it that? Like they were trying to hide something there with the little
Yeah, or they just didn't do the right microscopy before and after. I'm not really sure.
It's a fun device regardless, you know. Yeah, because it's like, what is it? High wattage and low amperage, or the other way around?
Yeah, high voltage and low amperage. Very, very low amperage. Usually microcurrents.
Right. That's the key.
Like literally microamps.
Tesla had a lot of
Like
hidden
8,000,
devices.
9,000 volts, you know, sometimes
Mhm.
higher. Some of mine are like 15, 16,000 volts. You know, really, 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 really low amps.
It's funny, just talking about Schwaberger. I'm looking through my list here that's coming up, and it's suggesting Schwaberger videos for me, like it's listening to us. Free energy, Schwaberger, sacred mushroom, nice. Yeah, that was some cool shit you were talking about the other night with with Invisible Man. You guys were getting down. You were talking about all
Oh
kinds
yeah,
of.
that guy is definitely one of my other idols, pretty much.
Yeah, nice. Okay, cool.
Between like him, like Real Rife, Nick Tesla, you know, Walter Russell. It's
Wait,
hard. It's
wait. You're
hard to
talking
pick
about.
like your favorite. You know what I mean?
Wait. You're talking about just the guy that we talked to on the hangout the other night. I'm talking about Invisible Man. You're talking about Schwaberger. Okay,
Yeah,
Schwaberger.
Schauberger,
Okay,
definitely.
yeah. I was talking about
one of the guys up there.
conversation. Okay, thought you were talking about our friend that we talked to the other night on the other channel. Yeah, I got you. Schwaberger. Yeah, he's up there with Tesla and everybody else. Yep, for sure. They say he might have even been like the guy that they used for the the getting the UFO tech.
Yeah, the
to
Dyke
work.
Lock. Yep, it's highly possible. Wouldn't say the Honeyboos, like the newer ones, because that was more Tesla kind of stuff. It seems like because they talk about like a tachynator, you know, and whatnot. That sounds kind of like a Tesla coil powering something to me. But the first one, I'm pretty sure was Schauberger stuff. Yeah, the Glock experiment, and then
Did
the
he ever have?
Die
What's his
Honeyboo
story?
were the other ones.
What about Victor Gorbachev? What's your take on his shit?
Haven't done hardly any of his stuff yet. I do have bug carapaces that I've collected. I haven't like put them under my microscope and tried to experiment with them yet, but I definitely have that plan too.
You think he actually had the platform that went 1,000 miles an hour and turned him
I'm
invisible?
gonna try to find out because it's definitely something that could be a possibility. And the Egyptians were definitely infatuated with certain bugs and whatnot, so it seems highly possible.
Right. Yeah, it's like a scarab beetle. Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah, and
And I've noticed it too, like in my own garden, there's like these weird freaking stink bugs that can't fly, like unless there's certain like weather conditions, it seems like.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
So
that's true.
I'm
Actually,
very
even
aware, like I try to pay attention to, the little things like that, just because of all the different things I've learned from scriptures telling us to do these things.
Right.
Especially Schauberger. I mean, he says comprehend and copy nature, right?
Right. Yeah, that's true even for cockroaches, because there was a cockroach flying around my porch the other day, and I was like,
Oh gosh, the palmetto bugs.
And I looked up, do cockroaches fly, and it said something about certain weather conditions. Has to be like certain humidity or whatever.
Ah shit, so maybe they have it too.
Yeah, maybe.
Oh no, you have to catch one.
Yeah. Oh, that'd be easy enough.
Catch it and mail the wings to me.
Yeah.
I got enough
But
microscopes, so I can check them out.
it just seemed I mean, he was accredited. What's crazy about Greg Benikoff is he's a real entomologist. You know, he definitely he was accredited with the cavitation effect, which is a real thing. You know, with the honeycomb type structure that leaves the resonant field after it's taken away from a certain area, and you can feel it. That's huge. But then he's got this platform thing. It seems like that's just it's crazy. Like, why hasn't
Yeah,
anybody
it's like he
repeated that?
collected enough of these bug wings and then put them all like
In the
onto some
platform? Yeah.
fan thing, and then he made another fan. It's like they were, I think he had them like 180 degrees, opposing each other, and then one blade spin one way, and then the other one spin the other way, one clockwise, one counterclockwise kind of thing. At least that's what I think he was doing. I'm not really sure yet, but yeah,
Flying
I'll
by
figure it
people.
out.
You looked at it.
In enough time, I'll figure it out. As long as I don't get murdered.
Right? Seems like somebody should have repeated it by now. I'm in my garage now, so I'm probably getting that. Yeah. I've got Is anybody else in the room? Am I roboting?
Yeah, man. Yo, bro, I'm back.
But yeah, I'm definitely gonna try
What's
that
up?
too.
Hey.
Yeah, I just dropped a bunch of those screenshots in the chat for you.
Oh, sweet. Thanks, bro.
Might be a little bit hard to
Check those out.
understand them all, but yeah. Sorry, bro, you're
Okay.
roboting hard for me.
Around here. But I do get stink bugs, and they definitely fly, and only during certain weather. So I think they might be a candidate.
Yep. Am I roboting now?
No.
Am I still roboting? Okay. Yeah. Cool. Yeah, definitely. I'll be listening. I got to hang up here, but that's fucking awesome. You guys came on, and hey, did you see? Were you listening? Limitless when we were talking about the UFO footage this guy got playing reality.
I think I
Did you
got
see his
in there
UFO
just
footage?
after that. No, I didn't yet.
Okay, I'll repost the video.
Got a picture.
Check
I
this
saw
out.
it. Hold up.
You gotta.
Yep, it was one
Yeah,
of them
I'm gonna
triangle
definitely.
ones. Triangle with like the white, super white looking xenon light at each corner.
It was more of just like the whole thing was kind of like a bright light, but yeah, not kind of bright enough for me to really stop and go, holy shit, that's weird. But I did stop and kind of go, that's weird, but not to the point that made me really
Watch
stop
it
and
now,
pay
see if
attention
it's
to it.
one I've seen before. If it's just light, I won't be able to tell.
Did you say you were gonna post those in the live chat here? Playing reality?
Oh
I think
yeah,
I have,
that's
haven't I?
fucking fast.
Oh no, it wasn't moving that fast. No, that's it's on time lapse.
Oh, it's time. Okay, I see. Yeah.
It's time lapse. Yeah.
How fast was it moving? Was it moving like more like a regular pace then?
It's hard.
Wasn't
It's
zipping
hard to
that.
say.
Yeah, if you
No,
really want to see more of these things, what you want is a camera system that can do at least 240 frames per second slow motion. And you need to either send the camera to me or to somebody who can take out the infrared blocking filter.
Okay.
Right.
And you're going to see a lot.
Night vision goggles, right? But
Pretty
what about the
much.
night vision goggles for people who are seeing?
I'm
Yeah.
working on my own.
Well,
I
I
haven't
posted the
gotten
UFO.
it to the way I really want it yet. I'm also going to have a waveguide and a ability to scan frequencies in the same system. That's what I'm working on.
Cool.
That way I can
Check out that.
scan, and like see frequencies essentially with like my right eye, and then my left eye will be able to see the regular world. So it's kind of gonna have like a cyborg sort of helmet thing, just not implanted into my
Sweet.
body, of course.
Right. Awesome. Did you say you were going to post some of your long distance images, Paul?
Are they not there? I just put them in
No, I don't
a
think so.
live stream message chat.
Oh, maybe
they're
I
under.
missed it. Or...
Yeah, well, they should be the last thing that was there. I can see them, unless they're just not.
Oh, it could be because
The
I'm in the
last thing I
garage.
see.
It could be I wanted
The last
to
thing I
because I'm robotic. I'll look
You
when I
ever
get
play any
upstairs.
Arma 3 with the with some of these mods? There's
No.
there's UFO like kind of mod and game in Arma 3.
I haven't played it. Hey, Limitless, do you see Paul's images where we were just posting Schwaberger and stuff? Or did he post it in the wrong spot?
Which channel is that?
No, we should be in the live stream voice.
That
Okay, that's what I thought. Yeah, put it in
Maybe
the
I
live
posted it in the
stream
wrong.
one.
See a Lahaina
Live
fire
stream one
stuff.
sec. I just posted UFO Lou's channel again, where he's got those night vision cameras that are showing a bunch of shit zipping around in the sky. Yeah, post it under that. Find those It's live stream one text.
Oh yeah,
Line
yeah.
stream
That's
one.
it's a YouTube video.
Well, he's posting some pictures he was talking about, some long distance sighting photographs he was talking about earlier. But yeah, that's his UFO video that I recorded and posted for him to see, for people to see. But yeah, the UFO. I mean, if you got night vision goggles, I guess you could see all kinds of shit up there. Did you find it, Paul?
Most of them are usually too fast to see. It's like super.
So I got to go to a different one because the live stream
live stream one text. Yeah, live stream one text.
Okay. Hold on.
I just see the
this will take a
YouTube
while, of
links,
course.
not the photos. Oh, and that SI shit, by the way, is tracking you. It says question mark and then SI equals, whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, when you copy your links,
Where's that?
just take that shit out.
Oh. Okay.
It tracks
SI.
you, and then the people who click it are also being tracked.
So just the SI part, where it says SI something.
But the question mark SI equals blah 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 blah. Yep.
So you could take that out, and the link will still work.
Yeah, I'll show you with that first one.
Okay, that's interesting.
Try to break the link real quick.
Huh.
Yeah, see like that right there.
Okay, but it doesn't come up linkable.
Like you can do just that instead.
But it doesn't turn up blue like it.
Oh yeah, I'll put the dot in. I'll show you.
Oh yeah, you have to put the .com or something.
Did you see the slippers? This is how that.
Oh.
This is the large series. And then it's in.
No, I didn't see them. Are they too big?
Actually, that didn't work either. I guess you have to have the HTTPS.
Oh no. Right size.
Yeah, you get the idea.
At the largest.
Yeah.
I was
Okay.
thinking your shirt.
Yeah.
Yeah, anything after the question mark, that's like code for the YouTube stuff. Like question mark T equals, that's like time, whatnot. You could put minutes and seconds. Like if you're on mobile and you don't have the ability to put the timestamp, you can just create it yourself by creating the code, but it takes more time, of course. Helpful, you can go on Wikipedia page or whatever, look at the different code that YouTube and Google uses, get more familiar with it. Be right back.
Try
right. Figure it out, Paul?
Can you hear me? No.
Yeah.
Oh, you can hear
Figure
me?
out how to
Oh, sorry.
put something in the. Yeah.
I
hear
had to
you.
do it. I've got to do it from my laptop, and that's not loading properly on my laptop.
Oh, okay. No worries.
Yeah, it's not loading. I don't know if I've got to close out of the actual from my phone and then go into the laptop.
That's cool. Whatever you have to do. It's no big deal. I was just thinking you could post it for anybody who's interested in some of the stuff you're talking about.
Yeah, I've got to try to even find it again now. Can't even find it on my phone again now.
If you posted it somewhere else, I could just grab it and put it in there.
It was posted to one that had like live stream and then like a VC or something after it.
Oh, okay. Find it.
Rakia Life had just posted with something before that.
Okay. Let me find it.
There's one called Livestream 1, and then it's a little thing, like a little microphone, and then a VC after it, Earth Awakenings Livestream.
Okay.
Can you see that one?
Well, let me look for it in a sec. I'm just preoccupied for a second.
Oh yeah, all good.
Yeah, that Labette guy that just came in, the guy that I started talking to when you were here. He's
Model
got
builder.
some really interesting. He used to work for. Yeah, he's
Yeah, I'd
brought some
like
cool
to
shit to the table.
I'd love to see if he could model out what this Buddha should look like on the globe. You know, if he got the distances and the things that are in front and how high it is, how it should look on the globe model.
For sure.
That would be interesting to see how it actually models out.
Oh, I'll post what he was posting before about that. Let me find it.
Yeah, Geo just put in the other in the live stream 1 text. He just put the live stream then VC box in there. Do you see that?
Yep. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
There we go.
I think he's yeah.
Oh yeah, you got a bunch.
Yeah, I
I have
dropped
to get
about
out of the
20 in there.
garage here before I down. Sweet. Yeah. Cool.
Yeah, some of them, like the Buddha looks really faint and stuff, but it just depends on the conditions of the day. So, but that's for when I do a presentation, it's probably better when I actually do a full presentation because I can explain everything that's there. But hopefully, there's enough information on the text box on the boxes to pictures for you to see what's going on.
Yeah. Sweet, bro. Gio, are you in the house? Are you here?
He's around, but he's incognito.
Yep. He's the one that runs the channel.
Yeah. Yeah, he's typing. Yeah, that Limitless guy's pretty full on with all the stuff he's doing as well, hey?
Yeah, amazing stuff. I mean, like, he's the real deal. He's making,
yeah, for sure.
making stuff. So cool when we get you notice someone's doing like posting stuff randomly, and then if you realize that they know what they're talking about. It's cool to get them into the forum and let other people hear what he's talking about. Did that with Model Builder as well, and both those guys have been bringing it. Alan's bringing in some great presentations. And I like.
Yeah, they're definitely the sort of guys that we need. You know, they've got a lot more of that style of knowledge than, you know, I'm not retarded by any means, but I don't have that kind of. My brain doesn't think the way theirs does. It's much easier for me to just go out and film and then relay my information back from there. You know, that's my contribution. Whereas guys like Witsit and obviously Model Builder, you know, Limitless, Alan, you know, they're getting into all this other stuff and explaining it to us in ways that we can work it out as well, which is good.
Big
You know,
hitters.
just going through the information and then coming back, letting us know what's going on, and yeah. Once it's
The
explained to you, you're just like, yeah, it's pretty simple. I'm going to mute myself for a bit because I've got to do some other stuff, so I'll be chatting with other people. Is anyone around?
Yeah. What's up, man? Good morning.